ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, Legion Lenovo, Mountain Dew League, and ESEA.
Welcome back, everybody, to another night of ESL Pro League over in Europe. We've got a good start to the evening with G2 taking on Na'Vi. The KFC Zinger Burger hot match of the week is what we're going to go with. I think I nailed that.
Yeah, you did.
I've got Sponge, I've got Pansy. Are you guys as excited as I am?
Yes.
Just a train wreck, isn't that?
Yeah, he is. But we can hear you, the broadcast can't. So it sounds like we're going mental. I'm going to carry on talking.
I can hear him constantly.
That's just voices in your head.
No. There is a bit of static where I can just hear everything they're saying. But we won't worry about that. We'll get excited about this match, Lauren.
We can get into this one.
I think it's two weird maps to be finding these teams on. G2 aren't necessarily super strong on Overpass, and Na'Vi aren't necessarily super strong on Nukes, so it's going to be a really interesting clash.
Yeah, it'll be cool to see them, especially because we got to see them on some of these maps over at Starladder. Either way, let's check out the standings of both of the divisions before we get too deep into things. NA hasn't changed much, although we do see Immortals jump up to the 2nd seed. It's been mostly Cloud9 there and then Liquid in the 3rd seed, but Immortals has leapfrogged a couple of the big NA names.
I think, yeah, you know, it's looking pretty standard, as we always say. You'd expect Immortals to be in the top 3 or 4 teams as they are, and same as Liquid, right? So that is the top 4 that you would expect from the North American region. Where we're going to lock into the 5 and 6 teams, you know, we could be seeing an Optic, maybe a Luminosity, even an Energia looking pretty good. Unfortunately, Renegades, even if they do make that top 6, will not be able to go to the LAN
Two important things to note here is obviously Luminosity, if they do make it, that's 3 Brazilian teams that have come over in the past 2 years and made top 6. And then also, yeah, if Renegades are in the top 6, it's going to be someone else because they have to go to the Asian minors. Yeah. So a little bit unfortunate for them. Moving on to the EU standings as well, we can see this one is still pretty crazy. Astralis, Na'Vi, Mousesports are the top 3, North FaZe and G2 to round it out. But I mean, Fnatic is knocking on the door. Hellraisers and NIP and Virtus.pro are not that far behind from those top 6.
Yeah, NIP look quite likely in a way if you want to look at their opponents coming up. Sure, they've got Envious in there, North as well, but Hellraisers probably the easier run out of a lot of the other teams who have opponents, and them splitting the series 1-1 against Astralis last night is a great step in the right direction for them. Yeah,
and we're actually going to, this is something we'll touch on pretty much every night from now on as the playoff race comes in. We're going to highlight those top 6 teams. If the playoffs were to end today, these are who makes it into the playoffs, and down at the bottom, because the Envy, LDLC, and Kinguin are grayed out. They would be the 3 that would be forced into relegation. Kinguin would have an automatic demotion down to the Mountain Dew League, and then Envy and LDLC would have to fight for their spot to retain it in Pro League against, 2nd and 3rd place down in MDL.
Yeah, which is big in Spirit, I believe.
Is it? Okay.
I know it's big because Godsent won it out, so I'm not too sure on the other.
Yeah, well, let's get into the schedule for today. This is what you're going to be watching. Like we said, that hot match of the week, the KFC Zinger Burger match of the week, Na'Vi versus G2. And then following that up, we've got Virtus.pro against Heroic. That's where, you know, we mentioned it last night. It was a very, very good segment. We talked about Angry Poles coming in for some revenge against Heroic. And they're going to be playing on Nuke as well, so that'll be very, very cool to see.
Yeah, and you've got to highlight as well how much of a big match this is for G2. They are right on that cusp of being within the top 6 at the moment. They're sat in, you know, a relatively decent position. They're kind of tied up with Fnatic, but point being, they win these 2, they go up to the same sort of position that Na'Vi and Mousesports currently hold. So a massive game for them if they get the 2-0, even a 1-1.
Yeah, and obviously it's important for Na'Vi. You know, you want to get a higher seed as possible so you have an easier first round matchup when we do get to those LAN finals. But they have LDLC, Mousesports, and Heroic, not the hardest end to the season. Yeah. And with that, you know, you might be seeing them finish in 1st or 2nd place.
Well, I'm glad you actually brought up their end of the season, because we're actually going to show you 4 of the big teams that we have. This is their remaining schedule of the season. G2, this is a tough schedule to round things out. Na'Vi, Astralis, Virtus.pro, and FaZe are the last 4 matchups as they try to make their playoff push. Fnatic, they have Kinguin, they have Astralis and Mousesports, NIP, North, Envy, and Heroic. In Virtus.pro, Heroic, FaZe, G2, and North again. And VP and I think NIP are the ones sitting outside of playoffs. Actually, yeah, 7th place right there for Fnatic, 8th and then 10th. So I mean, this is how scary it is for some of these teams.
Fnatic could find themselves, you know, edging in there with a 2-0 over Kinguin and a 1-1 against was it Mousesports? I think there was the other team, and then obviously Astralis could go anywhere with those guys. They seem to have close matches.
Yeah, G2's the one you got to be worried about with them. Even though I think they're the ones sitting in 6th place, that's a tough end of the season. Either way, we're going to send it over to Mitch. We're going to get his thoughts before the matches go live.
Thank you very much, Moses, and the desk. As always, ladies and gentlemen, hello. When you should be heading over and checking out our social media platform at facebook.com/ESLCS and at ESLCS on Twitter. Now, our second match of tonight features Virtus Pro, and while this isn't strictly CS related, I wanted to take some time to bring you up to speed. Yesterday afternoon, VP CEO Sneg confirmed a long-rumoured football match between Virtus Pro and SK Gaming. Now, this all started back in February when SK Gaming was in Germany prepping for IEM Katowice. SK gave fans a chance to play a pickup match with the players, and this caught the eyes of Virtus Pro's Pasha. Pasha challenged the team to a 6v6 match with 50k on the line, live stream included, of course. Fallen of SK quickly doubled down, bringing the pot to a whopping 100k. Unreal. And by mid-March, VP and SK had agreed to the match with details to follow. Well, with yesterday's announcement, we also have some more details. Both teams will compete July 10th, just after we wrap up ESL 1 Cologne. So if you're in Cologne for the event, be sure to check it out, and this too. But for now, our community plays of last week.
Good plays from the community, and that right there at the end, you saw IDDQD, which I believe was the God mode code in Quake, Doom? Something like that?
Yeah,
Doom,
it was,
maybe?
I'm pretty sure.
Doom, yeah, it's Doom.
And it's also a Swedish Overwatch player's name as well.
Yeah, that's what I resonated with there.
Yeah, did you? Cool.
Just so you know.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Yeah, now we get to get into it. Now we get to get into the fun stuff. Navi versus G2. Chad, right before we went over to Mitch, you mentioned, I mean, this is just kind of an interesting matchup. Both these teams, you know, on some of these maps aren't really known for their proficiency on them.
Well, G2 on Nuke, you know, they've looked really good. I think they're on like a 6-match winning streak or something like that. Whereas Navi are on like a 4-game losing streak, but 3 of those 4 have been to Astralis and 1 was to FaZe, who are teams that you would consider better than Navi on Nuke anyway. The thing which I think is the most interesting part is that Navi have to bring this map into the map pool if they want to be considered a contender at events, you know, where you're doing best of 3s. They have to be able to play with this in their map pool and, you know, not necessarily be banning it first because they do have that permaban of cache. Right. So they have to be prepping this, and we're probably, considering we've seen them as more of a CT side that's happy to dictate the pace now, that's going to be more of a positive thing for them. If they can get those 12-3 CT sides, you know, we know they can ground out those T rounds just by doing defaults. So it could be something in their tool shed for the future.
Yeah, and I mean, is this now, I mean, what we've seen from Navi, especially against some of those Astralis, is just some terrible, terrible halves of Counter-Strike. I mean, this is, they must be putting work in onto this map. I mean, they were improved from Katowice to Starladder, but I mean, still looked a little bit deficient.
Yeah, I think that's a decent summary. And I think the one thing you got to highlight as well, especially for G2, is how much Kenny S has been having an impact as of late, especially on Nuke. He's been actually having, you know, it was when you first got those glimpses of classic Kenny S coming back, and then you add everything together, and you kind of get a little bit scared of what he can achieve. I do want to see how well he kind of shapes up against Guardian, who seemed to have a little bit of a resurgent form as well, which is always going to be a nice little storyline to follow. But for me, it's kind of surprising not seeing Na'Vi being giants on this one just yet, you know, on that nuke sort of map, because it feels like it would play to their style. But as said, as highlighted, they've struggled massively. I think they had that horrific half against, I think it was Astralis when they only got like 1 or 2 rounds on the CT side and got completely rolled, which was kind of surprising. You know, we thought Astralis, yeah, they're specialists on it, but not to that degree. So I'm hoping maybe there's a little more that Na'Vi have to bring to this matchup. Yeah,
to touch on what you're saying about Kenny and him being, you know, such an influence on this dates back to Cologne 2014, where he dropped 24 frags or more so in the first half versus Vox Eminor, beating them 16-1, I believe.
How many frags did you have there,
Who was, how'd you do?
I had 4.
That's not bad.
Yeah, Top Gun only had 2.
You probably got those 4 kills in the 1 round you won, though.
Probably.
Yeah.
You're an
I
impact
did have the only star there, so...
You are the MVP.
You were the key to the victory.
Yeah.
To the single of 15.
But I think a really important and integral part of the CT defense for Titan, not Titan, wow.
God bless.
G2.
Your mind is like time travel.
For G2 is
Spiral.
shocks.
Yep.
Now, if you watch the way that he plays this map, he is the swing. He goes to ramp, he throws a nade for MBK, he drops under, he might go outside on the rafter assisting Kenny. He makes all of the decisions. Now, the interesting thing of this is he's the in-game leader of the team, so he's dictating. He might not necessarily need to tell everyone else what to do because he slots himself in wherever he sees it to be needed. And they're even, you know, I've seen them do the double AWP on this map as well. You know, he brings it up at ramp, Kenny AWPs outside. But he has to have a good game because what he does is influence or rotate around to make the situations more difficult for the T's or to counter what they've been doing, right? So if he's making bad reads and bad calls and getting caught off guard, they're in a 4v5 situation pretty much off the bat. So he's going to be extremely influential in this match, and it's something that Na'Vi are going to have to deal with, you know, trying to be slow and find out where he is in every single round because it's always somewhere different.
I mean, the cool thing about this match to me as well is, you know, you have Kenny and Guardian, you have Simple and Shocks. You have 4 players that at one point in time in Counter-Strike history have been considered the best player. The top player.
Yeah.
Which is insane, the amount of skill we're going to have in the server. They do only just have a couple players in the server, so we're going to have a little bit of time to roll with this.
Okay, cool.
So let's have a good time.
So just like a broad sweeping kind of synopsis of G2 is the way that they like to approach the game, or the way it seems is, obviously they're bringing more strategy and stuff in. That's what we've seen over this team's development. It looks like that they've been going to that online. But in more recent times, they've been rolling back the years to bring in the Force Spies and be more aggressive. And the reason they can do that is because they're such a talented roster. They just do their 4-1 pack rolls, and they just go for fights, and they take you down, and they swarm you. They don't give you a chance. Now, the interesting thing in this matchup is Na'Vi is known for the opposite on their T side. You know, they're methodical, they're spread out, they're waiting for the CTs to make the decisions, waiting to see what they do, waiting out their utility, making a calculated decision. It's going to be really interesting to see like how those sides clash, because the pace being dictated by G2 on the CT side of both Nuke and Overpass can be negated pretty well by Na'Vi's well-structured default strategies. So that's where the battle, the clash is really going to come to a head, and I don't know. It's going to be who's hitting shots, right? Yeah. The CTs can step on out and make the headshots, and the T's can't do anything about it. They're going to have a rough time with their default. That
swarming G2 attack, it's going to be like a flashback to the great Emu War of the 1930s.
Did we confirm whether that was real or
real.
not?
I guess it's
That's
real.
a real thing.
Real?
Chad was a little disappointed, I feel, to find that out, that his country actually had to battle the emus.
How do you feel about his pronunciation of that? Is it
emus. I can't believe he said emus.
We don't have these animals where I come from.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Point,
Thanks, guys.
Well, you wanted us to help you out there, but
I did actually a little bit.
You decided to bully me about emus, and we have an anti-bullying policy going on right now.
We need to talk about this anti-bullying policy.
Cards. I want to see physical cards now, to be fair.
We need physical cards.
Yeah, Mitch will be the commissioner. Yeah, he is kind of our commissioner.
But that's only for worms, though, isn't it, surely? Does it then bleed through onto anything else? I thought he was only the commissioner for worms. Does that apply to...
Maybe for
life? I don't know.
For life?
Yeah. Henry and Chad have been kind of fragile lately with the bullying thing.
Right.
It's gone a little bit too far, I feel, this anti-bullying campaign. I just keep hearing that in my head just every 10 seconds.
It's like an open mic on the casting desk, so you
it
hear
would be
what
great.
we hear. I don't know if it would be, but
sometimes we just think we're dreaming, don't we? But
or
nightmare.
Nightmare.
We're still here. Do you want to talk more about Counter-Strike, or do you want to have more fun, Jason? I'm happy to have fun.
I would like to have fun.
Okay.
What have you got for me, Chad? Because you're looking at a Counter-Strike webpage right now, so I feel like
I was trying to make it Counter-Strike
trying to find a way
fun.
to combine the fun. If you had to make a prediction, because we don't do them for matches, if we had to do the VP versus SK soccer game.
Okay, here we go. Now we're talking.
Now we're talking. Who do you think is going to win that? The question becomes: is it actually like a 5-on-5 game, or is it like 3-on-3?
Are coaches involved?
Didn't they say 6-on-6?
Yeah, you can throw some coaches in there. Is it 6-on-6?
I think that's what they said.
So coaches involved. Listen, VP's got a lot of big human beings that are just going to be like tough to really stop.
I can imagine
But SK no Neymar. They'll just call him up. Be like,
Imagine the
"Look,
brand.
Fly in
Get
real
it over.
quick.
Imagine the brand of Polish soccer, though, or football. I can see it being very ruthless, aggressive.
Right? What are you trying to say here, Chad?
the brand of Brazilian soccer that we've always been told is like, beautiful. It's very fluid, very stylistic. It's pretty to watch and everything. But I mean, these are not, professional soccer players. These are, esports professionals. I'm not quite sure that we can bust this out.
Wasn't Kogu like trying to be a professional soccer player?
I'm not sure, to be honest with you.
Oh, I thought you were old enough to remember that kind of stuff.
I mean, I remember Kogu. I did beat him in a match.
Oh, was it
actually,
Kiku?
at the CPL.
Nice.
Just
Could've been
dropping that.
Kiku.
What's up?
Could have been Kiku.
It could have been. Could have been one of them.
Yeah.
Holden, one of the old U.S. players, was actually playing for the U.S. national team in the World Cup a few cups back. Till he blew out his knee like 3 times.
Oh,
That's always
good.
fun. Yeah, good ending to that story.
Nice
it's
memories,
a bright
guys.
spot.
Yeah. That's where he ruined everything. And moving on.
Yeah.
Do we have any graphics we can throw up on the screen to help?
So,
Do you think, Jason?
so what are we waiting on? Is it players?
Yeah,
just
it's
taking
players.
their
It's
time?
players that we're waiting on right now.
Nice.
So
I
tweet
love
at the
that.
players,
Yeah.
not us.
No one ever
It's a
would do
vicious cycle, isn't it?
It is a little bit of a vicious cycle. It's all right though. We always have a good time on this.
That. Yeah. Well,
Task.
we can talk about the talent being announced for IM Sydney.
Yes, we are happy to announce that the IM City talent has been
Is that a
put out on
lifeline?
Twitter. It's I'm going to take that one away. I'm going to roll with it. All of us here at the ESL Pro League broadcast have been announced as the Sydney talent. We also have Yanko coming in. We got Sponge's boy Sniper is going to be on the analyst desk with some one of the other Australian legends.
Back from the Vox days.
Back from the Vox days. And then who was the reporter they have there? He's apparently like a commentator for like console games mostly, but like the Australian scene loves him.
Lawrence, save me.
Miles Ross.
Yeah,
Miles
thank you.
Ross. Yeah,
Mitch will be the desk host.
Mitch will.
Yep.
No, yeah, he will.
Yep.
He will be the desk
Yeah,
host.
he will be. And who else we got? Is
Big
there anyone
OJ.
else?
And
Oh,
big
OJ
OJ
Borg.
Borg. Orange
Big
juice is in the
dog.
house.
How can we
OJ.
forget about OJ? Oh, you
can't.
want to jump out of an airplane?
I do want to jump out of an airplane. We are going to do that. There's
You're
a
gonna
nice
do
there's
that.
a nice little spot where they take you up 14,000 feet. You hop out. It's over one of the beaches.
Okay.
Apparently you can spot like animals and wildlife in the water as you do it. So we're going to try and get some players up there as well.
My biggest fear for doing this, I would like to do it, but is the potential bad weather. I don't really want to skydive in rain.
I don't think they let you skydive in rain.
Okay, well then your money might be going down the drain, Jason. Because
Well, I guess we'll have to look at the cancellation policy, wouldn't we?
give him a call.
This is becoming very practical.
Get on the dog and bone.
I like it.
What else can we talk about that's cool?
I feel like we could have gone to the skydiving thread for another minute or so.
There was more.
Lauren
There
didn't
was
like
definitely
that.
more
There
there.
was way more there, but. So
I ruined it.
Yeah, a little bit, Chad.
What would you recommend we do in Australia when we're there? If we're not, let's say it rains. Let's say we can't do skydiving. What's the next best activity?
It's Sydney. It's not my neck of the woods.
Okay.
But you can go see the Sydney Opera House.
Okay, yeah.
You could do the bridge walk.
That always looks cool.
You could walk the Sydney Harbour Bridge.
Is there anything to that outside of walking over a bridge?
Probably
You
looks alright.
have to be strapped to the bridge, I believe.
Oh, okay,
just
so
walking
it's like
across
it's not
it,
just
you
like
walk
walking
over the structure, the bridge itself.
That could be cool.
Very
Yeah.
exciting.
A lot of things that have to do with heights that we're throwing out.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You don't like animals per se, and I know Lawrence
I
loves
enjoy animals.
spiders.
I just don't want
If
to die to a
anyone
spider.
I
is
enjoy
coming,
animals
if
very
anyone
much.
is coming to IEM Sydney, and they want an autograph or they want a photo with either of you, I think make sure you bring a plastic spider.
Don't do that.
Because it would be fantastic to see the reactions of
Don't do
both of you
that.
as the
Why'd
selfie
you do
comes
that?
in with a little spider.
Don't do that.
When I vacationed
You're
in
horrible.
Cambodia, they have deep fried tarantulas.
Okay.
So I've been face to face with a creepy looking
deep-fried-
spider. Even dead, it's
you try it?
unnerving. Absolutely not. Well, right next to the spider was a deep fried scorpion, and right next to the scorpion was a deep fried snake, all on the same kebab stick. And
What scares you about spiders?
They can kill me.
Which spiders, Lauren, do you think can kill you?
Funnel web.
Yeah,
They
that'll
sound
do.
deadly.
That'll do. Any of them. Any
so
of
just
the
one
ones that
spider
look a bit
that
deadly.
is very unlikely that you will see.
But the point is, they can kill me. I should be scared of it.
What
It's
is the
silly
other one
not
that you
to be
always tell
scared
us?
of it.
It's
The redback.
The
I think you
redback.
guys call it the black widow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
But isn't the red spot on the belly? It's not, on
Not
the
in
back.
Australia, it's on the back.
So everything really is upside down over there. Great.
Yeah, and the toilets do flush the other way.
Chad would know.
That feels like
So much
that
about
feels
plumbing.
not true.
That is not true.
Okay.
Yeah, so a redback spider is not going to kill an adult.
All right.
It's going to give you a red rash. You're going to have a really bad time.
I think it's the idea.
It just
more
doesn't
than
thrill
more
Telling
than
me.
actually
you
being.
guys should be more worried about the snakes.
I don't mind snakes. Little danger noodles.
There was so many places that
Yeah,
could have
I know.
gone.
I was about to go
So many
somewhere.
places that
Thankfully,
could have
Sadicus interjected in
You
my
know
brain.
what is I can save us right now, and this amazing thing
Really?
that we're doing with the fantasy league.
Oh yeah,
Ooh,
we
the
can actually talk
fantasy
about fantasy.
I don't know if it's physically possible for production to throw up the fantasy graphic that we have. But I mean, he's also gonna have it on screen if you can just pull it off
No,
there.
probably don't do that. It's never a safe bet.
Yeah, we know what
You
Chad's
closed
been
all your
looking at
tabs.
recently.
What have we got here? I think Lauren is still on top, but Shazam did some good work for us yesterday.
Jason, every time we talk about fantasy, you have to make innuendo, don't you? I've hit F11,
I'm in
and
innuendo?
we can
Let's have
bring
a
it
little-
away.
Yeah, I'm still on top.
Oh. Ah, yeah. I walked right into that, didn't I?
Yep.
You and on top of the Danger Noodles.
So, off of last night's matches, I had several Misfits players in my team,
Yep.
and I've climbed. I'm
Yeah,
catching
you
up
have.
to Lauren.
You're not winning yet, though.
No, but
So-
a huge turnaround based off Jason's favorite player, Shazam.
Yeah, he had a very good
Getting
evening,
a
didn't
lot
he?
done, and I think it actually helped Hank a bit. He's still on the bottom,
Still by a fair amount.
but it's good to see him climbing little bits
I
at a
think
time.
the more embarrassing thing about Henry being last and Uber being second to last is the fact that I don't think Machine has changed his
No, he's
roster
not.
in
Let's
probably
have a
like
look.
2
Let's
months.
have a, yeah, let's see. No, he's definitely
He's
not.
only got 4 players and he hasn't changed his roster.
He's done the Chad strat.
It's a good strategy.
He's been committed
It's
to
not
that,
that.
as well.
I feel like it's not that good.
These are really safe picks, though, because you're going to always expect within the North American region these 3 guys to get some frags.
Yeah, he's just gone complete safety net. That's fine. It's done all right for him.
So the issue that we have here, Lauren, is I believe that you
Yeah.
have Simple and Guardian, and I also have Simple and Guardian.
Yeah, so it's going to kind of...
Yeah, these
double out.
players don't matter because we're going to have the same amount of points after
Yep.
this week. It's just how Dupree, your favorite
They're not
player,
playing,
not doing
again,
fantastic for you.
It's North and Immortals.
Yeah, so I have Magics and you have Config, so let's hope that
Again-
my player does better than yours,
Config's got that.
and I can take first place.
I think Immortals are playing again this week, if I'm not mistaken. I don't actually know the NA schedule off by heart.
Check out. Let's check out Sadicus roster. He's in 3rd.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Let's check out a bit of what Matt's up to. God, we really are waiting on players, aren't we? This is getting...
This is a hot wait.
yeah.
Okay, so he picked Cutler.
Oh, God, that went very
CLG,
poorly.
I don't think they've
Wait,
played
he
yet.
picked Cutler, who played against Immortals? So CLG played Immortals.
Have they played yet?
Well, this is the schedule for tonight. I believe it is
All
over
right.
in North America. So CLG's
So-
taking on Complexity. I've got my boy Kusa in the lineup. So
Kusa
there's
would be
there's a
one.
there's a
Yeah.
pretty good fantasy farming for him.
Mm-hmm.
And then NRG versus Rush. I've got Peter on NRG.
Huh.
And there's another good fantasy
I'll
farming.
bring up yours. You were explaining how you did the online strategy by
Oh,
picking
yeah,
players,
absolutely.
and these are your words, picking
Straight up.
players who can only compete on the internet, I believe you
Okay.
said.
Wow.
I mean, now you're just
Well,
trying to make this
that's-
sound a little bit harsh.
That's a little strong.
Oh, wait,
Yeah, on those notes, since we're trying to, I mean, here's your anti-bullying campaign, just not following your own rules. We're going to send it over to the most devious of all Worms players. It's Henry G and his sidekick Sadicus.
I actually don't play Worms. It's the worst $30 I've ever spent in my life. If I've ever seen an overpriced game, that is it.
Want to talk about Counter-Strike at all?
Nah,
Or just Worms?
that's another overpriced game.
I think it's pretty cheap for all things considered. What, $10? No,
Free to play.
you want it free to play.
That's what it should be.
Well, you don't have to pay to watch. You can actually just tune in and
You
watch us
should have
talk
to pay
about
to
it.
watch. I think the game should be free to play and pay-per-view to watch.
Okay, fair enough. A new approach to the Counter-Strike viewing
Hey man,
strategy
all
there.
these productions don't come cheap.
Well, it's G2 versus Na'Vi here on Nuke. A nice matchup coming in here. I think this is definitely going to be quite an exciting one. We've also got Guardian in amazing form right now going up against the likes of Kenny S and Shoxy as well. Nuke, a very good map for G2, I have to say. It seems one of their much stronger ones in the map pool right now. And we are going live as well. It's going to be a CT start for Na'Vi by the looks of things. That's a little bit more beneficial, I would say. It's not overly CT biased at this point, but it's still slightly favored towards them, I think. And we're going to have a look at the buys coming in for G2 as we get into this pistol round. 5 sets of armor. Lots of teams opting for rushes in the upper bomb set these days. Maybe towards ramp as well. You can try and overwhelm that one player in the ramp position, get towards lower as fast as you possibly can. Seed has got the defuse kit and a smoke grenade as well.
Hey, Pex. I'm going up to the roof early on. Potential to bust out skylights, but I've not heard any
4
broken
players
glass.
around.
This is going to be a full push. Flamey's going to go first. They'll think he's alone. The others will bust in and go for the trades. Flamey getting a kill before even going down. I take that back. It was simple. Will at least be traded and avenged. That's the plan. It works. Simple's going to go for more. He's got 3 already in the pistol round. Look at the bomb. He doesn't see it. But it's problematic because G2 has to go back and grab that at some point in time. Guardian, good shot on Apex, chance to close the round here and now. He'll get tagged up, puts Kenny in a position where Guardian repeaks it. I was going to say Simple could wrap around.
Yeah, it didn't really make sense for Guardian to repeat that, but he went for it and managed to land the headshot there. So 4 players in round from the CT side to kick off the round there. And Simple, aggressive, of course, towards the round from him. He finds 3 kills in total, looked very calm. Didn't seem to actually break a sweat whatsoever. So 1-0 for Na'Vi, and everything's shut down there as G2 tried to make their way towards the round for him. It's going to be a force buy return, though. Tech-9s, 4 of those, and a little CZ for MBK as well. They have 1 smoke to work with. That goes towards outside. It's taking vision away, and I think that's a bit of a ruse. They're heading towards lobby here and maybe ending up towards ramp, where Flamey is waiting with the UMP. Good grenade about to come in.
A great grenade. A little bit deep, actually. Went through them. But Flamey's ready, drops down. They're just going to jump into his gun. I think he had a few bullets left in that magazine.
No, he had to reload.
Did
I got my screen.
Okay, I didn't quite. It was on the screen, too. I just didn't pay attention.
Oh, okay.
So don't worry. But either way, he did go down. And they'll have to be careful of the fact that they're going to get pushed through. Turnpike, Simple wasn't ready for that at all. He wasn't anticipating the fact that Shox would be so close. He gets taken back by Guardian, and Kenny, already making it downstairs, will try and bust out the vent. Surprise them inside. Done so. Grabs a UMP. Chance in this round. 2 versus 2 as well as the bomb. Just getting into the lower bomb site. In position now.
Yeah, the French side, so good with these Tech-9s. Bomb goes down, no kits available for the CTs, and another kill coming in. Edward tries to get on the vents there, and he's going to be met by Kenny S. Up to Guardian now. Can't really do much about this. Has to find his kills very quickly. I think he's going to opt to save the M4. He knows he's out of this one. There's no reason for the T's to really do anything at this point. Let's make him fire some shots, give away his position, run down the timer, and kill him in the end. Kenny S will pick it up, and G2 fight back in the second round now. A little ramp rush, pushing for the smoke as well. We thought it was going to be tied up after Flamey got the first 2 kills, but then the Tech-9, they always seem to prevail, and here's the replay of Simple pushing the ramp, and the third shot especially was very nice indeed. There it is.
Yeah. Crispy, as you would say.
Indeed.
How do you like your bacon?
I don't eat bacon, so...
Why do you not eat bacon?
I don't eat pork.
Oh, right. I knew that. I'm sorry.
But
bacon's not pork. It's bacon.
yeah, it's true. It's a different product.
Yeah. Bacon is on its own, and it has its own food group.
Bit of maple syrup on there.
Yeah, maple syrup also having its own food group. And then strawberry milkshake. That's the other food group no one knows about.
Specifically strawberry.
Yes. Navi's done well here with these pistols. Hang on. We could have a back and forth affair. An affair that goes 2 ways.
Yeah, well, this is a CSGO in a nutshell right now, isn't it? The pro scene, especially at this level, always forcing back, and it seems the pistols and the scouts prevail every single time. We have a player dropping out. It's on the Na'Vi side, and it's in threesome, so not a big deal. We'll get straight back into it. So G2, I'll have a look at their cash as well. They've actually got enough to buy. They've got Kenny S, who can afford the AWP. So if they were going to force, that would make a lot of sense. The orb comes in, of course it does, and he'll be surrounded by UMPs, Tech-9s, maybe a Shox AK by the looks of things as well. They'll be looking to go towards outside, and they wouldn't be up against an orb, but Guardian's got the scout, and he can cause some damage there. If he gets a couple of tags, he's got backup as well, which is likely. He wouldn't be on the scout outside by himself, I don't think. Maybe a player on the catwalk to back him up. Flame with a decent spawn. He plays towards a ramp for him. Maybe he can go towards Secret. We'll see what he decides to do. Guardian up against Kenny S. Now the final buy comes in. 2 Tech-9s. Well, Deagle and a Tech-9, a UMP, and Shoxy on the AK with no head armor.
Kenny, AWP gonna head over toward the ramp room. Oh, wow. That is about as good as you get. Actually, I like to see it.
Yeah.
I'm not sadokistic for nothing. Perfectly placed nade. Straight in the gonads. Actually, it was closer to his feet, but that's not as exciting, is it, Henry?
It's not.
No, definitely not. They're set and ready for this crossfire over toward ramp, so they've got to be careful walking in. Flamey's backed off early, but Simple aligned. We'll take down 2 as soon as they walk through. It's Kenny that gets the response back, but bomb temporarily held in its place as Flamey still to contest with as it does head to the lower bomb site. Or will it? Because Shock's perfect position will take Guardian. That opens up hell. Even though he backed off for that exact position, no one was watching Outer. Seems to try to flank. MBK finds him. It's suddenly turned around, and they can go anywhere they like. Flamey knows it. He's going to try and capitalize. Kenny was looking, not quite posted up with the op in such a way that he could take the shot, but now it's all about just getting the bomb down.
Yeah, they might be able to do it as well. Flamey's in towards the lobby, but unfortunately, he can't actually get to the touch just yet. But Edward striking. It's going to come down to the 1v1 as MBK fights back as well. Flamey up against 2. MBK and Kenny S.
Shoved through. It's tight. Ooh, tight angle, and Flamey hitting the harder shot on Kenny, and then gets repeaked by MBK when he wasn't ready for it. Another bullet would have done it.
So the force buy once again comes out on top, and presumably Na'Vi did the same. That money's not great, but oh, there it is. Edward's gone all in. He gets the UMP. This one should subside at this point. It's very unlikely the CTs win this round. Have a look at that buy. 2 Deagles and a UMP. CTs on a CZ as well. Simple. I guess he has to be the danger man going to this round. We said it many times before. He's one of the absolute best players in the world. If ever there was a time to step up, this would be it. A chance to get back into the game. And Simple will be heading towards lower, potentially going towards that secret area as well. See if he can find players. Oh, using smokes right now to get outside. Simple is indeed heading to secret. Can he find anything from this?
Indeed. He's going to get out in a position of timing. Smokes are down, the wall's there, but there's no one in behind the red crate, no one pushing into his position or countering off his position, I should say.
Yeah, he's been very patient at this point. They are down towards lower, though.
Good play from Edward. Spots the feet. Apex walks in. Edward can't line it up, but that cue's Simple in. Edward drops down. He tries to change and catch them off, but doesn't work. And Simple, he stayed alive long enough to get one more. The important part is he has the bomb, but digged up through the edge of the wall, smoked off as well. Bomb's now gone back into the hands of those trying to plant it upper, and they'll rotate around. Guardian with the Deagle heads over towards Simple, but it's Flamey that goes up the ladder, and I do believe Guardian's going to try and go all the way around to Lobby, which is ambitious at this point in time, I have to say. Simple's been hurt as well. Body definitely heard him jumping up from the AC, hence why he's set and ready with the Tech 9, but he's aimed well high. Simple's able to walk in and get the jump. Not only that, he takes down Shocks and MBK and Hut. As soon as he's spotted, doesn't even need to be. Guardian just walks in.
Well, we said this is the point where the game calms down. Very unlikely that Na'Vi can find anything with 1 M4 and some Deagles, but we said Simple, the danger man. He gets 4 kills in total. The defuse comes in as well, and the bomb going down suggests GT will force back in return as well. The idea behind this is the loss bonus. You don't want to accumulate, really. You don't want Na'Vi to build up cash. You have to keep applying the pressure, and we'll see whether G2 do subscribe to that mentality. They're thinking about it. They've got about 2,500 per player, so Shox has gone all in, and they will indeed be forcing 3 Tech 9s, 4 now, MBK with the UMP as well. This is one of those crazy games, very difficult to analyze the tactical approach to it, because every round is going to be based on loose calls and trying to find picks with these Tech 9s and be smoking in into a basic approach in upper. You can see Shox using the smoke. They'll take vision away from the vent. Might just be baiting out that he's made it down there. Very difficult round for them, but if there was a team to make things happen with the Tech 9s, G2 would be out.
Guardian will take down Apex. You're certainly right, G2 are it. I think the eco round is their specialty. Unfortunately, pistols were not in their quarterfinal against FaZe. Could have been a very different outcome to the entire tournament if they'd even won 1 pistol in that series, Henry. To be fair. Seized will put down Shocks. Na'Vi looking good all right now.
That should
good
be
all
it.
right. They're looking good all right. By the way, G2's schedule for the rest of this season is daunting. So they've had an incredible comeback coming from last place to win, I think it was 8 games in a row, and put themselves well into the playoff positions. But now they play Na'Vi, VP, Fnatic, and Astralis, I think, is their last 4 teams to play. So it's not like it's easy in the way. Don't quote me on that, but it's in that realm of tier team and skill level. So they've got a tough little end of the year for them.
We'll see whether they can bounce back after the rough start to the season as well. It wasn't looking promising at all, but obviously with the star ladder, we saw what they're capable of at least, and looking to replicate that form going forward. This should be an eco for them. We did take a tactical pause at that stage. It's going to be the first full eco of the game by the looks of things. G2 now, second day DOS bonus, they got about 3k in the bank. They can buy up next round. It'd be an absolute nightmare to force into this one. It's very unlikely they decide to do that, but stranger things have certainly happened. We'll see what they decide to do here. Deagle comes out. This will be the more conservative approach. Some Deagles, maybe P250s, a couple of smokes, just try and get towards ramp. Objective, get the bomb down. That'll be all they're really aiming for here. But no AWP for Guardian as of yet. He actually hasn't had that weapon at all. It's been Kenny S that's ordered it a couple of times and managed to win a round from it. But for now, Na'Vi looking to get the 5-2. We're extending this pause a little bit here. It's a strange, it must be more technical than tactical at this stage. It's not really a point for GT to spend this much time discussing their ideas. It's going to be very limited for them, round number 7. Deagle and Glocks for now. So, Na'Vi just trying to keep 5 players alive. If 1 player goes down, it's actually not the end of the world, because that means Guardian can get an AWP, drop his M4 over, and that's when the game really begins.
I didn't begin yet.
Not really, because we haven't had a full gun round.
Ah, okay.
So that's when really,
They all count, Henry.
I know, but I mean, like in terms of
I
like I
know,
said,
I know.
my tactical side of it and analyzing it for you, it's very difficult when it's just running around to Tech 9s. Everyone's just
There's a hole in the crotch of my pants.
is that.
Time to throw these ones out, I think.
So final buy comes in. 3 Peter 50s, Deagle, no nades. Means they'll probably rush up here. There we go. Body's leading the charge. Mowed down, but Shox just find a kill and return.
Yeah, pretty straightforward. Seized in good position. Far as you can go over to the left now on those vents, no longer being able to drop, or excuse me, sit above, squeak in, drop down quickly. Kenny will wait at lobby, why not? He'll do it because he Kenny.
Well, they have managed to get an AK here. That's in the hands of Apex. As you can see, he's actually managed to make his way beneath Heaven. Could find Flamey here. Comes down to the timings. You can see him kind of changing his focus towards the ramp, and Apex does indeed find him. 3-on-3 now. A chance for G2.
Edward, tight position at this doorway. He's going to try and get to the site. Instead, somehow survives that because he takes the dink on the initial exchange. And Kenny goes down. Apex, though, has good position to try and use the AC vent, or rather entrance to Heaven to his advantage. He's already jumped up, made his way in. No armor, aim punch, significant factor. So to our headshots, if he can dish them out from the AK-47, however, so. See if that's something to work with. Didn't quite see where the nade came through the smoke. Taken out immediately by Seized, who then goes back to the door and greets Shox.
Navi 5-2. Got a bit dicey there as Apex found the AK-47 and a couple of frags. But this should be, like I said, the first full buy now for either side. Guardian brings out the NWP as he drops over his M4 as well. And Edward down to just the SMG, but not a big deal. Kenny has a very good spawn. So the options with a good spawn, squeaky door, open that up as fast as you can, try and find the player coming in from main entrance, or just go and straight up challenge outside. We'll see what he opts for here. Actually looks like he's heading towards the silo here. Or is this sort of set smoke? We're using the spawn. His teammates are going very quickly towards outer.
Simple's waiting in a perfect position. It's a great position, but it also means he's got to strike while the iron's hot and capitalize inside of the smokes, which takes a risk of knowing what's on the other side, rather not knowing as he gets MBK. Kenny now knows that, all right, you've covered off secret for me, part of my job done. I'll start to look and make sure that we can cover off the drop down inside events instead, as Simple wants to make that approach. They're down a man still. Simple takes Kenny. That's going to make things a lot more difficult, but Apex's rotation back toward the stairwells of decon could be timely. Not only that, Shox is lurking, found by Guardian. There's really not much entrance. Was that through the door?
I think it was.
Just for the sake of it. Just spraying it. Why not? It's Apex to do some decent work, though. However, it's now down to Body. He's got one bomb still planted. Somehow they pulled this back, despite the shots through this board, despite it all starting off, but Body can't find the kill. He's on the defuse. He's going to hold it down, and Body's lost it.
Oh, it's so frustrating when that happens. As soon as you start spraying, you don't find a hit in the initial, 10 bullets. You start panicking a little bit. You know, the time's ticking down and you have 5 seconds available to you. And Body can't find the frag. And now they extend that lead now to 6-2 after G2 looking pretty promising overall in that round, managing to get towards Secret, but Simple finds MBK as the last player. Simple with great patience and awareness at that point, just to wait for that last player to come sneaking down the back, takes him down. It was a very difficult round for G2 after that one, especially that wallbang from Guardian through the decon door. We'll get into round number 9. Osborne is starting to help out here for G2. It's going to be 4th stage for them, and the bomb going down as well allows them to get 5 AKs. Lacking utility, as you can see, MBK and Apex low, but a nice boost above the smoke here. Gives Apex some vision, looking to find the first frag, but Guardian a little faster than that to take him down.
MBK. Oh, did he not? Surely, okay, Kenny did. I thought he saw his foot sticking around the corner. Little baby toe, Henry. Little baby toe. Down to the side goes Flamey. He's on 9 HP. He's got to be very careful on Body's approach. Not to get bodied. Certainly didn't. Good shot from Flamey indeed on the M4.
3-on-2 now. Kenny S did find Seized, and you can see Flamey is low, and Kenny S very proficient with the rifle. He's known for his AWP, but so far he's found all the kills for G2 with the AK-47. Now a 2-on-2, which I'd say favors the French side, all things considered. They have more HP, a smoke to work with, and 45 seconds as well. Guardian by himself on the upper side, but G2 Shox has walked into his crosshair there. Up to Kenny now. He needs the ace to win this round.
He needs the ace to win the round. He's only got to find 2, so it's doable as he gets in through the window, finds the headshot on Guardian. Bomb grabbed, 9 HP on Flamey, vent closed. But Kenny walking into the vent, drops down, misses the shot because the axis, it's straight down, he's off to the right. Kenny came so close to 5, he only gets 4.
So close yet so far. That was sick from Kenny as well. 4 big kills, and it looked like he had that around tight as well.
The panic too, as soon as he busts out, oh dead.
The thing is, anyone is not 100% aware, if you're falling down in CS, you lose your accuracy. And that scenario, though, you'd think you'd get a bit lucky. Just 1 bullet, he fired like maybe 5 before he drops down. Just one of them had to hit. He wins the round. 4 kills, not finding it. That's going to be a bitter pill to swallow. But he does get a lot of money for that in total. So he gets the AWP, and Guardian has spotted him. Gives away his position at least. So a chance for either or to make something happen here. There's one player on towards Silo as well. Guardian will be focusing towards that area for now. Double orb set up on the CT side. It's an interesting approach. Can be very difficult to retake bomb sites, but if you get other kills before that, maybe it's not such a big deal.
Guardian. Oh, timing is everything. Peeks out, spots Apex. Try and find another. That is ridiculous. I think there's some GoTV embellishment in that because that was so fast we didn't even see shocks. And Kenny S will sit inside of the big garage. Flash goes in. He actually does find Guardians. That works out. Body above, gets Flamey back. Unfortunately, he lost Kenny in that time.
3 on 1. Body of 50 HP. Position given away. Edward waiting for him in the upper rafters as well. This is an almost impossible round 4 body. Caesar's there and the CT vent as well. Has got the bomb and a smoke and a Molotov to work with it, but what are his options? He has to find a frag first. He knows that as well. So unfortunately for him, Seized holding that wider angle there, making the challenge towards main entrance, takes him down, and Guardian hitting some fantastic shots there, I have to say. Very impressive indeed. And his Flamey's POV when Kenny dropped down the vents, I believe.
Look, Kenny jumps in. Yeah, this is when he first peeked it. Kenny had no idea, didn't he? And like you say, you'd think it'd be one random bullet, but he was also looking slightly left. And as he looked straight down, he would have had to turn his mouse as well to get over toward him.
Well, this looks like a partial buy. It's actually a little bit more oil in than I like. They have got maximum loss bonus, keep about 1,500. At least have a buy available. They've gone very quickly down towards Secret here, but Simple, he's waiting for them. He should be able to gun most of them down. There's 2, looking for the 3rd as well. Nails it. Good work by Simple.
Good work indeed.
That should be the round tied up here. 4 kills. Simple looking for the ace. Down to 11 HP, but might just find it. Shox gets the better of him just there as well. But the objective for them on this partial buy, try to get the bomb down here. And if he maybe just rushed it at that point, he could have had a chance, but it doesn't look like it'll be possible at this stage. Might want another kill. That's a nice shot to take on Edward, but his days are numbered.
Shox tries to get back above. Can't do it. Turns around though, does get seized. This is reasonable. Now he's got position, but he's run out of HP in the end, Henry. Not always a good thing to run out of. It doesn't really conducive to winning rounds.
He does a lot of damage to their economy. You can see the rebuys on your screen right now. After that, it's going to be Edward with no cash left over, and Simple very low as well, down to 0. So those 3 kills are actually very beneficial to Shox. He doesn't win the round, sure, but if G2 pick up 1 now, he could force him into an eco. So that's actually very good indeed. 9-2, like I said, maximum loss bonus. And then some. I think it's 7 rounds in a row so far in favor of Navi. 9-2. Another full buy here. Very good boost. This is nice to chuck in once a half. Flame will be going up this time. His teammate probably going down towards lower. And Apex is actually snuck down towards Secret as well. So Wall of Smoke's working out for him. Sees a nice angle. And he gets blocked by the smoke slightly. No one dying, but Shox taking significant damage.
Apex already inside of the fence. We'll bust it out. No one on the inside of the ramp. Seized gets Apex down. Rotating back in. That's why I'm scared to take out the vents, but that allows them to go upper. They know one's gone below. They've cleared the rafters. This is an open upper bomb site, which, despite being a man down, is something to work with. Nuke, we know, is very hard to retake. Kenny. He's going to sit and make sure front door is covered off as well. That'll let the others inside of the site, the other 2, put more focus on positions such as this and Hut. Simple already above, though, with a flash out. Going to try and find an angle in toward the site. Kenny getting seized down back to 3s. Smokes off 2 teammates. Simple has no way in. Kenny's going to get aggressive. Good find from Simple, though, over the box to get Shox in the corner. He's still searching, though, and Body's going to find one in return. But it's this man that they're trying to find, a 1 versus 1, and Kenny makes it through the window, through the smoke as well. I don't think Simple's gonna be ready for this at all. Kenny, perfect positioning, nicely played.
Well, finally, G2 gets something on the board here. They haven't actually posted a single gun round as of yet, and we did say if they win that one, that's actually massive for them going forward. The Na'Vi economy was in a weak position there. So it's 9-3. Kenny S once again finding multiple frags in that round, and a 1v1 versus Simple as well. Held his nerve and managed to take down that final AWP shot as well. We get into round number 13. There is a force buy for Na'Vi here. Probably would have been double eco regardless. So they managed to get an AWP on Guardian. He's the only player with residual cash there. So he gets the AWP out, and he's the sort of player that can make things happen all by himself. He goes towards Secret this time as well, and that's where G2 are heading. So he could be very dangerous in this one. One player's made out on the vent side as well, I believe. So this is going to be almost impossible for him. Let's see if he can step up. Nails the first shot. Shox is waiting for him, though.
Good shot, Kenny, indeed. Guardian goes down. Simple will rotate back toward the big garage. Incredibly, Na'Vi without much weapons and money, considering how many rounds they've won, but they're also finding kills in this. Simple finds yet another. Kenny's missed his shot on the vents, gets stuck on the doorway. Edward takes him down, stays alive in this as well. He's gonna go back around the corner, try and get the shots in. Ammo gone, Shox down yet again. Na'Vi in a position to steal a round away for all intents and purposes. But Body's in good, whoa, I was hoping he was gonna continue with that. He's in good position, he's got a Molotov. They don't have kits. Spots one already takes it. This is his round to lose. Edward's gonna face him. Headshot would do it, but Body's ready. And he'll hold on. I know you're a fan of Body.
I am. I think he's an awesome CS player. Not the flashiest, but one of the smartest, I think, playing his role. And that's a nice 2v1 versus him. Disciplined, didn't give too much away. Got the information with the sound cues as to where they were going. He nails that first shot, and like you said, it's his round to lose at that point. He knows it as well. Does everything he can to limit the options of the CT, making him commit to trying to take him down in the duel. And let's hit the second shot as well. This is G2 getting right back into this game. It was looking quite bleak for them at one point, but 9-4. Another full eco for Na'Vi here. P250s and USPs. That's about all they can bring to the table at round number 14. We're getting into the closing stages now of the first half. And if G2 get 9-6 here, which is very, very likely, we've actually got a decent half and still well within this game. So they know the money's low. That's why they're slowing things right down now. You can see Shoxy and Body patrolling towards Rampron, looking for any aggression there coming in from the CT side. No real stacks from the CTs. Haven't really got an objective here. Just hoping they can make these Deagles land some shots, but it's Shoxy to strike first as he takes down Flamey there. 5-on-4, and still just waiting for the reaction to come in.
We're all just in it for the reaction, Henry. That's what it's all about. Shots are going out. Body starts off by taking Guardian. Edward, however, will get shots back. He only finds 2. And it's G2 that end up winning the round to make their 5th. So they hold on to the end. They pull it back ever so slightly. And now they're making a half out of this. They're making a case for themselves.
Absolutely. 9-6 isn't a bad half at all, especially after losing the pistol. So they've done a good job. It was an interesting opening few rounds, the back and forth force buys, but Na'Vi came out on top. And since that round where Shoxy, like I said, found 3 kills, actually found them a few more, all things considered. But here we go then, the final round of the first half. 5-4s, no kits, very limited on utility as well. This should be a G2 round considering they have the AWP. We're slowing things down, but it's Simple who gets an opening challenge against Apex. No smoke down this time, and he finds the first kill.
Can't find the response. Kenny. Guardian will wait to see if they'll wrap all the way onto Catwalk. That's his plan. Sitting and waiting like a man in pub battlegrounds.
That didn't really make sense from Guardian. They've got this huge advantage, 5-on-3. He takes the duel there once again, but it looks like it's still going to be fine. Just 2 players remaining for G2 at this point. Edward gets 1. That's round secured. He can't do it though, so there's another turn to this round.
I like that they are wearing camo with a little bit of green for all the, you know, wildlife that grows in a nuclear reactor. As MBK gets the shot unseized.
This is a blunder.
Yeah, double face.
Yeah.
They need you, Henry. They need Jesus.
Henry Jesus.
Henry, oh my Jesus. It's a very Newfoundland expression. Oh my Jesus. Simple will go up the ladder behind. This is just checked. There's a Chance they wouldn't look right away, but MBK certainly was. They'll go 9-6. That's a great little comeback from G2.
A horror show of a round to finish it off for Na'Vi there as well. It's going to tilt them off the face of the planet. Guardian, he had the 5-on-3, decides to face, and the round falls apart. He could have fallen back towards VT, heaven, anything. We have a 5-on-3 when you're very limited in a round like that. Take the advantage for what it's worth. Well, there it is. Na'Vi do win the half, but it's bittersweet towards the end there. G2 certainly get back into this game. We'll take a quick break and see how the second half unfolds.
It was all Na'Vi to start things off. Looked convincing, winning, including that round, that a pistol round early on where it looked like they weren't going to be in it, Henry, and then all of a sudden they weren't in it anymore. It was all G2 to close out the half.
Yeah, that was a little bit shocking for Na'Vi to let a few of those rounds slip away there, but they still have the half victory. It's 9-6. They won the pistol, but that was quickly answered back by G2 as well. So still a decent half, I'd say, for both teams. Pistol in the second half could be very valuable, but G2 will switch over now to the CT side, and that's for Kenny S. He was looking great, especially the rifles as well, man, I have to say. Didn't do that much with the AWP. Won a big round for them, but overall, I thought his rifle was very impressive. 9-6, and have a look what G2 can do on their CT side. He'll be getting into this momentarily. But I don't know, G2 are very good on Nuke, and they had that rough start. That's always difficult to actually analyze this kind of games. The point I'm trying to make is in terms of like, oh, what can you really say about that first half? Well, if you have the first 7 rounds coming down to pistol force buys, you always feel a bit gutted in those best of ones. Kind of, okay, we didn't allow ourselves to actually play our game there. Gave away so many rounds because of our economic situation. Couldn't get our best players on the AWPs. We didn't have enough nades to actually properly execute. So you have to be very confident in game leader in terms of your team's skill with the pistol to actually make those decisions. Obviously, G2 are very capable, but it's always a difficult game in that respect. But let's get into it, shall we? 4 sets of armor and seized. He's got 2 flashbangs and a Molotov. So the Molotov presumably used for the hut position. He's actually going towards outside. So he'll be flashing out there and going in there by himself as well, looking to challenge the USPs, which is brave, I have to say. And his teammates getting ready in lobby as well.
Lobby as well. Edward starting off by getting Apex, however. He's in the site. Bomb's gone down on the floor, though, and Body with 1 HP. Tries to do what he can, unfortunately. Gone. Bomb dropped yet again. NBK this time to find Simple. Edward gets him back immediately. Oof. But it's a trade and a trade and a trade and a trade. Do you work in the trades?
No.
Of course not. You just walk in a 1v5. Bomb has been recovered. Edward's got it in 1 versus 2. Decides to shoot at a vent that was already shot out. That one's certainly not. And he's going to go for the inevitable safe plant. Immediately back to the vents as well. Great read. But he's apparently unaware, although they were in front of him, or just desperate to find the opening shot, that the bullets were coming in from behind him.
I think that was a calculated risk there. Edward just trying to get the bomb down. That's the main objective. It's unlikely he's going to win around in a 2v1, but if he can find one player isolated towards the vent especially, it's unlikely the other one's rotated that quickly as well, so you might as well take the duel. Unfortunately for him, though, Kenny S is going to be waiting at ramp, and he pinces him in. takes the frag, but the bomb goes down for Na'Vi. What I said, that means AK's in the third. They're forcing the second. We're going to do it all over again here in the second half. It's 9-7. Na'Vi trying to steal the lead away, though, once again. They get a UMP, a coL, upgraded pistols, and Seized. He's got that Molotov and smoke combo once more. So what's the play here? Is it something fast, or try and slow things right down and allow Edward to at least try and find a pick from maybe the silo area? That's where he's going to be heading. What's this little boost?
Just busting out windows, Henry.
All of them.
All of them. Oh, except for that one.
Go back up.
Oh, that's apparently a good window.
He wants that one.
There's actually, I think it was Dignitas circa 2014 that used to throw a nade from spawn that would just land in between all of the skylights and blow them out.
Yeah,
I think there's some
we
other
used to do
teams
that
that
in
still
Source
do
as well.
it.
Like, you used to just sacrifice an HE at the start, just to get rid of all of them.
Yep.
No wasting any time now.
Oh, I thought it was going to miss. He makes it.
Oh,
Oh,
he did miss.
it didn't. Yep, too far to the left. Sorry about that.
Yeah, and he has no idea that's happened either, so it's going to be a problem.
And if you're smart, by the way, if you're CT and you identify that, play where that missed.
Yep.
Go right to where that smoke's supposed to land, walk in, you'll have the angle covered to your advantage every single time. I don't know if anyone is up there or not, but they've definitely gone to strike early. Apex rushes in, no one's certainly above. It's drop down body. He's playing it, gets a neighbor landing beside him. It's Kenny who's gonna walk around and catch off Simple and leave the bomb on the ground.
Yeah, this force buy hasn't really worked out for Na'Vi at all. They could have got AKs in the next round, took the gamble. It's up to Seized now in heaven, finds a kill here, still has a chance as he finds a Famas as well. Bomb still down for now, and he has a chance, but whiffs the spray, and Kenny S will finish things off there. G2 pick up a much needed round, converted to a 2-0, and it's almost certainly going to be 3-0 here and ties up at 9-9 because that was the force buy from Na'Vi. For anyone that's not familiar, if the bomb goes down in the pistol, it's quite traditional in Counter-Strike as a whole. That's you force buy in the third round with AK-47s, which is a bit of a bonus. You can't normally do that till the fourth. And Na'Vi went all in on the second, tried to get the kill out. The UMP set execute towards upper, which wasn't perfect. A few missed smokes and Molotovs there. They come out, and the crossfires prevail for G2. Upper rush now, trying to get the bomb down the bench potentially. Edward has made it down. As I say that though, Apex does find it with the MP9. Bomb dropped as well.
Apex getting another kill on Seized. It's gonna be 9-9. And at 9-9 with G2 on the CT side. Shift your odds that way. The scales tip. And therefore, guns will come up, but G2 is gonna be the hot seat and have the optional bonus round. MP9, though, a lot of bonus rounds. A bit much. We'll see if Apex just wants to run into Hut, potentially, and try and get some kills.
Rush ramp or something like that. Go for a cheeky kill at the start of the
round.
round.
Yeah, ramp could work, too. Yep. Something toward lobby.
Yeah, anything like that. I guess you can sit on the Hut as well if you just want to just go for that one frag and maybe upgrade to an AK. Doesn't look like he'll be rushing at all. It's be holding back as he goes in scrap. That's the play in towards Squeaky Door. Bit of a YOLO move, but at least the refrag comes in. 4-4.
Oh. That's a bit of a YOLO move. That's a UMP, not an MP9.
Yeah, that wasn't worth it.
Not a, oh, okay. Well, it makes it work.
Recovers.
Attaboy, Shaxay. Seized inside of Hut has to be careful. He's being spammed at. Spick and span. Guardian, though, takes down MBK. And astonishingly, excuse me, it's G2 with the lead, despite the MP9 sacrificial push. And the ambitious play from Shocks. Kenny's going to get Guardian. This has gone very well.
Yeah, that was a hell of a shot from Kenny, showing us how good he can be with the rifles. 3-on-2, though. Shoxy on 20 HP. Edward and Seized now left with a lot of work to do here. The bomb is in their possession. And they're both going to be heading down towards ramp. Seized is there for now, and it's going to be Edward. Found by Kenny S once again, his third frag of the round. He's playing out of his mind right now. After Seized, not really much he can do here. If he finds a couple more kills and limits the money further for G2, that would be something, but it's very unlikely they give him much to work with here. He's going beneath heaven. Kenny is still waiting for him.
So nade up for Seized. Yeah, not bad. Oh, and he reads it as he goes up, but body is there to at least take him down immediately after. And G2 now do have the lead. From the bonus as well, Kenny's up to 10K. Unsurprisingly, straight onto an AWP.
23 frags for him. That's not bad at all. Very good stuff. And yes, like you said, onto the AWP. This has to be another eco for Na'Vi. He has a bit of a partial buy. They get some Tech 9s and Deagles as well. They have 4 smokes. I would suggest quite heavily they're going towards outside with that sort of approach. Wall of smokes and try and rush towards lower, but KNS is waiting for them. The smokes have to be perfect. Wait for a little bit here. No one on the silo from what I can see. Smokes come in. The initial one to take away the vision as they cross over. And this will indeed be 4 players heading towards Secret, but Kenny S getting a bit aggressive here. Does he run through with the no scope? Surely not, Kenny. Come on. Let's be sensible here.
The MP, or excuse me, UMP is a little bit more sensible in that position. However, it's been run down, gunned down by Tech 9s. You're certainly right. If Kenny had tried to push that, it would have been a problem. He could still go down here.
Yeah.
Low HP. Simple's got the angle.
He got punished.
The bonus round might have worked. This one may not.
Yeah, this is still anyone's round. That advantage lies towards Na'Vi, but they haven't scavenged a weapon just yet. MBK waiting towards lower. Window shot out, so it gives away Flamey's position at least. And this is the shot that really counts. MBK can't find it quite yet. Still on 5 HP, so it's going to be an equal exchange as Simple finds Apex.
MBK try and Molotov off toward the bomb, but he's a little bit late in doing so. And they actually get back through the flames toward Decon. Not pushed out to the left side, which is frustrating, no doubt, on the retake. They were hoping to find a kill immediately as the bomb goes down. They've done damage, but it's all on the body. He'll fight forward to find Simple, low enough HP, not a hard shot. The other two are going to be more challenging. Guardian's going to push as well, and that's going to put the icing on it. Not bad. They lose the bonus, win the subsequent.
Well, that was a partial buy for Na'Vi as well, and I have to say Kenny S getting a little cavalier towards outside, could hit them all running towards Secret, and that was to his downfall as well. He wanted to push through the smoke. You can see his mentality. He wanted to do it. He's known for the very close-range, flashy AWP no-scopes and things like that, but that wasn't a correct decision. I think they were tracking the money. They knew it'd be low, and he's maybe getting ahead of himself with the amount of frags he's picked up so far. He doesn't push through the smoke in the end, but he's caught out of position from silo, goes down to 20 HP. At that point, the player waiting at red takes him down, and that's the opening Na'Vi required to get him into that one. 10-10 now. Plenty of money available for G2. Have a look at the buys coming in. Kenny will get another AWP, and plenty of money around him as well. 4 M4s, UMP for seized. Another pause coming in. Tactical, of course. It's getting to the tense point of the game. No one's really got a ton of cash here. So after this investment, everyone will be down to about 0, and could mean double eco for either side, depending on who wins it. Na'Vi will be fully reset, and G2 lose this. They haven't got a loss bonus to speak of either. So
Lost bonus. Henry, how do you feel about it? Obviously, new to go.
what do you mean?
Well, like it wasn't really prevalent. It wasn't in any of the other iterations.
Yeah, it was.
Well, it wasn't the same though in Source, was it? It wasn't as much?
It was exactly the same.
Oh, was it? I thought it wasn't. I thought it was less in Source. See, I didn't really follow Source because Source sucked.
It was the same at 1.6 and Source.
Listen, Henry.
So your argument doesn't really stand.
6 didn't have...
Definitely did.
I have to look into that.
No, you don't
could
have
be
to.
right.
I'm telling you.
Okay, fair enough. 6 also sucked.
Yeah,
Actually, come to think of it,
famously.
CSGO sucks.
Yeah, you hate this. You hate all of the Counter-Strikes.
I do. It's all about COD.
Oh, it's coming back this year.
But now that it's new in this game,
Like
as I was
every year.
saying, what do you think about it? Is it a good update?
I don't know what you're on about. To be
Kenny,
honest.
Edward, oh, back off. Flamey's got him, though. That's going to open up Secret. Force a rotation. Should, you would think at this point, either come from ramp. Could still get on vent to cut them off on entry, but it won't. Apex is smoked off. Now he's made his way through, though, by getting seized. That's going to open it up for Lau. Flamey to take a duel and headshot in. Body's got Simple back. Bomb dropped in all of this is going to be spotted right now by Body. That's huge as well because they'd open up so much map control. Body's realized it. Yep, back off. No need. Guardians tagged as well. They'll hear that, and quite quickly this will be dealt with. You mentioned Body's smarts. This should mean he doesn't peek in this situation at all.
Well, yeah, he knows if he goes down here, Guardian, he's going to have a chance into this one. Let's force him to plant. That's the objective. That's a close shot there. Body will capitalize as the orb shot rattles off towards the vents. And yeah, like I said, you almost, you know the bomb's there, but it's fine to let him have it, right? You've got a player in the vents, he can't go lower, make him commit to the plant. Then you kind of pincer him together. He's got to have 4 seconds actually take himself out of the round to get that plant in. So you don't really need to challenge at all. Body finds out his position, stays alive, very smart. And Guardian came close to that shot in the vents. If he hits that, maybe there's something there, but wasn't meant to be. We're getting to round number 7 here. Another force bite from Na'Vi. 3 AKs, a couple of PC-50s as well. Got some smokes to work with, 4 of them in total. Shoxy aggressive outside.
Aggressive indeed. Smoke's down. Ooh, I thought he was going to be pushed. This peaked. So Edward knows he's there, but can't do much about it. Kenny will cower to the rafters. And then toward the lower site, behind the inner silo. He shall wait and allow the bomb to get in position. Issue with that as well as his... Oh, he's planning at safe side. That... I was going to say you would be able to see it from control room door, but they took the gamble that it was going to be unoccupied, whereas Decon maybe. Nice shot, Kenny. Good timing on the drop. Knows exactly when to press click. Or click press the button and gets the kill. They're lucky that bomb did go down before the peak came in, though, and either way, it's still going to be G2 to retake the site. It'll go their way, and 12 to 10.
12 to 10 indeed. Guardian doing what he could from the shadow area, but unfortunately finds 2 kills, then shut down. That was another force buy from Na'Vi. Yes, the bomb gets planted, but still going to be an eco situation here. We're getting to the closing out point for G2. Should be 13-10 after this round. Nice shot from Kenny S. You're going to hit that most of the time. Like you said, it comes down to the timings and having that awareness that a T could be down there. So, oh god, is this another force buy? No, it's not. Partial. Okay. So, UMPs, Tech 9s, and a couple of PC-50s. No nades. I hate this approach on Nuke. Like the no nades thing. Very difficult to make anything other than a rush happen. That's all they'll be going for. They actually managed to get the first kill. The body starting to do some work now. And it's going to be a 3-on-2 in favor of the French side. But Simple soon deals with that and equals it up.
Simple indeed will. Takes shocks as well.
He's so scary in these scenarios. Kenny S now has got the bomb, but he has no idea where Simple has gone. The mind games begin with so much time remaining as well. Simple can make any sort of approach he wants to. He obviously has no idea where Kenny is either. Kenny just wants some sort of tell. Suspects ramp might be an option for him. Simple's going to be heading towards heaven, maybe main entrance. We'll be opting for this one. He's got no nades to work with here, not necessarily a problem. He just wants to maybe get a bit of luck here in our position, Kenny.
Little luck never hurt anyone.
He's got a... Oh, where is he?
He's outside.
Oh, he's by squeaky door as the X-ray.
Yeah.
Okay, I thought he was in hut, but I see his foot.
Not out, yeah, that's what I meant, outside of the hut. So drop for Simple is going to have to be in the cards. When he does, noise to be made. Kenny always keeps his op in these situations. Most players would be like, oh, give me a rifle. 1v1. Kenny, no chance. He'll keep the AWP. Silently Simple does make it onto hut, though. That new ladder, always an option.
Yeah, he's running out of time now, though. Can still drop down on his boxes, but it makes a noise. Going for the plant, and he won't get away with this, I don't think.
He will.
Wide enough?
Oh,
No.
yeah, I thought he was far enough around. He's got a fat ass.
bit of banter there towards the end. Gotta just show who's boss as Kenny S does win the 1v1. Very well played. At that point, Kenny S, like you said, he's got the AWP in hand. He might as well just hold a single position where he knows he's going to be safe. Inside that squeaky door, tucks himself in a corner, and Simple just a foot to the left, and he would have been absolutely fine. He said his big ass sticking out, and it's going to be 13-10. A close round there. Was another force buy from Na'Vi. Simple certainly made it possible, but couldn't outsmart the king. Kenny S. Double up setup now for G2. It's Shox and Kenny S. Very formidable duo over in Katowice. It kind of got... Oh, sorry, Starladder. I'm thinking. I'm getting a bit carried away there. Starladder, they were looking very good in the group stages. Then Shoxy, a bit stubborn in terms of forcing himself in that double up. Every single opportunity he had, and once it was being shut down, he didn't go back to the rifles, which was a bit disappointing in the playoffs.
I would agree with that. However, it just goes to show you that groups are very different from playoffs, much like online is very different than LAN in general. So perhaps there's 3 tiers to that. You can go online, LAN groups, LAN arenas, or playoffs. Kenny, good find out towards Secret, doubles up, goes back for more. Na'Vi seem to be running out of petrol. Maybe they run on diesel, or perhaps they're Greenpeace people and they are electric, and the battery's just dwindling at this point in time.
Solar
goes
powered.
back for more. Edward tries to get Kenny back. Sorry?
Solar powered?
Still electric.
Yep. Wind powered?
Also
Still electric.
Yep. Anything else?
Water.
Steam. That's where
Steam,
you're
there we
gonna
go, yeah. That's the steam. Also electric.
Apparently, technically also electric. Didn't know that one, but I suppose. Static.
Nuclear?
He said horsepower, like literal horse, not combustion horse. That would be gas.
Okay, well.
Hydropower, that's also electric.
Anyway, shall we
Guardian,
finish
not
this
so
one off?
electric. Body takes him down. And Edward will try and find Shocks behind the vent. Knows he's there. Good luck. Why? Okay, throw it shallow. Wouldn't you throw it the same as you would throw sandbags? Okay, so Shocks is going to go. Ooh, makes it out. Going to get hit anyway. There's a little nook on the wall. You could throw it as if it's sandbags at cash, but
I'm not sure
either
it's
way.
deep enough. Let me have a look. I'll
I think it is. It'd be the same effect. Either way, it didn't matter. It would. No. The one behind it. There. No. There's the second one. See?
From there.
Straight. Go in. Good.
Yeah.
No one can see. It's that one.
You've got to commit quite heavily to that, though. Look at that.
No, he was there. He had it. Because he threw it high, up below the light.
Oh, yeah, I guess. I'm not sure that's possible. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know if the collisions of the hitboxes is there.
Either way.
No one can see what we're talking about,
No,
Henry. We're really good at this entertainment stuff.
It's good radio. 14-10, and it has to be another force buy. This is looking like a G2 map all day long. As we can see, it's going to be a full buy for G2. You see the guns on their back, and Na'Vi just trying to adjust himself now. What's the play? Tech 9 for seized. 2 AKs, 2 Galils, limited across the board in terms of grenades here. They've picked up 1 round this half. That was number 5, and since then, it's been a very French affair. As the one pause comes in, a tactical timeout for Na'Vi just to discuss what the approach is going into this last one. Well, I say last one. Up to match point for G2 potentially. And the pause is called. Kenny, currently on 30 frags.
What a monster. What an animal.
Absolutely.
Got more kills in this game than I've had in the last 5 Face It matches I played. ESEA matches I've played. Apex drops down. Vents will get blown out. He'll put a smoke off toward hut. And not dropping down to make noise, but will slowly slither his way below deck, as you would say, Captain. Oh, Captain, my Captain, Henry G. That's your cue. But Body's gonna sit inside of a smoke.
I knew that was coming.
Shocks. Body's gonna wait for this as well. Shocks is gonna try and rotate back around. He's gonna have to be careful and get toward the ladder to hold him off. He's gonna go wrong. I'm not sure I agree with that. Sitting and waiting might have been the better call. We all know how hard it is to get to the top of the ladder and fire in, but Apex does find 2. Simple makes it down. Rotations to come from Vent, and Apex on the chase. Gets caught out by Simple, who's now in a 1 versus 3. Dead.
15-10. That was the round. Na'Vi, the opportunity to get back into the game, but it didn't really work out for them at all. The Galils, AKs couldn't find the frags. A basic execution towards upper. Shut down across the board by G2 there. Last chance to loom for Na'Vi now. They do have, I think, almost maximum spend at this point. Exactly maximum. So they do get $3,400 going into this one. 4 players are ahead out. They do have the AKs. It's not looking too good. Kenny S continuing his rampage as we go into round number 11 here. He'll be heading outside, and he has got an opportunity to maybe find a frag. There was a slight gap, but another smoke deployed. And here comes potentially the first kill. He definitely spotted that player. Doesn't take the shot just yet. We'll turn X-ray off to show how good this kid is. He actually gets taken down. There you go. That's a bit of anti-climax, I guess. But 5 and 4 for Na'Vi. Maybe they have a few more rounds left in them.
Good shot from C's. They may indeed have a few more rounds left in them. Not if this play doesn't go down their way, though. MBK stepping up. Apex getting another. It's G2 with the man advantage, and it's a ring around the rosy because MBK dances well, but 2 players there make it difficult. Apex, however, finding one with 1 HP leaves Guardian in a 1 versus 2. A 1 versus 1. 0-1 in HP. That's all it was, but Body's done enough, and that's the game. 16-10.
A classic G2 performance there, back and forth in terms of the force buy in the first half. They managed to actually lose the first half 9-6, but a stellar CT performance there, especially from Kenny S. 30 kills in total. His teammates weren't far behind as well. Shox had a very good game overall, and Na'Vi looked a little bit lost on the terrorist side, so that's unfortunate for them, and the first map does go in favor of G2.
Yes, G2 are going to take that first map. It was Na'Vi with, a decent CT side, but it was the T side that let him down, which is interesting, because last time we saw them on Nuke, they had an atrocious CT side. We didn't even get to see their T side, but still. I mean, this is a team that's known for kind of some of their CT struggles, but here it's the T side that lets them down.
Yeah, I was saying in the pre-show, you know, that their CT side, if they needed like a 12-3, 11-4 kind of scoreline, that's what we were expecting out of them. Right. I think it's going to be like a very long teething period for them to get good on Nuke, because it's not the same as like seeing them good on a T side of Overpass, right? For example, where you can be extremely methodical, you can take your time. On Nuke, you're already on the back foot, and you have to take territory and then wait. So it was hard for them to get territory, right? The guys from G2 didn't let them have it anywhere. You saw like in one of those last rounds there, Kenny peeking up, secret grabbing, like, I think it was 2 or or 3 frags, just making it very difficult while they were trying to make plays and make moves to grab map control. And that's one of the things that G2 does. They make you feel very uncomfortable. That's why their force buys are so powerful.
What it obviously helps, this is why we always call him just a star player. Kenny S, 30 kills, one of those guys who just, when he gets those kills, it just takes over the game. You can't really do anything.
Yeah, simple as that. He's having, you know, a very strong performance overall recently, but you're seeing it specifically being so impactful on maps like Nuke. He's been able to swing rounds back into favor, make such impact throughout from start to finish. And coming back to the Na'Vi point, I think the reason everyone kind of looks at this map and goes, why aren't they good yet? Is because you can almost see every piece of what makes a good Nuke team in that Na'Vi lineup, and it's like, when it all clicks, you can imagine it's going to be a really big deal for them, and it actually could be a really nice addition to the map pool. It's going to turn some heads, I can imagine, because it's the one map that it seems that every team can at least kind of have in their pocket against them if they need to push towards it in like a map veto. But no, it's good to see them at least playing it and trying it out, and they seem to have improved. Now, obviously it seems like small steps, but you think they barely got more than 3 rounds against Astralis before. They've been having tough games, and it's like, okay, well, they look better, but you're still not going to be able to beat the likes of G2, I'd feel yet, just purely because G2 have been having such a strong run on it recently. Individual members are finding almost specialist places on this map now. So again, it's the one that kind of brought G2 back into the light as well after their shaky start with this new roster.
Well, we mentioned G2's schedule and how difficult it was to close out the season.
Yeah.
So far, they're off to a good foot against Na'Vi. We'll see if they can take map 2. That would be huge for their playoff chances. We'll see what happens when we return.
Get your team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.
You ready? Huh? Hey, he's a good boy, huh? You ready? Huh?
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, Legion Lenovo, Mountain Dew League, and ESEA.
We're back with ESL Pro League. It's going to be map 2. It's going to be overpass between G2 and Na'Vi. And if you saw the standings during that break screen, you would see just that one win on Nuke had G2 rise up to the 4th seed. So big match for them. All these matches are going to shuffle those standings. That's what makes them so important. There it is up on your screen. G2 now, they were in 6th, but furthering their position on these standings. But I mean, just as quickly, that can drop off as well. We've seen it from plenty of teams. Na'Vi still maintaining their 2nd seed despite the loss.
Yeah.
Indeed.
Finish that dance.
Overpass is going to be a map where the two playstyles that I was talking about in the
sponges,
pre-show is really going to come to a forefront. This is where you can see Na'Vi take it slow, you know, have the default across the map, have that spread, wait out utility, and then you're going to see that aggression coming in from the guys on G2 on that CT side. And I actually have a clip just of a pistol round of an Overpass match that they played not too long ago where they just have that swarming CT aggression, right? And this is it. They're going to send 2 people down to connector, and they're going to send 2 people aggressive into the water or sewer section of the map. Now, this is an all-in pistol round. They're going to clear connector. They're going to push underwater and help fight if anybody's there, and they're just basically going to sandwich in all of the terrorists. If this doesn't happen, what you could see is, you know, they would take all that territory, they'd have all that early information, then Shox would be the player who'd actually rotate back to that A bomb site most likely and cover off that section, while Kenny and Apex would stay in the connector, and they'd watch the pushes from connector itself, and the other 2 players, MBK and Body, would be able to lock down, making sure no one can come through Monster or Water. Now we're about to see the frags come in as they all just basically get stuck in a 4v4 fight and everybody gets wiped out from the Godsent side, and that's, you know, what the power of G2 can do.
It's also why you oftentimes see at least one terrorist member going down that ladder into the connector just to watch for that kind of a play. It doesn't happen there. Still, both of these teams, one thing we saw out of Na'Vi and G2, both at Star Ladder, was the aggression on the CT side. G2 preferring to go through Monster, through short sewers, Na'Vi pushing up Fountain long A. I mean, this might very well feel like a match where there's just two offenses, essentially.
Yeah, and it's going to be really good to see like who wins those duels, right? Because that's going to dictate the pace early. Are they going to be stubborn and run at each other and just constantly take those fights, or are G2 maybe going to play it a little bit more, I guess, smarter would be the way to look at it, and bait out that utility, wait until it's used, and then go for the fight a little bit later in the round. Knowing G2, I'd say they're going to be stubborn. But it's one of those games that could start like Nuke did, you know, very back and forth, a lot of force buys, a lot of pressure on Na'Vi early, and what they need to do is not crack. And they didn't crack on the start of Nuke. Those cracks started to form in the late half of the CT side.
They're going to see a lot of cracks, Lauren?
Oh, I hope so. Absolutely love a bit of that. No, no, for me though, it's like as much as these 2 teams do have something, I guess stylistically that's quite exciting to theorize about this game. You know, both quite aggressive, both find nuances to kind of exploit throughout this entire map and found success throughout each lineups. But you look at Na'Vi, this has been a huge pick for them as of late, pretty much since Simple joined. It's been a massive map for them. Even just statistically, you look back, they won a 17 win streak on it and barely got touched. So it's like, sure, G2 theoretically should be able to keep up, put up a really good performance, but overall it should be a Na'Vi win. And
don't forget some of the magnificent Guardian clutches we've seen on Overpass. Take us through it. It is once again, one more time for the evening, going to be Sadakist and Henry G.
Thank you, Moses. Good to be here, and I'm ready to get into it. Oh, that doesn't work.
What were you doing?
Don't worry about it.
It seemed amazing.
It's all visual. You got to go with the visuals on this one. It's fine. Nothing happened. Hank, how are you?
I'm okay. It's been a fun evening so far. Some good CS displayed. Na'Vi versus G2 is always going to be an exciting matchup. And we go in towards Overpass as well. Chance for Na'Vi to tie up the series. We'll see what happens. They are very good on this map. They're one of the most innovative teams in terms of what they present in terms of boosts. And we've had some of the most exciting games in Counter-Strike history from Na'Vi on this very map. So we'll see whether G2, I guess at this point, we've seen them a couple of times with this lineup on this map, but it certainly hasn't been the map that rings in my memory, at least, as be one of their best. We'll see whether they can go toe-to-toe with Na'Vi. I'm sure we'll see the double orbs coming out again on the CT side, especially for the French team. And yeah, lots of interesting force buys in the first map as well. I'm sure you'll see more of that once again, as Des was pointing out. So we're getting ready into this one. It's going to be G2 starting on the CT side. Na'Vi, of course, on the T side. We'll have a look at the T buy. In terms of T options of the pistol, a lot of teams favor towards B. Simple execution, smoking heavy on the bomb site, flashing over, and they have got 2 smokes, which suggests that might be coming in, especially with the flamey Superman as well. That means he has a Tech 9 and body armor. Guardian, simple, just a Glocks and armor himself. So we'll have a look at the GT buy as well. Excuse me, 4 sets of armor and MBK with the diffuse kit. We'll see where they do head towards B as we get into this one.
Tech 9 for Flamey with armor. He's a Superman.
He is.
Are you a Superman, Henry?
No, just a normal man.
Just a boy, just an ordinary boy.
What's that from?
Making my way downtown.
Oh, okay.
Come on, it's the greatest song ever written. You can even make
I'd say it's top 5.
a piano car in GTA. Have you seen that GIF? Come on, everyone's got to.
Piano car.
The guy that's just driving the piano
Oh,
through
I've
the
seen
city
that. Yeah,
with that song on. Kenny's in a good position, but doesn't have a good shot. Guardian's going to take him instead. And down goes Shocks with him, meaning that Na'Vi have a great start to the situation. They've got a 3-man, or rather 2-man advantage. 3 men left to find is where I was going with that. Apex gets 1, but then it's brought to the same disadvantage in that they're 2 down on MBK. You make it a little bit more even by getting the bomb forward as well. This means the flank rotation from Body is actually going to be perfect. It means they have to be there. He's found the first already. They're back to a 2 versus 2. MBK backs off, gives Body a better chance to find shots at range, but he just needs to stay alive. MBK get his teammate closer. Continues to deplete his ammunition. Body is done well. Gets close indeed, takes down Simple, and they've coordinated this together in good fashion. But have they done enough to win the round? They certainly have. Well done, Body, to get the last shot.
Well, that seemed like
Slam dunk.
Yeah, absolutely, for Na'Vi. They get the first 2 kills. They've got 2 smokes to work with as well, 2 flashes, and maybe they went a bit too all in that stage towards the A side. Didn't want to slow it down at all, wanted to try and capitalize and shut down the remaining CT on the A side. That's MBK, who finds a couple of kills and stays alive for so long as well, allows himself to buy time for Body, who finds 3 kills in total with the flank there. So that's a gutting round for Na'Vi. Not really much they can say about that one. No plant coming in either. So this is a technical pause. Maybe just a chance for them to kind of work out what the hell happened, calm down slightly as well. That's always going to be a bit frustrating losing rounds in that sort of manner. So G2 will, of course, pick up that pistol, and they have the buy in hand here as well. We did see a lot of force buys working out for either side on Nuke, and this is quite traditional for the T sides. No bomb going down in the pistol to be forcing up in the second round as well. I'm sure we'll be seeing that. But for now, a technical pause. A chance for us to calm down, Matt.
It's true.
Breathe in through the
Caster,
nose, out
stop,
through the
yell.
mouth.
Caster, stop, yell.
Caster, stop, yell. Something I try and tell myself every day.
When you're looking in the mirror?
Yeah, when I wake
doing
up.
your pose that you do for camera when it comes to you. That very practiced. Let me see if I can do it. Let's see. Well, I got to do it in reverse, because if I do it this way, I'm away from the desk. It's back. Yep, leg up and across, dangling. I don't know how, Henry. You must have a really small thing to cross your legs in that fashion.
No, just tiny balls.
I was going to say, that is crushing my coconuts, if I'm completely honest with you. It's rather painful.
I only started doing this when I was like 17. And then
You also normally have the, okay, I see. You've got the sophisticated fist on the left armrest with a dangle of the right hand, so you can make expressions rather gleefully with that right hand in a nonchalant manner.
Yeah, or you could have a glass in your hand, like.
Can we get the camera to emphasize this? This would really be one of those times, I think.
Well, you want to demonstrate how I normally pose, and the camera
This is your pose.
This is like a LAN pose. It's not an online pose.
I don't think we're gonna get the camera, but this way you can get the points in. I thought you did this sometimes.
Sometimes you got to make it
on the knee, the hands on the knee.
Yeah,
it really doesn't work. But we're back in the game. Again, visuals don't matter.
You described it beautifully, I think.
Thank you. It was rather eloquent, I thought.
No force buy from Na'Vi after no bomb in the first. So this is definitely against Counter-Strike methodology, I would say, as a whole. Normally you want to be force buying with the Tech 9s, but I guess Overpass doesn't really lend itself towards just having armor and the Tech 9 and no nades. Maybe they just want to make sure they have a real full buy. They could force up in the next round with Galils and armor. That could be an interesting idea. It's certainly something that's been done before, but very rare to see it. So walking to the A site, maybe just trying to get a trade here. They get 1, maybe 2 kills. That's at least a successful round overall. Didn't bring a single dollar into this one. Apex will be farming with the UMP. Kenny is joining in as well. It's going to be a clean sweep and a single frag found.
Apex nearly got the ace.
This is certainly unorthodox. The fact that they'll be forcing into this round potentially, so they are. So they get 1 player, Guardian, AK head armor. Presumably a couple of Galils coming into the mix as well. Or maybe UMPs. UMP is king these days, you know?
It is actually king, to the point where I use it in Battlegrounds just because I want to think it's as strong as it is in Counter-Strike. Usually isn't. I always die. Yeah, I always die. Everyone agrees, including our producer.
I don't like that game.
I don't either, actually. I think H1's better. I'm going to say it.
So we spend 20 minutes farming everything, then dive to people we can't see.
I think there's so much potential in it. I do. And I like that the devs are on top of it, constantly trying to update it, but there's still a lot of work to be done.
Speaking of work to be done, Na'Vi forced by in the 3rd round. You can see it's a decent one, but only having one smoke to work with here. Lose this, it could be the 4-0 coming in. Very fast towards the A side as Guardian made his way up towards long. MBK will be rotating in though. This frag means everything. He's the only player on the A sides, and it's simple to strike first to B. This could be a nightmare for GT to hold off now.
Shots in NBK. Back off toward the bank. National Bank Security with a K. As MBK plays toward the stairs, tries to get back in position to get a headshot, manages it, has to back off as Flamey rounds the corner. And, you know, we talk about the UMP being the secondary gun of choice. Well, we had a FAMAS and a Galil, the guns that people are saying that it's eclipsed involved in that trade. However, it is now the AK of Edward that's found Apex, and that brings us back level. Missed shots initially, but Chunks does manage to locate, get his aim on, and go one-on-one with Edward. Immediately dead on arrival, though, as Edward closes it back, and Na'Vi will pick up round number 3.
Yeah, there's 2 approaches you can bring to that sort of situation. Edward obviously bombed down. He knows the position of Shoxy as well. You can surprise him like he did, go for that initial shot, just blow him out the water before he has a chance to see he's not going to be expecting that. Or you can try and have the long game there and try and hide and buy yourself time. I think that was actually the correct decision, considering he couldn't really see the bomb in the default position where he was from towards that bank area. Just surprise Shoxy. He knows he's going to have very little time to work with there. It's a good chance to have knife out or pistol. So that's a great round from Na'Vi to pick up there. A different approach to what we're used to seeing here in Counter-Strike. Force buying on the 3rd with no bomb. Fast play towards B, it seems. Guardian going towards Munster. Edward going in first from Shaw. Gets one, but Shoxy and MBK stepping up here. They've got a force by themselves, and it's going to be a clean sweep. And Shoxy finds a couple of frags. They still had plenty of money to work with here. Kenny has even got the AWP. And it's simple now, left in the 4 versus 1. Smoked out from the B bomb site, and only has the UMP to work with. Firing off bullets as well, gives away his position.
Smoke down, simple. Sits back behind said smoke in a 1 versus 4 with the UMP. Ultra money
Problem.
possessor. What's a word for like a tank? Okay, hang on, I got this, hang on. Keep going, Henry.
I'll take over here. 50 seconds remaining. Kenny S looking to finish things off here. Was that a bit much?
Yeah, it was a bit emphasized in the drama region there, I think.
I felt like I kind of flashed forward to
a little carried away.
Sydney at that point. That's the kind of tone I normally use on being 100% serious, you know. It's a simple. He'll be trying to hold on to his UMP. If he finds 1 kill, at least that's something. They will be for sure, and then you get next round. It's a full reset. Nothing in the reserves. So 25 seconds remaining.
Ultra money procurer. That's the UMP. That's the UMP right there.
Not bad. 20 seconds, simple. If he doesn't die here, right, he gets no money to the next round. That's not really a huge deal, because if they are going to be force buying with the double eco looming over towards them, maybe he just wants to save the UMP and have armor, smoke, Molotov to work with. Give it another crack in the next round. Looks like he will be saving. Getting $1,400 on top of this. What he already got is nothing. It's not really worth it, to be honest. So he'll save this into the next round. His teammates pretty much have to force now, considering he saved that with no cash. They need to balance the books and join him.
I think ultimate money procurer is actually a little bit better.
What was the first one?
Ultra money.
Okay,
yeah, I think ultimate money procurer. That's what UMP stands for, guys. It's actually a thing.
So Seized has enough for an AK-47. He actually bought that and gives it to Flamey. He bought armor. So this is a mishmash in terms of the buy. Simply gets dropped an AK as well. There must be a UMP kicking around. Did he find an AK? Oh, he must have done. Oh no, there's a UMP. There it is. Okay, that makes sense. So I didn't think he did. And we go into round number 5 here. 3-1. 2 rifles, a UMP, and a couple of pistols here. It's not looking great. Guardian, of course, the AWP. Doesn't have armor, but Flamey with the first shot. Actually play from Apex towards long as well, so that's going to be a 5-on-4. And something to work with it. They can pick up that weapon. They actually stand a chance within this round.
Stand a chance indeed. Kenny's still trying to find the option. Kenny S. You could also do ultimate money patter, but I think procurer is a little better. Try and get a shot off Kenny as he backs away. Inching closer, therefore, are the pistols, but Kenny's had enough of that. Takes down Seized. Slight bullet hit him in the knee, grazed him, but he's still an adventurer despite taking that bullet, and he will not be thwarted. Sees the shadow, fires a little bit early in the second shot, and that means he's going to have to back away this time for Rizzle. not just playing, because it's going to be a 4 versus 4, and he can't afford to lose the AWP. Edward, as well as one of the 2 players that did have the pistol seized, was the first, hence why he peaked early.
4 and 4 for now. We have got some long control here, Na'Vi, but their resources limited. They have a smoke and Molotov. Decent amount of control, but Body locking them in, but Flamey's ready for it. Body, 20 seconds remaining. This is probably worth the duel at this point. They can't really go back towards B. They know it's going to be open at this point, but 13 seconds remaining. Next kill pretty much decides if they get the bomb down. Guardian finds it. It's up to Kenny S now to try and deny that plant.
Kenny's going to try it, but I don't know if he'll have success. Shocks May.
It's over.
He's got Edward down 2 seconds. Guardian gets shocked back. Kenny just has to survive. That's... All right.
Hits that
I
shot.
think he got him through the edge of the wall, yeah. And we've had a drop, so we're going to have a technical delay here. But that was very close. As soon as Shocks goes down, Kenny can't move.
20 seconds remaining when they went for their final commitment. Body came for the backstab. He thought, okay, they're not going to be watching Connector anymore. They'll be focusing towards the A site. They were not, and Body goes down. There was a chance there, but Kenny S finds out 1 frag, as I said. If he gets 1, that's enough just to hold on there. And Shoxy actually denied the plant through the smoke. So he did a very good job. And Kenny just surviving like 20 HP. Then he goes down. So money's going to be a bit of an issue for G2 overall. And I think Na'Vi saved 2 players in that round. Have a quick look as to how many they survived. So 2 players, they managed to scavenge an AK-47 and AWP as well. So that's always going to be a bit dangerous. Guardian has no armor, though. He's got the AWP. That's what we call a glass cannon these days.
Yeah, it's if you're not familiar, it's Shadow Fiend at mid is the glass cannon.
Okay.
Outworld Devourer to some extent.
Is this Dota talk?
Yes. Okay. That's where the term... Well, I don't know if that's the original origin of the term, but yeah, that's where I learned it first. And then CSGO. So where does Simple elect to take said AWP on glass cannon round? He's going to be the T-side op and not Guardian. Who goes PT-50 no armor. And he's over toward the playground. He's going to head back over toward B. We just saw the setup. Number 5, Body, sitting and waiting in the short tunnel to try and cover off outside a monster. Good position to be in, but did they get the AWP and spot him? I assume not. Famos from this range, though, Henry. It is going to be the AWP. It is going to check it. Simple's got him down. Very well played. Consider all options. In they go with flashes. Flashes late, though, to catch off Shocks. They know he's outside of the site and therefore can smoke off sandbags. This should lead to a plant unless NBK it. Nothing to do about it. Kenny gets a shot in first, however. Molotov's down. And Apex good position toward jungle with a fast rotation seized. He's desperate to try and put the bomb down. Simple's got a shot to hold him off. Simple's got another. He's got Shocks immediately on re-entry. This will set a pincer between Apex, who's searching, and Simple very nearly hit a close-up. However, it's Apex to control the situation. Seized is out. He's gone. He's bailed. He's got an AK and armor as well. He's in this.
Yeah, he's booked it over towards the A side. So default plan coming in. Buys him a lot of times. He doesn't have to go towards the bathroom, so he can try and trick him like he's going to now. Get yourself in a tight corner, be behind the bomb, which obviously you wouldn't expect as a CT at this point. And now Apex has no idea. He's completely lost track as to where C's could be. This is like, I would say like 70-30 in favor of C's. There's not really much Apex can do here. He's got the bomb ticking away as well. He's got a kit and a smoke, but C should just take him down as soon as he goes near the defuse here.
Seized. It's a tight position to play. He's got to gamble this correctly, though, because he could get actually found out. Apex, I was going to say, if he wanted to, could have actually swung to check that corner behind the truck and maybe seen him just by chance, but it was done as soon as he tapped the bomb.
The thing is, when the bomb's that low as well, that sort of plant, you just assume he's in bathrooms. You just have to.
That's true. You're right.
So, again, that's why I said it. C's just outplayed him in terms of, like, as soon as his teammate went down, I think he started going towards A before Guardian, or Simple, I think it was, before he even dropped. And Simple, amazing shots there at close range on the B bomb site. Manages to find some footing here on overpass. Navi do pick up a round. It's going to be a G2 Eco now. I think this is a little forced by. They haven't fully committed. They left themselves about $800 per player. But Deagles, 5 sevens, and a flashbang. In terms of any sort of stack coming in, 2 players push towards short. Monster, and here's the first exchange. Heavy damage inflicted towards Body. And this should be a Navi round all day long. But MPK does find something here with the Desert Eagle. There's 1 kill and a second as well. Trying to find the third, doesn't happen for him. It's still a 3-on-2, a possible situation for them.
Kenny rotates in with the Deagle in hand. Trying to get the shot. Edward manages it. Guardian.
Hello.
Rather giving it up. I thought it was Edward, but it was Guardian that gives it up, so Kenny's left alone in this situation, however, and they've gone back toward A. He may confront them, greet them in time. They've doubled back. Flash over. Bomb is the late rotate back, though, because it was the one that threw the flash. Seized has it. Which means Kenny could have gone back around, but he's still unsure of exactly what's going on. No armor, just the Deagle. Round 7. Guns down in the B site. They can set to try and get one of those guns. Perhaps it's beneficial. In fact, I think there's a few just inside of the water position, so let's see what he picks up on the way through. He made a noise. Sees looks. Kenny fancies this, you know. Kenny certainly fancies it, but doesn't have the angle figured out at all, and Navi will pick up number 3.
Gave it a good go. MPK with the double Deagle kill towards Connector. Wasn't enough though. And that, I guess you could call it a force buy. The fact it went down to about $700-800 per player suggests it will be on a full eco this time. So the partial buy, we normally call that when it's actually a full buy into the next round. So this has to be another eco for G2 or Deagles, PT50s. Very similar to what we saw in the previous round. But now they're looking to tie things up here and more than likely going to do so. On the T side as well, they're looking in a decent position. It's certainly a CD-sided affair here on overpass. They'll be heading towards long A, and this is a nice approach. You know, even if you run into a stack, you're going to get trades as long as you're going in together. That flashbang is decent, but the CTs can't capitalize just yet. It's simple to find a second frag. 5 on 3, pretty much the round concluded. At this point, you don't have to rush in and fully commit. You just want to be a little bit disciplined, hold off the flanks, and then use the time to your advantage.
Edward. Chilling up close, waiting to watch, see if MBK is going to pop out. Tie game in the cards. In the cards, on the cards?
On the cards.
On the cards. So it's not as deceptive. If it's sitting on the cards, it's visible. But if it's in the cards, where is it in the deck?
Not sure. It's one of life's greatest questions.
Yeah, it is actually. You know, magicians usually play with that one. I'm sure they would know. We'll ask Merlin. Kenny popping out. Headshot as the neighbor's drawn. Tries to swing and capitalize further and catch them off, but not quite so sly as its body left inside of the site. Wait, don't peek. Let him in. Deny the plant. Costs them money. I think he's been spotted. Simple certainly did see him. No questions.
Yeah, drive-by shot there from Simple to finish things off. It's going to be round number 9, 4-4. Money available for G2 once again. The Kenny S Orb hasn't been as explosive as it was on Nuke, but it's been an interesting game. A lot of force buys once again, like we said, was a very high possibility going into overpass here. But in terms of the buy overall, I'll have a look at it now. Let's see if we can work out how good it is for G2. They do get their 4 M4s along with the AWP, but lacking in terms of defuse kills is one of those. And it looks like a very fast B approach coming in from Na'Vi here. Shock sees towards Monster, but drops a decent incendiary to at least to subside them for now. All 5 players for Na'Vi on this side of the map. That suggests a full execution coming in momentarily. You've lost control of middle and long A as well. You have no idea what's going on, so you pretty much have to commit at this stage, and they will indeed.
Commitment's a hard thing, but all men do it eventually. Barney takes down 2, turns around, finds a 3rd. Sees going down, leaves the bomb in the site. Simple and Guardian will retaliate, but ooh, I was gonna say, they're still very limited. Not with Guardian hitting shots like that. We said he's returned to form as of late. That's part of the form we speak of. His bomb's still down inside to his left. Has to try and work out towards sandbags as well.
Watch Simple. He's actually holding towards T-spawn for now. Just using that 1 minute time they have, just kind of getting the CT sweating a little bit. They have got vision of the bomb, and it's up to Guardian. He's trying to find anything he can, but Shoxy finds him first. 2 on 1 now.
Guardian down, leaves Simple with a bit of information that he's on bags and finds Kenny immediately. Oh, he's gonna beat the Molotov in though, and that's gonna catch Simple off because he's not quite set and ready. Shock's taking it, makes it 5 for G2. They will not give up the lead, but they've brought it very close, and that is a 3-round reset with only 1 surviving. The money is very tight, so it's a good thing they picked up the AWP to carry it over.
5-4, still anyone's game. You're absolutely right. The G2 money after winning the round, still tight. 3 UMPs and a FAMAS. Kenya still has the orb here, and this one is another huge round in the context of this map. Considering whoever loses it is going to be almost certainly on an eco. It's Guardian to strike first. He finds Kenny S. That's a massive scalp to take. The AWP has gone down, but Apex recovers it. Not known to be an AWP himself. Might want to throw that over to Shoxy. We'll see what happens here. As we get to the advantage for Na'Vi. Apex falls back. He's be holding towards middle for now.
I'll rotate around toward B. Flamey, Deagle in hand, starts to walk in. Sight direct and Flamey with the Deagle. Perhaps unspoken of as much as, say, Dupree, but he's also very capable on the weapon.
Sure.
Body did spot him toward the big grate. He's gonna get close with the smokes down, flash in. Try and find the planter, looks away from flash, catches two of them with it, gets a kill, a second dink, but not a follow-up bullet. So Flamey stays on with two. Shocks will go wide side smoke, Molotov's down, could do significant damage. Flamey's actually been found by a nade. Speaking of significant damage, they do further, but it's down to Apex. They pulled this back, seized, catches MBK in flank rotation toward Monster, and Apex just fights in with a pistol in the flash. It's aggressive.
Yeah, not known to be an AWPer. Pulls up the silence USP. Flashbang is decent, but not enough. One kill obtained, couldn't find the second. We said that was a huge round in terms of the money overall for either side. It's going to be G2 doing the brunt of it here. They'll have to take a full eco from what I can see. A couple of P250s. That looks like that's what they'll be purchasing into round number 11 here. Na'Vi with a chance to convert this into two. Flamey pings out the Mac 10. Chance to farm some cash here. Throw him into the bomb sites first. Find these unarmored players. And it should be a very, very easy round for Na'Vi overall. Just a Deagle and a P250 purchase into this one.
Just a Deagle and a P250. Mac 10 trying to farm the cash, therefore. Sees they'll do it over his shoulder. In fact, I think through his body. No, didn't quite, so that was through the edge of the wall because he would have given the assist point. But Guardian takes down body, speaking of. And it should all go straight forward at this point. Na'Vi, they'll take the lead for the first time. T-side as well of Overpass Henry. How do you feel about that? I don't often play this map myself. Obviously, it's still CT-sided, but only just.
Yeah, this is great for Na'Vi so far. They did win the first half of Nuke 9-6 and threw it away on their own CT half, so we'll see whether that comes in once again. But right now, they're looking good. Another difficult round in terms of the buy for G2 here. Famouses, UMPs, and Shoxy doesn't have much more than that as well. He gets the M4 out, but the team's limited across the board. KennyS gets the AWP out once again. No armor to go with it, though. So let's see how aggressive he wants to go here. Does face towards Minute. He knows he needs to step up now. Start finding some frags. Flashed off, though. Nades coming in as well. He's probably going to go down here. Edward finds him. Flashbang was very good indeed. 5-on-4 once again. Terrorists can hold up and see if they can get the reaction. And it's going to be the reaction coming in, and Na'Vi capitalizing. Apex does find one kill in return, but it's a 4-on-2 now. MBK, UMP, body on the Famous, and sees he's by himself, and B needs to be careful here. If you go down just like that, that's not required. He's trying to get the information that the B-side's open before his teammates arrive. It's actually given G2 a bit of a window now.
Oh, the spray going both ways. X-ray off shows us how difficult that could be, especially because it looked like it was on the other side of the squeaky door. In fact, it was. Top pallets, body's still going to try and see if they boost up. That's going to leave him in the open when Guardian walks in from Monster, and just like that, it's on to MBK. Na'Vi's in control. They could go 1-1 in the evening. Our hot match of the week, and it certainly is a little bit hot and toasty over toward MBK. He's going to try and push around the smoke, catch them off. Guardian will go down as a result. Low HP on Edward. They're going to be a little bit careful at this situation now, but no kit makes it certainly easier. Simple tag to 22.
Pause comes in. Na'Vi do manage to pick it up. A bit dicey there towards the B site, considering Seized walks in by himself, gives his frag away, and an AK towards Body as well. Body, though, stuck in a horrible position. He tried to boost up and look above the fence area, but couldn't get going at all, and it's going to be 7-5. And G2, with third stage loss bonus, they're only getting $2,400 into this one, so can't really bring a buy to the table. They're looking towards a bigger picture here and hoping to pick up the last 2 rounds potentially, and they'll take what I assume is the tactical pause. You don't really want to discuss this too much. Not really much to talk about. So, okay, we're taking an eco. Where do you want to stack? Do you want to maybe send 5 players in B, push off short, overwhelm connector? Not really that many options for CTs with default pistols here. Apex buys the Deagle, but in terms of the Na'Vi buy, they have absolutely everything, including a Guardian AWP as well. We'll have a look at the score charts while I'm here. Simple. 17 frags, 6 deaths. Not too bad at all. Edward not far behind. Same story of Guardian as well. And in terms of the G2 side as well, Apex leading the charge, and KennyS right at the bottom now after dropping a 30 bomb, and then a few more as well on Nuke. He certainly has been shut down slightly here on Overpass. Final buy comes in, just some pistols. MBK with a bit of body armor as well, investing a little bit more than his teammates. So we'll have 2,900 coming in on top of what they currently have next round. So here we go, round number 13. Let's have a look at the stack. 3 players towards B, Body, MBK, and Shoxy. And once again, Na'Vi focusing towards long. It makes a lot of sense. Obviously, you have rifles and AWP. You've got the utility to work with as well. You can flash that area, trade frags if anyone is there, and even if there's not, you know you've got a massive part of the map taken over very quickly at the start of the round.
Kenny just jumping around. Let that one sit. Oh, jumps too far. Guardian nails him, and even though he's just on a pistol, it's a bit of a problem for them. Apex will try and play Park Sign. And NPK's actually got the first shot. That'll be Apex, but he can't quite land it. Not up that close, not with the Deagle seized. Edward will take back the site in the favor of Na'Vi, and Shock's the only one left. It should now be an 8th round.
Should be indeed. Just one player remaining with Shoxy. He's on the A side of the map, but not really much he can do about this one. The bomb's planted, and he'll be making his way towards bank, and he should be shut down in about 5 seconds, as he will be making his way out. He could get a kill on Simple here. Good job. That's some money in the bank at least.
Money in the bank, at least. Tell me he goes for this. Just do it. Just hold it. You got it. Just wants to do further damage. And the more he taps that as well, the more they have to check, which means the closer they are to the site. Should this end, hence why he's trying to just stay alive.
Oh, that's so annoying.
Yeah, because if the bomb goes off, they could go down if... Ooh. Oh, either way, it's the same effect now. The other guys are too far back. I think Seized is far enough away on 11. Yeah, he is. So it's by staying alive, even if he goes down, he's trying to make it happen. So even if they kill him, there's enough time before the reset of the round that the bomb will go off. Yeah,
exactly. Bait them as close as he can. Him touching it, they know they have to go and check it. The bomb's about to go off, and he's just hoping he can keep them in that area as long as possible. Double orb setup. We said it'd be coming, and it finally arrives on round number 14. Shoxy and Kenny S will both be wielding AWP here. Kenny towards long, and Shoxy in B. I assume he'll be posting up towards Monster. Doesn't look like that for now. He's actually going to be towards short. Takes a little peek now towards short, and maybe connector as well. He'll just be holding that tight angle, and it's another default from Na'Vi here. Sees by himself towards the B side of the map, simple and connector, and 3 players holding middle. The bomb's still down in T-spawn, so suggests they won't be doing anything right away. Just go for that mid-control, push the CTs back, and try and keep hold of your utility. Oh, I told you they were innovative on this map. Here's the boost. Kenny S is in that position, I think. I'll have a look.
Does he know, though?
Oh, not quite.
No.
He was on the flower bed at one point. He's actually fallen back to the A side now.
They know Guardian loves to do that.
Yeah.
They used to use it, like, sparingly. The first time we saw it, obviously, Ketowice was 2016 last year.
Yep.
Epic Series against Luminosity at the time, now SK, for those of you who don't know where the Brazilians came from in terms of their other alliances and teams. But they never really used it much beyond that. Now they're starting to use it a little bit more regularly, and hasn't paid off quite as well as it did. The first time was obviously the surprise. Kenny can't land the shot out toward long. Smoke goes down in front of him. He'll flash into that to make sure they're not pushing. Massive gap in the smoke as well, so he just sits to hold. And he could play forward to that. Tries. As Apex gets simple. Now they walk in, and the shotgun is set. Kenny gets 2. That'll do. Bomb goes flying forward inside of the site. It's Guardian left versus 5.
1 player remaining. Not really much he can do here, but we'll see whether he can step up. 10 seconds here, and he's got 1 more round to go. Might as well hold on to the AWP. He's got plenty of cash, but we'll see if he can find some frags at the same time as well. Finds 1. That's MBK going down. 3 seconds remaining. Looks like he will be surviving. The CTs, they know he's got money. It's not worth them losing any weaponry here. So there it is. Kenny S stepping up, like you said, that close range shotgun style AWP towards long air. I'm sure that's the replay we'll see right now. 1 quick scope and a no scope as well. Both quick scopes okay.
That's actually okay. Yeah. So I didn't even realize they were quick scopes the first time by.
That's like 1 frame of the scope.
Yeah,
so.
Exactly. And sometimes I blink because I get so excited. Every time he pulls the trigger, I just, you know. So don't blame me.
I never blame you.
Thank you. Thank you. My mom does. Literally, anytime anything broke in the house, it was always my fault. Every time. God, Mom, you're so mean to me. Carry on.
I wasn't talking, but I can build this one up. It's round number 15. 8-6 in favor of Na'Vi now. G2 looking to find 1 more round to split the map in half as well as you can, really. It's 15 in total, you know. But double op setup now. And we have got Kenny S, not long this time. That's actually be held by Apex. The other orb, Shoxy, of course. He's towards short once again, holding the exact same angle. Players coming towards him. Can't hit the shot. Actually, oh no, I thought he kind of nicked him through the wall, but didn't land.
Did not. Did not. And then Mom would come in and say, no, Matthew, you did. And she would be wrong, but it didn't matter, because I was to blame. Shox is the blame at this time, though, as they walk in. He gets 2, Body finds seized, and Simple suddenly left standing alone. Well, crouching, to be completely honest with you. Standing now, and he's going to be burning alive. Backed into, I thought I saw, yeah, there it is, Apex. I thought he was out in the open, though. He's inside of the door, so doesn't quite get the kill, but they're still in great position with the bomb down inside of the site. Always off, forcing back. Kenny, high HP goes down. Body, he's on 67. Shock's on 12. Simple's gonna go for this. It is obviously the last round, but he's got a real chance at going for it. As he continues to walk in as well. Flash out, though. You thought one of the strays. I thought it for a second, too. Was just gonna catch them on the way by.
A great half of CS there. G2 after winning the pistol. It's the 3rd round forced by from Na'Vi to get them into this game, and great methodical CS as a whole. Good defaults, nice executions as well. Guardian looking very good towards the end of it, but G2 keep their head above water and find 7 rounds. We'll take a quick break and see if they can make this 2-0.
Was G2 again with a decent start, much like Nuke, but Na'Vi returned to form and took over the half. I think ran with it, to be completely honest. Wind in their sails and nothing in the waters that troubled them whatsoever. They go 9-6 T-side of overpass.
Great North School themed opening there from you, Matthew. I like it a lot. It's going to be the second half coming in momentarily. Still anyone's game, of course, at 8-7. But I guess Na'Vi with a slight lead overall, managing to win the CT half, but it comes down to the pistol once again. I'm sure I said every single game, but it's a fact, you know?
It is, yeah. It's kind of the way the game works.
Yeah.
It's not your fault.
Yeah, unfortunately, it always comes down to the pistols. A big talking point throughout the ages of Counter-Strike.
Has been, yeah.
Originally, we never had pistol rounds. We had, kind of rush rules. So you had a certain time limit, and you rushed as a team for the amount of time.
Charge rules,
yeah. So you did that as much as you could, and then you see how many rounds you could post then. So there's no pistol rounds back in the day, you know? It's kind of weird.
How do you feel about chargers?
I never played them. I have no idea.
Yeah.
That was before my time. Jason could probably tell us about it.
That was like 1.3 time.
Yeah, Jason can probably tell us all about it on the desk. Maybe that's a feature he can do. Rolling back the gears with Jason Moses O'Toole, a.k.a. the Vulture.
A.k.a. the Vulture. Not the bald eagle. Don't make bald jokes. He's a vulture. Simple to the tree. Gets down on one knee. Sits behind the rock. Not to be seen. Pops up now. Perfect timing. Gets 2 bodies. Got Guardian at large, though.
Ooh.
And Simple doesn't care. Body goes down. That's the bomb.
Yeah, all 3 kills so far found by Simple, with 1 HP on the final one as well. Lovely precision with the silence USP. 4-on-2, Shoxy and MBK. Still with a smoke and flashbang here. They will be able to pick up the bomb. Simple had to fall back at this point. Very lucky to get away with his life. But they'll just be trying to stick together and force a plan. They don't need to overcommit to this.
Seized. Trying to spot out toward long to get the shots against MBK, who's still in the corner, and they're going to try and bait Simple in. That nade.
How did I not kill him?
Yeah, that was like, that must have been the perfect distance, almost to the unit above them. Incredible. Or as Murray Walker would say, incredible. I love the way Murray Walker commentates. He's the best of all time.
So I've heard.
From me, of course.
No, I've heard a lot of people
Oh,
say.
really?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. I think Red Eye's a big fan of him as well. I think he thinks he's the greatest as well. And we're away to jungle, or graffiti. There you go, Shock's tagged up. That information is attained. They will head toward this site. Shocks is gonna make it interesting. They'll find one of each NCs, but Flamey there to take him back will make it 9-7. Favor of Na'Vi, they continue, or excuse me, with G2 getting that round. I got that backwards.
No, Na'Vi won it.
Yeah, okay, all right. I'm gonna step back.
Are you still with us, man?
Well, I think I confused myself. I said it was 9-6 half. It was 8-7, obviously.
Yeah.
But yeah, they continue to roll with the momentum. So that thought was right. Everything's fine.
It was.
I'm gonna take my crazy pills, and we'll carry on.
No, I like it when you're a bit mad. Don't take them.
Wow, that's about every day, Henry.
Yep. Well, here we go then. There is a forced buy from the French side this time. Deagles, P50s, obviously no bomb going down there, but a nice round from Simple overall. 3 great headshots towards Long. He's so good at those pistols. He's pretty much good with every weapon in this game, to be fair. But here we go, round of 2. They have got 4 smokes to work with. This will be some sort of B execution coming in. Shoxy lining up a smoke towards the site. There's one towards Heaven as well from Kenny S. Here it comes, flashbangs in. Hope for the best, boys. Don't get mowed down.
Timing was almost perfect. Vision was better. Nice reaction from Flamey right to left. Simple gets the nade kill onto Kenny, and the bomb drop down. Pistols to go in. Simple. I thought he was going to get found out by that Deagle, but no shots to land on the head. Tinked up further, and Simple will get 3 kills in the round, 1 via the Pokeball. And then it'll go to 10-7, and Na'Vi will have guns that G2 certainly will not have.
No. Forced buy in that round as well. No bomb planted as of yet. The money's at about 2k per player. That's $1,900 with the loss bonus, so nothing really they can do about this situation. PT50 purchased by Shoxy. That's pretty much all they'll bring into this round. $300 spent in Swits. So here we go, round number 3. A chance for these SMGs to farm some cash. Simple. He's not slowing down by the look of things. Wants to try and find the first frag. Certainly got the aim to do so, but a Season Guardian to find the opening kills there. And Simple's taking quite a lot of damage here. Down to 5 HP. Probably a chance to get back now. As Body will try and finish things off, and he actually gets him as well. It's a little bit Simple, but the round should be still firmly in their favor. This could be Apex now, and he's found by C's as well. 11-7. Now they do take a nice early lead here to get the 3-0 on the second half. The buy comes in though. I don't think the AWP is a possibility. Body has enough to buy it, but he won't be able to buy anything himself, so he'd be with an AK without armor. Maybe that's not the right approach at this point. So Kenny S buys the AK-47. Body's still thinking about it. They're probably discussing right now, do I do it? Should I pull the trigger and get the AWP out? Looks like you go against it here. 5 AKs, and what we saw on Kenny S on Nuke with the rifles, to be fair, maybe that won't be a problem. He was very impressive with the AKs. Guardian towards short this time, aggressive. Exchange towards middle. Simple does a little bit of damage, makes actually a lot more than he gave out. So MBK to take down his teammate seized, and a nice early 5-on-4.
Shox is going to wait to make sure no one will push through. And the time being, we go quiet for the moment. They head out toward Long. With Seized gone, Simple has to back to the site. They call for rotation as well. They'll split 2-2 with Flamey getting close to the jungle position so he can be quicker to rotate back as well. Guardian gets Shox down though. That goes back to 4. Shox the only one on the on the B side though. It's fine if he goes down. It would have been better he gets a kill, causes some rotation back the other direction. Na'Vi, they're still in good positions to hold this off. Bomb gets planted, Edward. That's remarkable. 2 versus 2 on a long rotation, which has succeeded for MBK, but has Flamey caught on his heels. Guardian finds it on rotation.
Guardian's back, isn't he?
He is looking excellent.
He's looked amazing at the lands. He's looked even better online, hitting absolutely every shot. He was certainly in a slump. Like it was still a good offer, but now he just seems like he's godlike again. I'm actually going to say that he's actually finding that form that's going to win them events. It's actually quite scary and Simple. Finding 25 kills as well. He's not in bad form either. But 12-7. And the bomb planted, and with 4th state loss bonus, that means the T's can buy into this one. It's round number 5. Na'Vi, though, getting closer to splitting the series. If you are just joining us, we had Nuke first, which was a very good game, but GT ran away with it in the second half. That's Smoke. Ooh, that's a different way to throw. Normally bounces off the bridge. That one just dribbles across, and actually does a bit of backspin on it as well.
And think that one may deploy later because of more bounces, which means it's there for longer when players are actually close to it.
Possibly, yeah.
By a second or two, if minimal, but it counts. Timing's everything. I'm curious about that. Someone can investigate that for us, I'm sure.
Rush can get on it. He can have that as a pro tip. That's fine.
Hey, future pros.
Oh, he's got a new line now.
Hey, future professional players.
Yep.
Apex waits for them to walk out. Simple gets taken out with a headshot as he was in perfect position to catch Simple off. Not been as carelessly aggressive as much on Na'Vi. I think it's just a respect thing for the organization and the team and the players he's always wanted to play with. However, that time does get caught off with said aggression. It gives G2 yet another advantage to work with. Need to start capitalizing on these advantages, though.
Yeah, Body was actually waiting for that push as well, but C somehow beats him to the punch, pre-fires the corner, takes him down, and gives them a chance to win this round. They had to react. Someone had to step up there. The A side is completely open. No CD presence there whatsoever. The bomb makes its way towards that A side of the map. It's round over. But Shoxy, perfect timing as ever, finds two as they're rotating over and gets the information into the third as well. Round done. GT will be posting their first round here on the second half to bring things to 12-8. Flamey, not really much you can do about this. It will probably just be saving in terms of the money available for Na'Vi. Flamey has $6,500, same sort of a Guardian as well, so he can suddenly bring out the orb. Teammates, not as much though, so he probably wants to almost suddenly save this orb, but you can see right now 3 players on sub 3k. They'll only get 1,400 next round, so he needs to save his M4 and then maybe drop a couple of weapons, and M4 and a UMP would be good with the Guardian orb as well.
The Guardian orb as well. You make it sound like it's like the Guardian Angel.
It is, in many ways. Just looks after everyone.
Wins
some rounds.
It's an appropriate name for a guy like that, isn't it?
Yeah, that's what he should rename his skin to.
Angel?
The Guardian Angel.
I think just Angel. He's Guardian. It's the Angel.
Yeah.
Well, but then it'd be like Hellraiser's Angel. Or, yeah, Hellraiser's.
Well, you should call it Guardian's Angel.
Yeah, that works. I like that. Yep, I'm fine with that.
Play on words, yeah. That works.
Yeah. I think you're onto something, Hank. I think we got a real moneymaker here.
I'll speak to him in the next event.
You talk to your people, they talk to his people. We'll get it through the systems, and we'll get it done in about 6 months.
In about 6 months. Well, here we go then. Like we said, the first round posted for G2 here, but a boost towards short. Shoxy could be finding early death there. The flashbang's good. Guardian ready to face, though. Can't land the fast shot this time. Actually does hit it, but it's going to be Shoxy not going down and finding his teammate towards short. So another 5-on-4 for G2. Just narrowed as well, and there's the wallbang from MBK. Finds the AWP, and this round is falling apart for Na'Vi.
MBK. Trying to watch out to make sure no flank to come in. Right, meanwhile, though, look at Apex. Look how far up he is. No one even near him. He's inside of the site. He's between them. He could cut off rotations. Simple's out toward long, and Apex is about to greet C's, completely unaware. Knife in hand. Simple realizes, hang on, they got in through bathrooms. My mistake. He backpedals toward the site, and locked out in all of this is Edward, who can't make it back over toward A. Still thinking it might be B with a wraparound, so he goes back to consider good flash in. Simple's found. This is round over, I'm afraid, as you would say, Henry.
Would I? Round over. It is 12-9. G2 finding a couple in a row here and actually bringing the economic situation in their favor. And Na'Vi now have to be maybe a full eco after trying to recover a couple of situations. That was a bit of a brawl. It was Guardian boosted up over the B bomb side wall, looking towards short. Flashbang gets him. He manages to leg Shoxy, and then his teammate drops at the same time. And then it's a 5-on-3 before they even know what's happening. It was actually a very impressive round from Na'Vi to begin with, but G2 capitalized. We'll find 3k available for Guardian and Edward. C's on 2k, not really much they can do with this one. And I think this is a technical pause. Yeah, there it is on the screen. So no one's dropped out the server, so hopefully we'll be into this momentarily. I'm going to say right now, mate, this is going to go the distance.
You think so?
This will be a 30-rounder.
Well, I'm excited for that.
I can see it in your eyes.
Dude, you're not even looking at me. Don't lie. Just because they can't see you doesn't mean you can lie, Henry.
You're in my peripherals.
That is such... He's been lying to you this whole... I don't know how the fans put up with you. You're straight lying to them. You're so disingenuous.
What fans?
It's true, actually.
Henry's G's.
Henry's G. Is that what they're called?
Yep.
Part of the G unit?
Exactly.
That's quite clever, Henry.
It's pretty good, isn't it?
You didn't come up with it on your own.
Didn't I?
I don't think he did. Usually clever things aren't your forte.
We had a few other names that we couldn't go with.
However, we couldn't go with.
No.
I'll find those out later. I don't want to know, Henry.
Well.
Mine are the Saddle Kids.
Oh, it's going to be about that. That's fine.
What's wrong with kids, Henry?
Nothing.
Yeah, okay, good.
12.
Look at this. This is Astralis-esque.
It is.
Except they're not worshipping Zippix.
They're worshipping simple, but they're not looking at him. It's quite rude.
It's a bit rude.
Worship your god. And we're joining the action as well. We'll be part of the snake in the water here.
I like it. Do you remember the VP snake on Cobblestone?
Of course, how could I forget?
Love that.
What a magical moment in Counter-Strike history. How could I?
You sound very convinced again.
No, these tactics, like the one in Cobble especially, that's like a bit of a Hail Mary. You're hoping it works out. When it does, on the planet's line, it's like a bit of a blunder that the fact that Terra team can run into that sort of setup. It shouldn't be happening if you know they're the eco. You shouldn't even be going into a situation that's a tight choke point with a situation that could be a stack. But it happens every now and then.
Every now and again.
You hate to see it.
I love to see it. It gives me something to talk about, get excited about, so I can justify what they're paying me for. Simple, good shot, takes Apex back, starts to walk in behind the truck. Molotov goes down, but Kenny gets Simple immediately afterward. You have to watch the fact that no one else is inside of the site and wonder, are they going to rotate or just sit back and try and get exits? I think getting exits at this point is fine. There's no investment in terms of armor, so they could justify trying to hunt down a few weapons. Getting Kenny's op out of his hands might be beneficial. And they'll try and do exactly that as they get closer and closer to the site.
4-on-4 with Simple's nice headshot there, but not really much they can do into this round. It's similar mentality we saw in the first half. Maybe touch the bomb towards the end and baits and seems to go down, but doesn't allow it happening. That's going to be Shoxy and Kenny S going to town, and they find 4 kills between the two of them. Nice work to finish things off. 3 in total for Kenny S there, as they close the margins now to 12-10. And in terms of the buy from Na'Vi, they do get another one on the board here. And on the CT side, which we stated before, is the more favoured side on overpass here, but still not without a full buy. Guardian's got the AWP out, but no head armor, not a big deal against the AKs to be fair, but no grenade. So he's going to go aggressive towards middle this time. First time we've really seen him challenge. We'll see whether he can get anything going. Not going to be going all the way towards the bench, actually holding in bathrooms for now. Flamey on the other hand, he is going to be possibly challenging him.
Possibly. Shox will get him down, flash through. Shox gets to the cubby. No one's going to be able to spot him. Sees, tried. Backing away as well, making noise. He's been fired upon. Hit as well. Sees very low. 18. Tagged up that time in the second approach. MBK is still hunting for that final bullet. The nail in the coffin, you could say, Henry.
You could say that potentially.
It's very poetic.
Yep.
Cliche, but poetic.
He's down to 18 HP. Another 5-on-4 for G2 to kick off round number 8 here. They consistently find this opening pick, and it's Flamey to go down this time, and another ding coming in. Not full damage, but Simple's down to 47 HP, and Shoxy, he knows it as well. Hungry for blood will be walking into the B side here, and the rotation's actually working in his favor. There's no one in the B side whatsoever. He'll be calling for this. The bomb will make his way there. He's got full control, my friend, as we hit the 45-second mark.
Control. Edwards sits in behind the smoke, locked out. Simple will go in. There's 2 there, in fact. Boost above. Try and see around it. Yeah, that's exactly what they're going to try and do. Apex. Going to wait down below and hold off as well. Covering as it wraps around to make sure no flank and potential shocks just waiting. This is going to have to be a back out. Navi's going to give it up. So they take all the momentum after an 8-7 half. Get things rolling quite well on this particular side in CT. They're on 4 in a row, and then now it's been all G2, and money is dwindling. This, you're right, could be a game, but I'm starting to favor G2 in it, oddly enough.
Yeah, I think that might be correct. That is consistently losing the initial duel. It's Na'Vi going down to 5-on-4 in the last 3 rounds, I think, and they'll be saving 2 weapons this time. Na'Vi with Simple and Edwards surviving just about. Shoxy finding 2 kills there. Great work from him to find that initial kill as well. The awareness to check that tight corner where Flamey is waiting as well. Hearing a few sound cues as well towards the B site. Walks in, finds another free kill. Full control of that B site. Calls the rotations to come in. Excuse me. And at
You
that
are
point,
excused.
round was over. Smokes were good. Navi tried to boost over it. Didn't really get much for that. And we go into another difficult round for them. This will be a tactical pause, I assume. So 2 M4 saved. 3 players on about 2K. They can drop some UMPs in, get a buy out of it just about. That's a problem with it. That's the main problem with the CSGO economy right now. Like, this historically shouldn't be a buy. And you should have a backstop to wall. You shouldn't be able to even get anything together here. You have to think, okay, let's take the eco. But now in CSGO, the fact that the UMP is only $1,200, you only really need 2,200 to get a buy-in. And it's enough to actually win rounds. That's the real problem.
Well, just buying the Gev.
It's banned in this league, but yes, you could do. If you wanted to break the rules.
I don't break. The only person I know that breaks rules in leagues is Jason,
Okay.
who's consistently using a teleport when it's been banned.
He got disqualified for that today.
He did.
It's
Thankfully.
the first time the commissioner really put his foot down. Good to see Mitch actually stepping up to his responsibilities there.
It's true. And if he does it again, he's going to be relegated to the Premier League of Worms WMD.
That is very true indeed. So just to give you an update, it's body that's dropped out. It's internet. Kind of problem we have with online games of CS. Like sometimes the PC dies, the internet dies. There's so many different variables. You've got 10 players in 10 different locations. So it happens from time to time. Not as much as it used to. Do you remember the DDoS days of CSGO? They were a lot of fun.
Don't remind me.
When I first started
Stop.
casting with
Stop.
Richard Lewis, we'd have like a whole game that would last maybe 3 hours because of DDoSes, and it was hell.
You're pushing it, Hank. Just quit while you're behind on that topic, because I'm going to get angry. Pasha's going to get angry. He will find you, and he will find you, my friend.
I remember that video that was made.
I don't think he said my friend, because you're not his friend if you do that.
Well, here we go. There isn't going to be a force buy available for Na'Vi, and this should be the point where G2 tie things up 12-12. I said it's probably going to get the distance here. Certainly looking likely to be so. As we go into this one, round number 9. The M4s will be heading towards middle here. It's Simple. Trying to make something happen. Certainly a high-impact player. Can he find the first frag? It's Edward to go down first. Up to Simple now of the last remaining M4 to try and make anything come in their favour.
Shots
There it
up.
is.
Simple gets it. Body goes down. 4 versus 4. Simple back toward the bathrooms as Apex will hang out at Picnic. If you go down in the woods today, you're sure of, you know that Teddy Bear Picnic?
Yeah, we have that.
You know that one?
We know that.
Nice! That was like my favorite song. I used to make my dad sing it like every night before I went to bed.
I'll sing it to you tonight when we're in bed.
That's weird. That would be the Pedo Bear Picnic.
Towards B we go now. It will be a contact by from GT, meaning they walk into the site until they're spotted, get as close as they possibly can, then they're going to explode, and here it comes. Guardian can't make the Deagle shots land, so he'll be taken down, and it's going to be a clean sweep for G2. 12-12, almost certainly coming in here, sees with just a PT50, and he's walking in from Monster. They're not watching it, but Joxy, okay, I thought he was about to swing around, and a couple of kills. This is getting interesting now. How has this happened?
He might find more. Oh, HP. He only needs the headshot on Apex, and we got a game, but it's another round for G2. 12-12, we tie things up. Na'Vi back with weapons. We'll go on to the AWP immediately with Garden. He's guarded. He could be in a garden. He's the Guardian, but he's got his armor this time.
Yes. Well, 12-12. We are all tied up here on Overpass. 2 Titans of CSGO going out of here. Nuke was first, G2 currently at 1-0 here in Pro League. Looking to find the second as well, but still anyone's game. The opening shot coming from Simple. He had a better spawn than Guardian, so he'll be taking over the AWP roles, at least for the initial sector. Gives it back over to their main sniper here. So back to a default setup. Guardian's heading towards long. He's very good in this position, but Simple might even be better in middle as he finds the first headshot down on Apex. Up to Shoxy now, trying to make something happen towards short once again. He had a chance, but can't nail the shot, and Flamey will take him down eventually.
He will indeed. Not bad. Good start. Exactly what Na'Vi need. Body's going to head his way toward the B side. There was 2 stacked up barrels. Thankfully, they've changed that. Not much utility to put them in an awkward position. They still have 3 smokes to work with on the terrorist side. I get the feeling, though, that the smokes aren't going to be the ambition. It's going to be picks instead. With MBK getting this close, he's going to try and just find headshots. Guardian's going to back off. A little bit indecisive, jumping twice. Second time he spots. Calls for the rotation to come back over. MBK gets 1. As I mentioned, the smoke's not utilized, and as he's tagged, Guardian swings out, uses the pistol. Down he goes.
Nice clean round there from Na'Vi. Getting the opening kill was simple in the middle area, and at that point, Shoxy knew he had to try and make something happen once again at the B site. Couldn't nail the shot, down to a 5-on-3 just like that. They get funneled towards A, and Guardian comes to life once more with that AWP. Finishes things off, and they take the lead once again. Tons of money available, though, for G2. They actually won 5 rounds in a row. Quite convincing ones as well, so they're absolutely fine. And they could actually send Na'Vi into a reset, but they actually kept, I think it was 4 players alive at the end of that one. So still, both teams relatively healthy. Guardian on towards the flower, but this time Apex watching towards short. Seeing if anyone will boost it up, not going to be the case. And he might walk up and try to find a frag here. We'll go for this for a safer option. And the bomb's down at T-spawn. 4 players towards the B side of the map. We've got MBK watching the flanks as well. And a player's dropped out of the round. That's Guardian, no.
This
is problematic.
Issue.
What happens,
We're not, so
no
again,
damage inflicted.
No damage inflicted, not a minute gone. This to me, now again, it's different rules for each. My ideal rule set says this to me is called...
running T-spawn at the
Yeah,
bomb.
I think this is a call stop. I think in this case, you should be allowed to call stop to the round and redo it. You're about 15 to 20 seconds into the round. There's no damage done. Guardian had an AWP. Someone just got $300. It's a very close game in a very close league, and I think you have to call this off. Apex is still going, but I think everyone else has called it off.
Yeah.
So let the round, yeah, there we go. Navi's joined in, and they'll medic this back. They have to. There's no question. I think that's the right call. I agree with that.
Yeah, I think so, for the reasons you just explained. It's a very big game. But I think, Matthew, it's going to take a little bit while. So we're not going to ruin everyone's ears with our nonsense. We are going to keep talking, okay?
So it's, yeah, match medic, it shouldn't take much longer than a few minutes.
5 have been told, but we're going to go.
Well, you know, let's not hold anyone accountable for something.
Well, you might as well keep the expectations relatively low. Then when it comes in faster,
yeah, that's what I do with everyone all the time. And then usually I also deliver on the low side, so it's fine. But that said, as you set the expectation that we're going to talk, you've set the expectation high, and I'm going to disappoint everyone. Or maybe, depending on your flavor, you get a nice break from us, so it could be positive too. We'll take a break. We'll be back. Well, we get back underway. Guardian's back. The doctors fixed him.
Yep.
And he is ready to roll. They'll have the AWP. We'll be back at the 13-12 scoreline. All things will resume as though they never changed.
Yes, we had a bit of a technical issue. Guardian dropping out, a very pivotal time of the game. And at that point, we thought, okay, let's slow things down, get the most aware. No damage is inflicted. Normally, that's a bit of an issue. But overall, 13-12 in favor of Na'Vi. We're getting back into this momentarily. Been a bit of a back and forth affair. G2 stringing quite a long spell of rounds together, but Na'Vi fighting back and taking the lead in the previous. So at this point, as I was explaining before we took this break, money's pretty decent for both sides. I think there's like a buy in the bank for either side. So this round still obviously very important for Na'Vi to find 14-12 or to GT to tie things up. But it's the next round after that one that's really going to decide the outcome of the game.
Yeah, I would agree. For money purposes, as you mentioned, that's exactly where it really comes down to it. I think G2 have to really kind of be concerned here, I think is the best way to put it. They went up 12-7, and then it's been all Na'Vi ever since.
We'll see what happens here. We'll get back into it. It is 13-12. I know it's a little bit confusing, but I'll keep track of it for you. I'll get a pen and
Thank you, because I'm not going to be able to do that.
It's towards the short tunnel there. Apex trying to find the first shot. Not going to happen. And it is going to be 5. This will be a big execution. We haven't actually seen this from G2 at all yet. This is a lovely boost over from Edward. No one to be expecting it. He gets gifted a kill there. Can't land the shot and actually might be punished here. Guardian is going to be backing him up, though. And it's going to be an equal exchange until MBK steps up and brings it into a 4-on-3.
4-on-3. That's about to change. Good strike from Flamey. Takes the bomb down as well. It's now a 3-on-1. Kenny the last alive. Trying to find a way back into the site. Flamey in behind on the ramp. Should peek this and time it accordingly. Does. Down goes Kenny. 14-12. I would say that round more influential for Na'Vi. Obviously gets them closer to the end than it is for G2 just because of money. As
that
you
money
say,
doesn't
G2,
look correct. They shouldn't have $8,000.
I was thinking that too. That's why I was trying to do the math in my head. I was going to say that would have brought G2 back into it if they had
that didn't look correct.
Won it, but yeah, Na'Vi.
I think that's why they're taking the pause. Maybe I'm not sure. Maybe it was just a GoTV bug. I'm not. Maybe just catching up and it's getting confused. I have no idea. But they shouldn't have $8,000. I'm pretty sure. They had like $4,000 before. We took that pause.
And they were all rifle.
Yeah, and they didn't get a bomb down there.
Yeah, because I was thinking break economy would have gone if Na'Vi won against G2.
No, they both had a buy
G2
available.
They both had a, okay.
So there wasn't that much though. So maybe that's why we've got a pause going on. I'm not sure. But it's 14-12. That's the headline for Na'Vi. 1 round away from getting match point and potentially tying this series up. I guess we've got a series. It's 2 separate best of ones. G2 won the first one. And now Na'Vi in touching distance now of actually picking up the second. So another pause coming in here. We're back into it. So, okay, that money that makes more sense.
That looks much better. So obviously we did the GoTV non-update
issue
where it's delayed and the HUD doesn't keep up with real time.
Here we go then. G2 now maybe on their final buy. They'll say lost, but if the bomb goes down, they still have a buy available. And a shot coming in from Kenny. It's very close to finding the CT player toward the B side. Another B execution coming in here. Molotov, smokes, everything going in their favor. Let's see if they can find the opening kill.
Oh, spraying in. Despite being blinded, Flamey managing one, but gets taken down by Apex, who's cleared the water, wrapped back around, spotted his teammates, and therefore now they can focus firmly to where the CTs re-entered the site.
Is the bomb even on the site yet?
Yeah, it is. It's just struggling to get planted. It's outside.
Apex to drop down with the bomb, I think.
I think you're right. It was Apex. Maybe that's why he
blunder.
turned back. He's got 1 HP. That actually buys a lot of time. Kenny gets Edward down. He gets tagged. Look at the HP. This is not done yet. In fact, even with Guardian up, I'd still whisper a shout at this, but it would be a hard one with the AWP, especially if he sits still like that and doesn't peek. Did I just speak something that could be true? He did lag out previously, but either way, no chance in that round for him. So that should definitely play on. We do have a tactical pause called out. This one would be from Na'Vi.
14-13, I think money is available. That was the full B execution there from G2. Molotov smokes all over the site. I think Flamey was there alone as well, so they took a bit of a gamble toward the A side of the map. Didn't work out for them as Flamey went down without a frag. And Apex, a bit of a mistake on his part. The fact he jumped in towards water with the bomb as well. I was wondering, why is the bomb not even planted? They've got an open bomb site here. And they weren't 100% comfortable. Apex wanted to see if there's another kill coming in. They want to keep their guns out. Didn't want to give anything away. And they did win the round overall, but it could have been a little bit scary for them if a nice shot came in from the CTs rotating in. But G2 needed that. I should pick it up. I'm going to sneeze.
Bless you. What happens if I bless you before you sneeze? How does that work? Does that mean I haven't actually blessed you? Does that mean... Oh, it means I'm a time traveler, according... I've always wanted to travel through space and time.
Yeah? Well, we'll see if we can make that happen. I think Jason's working on a time machine at the moment.
So he can get hair? Is that his alternative to hair
Back
replacement?
to there. I
Goes
don't know
back
why.
and then
Why
he
did I set that up
prevents
for you? Well, that was actually one of your better ones, to be fair. That's quite fast, so I can do that.
They just come to me. What can I say? Those hair jokes, they're so hard.
Well, okay. Guardian he's towards short this time. You can see they are slightly limited here. No nades really whatsoever. 1 smoke remaining. 3 flashbangs as well. Guardian has got the AWP. Needs his first shot. Can't nail it. Apex. That's going to be his invitation to maybe go straight towards the B side. Just 1 player remaining there now. I think it's Flamey. Edwards in towards connector as well, but G2 are buying their time and seeing what's going to be happening here. Is it going to be a reaction straight away? They're going to commit towards the B side. They're seeing what the CTs have to say at the moment. 14-13, so anyone's game. If G2 pick this up, that could be the money gone, and all of a sudden they've got a huge advantage.
Shot in. Jogs down. Oh my God. See now. Good play from Simple. Good accuracy.
We need to see out from his POV.
And that is Na'Vi going an incredible 15-13.
That looked amazing. We didn't see it. Like, it's difficult to get hyped if you don't spot it, but that was really, really sick from Simple. They lost their first frag. They didn't have any nades. He manages to just mow them all down and find match point as well. That's really cool from Simple. Very well played there. He's actually on 33 kills. Going above and beyond for his teammates. Double AWP setup to potentially finish this off as well. 15-13. Only a deagle for MBK here. Smokes towards the monster. That nice little dribbler.
That's very cool. Right on that pillar. It's perfect.
Backspin.
Yeah, very cool. Well, it's body that wants to get around the corner. Simple's going to wait, flashes in, he fires immediately. No waiting around that time. He's not playing games, Simple. Please, he's playing Counter-Strike, but in the game, he's not playing games.
Okay, all right. Glad to clear that up.
So you can see the shadows from the leaves. You can't see beyond that as MBK has made it through, and Guardian needs to be weary of this. If Na'Vi want to take this map and split it 1-1 in the evening. I think this would be G2's first loss in quite some time in Pro League. How'd they do last night? Don't recall. Guardian, a little bit of a circuit overload as he couldn't decide to flick down or up there, I think. Confused by the motion. Goes back in, has a lineup toward Bonk. They're gonna go in, he's got the first, that's bombed down. Temporarily, dropped again. Guardian will go back to Apex. And that certainly should be it. It will be. Flamey takes down Kenny. 16-13 in the end, I believe it was.
Yes, it was
correct?
Indeed. Yep. So we did almost go the full distance there, 29 rounds played, but Na'Vi coming out on top towards the end there. Guardian, great performance all night, couldn't actually pick up Nuke, but still delivering a solid showing on Overpass. Same story for Simple as well. That one round in the previous one, where he gets a 4-man spray down with no nades after Guardian drops as well, that should have been a G2 round all day long, but he manages to keep their heads above water and ultimately winning the game as well. So very well played by Simple, and we do split the series 1-1. Jason, what do you have to say about that one?
What do we have to say? Indeed, a lot of pauses. A match that was broken up quite a bit, but still 16-13 for Na'Vi. They do split the series. G2 is going to be a little bit unhappy with that one, just because could help their playoff chances, obviously, by winning that.
Yeah.
Either way, I mean, overall, some good sniper performances.
Yeah, well, technical difficulties are my favorite kind of difficulties.
Nothing
Are
like
they?
a technical pause.
Yeah. The maps went the way you would have expected. G2 to take Nuke and Na'Vi to take Overpass. As mentioned, my mic cable has swung around in front of me.
You're right there. Do you want me to hold it around the back for you, mate? He is like a little lead for Chad.
We need the clips. We need the clips.
This is some teamwork. I think we have the clips. There's a couple
Anyway,
spread out across the desk.
a really strong start from Na'Vi again on that T side, but then the double AWPs from G2 basically lit it up. We had Kenny with a couple of multi-frag rounds, Shocks, chiming as well with the AWP, having very impact plays, not in the situations you'd expect. They weren't finding the picks long range, they were being combat AWPers, the way I like to address it.
Yeah, and then you've got to highlight along the same vein is how impactful Apex was throughout that. Not just, the kind of filler that he can occasionally get. It was, that classic Apex, opening things up, finding opportunities, simply outplaying Simple a couple of times as well. Just one-to-one, finding some brilliant kind of fights there as well. It was brilliant to watch him actually come into his own, because he can be a little overshadowed sometimes with even with the rest of the G2 team. He's still a headliner, but it's like it's hard for him sometimes to break in. As he said, and he'll always say, you can't be a consistent entry fragger. It's not like you can always do it, right? It's not something that's just given to you. So it's good to see him finding room to work there. And considering these were both quite polarizing maps for both teams, they're actually quite competitive, close games. So it was actually quite fun to see how close G2 brought that, even though Na'Vi did seem to have just that little more depth to go to.
Something I found very interesting on G2's T side was as soon as they found a pick somewhere on the map, they always seemed to find that gap. You know, there was that round where somebody walked all the way into the A side and was flanking C's at B. He had his knife out walking back up to the A bomb site. He had no idea. That other round as well, I think it was Shox at Sandbags, and they were like selling a fake, but then Shox just walked into the B bomb site and all the other players rotated away to the A site. Just looked like maybe there was some seeds of doubt being placed by the way G2 were playing it in that middle phase, and then they started in the end of the game going to pack strategies, and once that was happening, the multi-frags were just coming in from Na'Vi, and they were too strong from that point.
I think that speaks to a couple of things. One, the benefit of G2 having so many individually talented players to make those kinds of plays, and also two, you know, one of the difficulties that Na'Vi has had that Andy, the coach, is specifically working on is communication and organization on the CT side of things, which Na'Vi has struggled on recently, but has looked much improved. And indeed, they do take that second map, improving from the first loss. When we return, we'll have Virtus Pro taking on Heroic, seeing if VP can increase their chances of making the playoffs, because they're currently sitting, I think, at around 10th. So stay tuned, and we'll be right back.
I can't understand people watching somebody play a computer game.
It's still not a sport.
It shouldn't be on a sports network.
But I don't know if athlete is the right word.
This is your chance to actually make it into the Pro League, be a professional Counter-Strike player.
That's the thing that Mountain Dew League provides.
Penguin, you know what? If anybody has a shot at 2-0, it's Penguin. Beautiful Counter-Strike. You usually only see that into the professional level of things.
We are one of the youngest team in top 20. Many teams can underestimate us, and we can surprise them with our tactics, show our Polish power.
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
Counter-Strike is sharing incredible moments with us and will return to a memorable place. Get your tickets now at proleague.com/Dallas.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, Legion Lenovo, Mountain Dew League, and ESEA.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the ESL Pro League. We just saw Na'Vi and G2 go at it. And before we move on with the rest of the Pro League, I'd like to mention how you can start your own professional career. The Mountain Dew League is giving amateurs a direct path into the ESL Pro League. Quite easy to find out how. All you have to do is head over to esea.net/MDL for more information. Up next, we have Virtus Pro, the CSGO legends turned part-time footballers, up against the Danish team Heroic. They'll be playing on Nuke and then on Train, a map that Heroic member Valde has said his team needs a little bit more practice on. Thankfully, Rush has put together a quick tip to help them on their game.
Hey Future Pros, all aboard as we are back on Train with another flash. This one is for Pop Dog and should blind or push any CTs away from the area. First step is to wiggle yourself into this corner, then crouch down and aim along this vent. Use mouse 2 on your RGB high DPI gaming mouse, and whoever is playing inside of Pop will not be having a good time.
The memeing is increasing daily with these pro tip videos, but either way, Pop Flashdown ladder is an important one to know.
Yeah, high DPI gaming mouse.
It's a bit much. It's a bit much from Rush. Either way, we have Virtus Pro taking on Heroic now. So pretty cool matchup coming into play. This was the matchup that got Virtus Pro eliminated from playing in front of their home crowd in Katowice.
You know something that was really intriguing with that match? Heroic, none of the players on that squad had a positive rating when they won that game.
Really?
Yeah.
You don't see that too often.
The other thing about Heroic is they actually topped the group in the Swiss format with a negative round total.
Yeah, so what that, I guess that translates to they just ground out wins, right? Like they played good team Counter-Strike.
Or lost big.
I suppose, but if they topped the group, Jason, you'd assume that they had to play some.
Well, the matches that they did lose.
No, Jason's right. If they are negative despite having a winning record, it means they lost bigger than they won.
But what about in the game specifically that I'm talking about on Nuke that references this matchup between these two teams?
Correct. Go on.
Precisely. So that means that they won the crucial rounds and were able to reset and stuff, whereas VP maybe just like absolutely punished them when they were eco and that kind of stuff to buff up their scoreline. But something that I really appreciate with Virtus Pro and why I think I'll be a Virtus Pro fan forever is the nuances and the little adjustments they make to their game.
It's because they're the only team that's going to be around forever.
Yes. That is true. I have a little clip here of just something very, very small, and it just shows that they do their homework and they study their opponents. I've actually highlighted this one before, but this is from a more recent match. And they know that Draken plays the left side of Warehouse with the AWP, and he only spots a very tight line. So they boost in these boxes, they jump on over, and they get close to Mini or Anix or whatever you want to call it. He has no idea that they're there. They're able to walk into Anix and kill a player who is expecting Draken to be covering that section of the map or relying on sound cues and get a frag before anything even happens. It's just those little tweaks. You know, it's not really a strategy. It's more like a move or a play that's able to get them into rounds. It's great to see.
Well, also shows instead of necessarily looking into overarching strategies of the matchup, they're looking into the different ways that individuals play and how to attack that area, which is pretty cool as well.
Yeah.
Either way, now, I mean, we saw this go Heroic's way on Nuke at Katowice, but here, I mean, is this going to be, I mean, how can you even kind of talk about where this match is going to go, considering that it's not only online. We've seen Virtus Pro have very good matches in this league. We've seen them have very poor matches in this league. We've seen them very much up and down. I mean, are Heroic actually, do they have a shot at taking this?
I think VP would have to still be the favorites, even though they did lose it on LAN, right? But you'd say VP are the better team. They're the more well-rounded team. It just depends on the version of VP that we're going to get, because we do see so many different iterations of them. It seems like maybe if one of them wakes up and he woke up on the wrong side of the bed, they might have a bad day.
It just feels like we have that conversation pretty much every night with Virtus Pro. There's really no other way to take it, because you don't know what product they're going to come in with this kind of an online game.
I don't know how to quantify it or explain it to anybody, right? It's not something we can really analyze or put a finger on as people who watch these matches. They're probably one of the most exciting Counter-Strike teams with very well-balanced players. Anyone can step up at any point in time and carry this squad, or have impact rounds, have clutches, have amazing aces. These guys can do it all. The thing is, they don't seem to do it on a consistent basis in the online league more so than LAN. But maybe that would also, you know, maybe they have something to prove here. They want to beat Heroic, who kicked them out of their home tournament.
Well, let's do this as well, because we have, we can talk a lot about Heroic, because obviously this is a team that's considered to be the 3rd best in Denmark, which is a very, very strong region, obviously, at the moment in Counter-Strike.
Yep.
But they have Valdi, very compelling young player coming up, supposed to be one of the next big stars, not only in Denmark, but in Counter-Strike as a whole. They've got Snappy, who's a very underrated and well-respected in-game leader for them. Denmark seems to be pumping out in-game leaders at an intense
About the only
volume.
country in the world right now that's doing that.
Yeah, I mean, they really have a grasp on that kind of in-game leadership.
The other thing as well that goes a little bit beyond that too is, and a player you didn't mention, hasn't been getting enough mention, is Nico. And I know that Henry's brought it up a few times. They've mentioned on that team they expect him to be one of the best stoppers in the world. They think he's got incredible skill, he's got a high ceiling, he just hasn't hit it yet, and he's got potential he's still building upon. They say in practice or just when he's messing around and there's no pressure, he hits everything, and he's annoying to just even warm up against. But as soon as you get into a game situation, he's still not developing, whether it's tactically or making decisions on when to take duels. He's just still developing that finer part of his game.
Just kind of leaning on that potential at the moment, maybe for Heroic.
Yeah, which is a problem. I mean, potential that's not acted upon is essentially nothing. It's just there.
I mean, it's the same with Valdi, though, as well, right? Like, this is a guy that we've seen take over games. Just, you know, once he continues to get experience, it's just going to be happening more and more. So, I mean, it is kind of, that is kind of what makes him the 3rd place team, is developing these players that are going, it's going well so far for him.
Yeah, and I guess, right, to be the 3rd rank in Denmark can be a scary thing. We were talking about these guys being the farming team, you know, but it seems like all 3 of these teams have kind of settled now where their lineups are, and everybody seems to be relatively happy. I think the thing with the Heroic team specifically is Snappy and Modi have so much experience. They've been playing Counter-Strike for a very long time. Valdi's that kind of middle guy. He's been playing at the higher level just a little bit before Nico and Yugi. The development period that we're going to see out of these guys, whether they do what they did last year and they don't take the player break off and they just go hard and come out of that player break, you know, ready to go, whereas everyone else is a bit sluggish off the start, that could kickstart them to have another good end of the year like we saw from them in 2016.
I mean, this on Nuke, this is, I mean, you can almost say that this is both teams' kind of best map, couldn't you? I mean, Heroic, I mean, this is a map they've shown very, very good proficiency on, a little bit underrated in a sense.
Yeah, but VP hasn't won like a CT round all year in Pro
League. In Pro League,
Did we investigate that statistic?
We need to investigate
In Pro League, they haven't done fantastic on Nuke, but in ECS, just the other day, they did pummel NIP, who we would consider another relatively decent Nuke team. So whether they've turned that around or...
Relatively decent in their own relative terms.
Yes.
For NIP. My point being, I don't know if we can call them a decent team right now.
God bless it.
It's not bad.
I like it. You're back on the desk. This is when we have some fun with Matt.
It's true, actually.
We have to force the fun.
I didn't bring a button-up shirt today, so I thought
Henry's
if I was going to look like a
fundraiser.
mess, I'd just go full mess today. This is my Chad cosplay.
That's normally what I look like when I'm trying to look good, so you've nailed it.
Thank you. I thought I would do my best. It's because we're going to Sydney in just under 10 days, I think, at this point.
Who's counting? Not me.
Yeah.
I am. Because I have
excited?
I have Canadians down there I'm going to go hang out with. And apparently you're going to jump out of a plane.
Yeah, that's going to be fun. We talked about that a little bit earlier, but the plane jumping.
How many people did you book?
So far, we've got, I think, 5 locked in.
Okay, I'm going to book a plane that has only room for 4 parachutes, and I'm going to push you out first.
That's cool.
Grim? Grim as usual.
That's nice.
You're welcome.
Maybe we can look
at
some recent Heroic Nuke results.
Okay.
They've only played it 3 times in recent history.
Yeah.
2 of those were in the Pro League. 1 was versus Astralis and 1 was versus Mousesports. They lost to Astralis and they beat Mousesports on it.
Yeah, Mousesports has lost this map every time except for once this year. I think they played it 5, they're 1-4.
I don't know. That doesn't really give us a lot to go on, right? Because we know that VP have absolutely dumpstered Astralis on Nuke. And we know that Heroic just nudged VP out on Nuke. So it's not really, we can't really use that trickle logic.
No, you can't. And especially because Mousesports is, like if everyone's beating them, then it's not saying much.
Yeah, well, I think that's going to about do it. Thank you all for tuning into the Outside. It's been a lot of fun. And now back to Lauren and Mitch in the studio.
Thanks, Moses. We are live here out in the field. But no, you're right there, Mitch? You having a good time?
Yeah, it's always good to hear from the peanut gallery, but I mean, I have to say, credit to Matt. I don't think I could get my hair to look like that if I tried.
I can give it a good crack.
It's pretty. You want to give it a go?
Yeah.
Maybe later. Anyway, let's jump into this one here. Heroic VP, you've got a bit to say on this one, Lauren.
Yeah, just having a chat to a couple of people about this and how they rate Heroic coming to this and their thoughts towards it and a little bit of background information. Right now, actually, Heroic are, well, a couple of the players apparently are at boot camp at the moment, 3 at minimum, getting ready for the DreamHack tournament coming up not too far away. So these guys are, very mentally in it right now. You know what I mean? Like they're in that boot camp mode, they're in that playing, for progress mode. They've had very good practice coming in towards this, not necessarily for this matchup, but eyes set towards DreamHack Austin. So that's the Horizon game for them. And just a little note. So speaking to a couple of Danish players, or a Danish player, who's rated...
I wonder who that would be.
Yeah, no, but he actually rated Heroic the best Danish team on Nuke.
Okay.
So, high praise. Whether or not we see it through here now is going to be a different factor. But eyes towards what they bring, because this should be Heroic in their very good form.
And keep an eye on VP as well. Lauren, we've been blessed with some lovely VP nuke maps, but Taz has been consistently performing a little bit weaker than the rest of his team. 20% less rating than the average on his team over the last 10 games. So that's averaged out, but it's not been very good for him. We saw him even try the P90 on this map to no avail. But pistol round now going to be starting off here.
And a double Tech 9. Yugi and Valid both having Tech 9s. This is kind of unique. Flash for Modi, flash for Snappy, and off we go. This is a set piece. And so far it's not worked perfectly, but Yugi's there. Snacks finds Nico, and that's a problem. But the trades come in finally, beneficially towards Heroic. They've got 3 standing to the 2, and Neo is low. Yeah,
not a terrible spot still for him to be playing with that USP, but it needs to be in and out very quickly. Pasha, though, gets the better of Modi, catches him by surprise, and now it's going to be Yugi falling. Snappy had already absconded to the lower levels and gets a bomb plant, but he's got 2 VP players to get through.
Now, Neo does have a kit, and Snappy doesn't have armor, so all these things slowly add up together, but we'll see how he plays this one out. Playing from that kind of decon room. Now, Neo's the one towards the bomb. Very low HP on Neo, and Snappy's patience is being tested. Opens the door, now gives away the game, spots that no one's on the bomb yet, but will he expect the kit as well? Now you can see Pasha trying to basically be the bodyguard of the door. Swings out, oh, Snappy! What a shot comes in! I don't think he even meant to hit the shot on towards Neo, but he does anyway. He gets one for free as the guy defusing. And Pasha here almost turned this round right into the hands of Virtus Pro.
Suffice to say, that did not at all go to plan. Pasha was hoping to, well, not only absorb the shots, but also be able to win that one out. But it cuts straight through. And with nothing but that pistol, we didn't even have armor, as you mentioned, Lauren, in that round. Snappy somehow wins things out. That's beautiful stuff for Heroic.
Yeah.
And an excellent start for them. And perhaps the nightmare maybe continuing for VP, although they did improve better in ECS, of course, earlier on this map, but still hasn't been great for them so far this season. Heroic headed to the outer side of the map here. Snacks hoping to challenge a little bit closer, but the smoke will be pushed.
Yeah, I'm wondering how prepared VP are for Heroic on this map. On a one-to-one basis, matching up probably wouldn't necessarily put them into the same category, even though really VP have suffered at the hands of Heroic quite consistently at the moment. And they seem to have done again. This is a good map for Heroic. I don't know how much you can read into what they're doing, how much maybe they practice against each other off, in unofficial games. But still, you've got to hope that VP are prepared for this. We said it already at the very start of this show. These games for Virtus Pro are their step to being possible to qualify towards getting to those offline finals, to get into those positions. They are very much on the lower end of that cutoff point. So again, very important games tonight.
Yeah. For both teams, as you said. Mika trying to get up close. He's very, very deep with that weapon, and VP pulled 2 pistol kills back in their favor, both of them from overextensions from Heroic. One was up towards the upper, VP managing just to sit back. It was Taz, of course, receiving him. And that one there from Nico not playing out too well at all. So, VP more than happy here just to let this one go to the keeper, as we say, back home. But they've got a scout. There's an AK also recovered there by Bialy. And I'll let this one tick away here. Don't really fancy going in for it. It was actually a very much a stood back sort of hold there for Virtus Pro. Didn't really even venture in towards the upper side. Back towards their spawn they played.
So all in all, from that round, not bad recovery from VP considering that they've got a nice little rifle for free there. I say for free, but you know what I mean. Now, Heroic still sitting on 2 rounds. Still sitting pretty at this point. Relatively unscathed. They did lose out on a little, but you can kind of just deal with it at this point. And I just want to see how strong this T side is from them. We've seen the VP, they are that kind of hot and cold team on occasion. You don't know who you're going to get. And at the moment it looks, I'm not going to say it's online VP yet. You don't know.
I just want Taz to rush roof again with the P90, Lauren. That will make me happy.
But you know what I dream of, and it is that.
Well,
it is that P90. It is just charging around the map in his hands. But so far, Heroic just going to be trailblazing their way down towards that lower side of things. You've got 4 players pretty much in that squad, just kind of barreling through, clearing out the corners, opening up the doors. And it looks as though they're taking control towards the control room. Very thorough, very well versed, and it's worked.
No warp in play for Virtus Pro, so can't really counter this out. And Snacks was playing quite passively closer towards Annex here. So they have to give outside control to Heroic. They have to be expecting at least that they're going to have a strong presence on the lower side here. But Modi's up here to catch rotations, or players like Snacks, who are forging further afield, maybe to try and go down secret on his own. Bialy finds Yuki early on. The bomb is down there already, and there's no kits at all on Virtus.pro to work with, so they do need to be relatively expedient here. This might be another catch here. Snax realizes he may have just messed things up, goes for another peek, and no, it's trying to back away. The grenade just scraped by him. Neo tries to go straight for the bomb there, maybe even a quick defuse, but there's no chance. Nico with the 2. And this is struggle city for Virtus.pro here. They let the bomb be planted very early in the round, brought no kits in, and that's the way it goes.
Pasha desperate to get something, and will be Taz with the CZ, at least finding some ways to cause some sort of pain here. But for now, Heroic are fine. They keep 2 up. Pasha gets found by the bomb pretty much, but Heroic get the first 3. And I wouldn't say the cleanest, but, you know, a couple of bomb plants. They get what they need done. They retain good money. You can already see 6 cases going on Yugi, so that could be an AWP coming in pretty darn soon. And right about now would be the case. So he's straight up on the AWP. He's got the armor as well, so he's not kind of suffering in any aspect. VP can't get it done yet. They've gone for the rifles. They're fine on that. They've got a fair whack of utility, but no kits.
Yet again. So VP now probably need to be a little bit more proactive in this round, or at least less reluctant to meet Heroic out ahead and give them too much map control. It will be Pasha playing forward, of course, here in ramp room. Pretty standard opening here. The T side actually threw smokes towards outer. A bit of a VP style approach, actually. Continuing throwing smokes to outer, and then they're going to make their way through, perhaps even into ramp room themselves.
And I really like it. You set that precedent, don't you? You set that marker of, we've done this before, we're going to keep doing this, and of course they're not. But VP fell not necessarily hook, line, and sinker for it, but you can see where Bialy is, you can see where they're starting to tender towards, and now it does give a little bit of freedom. Now, Neo's got to be careful. He might have already been spotted. He definitely has. Modi, quick on the trigger, going to find him, and then bursts in towards that line of sight.
Modi tries to make things happen from rafters there with the UMP, but it's a little bit too tough for that particular weapon, and Snax meets it ahead. It's going to be Nico inside the hut. 2v3, Valde. I'm going to deal with Bialy pretty comfortably here. Molotov thrown. Pasha's down in the vent. This is something we actually saw a lot from Happy. He will sit here and wait, knowing that, of course, it's a pretty comfortable pickup. Someone drops down. He's not on the ladder. His accuracy is not affected, but Snax didn't have a chance to let a bullet fly. Now Pasha has to try and challenge himself. He comes straight up the ladder, finds Valde. The bomb is still ticking.
And they don't have a kit. No one on VP had a kit, so timing is going to be a huge factor. Now, Yugi doesn't know that, of course, and he's going to be playing up from Crows. Flash comes in.
It's time to duel, Yugi.
I can't believe you said that. And now, well, Yugi peeks back in for it. He's going to get the job completed for Heroic, and that's 4 now. Completing not just those first pistol rounds, converting them cleanly, but then following it into that first important gun round, keeping the money, I wouldn't say super low for VP. They still got the kills, they still did some damage. It wasn't, you know, that clean-cut round that I can imagine Heroic would be hoping for, but they get the job completed and, you know, in the bag. It's the safety done now. So for VP, it's can we recover the economy? Can we bring it back? Because we know how hard Nuke is to hold for a CT team without full utility, without all those Molotovs to slow things down. As good as Snax and Bialy are at holding that, you know, towards Squeaky Door and playing off the back of that, it does get incredibly difficult, and that's certainly not going to make things any better this round.
Yeah, I mean, Pasha can't sit back in ramp room there with just the Deagle. At least he's not confident to do so. Wanted to push a little bit further forward and get something done. Modi finds Neo still lurking around the area, a little bit out in the open here. The one chance for VP, even it's a very slim one, is that Snax has made his way towards the outside. Players like Shocks, you know, we see a lot of them really playing towards that red container and getting in people's faces. That might be an answer here for Virtus.pro if they're not willing to meet them in other areas of the map. That was Bialy, finds the frag, gets himself a Mac 10. Lower bomb side hit now will be in progress.
And it just seems so well played out, so far at least. You know, this could be unraveled, but look at it. Instantly spraying this away. Oh, that's a little unfortunate. Does manage to claim Modi en route, but is what it is. 2 players now remain for VP. Just Deagles, no upgraded armor either, so purely looking to do a quick bit of damage, maybe get a gun away, maybe try and escape, but Yugi's having none of it. Showing he's just as good with that rifle, and an AWP's even been picked up, so he can be dropped that one out, swap it onto an over. Their money sits pretty, and now this is a test again. VP get another kind of go back at it, but they need to start getting on the board here. They need to start getting that round there, otherwise this could be one of those games that adds to that terrifying stat that they barely get rounds on this map.
Oh, that was the situation there. That was just Nico. A little bit too keen, maybe feeling that Modi would fall. We've actually seen multiple players killed in a collateral fashion, actually, in that part of the map already this game. But we've also talked about VP struggles on the CT side on this map in recent times, Lauren. I don't think the stat is quite 0 rounds won, but it's not been good.
And I wonder how much this is getting into the heads now of VP. You've seen, again, that line of smoke outside. Are they actually playing to it, or is this just another fake? It's very hard to tell here, and VP are the king of fakes themselves.
Yeah,
so
VP
it's a
do this every round.
Yeah, it's a little bit of right back at you. You know, if you can do it, we can do it. Let's see how well you'd handle this. Nice little molly on towards the top of hut, and it looks as though this could be possibly a hit towards upper, just seeing where Valde and Nico are, but They haven't fully committed yet. Yugi's still en route. This is still yet to be fully seen, but Taz is in an important position, and no one's really checking for it. They go in straight away for the trade. Valley faces towards Snacks, and it's Nico to find Taz in the end. Taz did minimal damage, but at least got one.
Oh, their Passion now is going to burn pretty darn low. Went for the shot, he doesn't take it, and it just seems like VP. Whether it's by a matter of inches or miles, they're just not on song today so far. Well, the execution has not been stellar. Passion manages to find a shot there in from the warehouse and make his way in towards Mini, but again, at this stage, it's just trying to get some frags on the backside. He'd love to save an AWP, but it's not going to be the case. Modi swings in through from the right side and takes him down.
This is such a beautiful T-side so far.
Right, so we have a few things in place, don't we, Lauren?
Oh,
we have
Yugi, yes. No, don't you dare drop that. Yes, Snappy. We're going to watch Snappy. We watch no one, but don't you dare. This is probably a misbuy that they're just kind of like giving to the port. We're gonna, Can we follow them this round? It's against Eagles. Just treat me right.
So we've got the SG here. No worries.
He's going for what I like to call the girl gamer gun.
Oh, I'm glad. I can't say these things. You can.
No,
though.
I can.
I'm happy to let you
there. Don't you worry.
Right.
Now Snacks could be the first victim of the girl gamer gun, as Nico seen his teammate go down. So I was hoping he'd be straight in there, somewhat like Swimmer, but he's not.
No. What was a P90 last time? This time SG. Nico
I don't care if we miss the frags. I'm sorry, chat, and anyone watching this right now. I want to see the SG work, and so far, he is not being, you know, snazzy with it.
Let's make this more academic if we possibly can, for Nico's sake.
Someone misbought, and he's had to live with the choice. Don't do this to me. Yes, that's the angle I want to watch.
This observing is on point, by the way.
Nice.
They're catching all the kills. It's just showing us Nico. That's great. Okay. Getting serious, it's a 2v3. Time ticking down, less than 1 minute for Heroic to plant the bomb here. VP pressured heavily. Neo's got nothing but a pistol here, so Taz may well find Nico.
Don't ruin my fun,
The vestiges of smoke will fade away, but Taz is gone for a dive. The bomb is awfully slowly moving here. I'm not sure what Heroic are waiting for, but there Neo shows himself up in heaven. That might be the ghost signal. There it is. The SG gets involved. Quickly swapped out, rather sheepishly in fact, but still, Lauren is happy.
Team Secret, CLG Red, take notice. That was outstanding. I like it. I like it a lot. Now, sadly, he's gotten rid of that gun. Bit of an error. He somehow misplaced it and found I think it's an AK instead. Incorrect. Don't laugh, Mitch. I can hear you laugh. I don't appreciate it. Sexism. Neo on the AWP though. Let's get back to business because this is a buy round and I'm hoping there's a bit of a difference of pace. And what a shot from Yugi. That was an absolute stunner. Bialy's head goes rolling. And now VP left kind of just like, well, all right, this is going to be painful. Here we go. Straight towards upper and then not mess around. Heroic switching up the pace when they want to. The 7 rounds up to the good. And VP are left in tatters.
Yeah, not good. Neo with the AWP. It's an investment made in this round again, but Virtus.pro have not been able to find anything for their money. They're getting completely trumped in every aspect of the game. Pasha again, we've seen him in this position late round. It's just sort of where he sits, hoping for an exit or something. Didn't work out so well last time, and Neo's not going to have any entrance in through upper here. Just adds a smoke to the pile. All MCFCs. Chlorofluorocarbons. Lauren. We don't really have them anymore, but they're probably in smoke grenades. I don't think they really care about the environment. Anyway, Snappy pokes his head forward. He exposes himself for a little bit too long, and Pasha is in position to find him, but this round is done and dusted. Make no mistake, ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be Neo backing away in Heroic 8 rounds to 0 thus far. And for Virtus.pro, it's not a good look. Neo has not had a frag yet in this match. That is the bond status, of course. And a pause here would be good.
VP pause. I can imagine just going to throw that real wild guess out there at 0-8. And we actually discussed this before. Neo AWPing on this map was a weird one. We thought it was kind of like a, I'll give it a go sort of thing. You know, they were down quite badly again last time we were watching this, and then he gave it a crack.
It's a little bit like the Mouseboard situation at the moment, actually. You know, where you don't really know if it's always going to be Oscar. I find Oscar plays more of the T-sided AWP now than Chris J, if I'm not mistaken. But we've seen Snacks with it. We've seen Pasha have it.
I'm not opposed to it at all. Yeah, don't get me wrong. I still think Neo is, you know, a god-tier player. I'll never dispute that. That's just dumb to even consider that. But I don't know if I'd put him above the other AWPers right now on this map. I just haven't seen him deliver yet. Sure. That's the one thing. I want to see just that little bit of proof to show, like, all right, he's got something going on here. Just not seen it into play at the moment. And on the other side, Yugi's having a nice little game there for himself. Not exactly, you know, huge moments. He had some nice shots, you know, of course, but not like crazy impact just yet.
No, and plenty between without AWPs as well. He's been rifling quite nicely.
I think the overall thing to take away from this, at least in my eyes, in what's just so impressive with Heroic, is just how well-rounded they look to this map. They have so many set pieces, they have nice variations on it, they have that switch up of pace. They seem just to have this really good read into how they want to play it out, and it's snappy at the helm.
It's interesting that you have a map like this where you commit 4 smokes at the start of the round for no other purpose than for misdirection. And then you still have sufficient utility, especially if you're buying up, the whole brace of it, to do things, obviously, on either of these sites. They're less smoke intensive. It's not quite like overpass, for example. People trying to pressure that A site. You definitely need a few smokes to sort of cordon that one off. But here, not so necessary. Maybe it is, but still teams still value the ability to keep their competitors confused and prevent them from really seeing what's going on the outside part of the map. 8 rounds, though, on the T side is very, very good from Heroic. Definitely one of the earlier proponents of this map, Lauren, when it started to come back into fashion, especially when Heroic started to form, in previous permutations. It's not quite the same, of course, now with these additions, but still, 8 rounds to the good, damn good start.
And you just think, what would happen if Heroic's map pool got to the point where they're as proficient on other maps as they are on this one? That's the big scary factor, isn't it? But Bialy going to make light work of Yugi there. Maybe getting a little ahead of himself. Maybe VP starting to get a little bit pumped up by this, get a little bit of momentum behind them because they need something to work for them. As Neo's been forced already off the angle. Rampar's completely taken over, but how many players do they have down? They don't have anyone yet. They're just getting down to the vents now for VP, so the bomb's going to be planted quite comfortably. I don't think anyone's going to be able to challenge anytime soon, and it's retake time already for VP.
Bialy doesn't know where the bomb is at the moment as well. He can't really suspect that it's just on the other side of the door. He's going to bang it out, though. That's a foul, should I say, just to get a bit more information. Door open, C snappy. Not enough for him to make the shot, but Bialy there with his second of the round. First, of course, was when he met Yugi trying to press forward into Squeaky.
And that little hole in the door actually plays well for the bomb plant. That's I can imagine why it's there now. It does actually backfire, but Nico's position is so unnoted. He's got 3 players to find. He tries to work his way into it, but the defuse will be picked up. There was a kit as well on Taz. And even though it was close, that's handled in the end. But you got to feel if maybe something worked out a little differently then towards Nico at the end of it, it could have been different. But finally, VP get one on the board, something they feel they've been lacking a long time in the making. But it's also a chance for a reset. Heroic could just, completely crush that spirit.
That would be the literal nightmare for Virtus Pro right now. Fortunately enough, it was a costly round for them to lose 3, but they brought a couple of guns into the next round and they've been able to spread them comfortably enough here so that there's no real discrepancy. Let's see what that play from Bialy actually was. Quite aggressive in towards Annex, or at least for you may be a little bit further forward than we expect him to be. Now Nico's actually going to make use of this outside play, but Snacks is going to be here to meet him this time. It doesn't matter. Nico finds the head first. A lot of smoke. Bialy not able to find the damage. Yuki might fall to that nade, though, right at his feet. Nicely done by Bialy. Well predicted indeed. 4v3 now. It's been a costly opening to the round for Virtus Pro, and for Heroic, it's been very comfortable trading to get access to these parts of the map.
They've been so good at getting here, and the hard fact is, and something you've got to always highlight with VP is that generally Snacks is such a good player at kind of, I guess, just being a nuisance and always making some sort of impact, but they just seem to be able to go, forego him. Bialy's having a bit of a muted game too in that aspect, and of course Neo can't be ignored. But beyond that, right now it's retake time for Virtus Pro. Now they do have kits this time, they do have utility left over, so Heroic are going to be put to the challenge here, and all 3 players playing it very passively from Heroic. No one wants to take any sort of risks just yet. One touch towards the bomb. Spray comes in from Nico. Position now duly noted, but Valde takes the time to take the shot. He'll find Neo, but the bomb is being defused. Bialy! He tries to hold it, but Valde takes the chance that he was given at the start, swings out again, and takes out another bit of hope for VP, and there's the reset.
It's happened. Taz has got $1,400 here. That's devastating. That was so close to being a defuse there as well. Real butt clench moment, but it's not enough for VP there at all. And Heroic are flying high. VP down to nothing but the pistols. That loss bonus, of course, completely and utterly reset their income. Now low, they're on the CT side. It's even harder to develop a robust economy as it is now. And Virtus Pro look like they want to stack the rafters area to start this round off. Maybe even aggression in towards lobby. We'll see if they want to do that. Or is it a drop-down vent? Stacks opens the door here, but Heroic playing this one so passively, and they know. It's so obvious to know what situation VP are in. It's 9-1, they just reset them. Maybe they can sit back and wait for these pistols to try and get in position.
I don't know what to say about VP anymore. It's all good and well to discuss the fact that, Heroic are good at this. There's very few other ways to look at it than just that. They are an incredibly diligent team on this map, and they can challenge the tier 1 teams on it no matter who they are. So nothing taken away from them, but you've got to look at VP and hope that there's more to them than this. Online VP sure. You know, maybe just want a timeout, playing too many things, but
such a bloody meme
still,
though. I mean, we've seen him perform really well online, even on this map recently.
Yeah.
Maybe the caliber of opposition wasn't the same, but I still have nightmare flashbacks to ESL 1 Cologne last year when they picked this against SK and just were not ready for that at all. That sort of put them out of the finals there. So I honestly don't think Virtus Pro are a top tier team on this particular map. You can take that win against NIP with a grain of salt, but you know, you've got a team like Heroic who clearly really have a really cerebral approach to this game. They have a real heuristic protocols in place, Lauren. Virtus Pro doesn't seem to have an answer.
No, and it's not the first time. It's not like we haven't seen them in these same sort of predicaments again and again. I'm hoping that they find a response. I don't think it's in this game. It may be in the future. It may be down the line. Maybe it's a map pool readjustment. I don't know. Currently, Asana, you know, 1 to 10. You're on the CT side. You've had a rough time. Don't get me wrong. You didn't win out on the pistol. Lost the first gun round. You got reset after the one round that you did win. It is tough, but still, they've had some opportunities. But this looks like the faster piece again coming out from Heroic, showing their full hand, what they can play with here. The trades are so good. Bialy can't find any more. He runs out of bullets and opportunities to find the kills. And by this point, they've taken over the side. The volleys go up, and the CT side are forced out.
So quick, so fast. Virtus Pro, they didn't even have the capacity to deal with something with such a pace. I was hoping to find something through the smoke. Maybe visions of glory, past excellence, but no, it'd be Modi to shut him down. And Pasha, toast a marshmallow, think about his current situation and contemplate his fate now. Again, that lost bonus will be starting to build again, but Pasha would hate to throw this gun just into the fire. But it may be a matter of jumping into the fog here and trying to make some impact. There's no kit on him either. Virtus Pro have been found in these situations so often. The plants are coming very early in these rounds for Heroic, putting a lot of pressure on VP, especially to play towards outside. Heroic get 5 men on that bomb site before VP drop one man down. Then it's ridiculous, and it's almost like VP just not able to get a finger on the pulse of what Heroic are doing.
Yeah, and any other team going to DreamHack, which like, let's just make sure we don't give them nuke. You know, you sit there and you're like, I think we're all right with that.
Okay, so when you've got Astratus saying that Heroic are the best nuke team or the best Danish nuke team, I mean, you know, you can already infer that means a little bit more than just the best Danish nuke team.
Yeah.
At the moment.
There are definite challenges out there, don't get me wrong, but these guys, you know, this is something that people, you know, that was worked out internally that they just feel is obvious thing. It's not quite as easily founded, but we're finding out how good and how well just fleshed out this entire T side is. And I don't think we're going to get too much of that CT side, if I'm honest. A bit of a shame so far. Neo, though, with the Deagle, going to at least do some damage. But by that point, Modi was well into position and not going to have much more of what he was selling. So Snacks and Pasha. Pasha being one of the only players who actually had a rifle at the start of this, but it's Snacks to get his name on the scoreboard, at least into this round. As Pasha just waits in the vents, not even broken out. He'd have to announce his presence before he could even get towards the site.
And for what purpose would any player drop down to the lower levels here? It's such a low percentage situation to take as a tier right now, and you don't need to go and kill him. For Heroic, it's all well and good to get guns out of his hands, but, I mean, VP's economy is still in such a fetal state. Pasha's held this weapon for 2 rounds. Might be able to catch Modi here. It's kind of late round play we've been seeing from, you know, singleton players. That may well be it. Virtus Pro doing more damage to Heroic than they've done in most of their preceding rounds. But again, it's 12-1. And this is Virtus Pro looking to be that shell of their former selves, Lauren.
They can at least buy. This is the thing. At least, you know, lost bonus gives you a little bit of something to play with, but it does still feel a little bit few and far between. And I don't think we've even seen the depth of what Heroic can do. These guys are running, and they're running this already so well.
And you can't fabricate a hype around this kind of performance either. What we are doing quietly here is just appreciating how polished Heroic's approach is to this T side. It's really quite a thing to behold.
I just wish we could see more of a resistance from Virtus Pro. Snappy already finding Snacks so swiftly. It's these sort of starts that are just going to break the back of VP. Neo, though, at least will find a trade out on this. There is another player out by Garage as well. This could be good. Bialy's there. Finally, VP are trading a little effectively, but now they know that Bialy's still in this position. He already got a kill from this sort of spot. They found one up by the rafters, but Pasha then supports. This is better than actually playing as a bit of a unit, but Bialy takes a fight against Modi, and that's a mistake, as it's left Pasha all alone.
3rd round in a row, he's been in a 1vx scenario, Pasha. This time, though, might actually want to go for it. He does have himself a kit. The bomb hasn't been planted yet, so this is perhaps, you know, characteristically different to a lot of Heroic's earlier rounds, where they've been, you know, making these focused hits on bomb sites, less worried about contact play or, you know, pushing outside with, you know, multiple players, and more about getting the bomb down and actually getting into sort of post-plant positions. So time, at least, is on Virtus Pro's side, but Pasha knows that, yeah, very different. You know, if Pasha was a T-side player, you know, he'd know that he'd probably get himself, you know, a couple 1v1s to split between two sites on this particular map. But here, shoes on the other foot. He knows he'll need to face probably what's going to be a crossfire, especially if he's not going to try and interfere or intervene while the bomb itself is actually being planted. That would be his best opportunity, really, because one player can't really watch that secondary angle, but sound's been made there. The vent gets banged in, and they know Pasha is waiting.
Wondering how well he was able to time that.
Oh, God.
Not so well. The molly's forcing him out. They're going to hear those tags coming through. I think one of them's at least close enough. Yeah, Moddy was. He's definitely going to hear that he was in the vents. And now Pasha has to play back in. A little bit of an off angle up on the sinks, but Pasha adjusts perfectly. And now he's down to that 1v1. Now it's a bit of an unorthodox plant, so it's kind of giving away that Yugi's there. But look at the time. You can hear it. The bomb's ticking. Doors are gone. But, oh, burning alive. Yugi forced out. And he still wins the fight. A disaster again. Strikes for Virtus Pro. And this scoreline is atrocious.
Damn, Yuki doesn't give a damn. I mean, he knows he has to play that way. I don't think he had a smoke that he could have just thrown down, and that doesn't really help him. But his skills, his view of the bomb side, it completely gives himself away, yada, yada, yada. So he has to challenge that one, and he does. This could be a 14-round half from Heroic on the T side against Virtus Pro, who are considered to be one of the, I guess, the more natural nuke aficionados here. Talk about online VP as much as you like. They've been yo-yoing like crazy. And Heroic, you've really got to give them credit to how they've laid out this T-side. We've talked about it already. Let's just see how this now works in the last round of the half, Lauren.
I like a little bit of CT aggression. Now, I don't know if now's the time for it, but at least they're trying a little something. You've got some plays coming up towards, you know, going up from ramp, playing up towards radio. Kind of like it. Moddy doesn't. Fair enough, Moddy. Didn't expect another, did you? There you go. Pasha at least going to find a bit of something, and now he can try and clear out where they're going, but it's still, Heroic haven't given away much. They're not being too hap-handed with this. They're not just rushing in. There's still plans afoot. I wonder if they'd expect this much of a late play going through towards lobby.
Well, Heroic might be caught out here up on the rafters. It's Snacks managing to find one. Not getting the second, though. Nico responds with the shots pretty much straight down. That still leaves Heroic in a man advantage, but they haven't selected a bomb site quite yet. Pasha now playing reasonably up close here, inside the hut. Bialy in Annex. So decent control of upper. Limited information about the lower side of the rest of the map. That's why you can see Bialy now just moving out a little bit. Are they up on the rafters? Are they working around the outside? Is it a late push towards Secret? Information right now is at a limited amount for Virtus Pro. They can only surmise as to the position here for Heroic. But Pasha's hearing this. He's hearing Snappy come down. He may not know about the second player, and Snappy chances a jump across the gap there. Yuki playing it very dangerously there. Nico is found by Bialy, but it's quickly responded. Now Pasha again in a 1vx situation. Been called on to be the clutch man now, but Snappy, of course, is just going to make it easy to get down to the bomb site. So Molotov in towards the vents. Only a few seconds left. Pasha's like, well, don't really have a smoke, so I can't just have to go down and deal with this. He waits out the flames. Now, looks at the position of the bomb plant. It's an educated guess that Snappy's going to be waiting in this door. And how do you deal with it? You just go for it? You do. But once again, Pasha unsuccessful in turning around that clutch situation. And unfortunately, that's not even half of Virtus Pro's problems, Lauren. It's been a rough first half, 14-1 for the veterans. Not ideal, but Heroic are looking excellent on this particular map. Let's see, Lauren, how Nuke turns out. Let's see what happens if VP can get on the T side and maybe get things rolling or not. Either one could happen. We'll find out after the break. Righto, Dr. Pansy, give it to me straight. What's the prognosis here on VP? They haven't been looking very dominant at all in this first half.
No, it's not looking like a positive outcome at this point, is it? It's a little bit of a disaster. Heroic, if they just win the pistol, they're already sat on that point. They're already looking very good in this one. And maybe not such a pushover when it comes towards playoffs as well. Maybe going to take a couple of teams with them. We'll see what they can do now. Hopefully it's a clean close for them. You don't want to see VP suffering. As we see 5 decoys. It's a plan. It's a plan. Maybe not a good one, but it's something.
I'm not sure if they're trying to obscure something there. Or maybe, is this his rush towards lower? They're trying to obscure the footsteps
sound,
there?
It could be.
This is what Hellraisers do on Inferno, I think it is.
Yeah.
Either way, let's see if it works out. Yugi's going to be pushed by the inside. What is this round? VP all grouping up together out towards the outside of the map. All right. Glock train it is. When all else fails, try and go for it. It's going to be traded out. This is going to be a messy round. So far, Heroic are holding on. They're holding on to those crucial spots. Eventually, VP have to make a foray into the power station proper. But Neo has the bomb here. But he's not just going to drop down on towards the upper side and get a plant down. There are players there waiting for him. He needs to be a little bit less simplistic, perhaps, about this.
Yeah, Snacks is just going to try and be his scout, basically. They've got 50 more seconds here, so it's important for him to try and bait this one out, basically, try and allow Neo some room to work. And the problem is that Modi's already here, so he's going to see that no one's actually pushed in. So they can just kind of sit there and be like, well, I don't need to rotate too much, do I? And how is Neo still alive? Nico made a little bit of a meal of the first one, but he made up with the second towards Snacks. And even though VP did try and pull a fake towards lower, they weren't having any of it because there was already a player down there watching the cross.
Probably to contextualize this scoreline, maybe for viewers that are not super familiar with either of these teams or what the Pro League's been like this season, this is very much an outlier of a result. We really do not see this score between any of the teams in this league whatsoever. This could be one of the biggest losses, in fact, of the entire EU season here. I'm willing to even bet on that one. Virtus Pro now have to bring it back. They've got to force pistols in this round. In fact, they've got to force for the rest of the damn game because it's match point for Heroic already after 16 rounds. And they're bought in for this one. Gugu with the scout, tags up Snacks pretty heavily. That's going to send him back with his tail between his legs. Maybe Neo can provide some moral support now as he might just make his way in towards Annex, and Valde just brutally eviscerates him. Cuts him down as he tries to make his way to the site. Valde traded out though. Neo at least there with the digger, but Snappy comes through, shots up towards Rafters. Easy as you like. 2 players left for VP. This is going to be over very quickly, Lauren. Pasha's gun down, and that is an utter crushing victory for Heroic there. The Danes stand tall, and Virtus Pro nowhere to be seen, Lauren.
Hero just made him bite the pillow. That was a rough game.
Indeed it was.
What more do you say about that?
Well, not a whole lot, but we do have some people that we actually pay to say more about this. So we'll have to see if they have anything to mention. Let's head over to the desk with Moses and the lovely hairstyles of his fellow panelists.
Hard to believe I do get paid.
I don't know if we can exactly top bite the pillow. Something about a danger needle, perhaps.
Yeah, I'm just curious as to when Valve, I mean, if I'm iBuyPower right now, I gotta be sitting around going, what the hell is this? When is Valve gonna throw the hammer at these VP guys? Honestly.
Let's not be throwing those accusations
seriously,
out into the
seriously.
internet.
At what point does the best team in the world, quote unquote, Taz, get it calling us out, own up to it? The fact of the matter is this is the most elaborate scheme ever. By being this inconsistent, they can throw games whenever they want and none of us suspect it. This is bullshit and it has to stop.
Well, they say if you give a man enough rope, right? I think that's what we just witnessed.
Yeah. Look, the scoreline, like, you would have a better chance convincing me that the world is flat than we would have just seen what happened there. But, you know, if we're going to highlight the positives that we saw from there, it was obviously all Heroic's way. What? Are you a flat earther? Here we go. Conspiracy theories.
Let's have some fun on this segment, boys, because there's no game to talk about.
No, I've highlighted this before.
Not even on the world.
I've highlighted this before. It'd be good if Rush had like a library of the clips that I've done, and he could like bring them up. But that's not possible right now.
No,
but we did highlight in the past the way that Heroic do that lower control. Right? They do those really. Yeah. They do the quicker outside smokes than most teams do. They're not really high and loopy or jump smokes. They're throwing quite quickly, and they get that thing quicker. They get secret quicker than most of the teams, and then they get back vent control, and then we see the Molotov off, I call it Megaton, and then they smoke, and then they get full control of the site, and they're so good at doing that. And there's protocols and stuff that you could probably have in play for that, but by the time, like, unless that's your instant response, your first gun is, hey, if we see these smokes, let's drop 2 players down vent, let's fight them, let's not give them control at all. If you let that start to like snowball, when you eventually make the gamble to go, that's when they fake you and go topside, and you're just like, whoa. Jeez Louise.
Jeez Louise.
Jeez Louise.
Jeez, please.
Yeah, well, why don't we do this? Since there wasn't really a whole lot to talk about, let's throw up what VP's remaining schedule is, because this is a team that's supposed to be contending. They're not that far out in the standings. I think they're like 10th or 11th, but like they're close in wins.
Those are all pretty good. So as I mentioned G2 earlier.
This is the one, this heroic matchup is the one out of the 4 of those that you would say is where they would pick up 2 wins to provide some kind of a cushion.
That's what they needed to have to make sure they, I guess, stayed out of relegation.
Oddly enough, that would therefore mean the odds would be the greatest and the return for the throw would be the high. See? It's all there.
God bless, making a circle about this. Yeah, G2 has gained two spots. You can see VP down there in 11th. At the moment after that, Heroic has leapfrogged them. And I mean, they're not even out of the playoff race. I mean, in reality, I think it's only Kingwin who doesn't, I mean, even statistically, they're not eliminated
And even
yet,
still, there's probably some like ridiculous chance if they won all their remaining games.
Yeah, no, they could make it. Just like did the math today. If they run all their remaining games, I think they, they must be playing right now.
No,
That's
they're
why
not. There's only an A stream this evening.
Okay, well, they have 17 games played. I think they're actually 6-12, and they could win out the remaining 8 and put themselves in contention by getting 14 wins. But it's pretty hard.
Excellent. Well, Forrest Gump once said that's all there is to say about that. So we will be right back with the second map in the series.
Run, Forrest!
Get your team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.
ready? Huh? Hey, easy boy, huh? You ready? Huh?
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, Legion Lenovo, Mountain Dew League, and ESEA.
Your eyes did not deceive you. It was a 16-1 beatdown for Heroic over Virtus Pro on Nuke, one of the maps that VP has historically always been phenomenal on. Now we move to another one that historically for VP has been great. It's going to be Train, a map that not only have they been good on, but Heroic themselves. I mean, Valdi has pretty much said he needs to get better on Train as an individual. The question is, does the fact that VP has so much experience on this map even matter at the moment?
Well, they're going to be pretty down in the dumps, but they are one of the most experienced Counter-Strike teams we have in the scene right now. So if anyone's going to be able to turn it around after that 16-1 scoreline, it'll be these guys right here. The fact that they know their Train is under par, well, Heroic know their Train isn't up to scratch, I suppose, is probably not a good thing for VP, because that means they may have changed the way that they're approaching the map. You know, they don't want to get caught up. Maybe they're going to try a different approach to see if they can beat VP here. But one of the things that we always say with Virtus Pro is how diverse they can be on both sides of the map, and how all the individuals can do different roles and play different positions. So it's hard to really catch them off guard, unlike what we just saw.
Here's my kind of issue is I mean, yeah, Virtus Pro experience, and obviously have a massive ability to reset. We've seen it time and time again, but I didn't see like even the involvement of the players in that Nuke match to think that even if they mentally reset, are they actually going to be in the game?
But they've already made their money. They've already done the job. The odds were against them. Now they'll play the next game, get a 1-1, get a paycheck.
Why are you still sticking to this?
Don't do enough to make the playoffs.
Matt doesn't believe in the moon landing. Thinks 9/11 was an inside job.
Hey, man, how else do those pillars break each individual way down?
How many shooters were there in JFK?
Jet fuel can't melt steel
how many
beams.
shooters? How many shooters do you think there was?
I think there was 2.
I stood on the grassy knoll. I looked at the angles, and I think the guard in the car was in on it. Carry on.
Where can you really go from that one?
Conspiracy theories aside, even though I do love
I don't even follow conspiracy theories. You
yarn.
literally just mentioned the 2 that I know something about, so I just played with it.
Whether they can turn it around or not is
the question.
I don't know.
Flip a coin.
I really don't know.
Do you have a coin on you? We can flip one.
I spent all mine on chocolate bars that I give to you guys.
Surprisingly, none of us have cash here in a place that doesn't really allow credit cards.
It's true.
Thanks, Germany.
But no, I mean, VP, you got to imagine, I mean, the best way to get back into it is to play that hyper-aggressive playstyle, right? Is to kind of just get aggressive like they like to do in middle and E-box. They like those setups. Maybe get a double op. That's always an easy thing to fall back on. Like, you don't even need to have, like, you don't need to be, like, hitting this insane level of skill to just kind of sit back with the AWP and pick 1 or 2 players off as they come into the bomb site.
I guess to, like, kind of frame what happened on Nuke, right? Like, you lose first round, there's 3 rounds you've lost. You lost the first gun round, all right? You're 5 rounds in the hole, basically. Then
lose the next gun round and you save it again.
Lost a 1v2 to Snappy as well.
Then you win a round and then you
get reset. And then you, at that point in the match, you're at a point where you know you need rounds, so you have to force buy, so you're never up to scratch with weaponry or utility. So maybe it's not as bad as it seems.
I mean, we're really reaching for silver linings here, because it's one of those things where it's like, yes, teams can get economically reset, and that can contribute to a bad half, but then even win a round until round 9.
Speaking of economy and silver linings, I named my race car Silver Lining because now I'm broke, but I have a race car.
And I wonder if Virtus Pro can go around the track of Train as nicely as
the
Matt
train tracks.
at the Nürburgring.
Really trying to pull us together.
The train tracks. It would have been better.
I made a Nürburgring reference.
Yeah. I did. I like it. It was good. No, I heard it. It was great.
It's very difficult to break this down, right? Because the way that Virtus Pro approach this map is always different. They always have a different face in the way they do it. They can have that hyper-aggressive style that you're talking about. They can do double orbs on the T side. They can be very slow, like a Na'Vi-esque style. But one of the things that they do very well is the default into the pincer. They like the Ivy control. They like to pincer the players into hell.
Yeah, old hell, whatever you want to
I call it cutout. Much better name. And just slowly squeeze and waste out the C2 utility, and then just pump them. You know?
Pump them.
Pump them with aim.
Squeeze.
What was it? Face down, bite the pillow? Is that?
I think that was Lauren's line.
That was Lauren's line.
I'm just combining lines to create a linear storyline. That's what I do. So, biting pillow and pumping them.
Great. Excellent.
Jason's was talking about fantasy and going deep.
We did hit on that innuendo earlier.
Yeah. I'm ahead of you right now in that fantasy.
I suppose.
Lauren's always on top.
We're not waiting for players, are we? Because I can see them all on the server.
I haven't been told anything, so we're just going to be hanging out for the moment.
I think the producer just likes to see us bumble around.
Yeah, certainly.
I think
certainly likes to torture us, doesn't he?
Do you know what the game devs need to fix? Is that if I click away from Solitaire, it closes and doesn't give me my game back. So if Google could fix that, thanks game devs, that'd be great.
High quality content from Sadakist. That's not bad. That's not bad at all. Yeah, no, so, I mean, are we expecting, what are we going to see out of Heroic on Train at the very least? I mean, do we have an idea of kind of what they're going to be doing on Train?
Here's a question for the internet. I'm sorry to cut you off, Jason. This one's a good one.
Okay, do it quickly.
How long has Fetish been...
They were pointed out on the desk, of course, as that Heroic themselves admit that this is maybe not a super strong map for them. But, Lauren, we saw Virtus.pro, we saw lack of execution. We also saw, you know, an inability, I guess, to win out on early trades on the map, things that might not even be, you know, map-specific scenarios here. What do we love from Virtus.pro, I guess, that we see from them on this map, and what do we, I guess, want to see more going forward here?
More than one round.
Yep.
That's basically it.
Yep.
I'm going to stick to that.
Okay.
Now, there's a lot to be said about VP's Train game, all in all. It was brought up on the desk predominantly there. I like how they play this out. Again, being the masters of fakes works brilliantly on Train, but it should also work pretty well on Nuke, but it didn't. And that
didn't really get much of a chance to do that, did they?
No, exactly. So for me, I don't know. VP, I'm hoping that that first map doesn't get too much in their head. I'm hoping that they aren't just in the wrong mindset by this point, but it's going to be hard, you know, just to reset away from that sort of game. Even if you're on VP, it's even then, you know, it's 16-1 isn't pretty to be even considering. But this isn't a great map for Heroic. They say it publicly. It's, you know, I'm wondering what they can do to improve on it, just purely because they seem like a team who can put a lot of theory crafting in. They do have talent there, so that combination always kind of bodes well. Now, anyway, back into the game, though, we can look at what Modi's up to here. Just kind of having a little bit of a peek down towards Ivy. There are 3 players there, but Snax has already walked out towards that Olaf Meister spot now. Swing back in from Modi. Now knows he's pinched. He just backs away from it, gives up the real estate, and says, all right, VP, let's see what you take from this one.
Yuki just prepared to sort of, well, prepared for a wrap, I guess, around in his direction, but VP are all going to go together. It's the Glocks and they're out. Pasha gets 2, but Snappy and Valde now stand tall up on that bomb site. Bialy's forced to send and deliver where he stands, but Nico has a wrap, he has a pinch, and he gets it. It's just going to be Neo left now, and that 1v2. And Virtus.pro moving in numbers, and Enforce early on the round have been cut down to just the 1 player, and Neo does not survive the night. Heroic win the pistol round yet again. That's 0-3 for VP and pistols.
Players to look out for, though, on this map specifically for VP, I'd say Pasha on the CT side can always be influential. Bit hit and miss on occasion, but recently he's been doing fine. Neo as well, he seems to be able to pull off one of those classic Neo performances on this. It's one of his better maps that I enjoy watching him on. Whether or not we see that is completely day dependent, it feels, with VP, but again, a lot to be said for that, but for now, we'll keep our eyes on what we're seeing in the round itself. At the moment, we've got the Scout Deagle combo coming out from VP, so looking for those picks, and Snappy's not letting them. Couple of tags have come through in the meantime, though. Yugi and Snappy now just being, you know, put on alert, basically. Don't want to feed into this. Let's play a little bit smart here. Don't allow that Scout to get any work done.
Foot forward play for Heroic in this round. Snappy cuts him to the quick. Pasha has very minimal opportunity here to egress further with Bialy. The smoke does just clear now in Ivy, but Yugi was ready for that. Still somehow actually comes out a little bit worse in the trade. Snax is given a second lease on life, a stay of execution, a chance to back away. But what are VP looking for here? It's a scout for Pasha. Obviously combining with the pistol, Bialy can secure kills pretty comfortably. 1 tag with the scout will equal a deagle kill to the body. What are they going for?
This is the shame almost here. Heroic are vulnerable. The 3 players are a little bit worse for wear considering, and Pasha now the last man standing, you know, position duly noted by 2, and 5 alive for Heroic, keeping numbers up. And considering that could have been a bit more for VP, it's a bit of a shame nothing happened to it. Yugi, Snappy, and Modi were all tagged within something that they could have achieved. They had the deagles, they had everything else they needed, but yeah, it didn't come through. So VP push right back down.
Yeah, and this allows Heroic to be especially thrifty in this round. They hold on to the UMPs they brought in the prior one. They're going to have just as much impact, if not more, in this round, especially when Virtus.pro cannot afford to armor themselves up. They're going to roll together again, though, similarly to the pistol round, but Yugi just nails Taz with that nade, of course, with the help of Snappy. Nicely read, Heroic. The playbook full of notes. Fetish definitely leading from the rear, and it seems to be working out thus far. It's going to be Valde now again. Again, we've seen these in isolated situations already from Heroic. Some aggressive CT plays, but Snax comes in with the Desert Eagle. But it's not going to be enough.
No, Neo found one earlier, so it looked like there could be a chance from that one, but the rest of Heroic kind of neutralized it, and Neo was trying to find a bit of a swift way in, maybe cause some damage, maybe find another kill to grab or just stay alive with that rifle, but it wasn't to be. So buy comes in finally for VP. Now it's about how do we handle that gun round? Last time Heroic won it out on Nuke, so I wouldn't be, you know, surprised if they can do it here. Straight away up on Yugi too.
This is where we get to see if it's the fundamentals that are tripping up Virtus.pro. I mean, if you needed any more evidence after the previous map, or if it's strategical and execution-based stuff. Very technical term there, I know. Bialy's going to now get that smoke on in. There's 2 smokes over on the A side thus far. Smoke, of course, up in brown halls. And Neo takes a small amount of damage from a grenade thrown in his direction, if I'm not mistaken. Nico doesn't challenge on B, but Snappy might be in a position here to break Virtus Pro apart if he times it well.
Yeah, I'm keeping my eyes on Yugi, too. He's going to be the one playing over by B as well with that AWP. He's pretty much dedicated here for now. Snappy's pushed up by Pop. That would be nice if they actually do try and split towards it. Oh, Nico almost went for a little bit of a look there, but held himself back. Played the corner. VP not committing at all. But no information really found, or not too much information found for Heroic. They haven't pushed up anywhere. They haven't pushed on down Ivy, because of course there's players there. Now, it is that weird split that comes in. It's probably Pasha over by Ivy, and the 4 players that remain with VP slowly working those brown halls. So Pasha can at least be a nuisance. He can split through CT as well. He can try and find routes to support his team hitting this B site. But there's still Yugi here. And there is still Nico. So, this is what we want to see. How much can Yugi do here? Finding another angle, works it well. Neo falls foul to it, but Bialy breaks through back for VP. Now, the bomb can be planted at this point. There is no one to really stop them. No utility can hinder this. So now bomb goes down, but keep your eyes on Snappy. He is on the flank.
He spent all round waiting in Pop Dog for his chance now, and he's not even going to be able to get involved. The big investment of time, and it doesn't really matter. It's not required here for Snappy. He's just going to wait to make sure his teammates can pick up some guns. Valde wanted himself an AK-47, and that's the defuse. Virtus Pro now again back down into the dumps, back to the drawing board to find out how they're going to approach these rounds. They were completely stopped in their tracks, especially by Yugi with that double kill up on the upper part of the A-B side, should I say.
Yeah, it was really important for him to be able to isolate those 2. Sure, the 3rd, of course, became a problem, but even just finding 2, it kind of nullifies what VP wanted to do with being able to apply that pressure at the same time towards that A site. Normally, maybe, I guess it was Nico who was there, would have been overwhelmed by that eventually, but no, they retained what they had. Now, we're not seeing the same thing twice. Yugi going elsewhere this round. Snappy, though, playing quite aggressive as to what we seem to have seen so far. Likes to play up quite attentive towards Pop. And Yugi is over by the bomb side itself. Valde, that is not ideal, but Yugi's there to babysit, keeping control of the situation. Pop flash again, and oh, he catches Taz so well. Neo avenges, but by this point they lost 2 players and gained no ground.
I like the Heroic playing like bull terriers at the outer extremities of the A site here. Virtus Pro can't get in for free. They can't even really get a look in at the moment. They're not playing with an AWP. They haven't really been able to afford it. So that makes the investment much greater if they actually want to get some real estate, and they can't. They can't do it. Modi shuts down Pasha Biceps before he tries to get through, and it's Yugi to meet Neo. 3 kills for Yugi in this round as well. He is making the AWP do some serious work.
And it shows nice variation for him too. Saw him quite dedicated towards B, the round prior to last, showing that maybe that's the read they had, maybe it's the approach that they knew that VP liked to do, and then he adjusted again, playing towards the outer train site. So just nice changes up, nice bit of a read, good positioning. Now VP do have a buy into this to a smaller degree. They have a lot of utility, but not much armor. So this is clearly a set piece they've got worked out here, and I'm wondering how this one unfolds. As already we're seeing Snappy quite up close. He likes to play by Pop. He didn't do it in the last round. It was more electric, kind of playing towards main. And we are seeing the smokes go up. 3 mollies still to hand as well for VP, so this isn't the full strat yet. But Yugi already finding Pasha isn't looking good. Nice flash though, Snappy sprays him wildly, still finding Neo. That's the surprising part. But Taz does trade it out, but they're down to 2 now.
Smokes are on the side, and that's all well and good, but Lauren, VP are lacking the players in a big way.
How is Taz here?
He snuck through. There was a flash, I believe, but Nico's going to be there to meet him. Always a gatekeeper, and Valde puts this one to a swift end. This map is starting to look a lot like the previous one here. Heroic got, I think, out to 8 or 9 rounds before VP could try and back in.
Now, let's again put this in context. If people didn't get to catch the start of the show, I highlighted the fact that Heroic, from what I've heard, have been practicing pretty much, hell for leather. They've been putting a lot of time. They are 3 minimum players are at boot camp right now as well. They're aiming for DreamHack Austin. They are prepared for this. So you're seeing them in, one of their premium modes, in some of their best sort of form, whereas VP, it's online, pick all the excuses the VP love here at this point, but Taz has found room to work. We'll come back to that point here because they've sped up the pace and they've found angles to play with here. They've actually allowed access to the sites. Modi, desperate for a boost to get up on that box, have a little bit of sight above, find someone like Pasha, and he does. But Taz again trades out well. Leaves Yugi all alone, but that doesn't seem to matter. And now Bialy, try and handle this.
Still 1 minute and 20 left in the round, but you can see the bomb, it's out in the loose. Bialy knows where Yugi is, and he probably makes an estimated guess of the best spot to be watching the bomb. And that is right here. So the smoke was a good call. Bialy's one of these players, he's like a Houdini, Lauren. He can weasel himself out of a lot of these situations and make them positive. But he still hasn't gone for the bomb yet. He was hoping to bait something from Yugi, but nothing gives.
Now, I want to see how Bialy approaches this. He knew where Yugi was, but he doesn't know where he is now. Now, Yugi's gone down to the CZ, cautious of his push, careful of what could be coming. I don't think he saw them either. Just a little bit too shallow on the angle. Now, the bomb has been recovered. Bialy can place this down now. Yugi slowly encroaching, but still by the old bomb train. Both players so cautious, not 100% aware of what's going on just yet, but now the bomb's planted. And Yugi has to mentally work his way back in. Merely a CZ, but that's all you need. Bialy crumbles at his hand, and Yugi is having a huge performance for Heroic. Individually outstanding and providing clutches. How much more value can one man bring to a team here?
And you can see just how Yugi's thinking this round through as well, especially the lines he was watching when he didn't quite know where Bialy was. I do particularly enjoy the fact that he entertained the idea that Bialy might try and sneak off to the B side via connector. As risky as that would be, given that Yugi has a safe rotation through CT, double AWP now for Virtus Pro. Desperation tactics come out, but Heroic have 2 to match.
Double or T-side on train. Now, I guess you can find a little bit more value in this map for it than others. CT side, sure, I kind of like that look. You know, we've seen Fnatic run it, we've seen other teams run it. It looks quite nice on them. And actually, Heroic have the money. You're 7-0 up, you've had clean rounds. Sure, why not? VP, on the other hand, this is one of those like, okay, we've got to get round to the board. Let's try something new. Let's try a new approach. Maybe get some picks, maybe try and make some plays, but those nades are doing some work. And Yugi has been on form here.
A lot of linearity to train, which is why we see the AWP be such a prevalent and dominant weapon in a lot of situations. But Virtus Pro, they picked double orbs because they're hoping to play around some picks here. And there it is. Modi falls to Pasha. Good opening for him. That was down by Ivy as well. So it's not often you see a rifler go down so cheaply to an AWP down that part of the map, but it did happen.
Because it's such valuable real estate. They hold so much access to the map. So again, you have to be very, very aware of that. Now, Valley's reclaiming real estate back. So he's claiming that map control back for Heroic by doing this push and allowing the others to be like, okay, we've got to get ourselves ready for the hit that's coming in towards A. They have double AWPs. Taking sides isn't going to be easy at this point. Now, Valdi, how long does he wait? He spotted 2, 3. This is massive for Valdi. He makes the call. He gets the frags. He didn't even need to get the first. Yugi was already on it. And sure, Pasha's trying to make a stand with Bialy, but by this point, everything's been noted. The bomb is in such a bad spot as well. They have to go uphill to even try and get it.
The AWP is still in play here for Pasha and for Snappy. Bialy's now trying to make something happen over towards that bomb cart. It doesn't work out, though. And the bomb is loose at Valda's feet. Pasha needs to challenge this one, and he does. It's a quick shot, but it's only 5 points of health. Very vulnerable, strong. Gust of wind would knock him over, and then a Molotov on the bomb. That's lethal for someone in Pasha's condition.
And they might have just bought enough time here almost. He does manage to pick up the bomb, but yeah,
no
time's
chance.
run out. Really smartly done by Heroic in the end. I'm not sure who had that molly out of the players. I can imagine Nico.
Oh, the money.
You're skint already. And dying after the time is just going to make it worse. Oh, God. But yeah, this play, a bit of a response, it feels like, to losing out on, I think it was Modi who got picked up over by Ivy. And instantly you saw the playback. All right, okay, we've got to find something way back into this. We're kind of playing blind at this point. Played it back in so well.
Oh, Pasha's got $350.
Yeah, there it is. There's that money impact of killing anyone on the T side after the time runs out. And that is just, you know, bad to worse for VP. You'd kind of hope that they'd get themselves started into this map. And not many, I guess there is a discussion to be had of how much does momentum and confidence, you know, picking up even just the first couple of rounds, allow VP to build back into a game. You've just kind of been thrashed 16-1 on Nuke, which, sure, it's a great map for Heroic and not a brilliant one for you as of late. Okay, mentally fine, you kind of accept that. But you want to at least kick it off, right? We talk about like a 14-map win streak on Nuke for Virtus Pro. That was what they did have. And that's why people tuning in and thinking, why are we dunking on Virtus Pro for the Nuke, for example? I mean, it's purely the contrast to what we saw from them earlier on in this year to what we see now. But perhaps it's more than just a map-based issue. Perhaps it's more fundamental. And the reason why we can make that particular conjecture is this. Still no rounds. Virtus Pro, 1 round in the previous map. 1 round out of 25 they have won so far. And that's going to break you. That's going to be very, very hard to come back from. We know this is a team with mental fortitude and stamina. We know that. But it doesn't mean that you can make things click after suffering such a big defeat, as we saw earlier on. And look, as we just mentioned, VP have a round loss bonus that's at maxed out, right? They come out with like 3.4 to 4K, but Pasha, he can't buy anything. He buys a smoke, that's all he can afford. And the heartbreaking fact is that for VP, this has been one of their real lifelines recently. Train. It's been their kind of go back to. They managed to beat Astralis on it during ECS, which is, you know, was a couple of days ago. So, you know, as of late, they've had some relatively decent results. Not too long before that, though, they also lost 16-2 against Fnatic. So it's one of those that, yeah, it can be a hindrance. It can be quite difficult. DreamHack Las Vegas, let's remember, your DreamHack Masters, they beat SK on this. They beat Astralis again there. They beat Mouseport. It's one of the maps that they can go to that is often strong for them. But right now, we're not seeing that. We're seeing Heroic in prime form and VP not in that. So it's a big disparity between the two. Neo going to be putting the smoke up. It looks like the kind of line of smokes are as much as they can afford to do towards that outer bomb site. Only actually 2 up on deck, so a little light on what they can achieve here. And eventually, they just have to try and take the fight towards the site. But good line of sight from Modi here, allowing room to work for the Orbs, be able to spot most of the push, excluding someone. It's Snappy landing them back-to-back. The Orbs are going to town, and sure, Snack snuck through, but it doesn't matter. He's found in the end, and Neo trying to find a connection with the Deagle, and it's just a round out the way. So VP probably taking that time out and discussing what's going to happen in this round, the buy round.
Obviously, AKs are an option here, even the cheeky AWP thrown in the mix, but Virtus.pro already attempted a double AWP play on this T side, which is unorthodox in itself, and it didn't work, so suffice to say. It was a closer round. Snacks can go for it, though. Yeah, and it's Snacks this time. We saw Neo running with the AWP before. We know that Pasha likes to run it on this map, but let's kind of take account of what's happening here. The double AWP often encourages you to hit sites themselves, and now Val is going aggressive, so I kind of like that. You're kind of reading what the counter, quote-unquote, is to what you're playing. Now Snappy's noted that too, so, excuse me, Snacks noted it as well. So a bit of information trickled back and forth. You have Nico playing on the site too, so they've kind of bolstered the numbers by B for Heroic, and it feels like maybe a good read from Snappy this round. Nico repositioning here towards the back of the site. Snappy will be standing guard via connector. Yeah, double AWP, CT side forces you into an execute that involves a lot of smokes. Obscuration, if that's even a word, of sight lines. Very important here, of course, given the linearity of a site like this one. So all lines everywhere, but VP have made their way on towards the site now. Easy does it. Flashes up there, and Valda can't get much forward. He can't see a heck of a lot, and Bialy's able to cut him down. Nesta's going to force Yugi in through connector, and Snappy's at the back of the site. VP have a lot of control of this B site. Yeah, so far, really well played. They have pushed back Heroic, and Heroic aren't playing back into it as perfectly as I can imagine they'd like. Bialy lands a blinder too. Nico swept under the rug, and it's Yugi playing retake on this one. 1v3. That might be a bit too far for him, but he's got the first, so maybe game on. But will you expect Snacks out on the site? Like, oh my god, Snacks misses the shot. It opens up a chance, and beautiful movement from Yugi, but a better shot from Snacks will seal it. Finally for VP, getting one on the board, but you saw how aggressive they got, and I like that. They took the aggressive stance. They basically got the bomb towards the side, but the deeper smokes allowed them to play into it. They pushed forward. They kept Heroic humble and further back. You can almost hear the words on every VP fan's lips right now. 4 of them. Please don't get reset. Not like the last map. This is happening in a similar fashion as well. And VP, I'm probably sure they're acutely cognizant of the fact. Oh, look at the pace here from VP. Again, just going right back into this hammering pace, and Heroic just don't expect it. Nowhere near aware that VP would just do this sort of thing. You kind of sat there scratching your head going, why would you? But Yugi is putting on a show. The third doesn't come through, but Modi swiftly finds a way to find some sort of relevance to the round. But where's that bomb? Who's got it right now? So it's Pasha who's got the bomb. You've got Snacks still with the AWP. Oh, Snacks almost had a shot then as well. Nico, you got to watch this one. And Pasha going the long way around. This is a very, very brave play. If Nico somehow had an inkling of this or finds an angle towards Snacks, Pasha's all alone. This is the best way that Pasha can make a sort of outside rotation and still put him and Snacks in a potential crossfire situation, or at least a refrag, right? Pasha heads towards B, gets a little bit harder. Harder to pinch Nico in connector, at least. But I like this for Nico. Playing more from the outside here. Circumventing Pasha's route as well. Catches Snacks. That's just beautiful. Okay, he still doesn't know where Pasha is, though. He has no idea that Pasha snuck so close in, and in the meantime, Pasha's going to head over towards B. The important thing for Nico, I guess, if you want to find that, is that he's got a molly. Now, Nico's starting to get towards the site, so he's going to notice this isn't a right about now, of course, as the bomb goes down. Now, Pasha's got time to adjust. Not fully aware of how long he's got, but long enough. He's got a molly as well, and there's no smoke on Nico, so he's going to have to kind of do the dance either way. Now, might speed up his tap towards the bomb site. Molly towards it now. He's going to peek it, surely. Pasha, you don't need to peek this. Nico's looking. Now, by this point, you're thinking, all right, he's going to be on upper, surely.
No, he was expecting Ram. Pasha readjusts very well, finds a safe angle to play from, and the switch up of pace then completely called off Heroic. They still have the fullback money. You've still got 9K at that point. It was sat on Yugi, I think. And the money's stable enough. There's enough left over for VP to fashion a buy. But I don't think you're going to get away with those kind of like one-off pieces where you just rush haphazardly.
It's just extreme contact play towards the side. They're using a lot of those smokes there as well. So they know they're going up against some sort of double AWP and they're getting in their face. And albeit simplistic, it's been an effective response so far. And Pasha actually winning a clutch round there as well. Very important because he has struggled on Nuke especially. I think there were 3 of them where he was in 1v1s where he wasn't able to come on top here. So looking better, but definitely not out of the woods yet. Again, this is the classic VP 3-man investment over towards Ivy here. But Modi, you can see how passively he's playing it. It's the smallest of shoulder peaks and it's a smoke out there just to buy a little bit of time. Allow Modi to reposition.
Now, this pacing, this approach hadn't worked previously for VP. So that timeout might come through. This has got to be another round where you've come up with something and an idea to work for. But right now, Heroic have 4 players still by A. Nico, no inclination, no idea that there could be anything towards B. He's felt no pressure. A little bit of a boost above the smoke between, I think that's Snacks and Neo. Sees nothing particularly. Backs away from it. Slower hits, slower pace, but building through Ivy now. And you can see Snappy right at the back of this.
This could be one and done.
And I like this crossfire. It feels like a counter. It feels like a read. You do have Modi still watching this, who's flashed out, but they now need to be aware of Modi, who's just spamming into it. They have Valdi there as well, but the pinch needs to come out now from Snacks and Neo. They need to apply the pressure, the next level on it. They're down to 35 seconds, but the bomb is now by the old bomb train, and they're not sure where to go. They're going towards B. Bialy and Taz, they're heading towards B, and Nico's still here, completely unawares.
Surely he gets caught out by this. The closest player to Nico is Yugi and Connector. Nico's not watching his back, or is he now? He hasn't heard anything. Sees Bialy and wins it out. The bomb goes loose. Oh, that's a big little trade there. He may have gone down, but he's cut VP down to the single player up against 3 on the side of Heroic, who will take their time on this one. Taz doesn't have a Molotov or Incendiary, so he doesn't have any option to try and play up, and he's not in a 1v1, so that rarely works anyway. He's going to be surrounded now, corralled into the middle of this bomb train. Time for Taz to try and pull something magnificent out of his hat, but he can't. He can't even get the first. Modi and Valda combine, and Virtus Pro are shut back down and sent close back to poverty.
Heroic switching things up as well. They're not playing it exactly the same either. It's so much more presence towards Ivy that time. You saw Snappy, finally going over there. You throw your minds back to the start. He was consistently over by Pop. He was, pushing up towards aggressive sort of stances towards A, way closer to where the T's normally make that first bit of contact. But he switched things around, which I guess helped out a little bit. Then you got the information flowing a little easier. Now VP's money's on that borderline again. Far from perfect, but fashioned together in some sort of manner. But maybe a switch up of speed again could help, but it feels like you're just running on kind of fumes by this point. Heroic are back in the buy.
Again, this may be another one of those rounds where VP want to get up in the face a little bit more. They have players positioned above Pop Dog, and you can see Snappy's waiting below. Just a little bit split from VP here. If they want to explode into Pop Dog, which we saw, they sort of follow up with a flash. Snappy already at least got the 1-for-1 last time this happened, but it looks like that's what VP want to go for here. Smokes on the site, drop down Pop. Or will they?
Not yet. Now, Snappy's the early warning system again, but him going is a problem. But now the others can ready themselves. Yuki backs away from this, finds a new angle and finds Neo. Looks for more, he's right on the edge of the smoke. Oh my god, they've all gone past him. There's one right next to him, he gets blocked, but he gets out the other side, but Snacks, fully aware, somehow spins around and catches him out. And Modi gets swept aside, and you're down to this 2v2. Hectic as you like, but Valdi stands tall, and Nico secures the round. Heroic again denying everything VP want to try. These guys have worked on their train. We've said it before, Heroic said themselves, we're not that good on it yet, it's a work in progress individually. I don't feel that great on it yet. This looks like a far different team. Where you want to put Virtus Pro on the scale of what they can be on this map is completely up to you guys. It's hard to judge it, right? Is this VP in a good place? I don't think so. VP in a good place, don't get 2 rounds.
You've got an intersection of VP on a downswing and Heroic really having worked on this map. VP could have been polite last round and actually just sat on pistols or forced maybe, like weaker pistols and had enough for maybe even an AWP in this round, but they lose it out. And now it's pretty much nothing. It's the P250. Pasha. No armor.
It should just be this B hit. You're playing for a plant. You just want to get a little bit more money. Nico knows that. I don't think he can stop it. He's having a nice little farm though, but oh, this is lovely. Nico couldn't quite close it down for the ace for himself. Yugi and Snappy were there, but for VP, they did what was expected or what they wanted of that round. Get the bomb plant. Just allowed you a little bit more cash to play with into this pretty much final round coming in pretty much right about now. So they do get the utility. They do get a little bit more to play with, but not by a long, a large margin. And on the other side of things, you look at Heroic, everything you'd want, everything you'd need. Double ops coming out, plenty of cash to spare. But what an outstanding performance we've had from Yugi and Valdi so far.
I mean, Yugi especially was a player when he sort of first made his appearance. I think it was in Katowice, or actually, many said that this guy's got potential to be one of the best AWPers. It's from Denmark. I mean, he's got a bit of opposition there, but 20 frags already before the half. Admirable. This time, though. Doesn't connect the shot. Now, it's just a one-man play towards Ivy for VP at the moment. It might just be that B hit now, and that's sort of evidenced by the fact that Bialy's sort of sitting back towards PopDog. They're not, sort of poised to make an execution and play contact on A's. We've seen them with maybe lesser economies. It's a bit more measured this time around. Valdo wants to mess it up. Doesn't quite get enough damage down there, to be honest. Gives a bit of ground. Let's bring Snappy in now as well, just to assist with Nico on B.
See, these sort of players, like Valdi, these kind of new is a wrong word, but, people like this, you'd love, what, also what Drop the Bomb did with Lekra, you get to kind of meet these people, kind of talk to them and talk it through. These guys have had great successes of late. It's awesome to see that coming back in, but back into the game, you've already seen, as said, Valda being down is actually quite the hefty blow for Heroic. He's been a hugely impactful player. Nico going anti-flash for a second then, after hearing a couple of pins being pulled. And Bialy begins to go walkabouts. Now, Yuki finding might give, the incorrect information over. It might make Nico and Snappy doubt themselves. Or they bolster the numbers and get ready, because here comes the hit. VP send 3 players in towards B. Snacks makes it through. Did not expect Snappy to be there, but Bialy's amongst them. Now, spotted, yes. Still a threat, definitely.
Grenade now out towards E-Box. He was just going to back away with that one. Just let Modi sort of think about that one a little bit. He'll head into brown holes. And the bomb's over on that B side. Bialy needs to get there first, so he has to use that Molotov purely just to, make sure he's not prevented from planting in the first place. But he takes down Snappy somehow. Quick little adjustment.
That was on 3 seconds. No, he didn't in the end. He just planted on 3. That was on the very, very verge of it being a possible plant. That could have changed things around, but what's happened is Heroic have 13 rounds sitting in their favor, which is a huge deficit the Virtus Pro need to make up now for.
Yeah, they've got one more round of the half than they did in the previous game, but unfortunately that's really not going to cut the mustard right now. Virtus Pro, a huge task ahead of them once again on the other side of the half. We'll see you there. Well. Another similar story as to what we saw on Nuke earlier on. Lauren, it's Virtus Pro have struggled. Trigger discipline like this, only one part of the full arsenal that Heroic brought to bear against Virtus Pro. And speaking of the Bears themselves, they have had a quiet half indeed. 2 rounds is all they managed to get themselves. Again, that reset was always looming after they picked up the first. It seems to take them 7 or 8 rounds to get that first round win of the half, Lauren. By that time, they are well and truly behind the 8 ball.
Yeah, outplayed, and I've got to say, generally the strength for Heroic, in my eyes at least, is how they approach their T sides. I find them so much more enjoyable to watch, well-crafted, well-theoried. I'm not sure if we are live right now.
This one is a little bit ahead of us, so.
I think there's a technical issue, but I think we are live in the game. So I'm going to take it as such for now. Yeah, we are. So we get to see that nice little frag movie looking sort of screen right now. The minimalistic UI, you know, we're going for the realism look.
All right, well, we'll try and help people out with this one here as well. I mean,
so just a reminder, T side is Heroic, Virtus Pro CT side. At the moment, we've got this kind of like 2-on-2 going on. Bomb is being left all the way back towards spawn. So Nico's just picking that one up, and they're starting to work things around. That's Nico on the way here. Just gonna grab that. My version's actually faster than this, or further ahead on GoTV, so this is even more confusing. But for now, it is Nico heading all the way over towards what looks like Ivy for now. And Snacks has already gone walkabouts over by B by this point. He's worked his way up towards those brown halls, so full information gathered. That's a big issue here for Heroic. They've got to ready themselves what's coming their way. But in response, you can see Modi kind of just checking this around. He's the one holding over by Pop here. So again, this could flip either way at the moment. And there we go. There comes the first bit of contact. Snacks goes down. Big information play. Now they know, they pretty much Virtus Pro know their exact plan. Taz readies himself down by Pop, and now the hit comes in.
Yeah, you can see Heroic trying to make their way in from Ivy right now, but it looks like they've been caught up, choked even around this area. Valda goes down to Taz, and now we see the challenge. I think this is Nico here on your screen. No, Yugi goes down. This will be Nico. Gonna get it right eventually, no doubt about it. It's the 1v2 though. Work to be done, no doubt about it. Oh, he even get our overlay. That's something, at least. He has the bomb in hand, if I'm not mistaken.
It's going to be hard to play into this. Both players peeking together, going to make it difficult. And Taz, sat on the bomb site, does eventually complete the round for Virtus Pro. So just to update you on the scoreline, it will be 13-3. Virtus Pro give themselves breathing room. Now, coming back into the next round, I'm just going to talk to you like it's a radio broadcast because you get no additional information.
Oh, we're back.
We are live into it, so I can stop that. Yay! You don't have to sync up your Winamp with us, don't worry.
Those are the days.
Yeah.
All right, well, obviously with Heroic now losing out on that pistol round, Virtus Pro, there's a glimmer of hope here. We're going to do it without sound, though. That's sort of fine with us. Heroic coming into this round, they do force a couple of those Tech 9s into this situation. Nico's going to be one with armor. Oh, hello. That's a thing.
Hello.
But VP is split over the sides. They've actually got Snacks playing fairly close towards the exit from Pop Dog. So he might be able to receive this one here. He's been given the UMP in this round. Nothing really to write home about, though, about the setup here for VP.
I like when I can tell we switch between PCs at the moment with production. That's a spicy meatball. Now,
is it a spicy meatball?
It is for me. Now, 1 minute and 9 seconds left. Neo prepares the nade. Taz, placing vision towards the upper side of things. And this is going to be that big explosive hit towards B. This is looking good, especially with that. That is the axis. That's a key given over. That's a bomb plant. And I like the positions actually for the off plant as well from Heroic. They're taking fights. They're pushing up close. Neo is overwhelmed. He sees nothing. And now VP are locked out of this.
This is ridiculous. This shouldn't be happening. Heroic getting here so comfortably. Modi gets possibly one of the most ridiculous frags to open this round up. And our pass is being forced back. It's Heroic getting so aggressive over on this side. Bialy desperately trying to intervene, make a difference. Even give it a tickle on the bomb site, but he's up against 4 players. And if that isn't some sort of euphemism for Virtus Pro's performance tonight, I don't know what is.
Do you know what's really fun? VP getting reset in these rounds. It's so upsetting to see. Every time they're on the CT side, the reset just seems to hit them so damn hard. And then Heroic as well, getting the plant to boot. They don't need to upgrade too much. They had a fair few alive. So for VP, bring me something. Show me something of what you got here, VP. Your CT side needs to be somewhat phenomenal to be able to even get a glimpse of back into this game. Heroic are right on that doorstep. They're so close to be able to pull this one through. And VP so far, I want to see aggression. I want to see something different.
So far from VP, Snacks might be giving this to us. So the fact that he's already found himself in towards Connector is one thing. He's actually got a player behind him on Ivy. That's Bialy to make his way through. The question is, are they going to be in position to actually get involved before the action starts, or do they lose half their teammates? Snacks is playing up close. Snappy's surely not ready for this one here. He's looking towards Pop Dog, so he loses his head, but already the hit's happening on towards B.
Yeah, that's the threat handle. If Snacks had maybe, I don't know, been quicker or they hadn't been as aware, there could have been an issue, but Valdi keeps everything safe and sound. Now, Bialy trying to find a way back in, but, you know, you're in a 1v4, you're not going to get it done, so why not save the armor, keep the MP7, keep the 5.7, try and, you know, maybe an exit would be lovely. If you can get a rifle away, perfect, but I don't think that's going to be the case for him at all. I think he might be pretty much stuck down onto this one if he doesn't get chased out here by this point. I think Heroic might even go for it. Yeah, Nico's going up for the clear as well. Peeking the corner very, very cautiously, and the dink's not enough. And the Mpiali will be overrun here. And we're speeding up in time. 15-3, though, is the scoreline now. Heroic very much knocking on the door now of closing this one out at 2-0, which is a huge blow for Virtus Pro and a massive step in the right direction towards Heroic, who could really cause some upsets in this Pro League.
It's going to be out-and-out aggression here for Virtus Pro in this round to try and make something happen. It's going to be the Nova for Snacks. He finds one. Modi drops down his lifeless body. And Snacks takes a lot of damage for that one here as well. He still wants to play back into it because he's got nothing to lose at this point. Unfortunately, Snappy will shut him down. That completes the trade. The remaining weapons on the side of Virtus Pro are no more convincing. As the Scout, there's CZs in a 5-7 here, and with the Molotov being thrown down, this forces Pasha away from being able to play close angle on the push out from Ivy. That could hurt him really badly, make it harder for him to bring the CZ to bear properly.
Now with Heroic getting a 2-0 here, that will put them on 10 wins and 11 losses. That's next to the likes of Fnatic. That's within almost top 7 range, so this is what this game means. They can actually get into the qualifying spots if they play this one outright and they get the next games to follow. But into the round we go, as it's down to Neo and Bialy to try and save some sort of face here. But Nico and Yuki are low, so there is a chance they get this one on the board.
2v2 now. That bomb being carried by Nico. Oh, he gets met by Bialy there as well. VP playing from less expected angles here as well. The game state is in flux, but they managed to get themselves right up into brown halls, and that puts a lot on Yuki's shoulders. He's had a fantastic game so far, but Neo meets him there with the Scout to keep Virtus Pro alive. They carry 2 rifles into the next round, and the rest should be able to be supplemented to a degree. Well, Pasha and Taz, if they want armor, they're not going to get themselves a heck of a lot going on. Yeah, UMPs need to be brought in. There's 2 Mag 7s, if I'm not mistaken.
Now, the interesting factor with this team is they have Kingwin up next as well. So we'll see if these guys can get into the qualifying spot. That'll be an interesting one. But right now, Bialy going to go for the information play, trying to get a bit aggressive here, and he does dominate the angle, but he now needs to beat one that is Valdi. There he goes, and Yuki trades it. Where did Yuki get that frag? I'm not even sure, but yeah, this is worrying. Taz being so low and Neo being pushed up. If Neo doesn't get everything going his way, in a situation like this, a clean kill and be able to back away, that would have been troublesome. But Molly burning a fair bit, and Taz, please don't walk into that Molly.
That's so big, though. Taz actually manages to get around that nade. Justin, Neo's up on the high ground there just to assist him. Snappy has access to the bomb, but it might just be a trap, and it is. Neo just turns around, comes back in towards brown holes, and spots Snappy trying to make good and make away with the goods. And now Heroic, actually with less money than we've seen them with in most rounds, except their pistols.
Yeah, this is actually important to keep that many players alive for VP as well. It means they can actually flesh out their buy here, because before they would have been a little bit lighter, might have had to invest into maybe less than ideal items, but now they're okay. Now they're in a nice keel. Whereas Heroic, just probably on the pistols, probably just going to look for that plant, maybe do the B hit that worked out for VP in round 14. Now, obviously, they didn't do much with it beyond getting the plant, but that's the intention, and that's what you really want to get going. The guys to deny it will be the classics, Taz and Neo over by B. Taz playing quite close as well, so he's going to be the first port of call to try and deny that plant. So Neo watching for the push out above him as well.
Should be a veritable shooting gallery from here on out. There's no armor on Heroic. They should really all be gunned down. They've got no way of getting themselves access towards that high ground easily. Taz should be able to meet them as they drop. Valda falls. And yeah, pretty standard stuff back and forth. Neo takes a bit of damage there, and Taz falls. Surely not.
It's a bomb plant they were looking for. The rest is a benefit, a bonus. It doesn't really matter. Snappy finding one is big. 2 kills there, very nice. Considering they had rifles up, that's pretty good. I'm not gonna lie. That's what you want out of this. That's probably one of the better outcomes you're gonna hope for. 1, you get the plant. 2, you get down 2 rifles. You cost them a little bit of a reinvestment. Now, for Heroic, step by step, you're still on that match point. No need to rush. For VP, it's, you know, back to the war CS sort of style for them. Not that they're completely unaware of that being the form they're in recently. It's been up and down.
The game changes economically when you're forcing every round, or when you have to force every round. When you're on match point, that's the situation. Virtus Pro don't have the opportunity to really mess around. Fortunately, the money for them is totally fine. It's enough for them to sort of buy into this round properly with everything they need. They are completely decked out, but Heroic have got plenty of arsenal, plenty of firepower of their own.
Yeah, now they've got Yugi on the AWP too, who was a integral piece to the Heroic puzzle on their CT side, but D side, not going to be too easy here. A lot of utility already being put down towards Connector. 4 players here, quite attentively for VP as well.
This is what Heroic want, though. They're happy to draw a lot of this away from VP, especially in the first 30 seconds of the round. But it's a change of tact here for Yugi. In much the same way that VP like to play that Ivy position, Yugi's going to join Valda down there with the AWP. Modi. He got himself into Pop Dog here. It's been smoked out by VP here. So essentially suicide if he tried to push that. Neo changed position towards the bomb train and was ready to receive that one now. Pasha, Molotov blooms, 1 point of damage, that's all. Responds. Second, now it's going to force him right. But they did the same thing to him when he had a CZ. Just to make it harder for him to clinch those easy up and close kills.
Now, doing 2 mollies there obviously shows there's 2 players. So now you can imagine they might have had an idea what's going on, but somehow Yugi just beats Pasha to the punch, and that is a problem. Neo's already got himself in the right position for this. But it looks like Heroic are actually facing this one. I don't know if they saw him earlier or this is just how they like to work out of Ivy. But if there's pressure from another direction, that's where the problem really begins as Nico wins out. Finding Bialy is big. Snacks trying to bolster the numbers, though. He's going to just try and keep this one tilting towards VP's favor, but Yugi and Nico still standing. There's still a chance in this round.
Yeah, Nico can help Yugi in a big way here. The smoke is up and Neo is obscure behind it, but he finds Yugi regardless. Now it's going to be Nico on his own. He needs to salvage this round for himself. There's a player up on the bomb train. Taz is going to go hunting. He doesn't find him, though. Nico gets the better of him. Taz had that one dead to rights. But Nico, without the odds in his favor, still clinches it, and Neo's only got 40 points of HP. It could be a big capitulation in this round for Virtus Pro, but Neo steadies the ship and saves the day for VP. Now he's going to just back away.
Get the AWP.
Get that defuse in.
Yeah, just getting the AWP there. He's got plenty of time. He's got a kit, and the feet just peeking out underneath the train, pretty much giving that one away. A bit of a shame there, almost. You could have felt that happening, and Taz almost allowing it to fall apart too. Close rounds are deadly, but they still have decent money to fall back on. Double AWP as well now into practice. That's interesting. And on the other side, a decent enough buy for Heroic. No AWP this time to be seen. Valde might have to just UMP it, or you just go for the very basics. Yeah, no smokes to be had, really. Only 2 into play. No, excuse me, 3. Didn't see Moddies there. So they can still do the smoke wall if they want. There's plenty of options, so we'll see.
VP now, even the prospect of bringing this match back is still far from their minds. It's round by round stuff here for the Poles. And for Heroic, it's just a matter of 1 more round to close it out. Spam down in towards Pop Dog just in case, but no one is going to be attending for VP this round. That's because they have a double AWP set up here. Sitting back on it, Snacks and Pasha both have those actually over towards that A side. Snacks are looking down a connector. Pasha, as you just saw, in towards Ivy. Good amount of control of that A side at least. But if they have to play a retake, if Heroic can play ahead of their utility and set up something decent, they've only got 1 smoke left, but still they could pressure those AWP players.
So basically, wherever Moddy goes is the big telltale sign. He's the only one who can really set off the play. Unless they want to just play, you know, the dry contact game almost. Kind of dangerous, though, but timing is everything now. Down to 56 seconds, and it seems though the 4 players are ready at B, and it is about go time. 1 smoke goes in, the flash comes out. They face together towards Neo. He's going to counter, though. Flash goes back in. Peeks for information. He's going to find it, but they're not going to rush this one. Neo's just watching the cross quite smartly, quite passively, and just gives us a real classy show here between him and Taz, handling it well, and Heroic are running out of steam.
Yeah, good patience by Neo and Taz sitting right back there. It's going to be a plan for Heroic and probably not much more. In fact, not even that. Yugi cremated as soon as he hits the ground, because it saves Undertaker fees. Heroic just going to have to get Valden to back away here. Neo going a little bit too deep here, but they'd love to get guns away from this Danish squad. They're a little bit light on money. They couldn't afford an AWP in this round even, so that'll be a great way. And that's something you definitely need to consider here as VP in this round. They're not looking too hot for cash either, but a win here will set them straight. I'll be reminded as well that Henry G will probably overtake me in the fantasy standings because my Virtus Pro fandom overtook my logic in how I constructed my team. But that's life, Lauren. It's going to be 15-8.
Tactical pause comes in. And I like that from them. I can imagine it being Heroic. Why not take the pause at this point? You're the ones who are eyeing up DreamHack Austin. You're the ones who want to ensure that it all goes your way. You want to ensure that if you do run into these problems when you're at an event, if you ever play people like VP at this conjecture, how do we approach it? You know, why not take it when you have the opportunity? You are at 15-8. Sure, OT could be a possibility, but it's still a long way off. So they have rounds to play with, they have rounds to spare, but address the issue while you have time to work from it and work on it. So this is the one that we'll be looking at. Still, it looks as though that double AWP has been paying off somewhat, but it's more the CT side sits well with VP at the moment. Neo's side to find a little bit of that, you know, edge to his play almost. He's found that nice little bit of work that he happened to show at B just in that last round. So again, this is where things get a little bit tricky for Heroic. How much depth do they have to bring on this T side?
we talk about Heroic, you know, having to prepare themselves to face particular problems going forward. Why has that been for them? You know, where have they come to this screeching halt? That's more of a rhetorical one.
Yeah.
But I mean, you're more than welcome to chime in if you knew, but VP just now, it started with some of that more aggressive play on that CT side. And it's netted them a solid few rounds, 6 rounds in this half for them.
Oof.
Here's the execute though.
Yeah, here he comes. A lot of smokes, a lot of flashes. So they've got Tech9s and Snacks? What is that? Snacks, why are you going up there so aggressively? Isolates himself from the rest of the team. A quick plant comes through as well. Now, sure, the retake might come in, but the bomb has been planted. And that's a huge bit of impact already found from Heroic. I don't expect them to win out this round, but taking down Snacks with the AWP, finding a plant, then claiming Bialy. Now, Yugi, if you find anything more, you're a bit of a hero. Swiftly tries to back away from it, but merely into the loving arms of Pasha by this point. And it's snappy 1v3. And Taz shuts it down.
So we like that from Heroic, that we know that they're sort of going up against a VP that are playing double AWP into this situation. So it could also be, if you're Neo, you see the smokes coming in, you're like, okay, it could be cut out from this side, it could be forced into some really tight angles or not really be able to get involved in the fight. The push forward was interesting, maybe expected, you know, more of a flood of players coming out from PopDog across towards E-Box, but it's just traded out. Fortunately, they replenished the AWP that was lost. So not much changes here for Virtus.pro in terms of what they can bring into the round, but now Yuki has himself the AWP back.
And this is the round the Heroic should have been preparing themselves for during that tactical timeout almost. You know, this is the one that they'd be theory crafting for. How do we approach that double up? How do we play around it? You know, how do we break that B-side? What do we do different here? Taz, this is nice. This is almost classic from Taz, I guess. He used to do this a hell of a lot, pushing up by himself, sits above here, and he used to catch people out all the time, but he's got information aplenty. Now, VP are fully aware of what's happening. They can put that utility into play. They'll put down the mollies. Until Taz gets stopped, they have no reason to look away from where they're looking right now.
It's a process of elimination, Lauren, but well, so far it's Virtus.pro getting eliminated, but Snacks turns it back around. It's Valda, though. It's getting a little bit messy over on that side. Traded through. Taz going to go down now. And Virtus.pro, they work so hard to keep themselves in this. They've got to keep going, and Neo does just that. It's a quick double kill to spray on towards Valda to secure it. It's a 1v1, though. I've already used up my Yugi meme, but now he's got the AWP, and Neo only 20 points of health. The bomb is loose out in front of the train, and it's time for him to save his team yet again. But no, not this time. A man can only dream sometimes. Lauren and Virtus.pro were so far behind the 8 ball. Even at the start of it, Heroic taking a 2-0.
And you can only save those who want to be saved at this point. That felt like it was almost inevitable at that point. Once it got to that stage, good adjustment from Heroic. It felt like it was a bit of a push at the end, but they did eventually get there.
And that's it. We're pretty much done for the night. But before we do, of course, we'd love to hear what the guys on the desk have to say about this one, especially, you know, small improvements from VP, but overall a very disappointing performance, boys. What are your thoughts?
Well, initial thoughts is 16-9 is usually an indication of a pretty decent win for one team, but this one might even just be generous because at one point it was 15-3. VP never showed up in these two maps.
Yeah, on that first half, I don't think they even got an entry frag on the T side until the 8th or 9th round, right? So they were really struggling in the beginning stages, and then it started to get a little bit closer, but I'm not going to say unorthodox positioning by the players from Heroic, but they always found themselves in advantageous positions or managed to be able to step out and trade with each other when they were losing those picks. There was one round where it was an inner split was happening, and Nico found himself like in a really good position to stop Bialy with the bomb, and fantastic play from them across the board.
Yeah, I mean, especially coming out into clutches and important situations, it always seemed to be the Heroic player making the impact. Yeah. So, I mean, really good stuff. Surprising, convincing victories, that is. You seem pensive.
It looked like Virtus.pro met their makers.
It's not bad. I like that.
I was going to make a few more.
Yeah, can you go more?
Yeah, I think Virtus.pro will be pressing escape after that one.
Maybe Heroic obviously drew a pentagram on the floor and...
gave them a bit of a G-shock.
Yeah. Ooh.
Yeah.
That's good stuff.
I'm betting there was 5 golden bets made on EGB.
Just really forcing the issue tonight, aren't you? Really forcing it. We had a good thing going there, Chad, for a moment.
Yeah, there's probably more. I did bring up the Wikipedia.
Prepared
I can't really work that one in.
Which one?
I was something to the frag executors.
Yeah, I mean, we could, but it'd be really cheesy, wouldn't it? That one's almost
Chad,
like
you
two
wanna
in your
cut my
face.
hair for
We're
me?
just going to skip right over to the results of today.
Let's
If you
do it.
missed some of the matches, this is what went down. 16-10 victory for G2 to open things up, and then Na'Vi responds with a 16-13 win. That was our KFC Zinger Burger hot match of the week. And then moving on, you could see just how badly Virtus.pro 10 rounds across 2 maps against Heroic. You don't see that every day.
Did they lose last week as well, probably, Virtus.pro?
I'm not sure.
So I was going to say, since if I can't remember the scores last week, but like they went like what 13 rounds over 3 games at LAN in groups, and they got 10 rounds
They are
tonight.
having a rough
and
time.
Yeah, this is really bad.
They're
to
in
be
one
fair.
of the downward trends, certainly. G2 gained 2 spots in the standings. They're now in 4th, so trying to solidify that playoff position. And Heroic, they gained 3 spots, and all of a sudden their chances at the playoffs are looking pretty good, while Virtus.pro plummets.
Yeah, they're out driving around in their new E-Class is a little bit too much. Maybe taking care of some kids and not playing Counter-Strike.
It's just
Down
a
and
weird.
out.
It's a weird thing because the other night in the ECS they managed to have a really good showing against NIP, and here it seems to just not be so. So maybe just another one of those nights for
It's been a while
VP.
since we've seen them at a Pro League Finals, so I mean, it's looking like,
Yeah.
again, we'll see them missed out. Either way, if you're going to stay up once again for the North American division, always fun watching some good old-fashioned North American Counter-Strike. NRG
Cutler's
taking
gonna
on
out-frag
Team
Gusto.
Rush, and Complexity taking on CLG. CLG, who is so surprising over at Star Ladder. Very impressive performance from them. We'll see if they can keep it up against Complexity online with some good stuff over there. Tomorrow, make sure you're tuning in. We've got LDLC taking on Na'Vi. We've got Kinguin taking on North. Penguins versus Lions? Wolves?
Wolves.
It's got a main, though.
Penguins versus that's a Lion.
Yeah, I think it's a lion. The LDLC
Yeah.
one is definitely a wolf. Either
Well,
way.
it's the FC Copenhagen official animal. That's what it would be, I would assume. I assume
Oh,
it's
yeah,
a
I'm
lion.
not sure. You'd think there'd be some kind of synergy
Yeah,
there,
there's got
wouldn't
to be
you?
a correlation somewhere.
Either way, those are the matches we got for you tomorrow. So come back, join all the fun, all the madness. You guys witnessed it tonight. It's a good time, definitely. Thanks for tuning in this evening. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Have a great evening.
I can't understand people watching somebody play a computer game.
It's still not a sport. It shouldn't be on a sports network.
But I don't know if athlete is the right word.
this is your chance to actually make it into the Pro League, be a professional Counter-Strike player.
That's the thing that Mountain Dew League provides.
Kingwin, you know what? If anybody has a shot at 2-0, it's Kingwin. Beautiful Counter-Strike. You usually only see that into the professional level of things.
We are one of the youngest team in top 20. Many teams can underestimate us and we can surprise them with our tactics, show our Polish power.
You're it!
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
Counter-Strike is sharing incredible moments with us and will return to a memorable place. Get your tickets now at proleague.com/Dallas.
they're not using these SMGs perhaps just because they want to take this one seriously. They don't want to have any even slightly unfavorable engagements, because with rifles against pistols, slightly unfavorable engagements, because with rifles against pistols, you're pretty much always going to have a big advantage. If you do have an SMG that's getting closer, maybe you get double dinked by a P250 and you're dead. So
not really though, because in the rifles, if you exit, you have to still capture the site off the CT, so you got to enter it regardless. And really the trick here is because you stack the SMG, you can be so mobile with the SMG, you make it difficult for the pistol person to hit you. At the same time, you know, you can spray them down with bullets. They're not going to have armor. Rat's going to take a little bit more Molotov damage, and he probably should have. Reacting maybe just a little bit later to see if we could find anything, but there was going to be no one peeking. I believe that's Sub Rosa just playing that B lurker at the moment for the teasers. They're just spreading on the default, coming back towards mid once again. Going to seize control of it. And you can see Winterfox trying to adapt around it. Apox playing further back, as well as all the other members playing more further back on the side to hold it, as opposed to contesting CLG.
with the exception of Apoc, who is in Z, but he's behind a smoke there now, so not going to be a free kill or indeed an easy peek for him either. He's actually jumping, trying to spot over this smoke, trying to see if he can spot these players boost. I think he might have just missed the shoulder of Cutler there. It was just behind the building, I think. But now Cutler actually moving forward and gets tagged down very heavily. This grenade could do it. Not quite. Cutler on 12 HP does escape with his life, avoiding that grenade. And actually, advantage, at least for now, with Winterfox and EMAG. Depending on how this smoke fades for him, could get this pick towards FNX. They're walking up, FNS, they're walking up highway here. He moves away at just the wrong moment. A smoke just unfavorable for him, but that flash going to hold CLG off for now. And the timing around who gets this first kill here on the A side is going to be all important for this round. And at the moment, it's looking like CLG. They've got all the position. And look at FNS as well. He's through behind, but EMAG actually checks it, gets the first kill. Now he's got more players coming at him from A main and from Squeaky. There's a couple kills going to the tees. EMAG looking to do it all. Gets two, but will get traded out. It's now a 2-on-3 here. Better than it has been for Winterfox, but the last two players rotating through Z now have got a long way to go to get onto this bomb site.
Yeah, it's just unfortunate they couldn't read that the highway play was coming through. If EMAG was able to jump even just a millisecond earlier, may have spotted out FNS crossing earlier. But as it is CLG, the patience play allows them to get rewarded because so far, you know, no information has been granted towards them. Kusta! Wow! Alfnu is putting so much pressure on it. Kusta also getting another AWP kill. Big stuff coming out.
I'm pretty sure I saw earlier his Tech 9 is named Yes, You Died to This or something along those lines, which is appropriate in this case because, you know, if an AWP misses a shot at you and you rushed him, you don't expect to all be killed by a Tech 9, which admittedly not the situation we just had, but Kusta has been strong with that pistol so far. His AWPing's been pretty decent as well. You know, he had that one round a little further back where he hit the double entry for his team before the rest of the rifles even got involved. But so far, a really good start here for CLG on T-side case. They're up 7-3.
Yeah, and they're now just driving the herd in towards Winterfox. Even in that round, they still had 3 guns going forward. I don't know how many rounds they've actually survived and just building up their economy. But, you know, it's just working out. Kus is just hitting these shots so far. I wouldn't say that's even Raz playing poorly. It's just Kusta is just been wrecking them with the Tech 9 as well as the AWP. So now an execute on towards the A site. Corner's been cleared. Zuzi doesn't actually get one trade, but Ethan gets a counter trade. So it's still, you know, favorable for CLG. They lose one AK-47. That's the situation I'm talking about, where if you lose an SMG... Sorry, APOC does get the kill, but sorry to interrupt you. But it's in the sense that, you know, if it was a MAC-10 leading in that situation, you'd lose a MAC-10. You'd lose only about... Or just do the quick maths, you'd lose about 2.5k investment if you get maybe a Molotov and a flashbang. Whereas if you buy an AK armor as a Molotov, that's actually a 4k investment, 1,500 difference, which doesn't seem like a lot, but it compounds up over time, you know. Yeah. Say, for example, if FNS went SMG twice, he'd actually have 5k by now as opposed towards 1,600.
And he could even have more than that, depending on how many kills he actually gets with that thing. As SMGs do give the bigger kill reward. I believe it's double of what rifles do. So lesser investment, higher kill reward, the lower payoff of that being, or the payoff of that being, I guess, that you have less damage and you've got to be a bit closer than the rifle's counterpart, but definitely something that can work. But for now, CLG have already won the majority of the rounds in this half. They've got themselves that 8th round, that all-important 8th round, which means, hey, no matter what happens, you've won this half. Winterfox only on 3. I mean, best case scenario now for them is to win this round, win the next one. I mean, they have to win the rest, but really, they've got to win the next maybe 2 or 3 rounds before they get CLG on an eco. And by the time that happens, you know, the half will be over. So even if they win this round, they're pretty much facing down basically full buys from CLG for the rest of the half.
Yeah, they just managed to cross on towards the side as well. They just sneaked out through Squeaky and gambled correctly that no one's going to be there. And Kusta may be able to find APOC. Does spot him out. So APOC's position's now known. And Winterfox, there's no way for them to go. They need to back out, in my opinion. They just need to go as soon as possible. They're just, you know, desperation tactics. Raz will get one. Offnu gets traded out. APOC just shut down from behind a Raz.
Pistol battle.
You can't find 4 people with that USP. And they're just gonna be forcing another eco. They can buy armor and pistol in this one. I don't recommend them forcing up. They've already lost a half. There's no point going for desperation tactics right now because it's not working. They are going for it, and I don't think it's going to go well for them because they're just going to be hammered every single round for the remainder of this, barring a severe misplay from CLG. And so far, there's only been a couple of misplays where, you know, Sub Rose is looking the wrong way, you know, instead of looking towards the B side and being aware of that flank potential. But they're minor misplays. They're not major misplays in the sense that, you know, we left the bomb behind, we didn't watch it. So far, you know, it's just been clean play out of CLG.
It has, and that's the thing as well. If Winterfox can't win a round on a full buy, I'm not sure how they're going to go with, as you said, this force buy, but maybe this is the round that changes it. But if not, I mean, Winterfox could very realistically be staring down a 3-12 half here.
Absolutely. CLG so far has just shown absolute domination so far. They just look like they're checking all the lines, and Kusta is lifting his game so much. So is Ethan. Only person that so far I'd comment on not really pulling their weight, maybe Sub Rose a little bit, but once again, he's playing that B lurker role, not really expected to shine on that B lurker role. They haven't executed that much towards B side. Now they're executing towards the A side. I think they have a niggling that EMAG is up here, but no one's really checking it so far, and EMAG's doing well to dodge the flashes. Ethan first out, but EMAG and Raz will be able to get a couple of kills. Raz gets a second kill. Zuzi's on the side as well. They've been able to read this perfectly, able to hold it off so far. Now 2-on-4. CLG, now their backs against the wall. Cutler, though, through the edge of the smoke, finds one. A lot of time for CLG to still work with. They're just going to bide their time.
Bomb is down, though. They've got to go and get that thing. And there's Zuzi with another kill. And now Kusta in the 1-on-3. Just misses that shot over towards Truckers. Players picking him everywhere. And a nice shot out of Zuzi. Running out with that FAMAS. Started stepping perfectly and killing Kusta. So maybe we're not out of this one yet here for Winterfox. They do win themselves at least one round there. But that's going to be their round loss bonus reset here as well. If they lose this round, they'll most likely be losing the next round of the half. I mean, again, even if they do get this, I mean, if this round they win it, they get a 9-6 potentially, which would be great for them, or even a 10-5. If they lose this, I think they're going to be facing down 11-4.
Well, I mean, we do have a tactical pause coming out from CLG. It's quite an early attack pause. Not sure what's going on. Maybe they just want to finish off. I believe they do get one tactical pause each half, so they might as well just, you know, go straight forward. You know, just might as well take a talk. Okay, what did we do wrong with the A side? I actually like seeing this. You know, don't let Winterfox get fired up. Just shut them down. Just go. All right, Winterfox 1-1. Let's just everyone calm down. Maybe, you know, maybe people getting fired up, the communication was going right. Let's just everyone calm down. Let's see, you know, we're still winning 9-4. We've won the T half. Let's drive the stake in a little bit more. Make it 11-4 half and just completely shut these guys out in our CT half. You know, quick 16-4 victory. That's what they're going to be aiming for.
Absolutely. And I mean, that was still a good take from them. I mean, for that A site, we saw they had all of the utility. It was all going well. They did check that boost position. They didn't get the kill, but they were checking it. They were aware. So for CLG, really, maybe it's just a case of we've got to be a bit more careful when we check that. For now, with that tactical pause from CLG has come on, and we'll have to see what they decide to do with it here. They're actually going to boost Imagine up again. Now, they did this last round. We'll have to see if CLG are going to be aware of it. Raz did go for the quick pick and A main there. He's been doing that pretty consistently, pop flashing himself in. Hasn't really landed it a lot of times yet. I think he did it once with EMAG, and the rifle got the kill. So, not been the greatest of effect, but for now, at least they do know that A main is empty. They've shut at least that much down. So that's decent information for WinterFox. But if you look at where they're playing, I mean, they've given up mid at this point. Zuzi playing back inside Z is going to peek it now, but there's going to be grenades coming his way. There's the flashes and smoke server. He knows they could be in mid, but he doesn't know that they are. And I really like this out of CLG with the way they're playing their map control. They're denying a lot of information for WinterFox, sorry. That's a different team. And now CLG going to be coming in towards this B side here where there's only 2 players, as I don't think Zuzi will be able to rotate in time unless he moves now.
Yeah, Zuzi's just going to be trying to hold maybe towards tree, maybe towards heaven, but so far, look at this. Once again, you were mentioned correctly, CLG, so much map control, but I guess, you know, FNS just walks in the crosshairs of Raz, and he's just going to deny them a little bit more territory control. So they have to go for the B side. 35 seconds left. They're slowly creeping up. There's the first kill. This is much better play on the B side. Zuzi's going to peek out, find one. And there's a lot of tag damage done towards Sub Rosa. Sub Rosa will get the kill at the end of the day, but this should be another wrap-up for WinterFox. Barring, I guess, Kusta coming in and having a say about this. Often with the UMP, gets the double kill. Actually picking up the double lob going into the final rounds. CLG should be able to buy up into the final one. Once again, winning a lot of rounds. But WinterFox, the late resurgence means that at least they have a fighting chance going onto their own T-half. Still going to be hard work for them, though.
Yeah, but that said, they're only down, I mean, they're down 4 rounds now. If they win this one, it can be 9-6. The advantage of a 9-6 half is when you switch, if you win that pistol round, provided the anti-ecos go your way, you're back tied up at 9-9 straight away. So that's what WinterFox are going to be playing for here. They're going to be playing to win this round, and then the pistol, if they get that, it's a tied game. And that's a good start, actually. Zuzi has already found 2. I believe they were in mid. Yeah, he's going to be playing towards Z there and Kusta. This is a really sneaky angle here under the roof. That's going to be a very difficult shot to hit if you're a rifler, but smartly, Zuzi's not going to be peeking it for now, just holding mid and waiting for it. There's a nice shot out of Sub Rosa, taking down Raz. Now, given that he was spotted under the boost, you'll have to wonder if they're going to suspect EMAG. He has been up there a few rounds in a row now. They've only seen him there once, I believe, but surely you think CLG are going to suspect. And we're on a 4-on-3. Advantage WinterFox, 1 minute 10 seconds on the clock. See, the T's do have mid, but not much else.
Well, other than this, you know, they still have to figure out how to navigate the danger of Raz's AWP so far. It looks like, oh, sorry, not Raz's AWP, but Apoc's AWP, as a matter of fact. Raz was taken down earlier. Kusta now slowly coming on towards the A side. You do have Zuzi just floating towards that truck area, but Kusta may spot out the boost right now. But EMAG, what reactions coming out? That's expected of, I guess, one of the superstars. Whoa. Gets a second kill, does fall, but he's done his job. 2 kills with the assistance of Raz earlier on. FNS will be able to get the cross on towards the side. Bomb plant might not be able to be retrieved as of yet. It looks like FNS now on a 1-on-3. We'll be able to retrieve the bomb now. But WinterFox just spotting towards the cross. Apoc will miss that shot. So with 30 seconds left on the timer, the bomb plant will go down. 40 seconds left. FNS has to go for all these 1-on-1 deals. Spots out Apoc. That's 1 down. Now it's up to Zuzi as well as Offnu to work together. FNS going to go towards quad. This Molotov going towards the wrong area. It's not going to deny any play on towards the quad position. Only default's been cleaned out for WinterFox. And they don't know if he's behind a snuck towards forklift or at quad. They go to clear this out, and Zuzi's coming in by himself. Offnu's not there to make the trade. Offnu's going to fall. FNS, he can make this happen, but Zuzi's close range will be able to get the spray down, and WinterFox will be able to get that final round in the half. 6-9. We're going for a short break, but the action is going to stay intense. Stay tuned to see who's going to take the first map.
Get your team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.
You like nuke? No? Well, here's a common warehouse smoke for you anyway. The lineups for this are nice and easy. It's fairly common AWPers should play from this spot, and this smoke should push them away and force them to relocate. Position yourself over this corner and aim slightly above the metal fixture, and then toss the smoke. Easy. Now you removed one of the 45 different angles that CTs can kill you from.
Welcome back to the match between Winterfox and CLG, and what a high end towards Winterfox's, I guess, late resurgence. They're down 9-3 and just were able to take the last 3 rounds to bring it back. You know, not the best situation to be in on the T side of cache, but at the very least, it's serviceable.
Absolutely. And I mean, if they win this pistol round, they can put themselves back up towards 9-9 with the help of those anti-ecos. So really, a much better half than it could have been. I mean, sure, they would have loved to get that 8-7 when they were down early on. They couldn't end up doing it. But 9-6, definitely not bad, as this pistol round and following up anti-ecos will even them up. But it will also put CLG even further ahead if they can't get it. So, well, if Winterfox can't get it. So it looks like they're going to be playing towards the B side here. They've got 4 players here. Going to be Ofnu lurking back out towards the garage, trying to catch out anyone who pushes. And doesn't look like anyone's going to be doing it for now out of CLG. If they play their CT side anything like they played their T, I'm expecting a lot of patience out of them. No sort of rush decisions. But speaking of rushes, here comes Winterfox in towards his B side. That's a nice dink on a Cutler as well, but he's still going to find a kill. So will FNS. Kusta getting another one there. Zuzi does manage to at least take down Kusta, but it's a 2-on-4 already. Zuzi and Ofnu with it all to do. Zuzi at least going to manage to upgrade his pistol, but there's players coming from, well, all around them, really. The bomb's stuck out towards the site. They've got to go and get that thing. They've still got Cutler very low on the site, and now Sub Rosa catches a dink of his own, but it's all on Zuzi. Does find 1 kill. If he can take down FNS, that's the other high HP player here. The other 2 are so low. This is possible here for Zuzi, but he's got to find these kills now. 20 seconds on the clock, just gone by. He's moving in. Will catch out Sub Rosa, surely. No! Doesn't do it. Cannot find the kill, and unfortunately, the hopes of a tie, at least off that round for Winterfox, are now dead.
Yeah, and because of the way that I believe this match works, you actually don't see the damage. You can't see how much damage you've done after you die. So, if anyone's wondering why, you know, the call wasn't made, they're low on the B side, you actually don't know how much they're actually low. You don't know if those players are on 105 HP. So,
Absolutely.
that's why he had to go. That's why he had to go for the hit. And unfortunately, it just didn't work out in that sense. If you're wondering why he didn't go for the body shot, he doesn't know what we know. So, CLG now in double digits. A lot of rifles, a lot of respect shown towards Winterfox, knowing that Winterfox will force up into this round.
Absolutely. They're just like, all right, we're going to play the long range. We're going to have the superior damage. And, I mean, Winterfox here, making the right call. I mean, trying to go towards A. Sub Rosa does take him down. He's the only player here for the CLG side, but he's got himself an M4. He has the long range advantage. It's going to be a UMP for Zuzi, who can try and do something with this. Bomb going down. That's good for Winterfox. They can try and stall this one now. Every second they waste here burns a bit more time off that clock. But there is a kit on the CLG side. They've got to move in towards this site now. All going to move together. They do have the superior weaponry. This one not going to be an easy hold off here for CLG. And it's all going to rest on what this UMP of Zuzi can get done here at Forklift. Got players pushing in close to him. Fully blinded by his own flashbang. Everyone blind there, but FNS will get the kill. Now APOC playing inside the site with the Deagle. He's the last player remaining. So much damage coming his way. Trying to get these shots down, or at least delay. Will be taken down eventually. There was an attempt for a knife there, actually. I believe that was from Cutler, but no extra money for him. But a defuse for his team, which is arguably more important. They'll keep those both those M4s alive into this next round. And Winterfox, having bought in that one, did get the bomb down, to get that bit of extra money. They could potentially buy in the next round, but not going to be able to do it in this one.
Yeah, I mean, if they force up in this one, they didn't do enough damage to justify forcing into this one. If they took a couple more rifles out, you know, maybe force it towards maybe one person alive, the call might have been made. Winterfox, all right, let's go. We can... Even though we can't afford the superior weaponry, we know CLG are going to be buying in the SMGs. Get a couple of Galils, you know, not the best rifles, but they're still serviceable. Maybe get a couple of UMPs, and we can definitely overwhelm the CTs and then force them into a bit of a pickle. As it is though now, it's just going to be a bunch of pistols. CLG needs to be cautious on not losing many weapons. They need to go into the next one. You can see Kusta with just a 5.7. He wants the AWP. Similarly, Winterfox, they will have enough cash to go into the next one with a lot to work with. They have got that bomb plant down, as you mentioned earlier, and they should be able to, you know, buy that AWP on Raz, see where he takes that. A lot of utility as well, so it should be a good one. As Zuzi actually managed to find a pick on towards Kusta, who, pushing with the 5.7, does get caught out.
Yeah, and, I mean, he will actually hand that pistol over now as well. So Zuzi's going to get an upgrade for free, but the CT side, the B side, going to be the push here. CT is going to be holding this one. FNS going to find the first kill, and unfortunately for Winterfox, there is a pair of M4s here. Had they gone towards A, it might have been an M4 and a UMP to face off with, but on B, They're going to have two M4s, and Zuzi here is going to be running straight into the UMP of Ethan, who will take him out. Now it's the M4s on the B side looking to finish up. Cutler gets one, Cutler gets two, and now only APOC remaining. As I say, that goes down. Cutler with the 3K in the end to close it out. Quick work with the M4A4 there, and 12-6. CLG now doubling Winterfox's score.
Yeah, this is the part. Okay, it looks like Kusta actually didn't have that much cash to actually buy an AWP, so there's not going to be an AWP. Kusta's just given a UMP instead. Cutler has the money for it, but decides not to drop it. At the same time, Winterfox will have the AWP and Raz. No utility on him. The rest of the members, though, full set. No HE grenades. 8 flashbangs. 4 smokes and 4 Molotovs to see if they can get their way on towards a bomb site. So it looks definitely like an execute. Very strange to see no HE grenades. You'd like to, at least tag, soften up your opponent a little bit. But they're just going to go for the straight aim duels. I mean, obviously trying to blind their opponents, but then going for the aim duels.
Yes, and I'm not sure. I mean, Winterfox, sure, go for it. It hasn't worked out so well for them already in this match. They have been losing a fair few aim duels. They looked better in the, I suppose, latter half of last half, or the latter quarter, I suppose. But they were still down a lot of rounds by that point here. And there was a lot of nades onto CLG as well. This position from Ethan. He could stop this whole thing right now. Depending on the timing, if Raz peeks first and can't hit this shot, Ethan will be there. The timing on this is going to be so close. The Molotov out. Ethan knows. He must know they're there now. Spots it. Actually going to go for the push, and Raz was ready for it. We'll get him, and APOC's going to follow up onto Kusta as well. Unfortunately, there was just Ethan moved a fraction too early there, and a nice shot out of Zuzi will take out FNS, and that boost play was all important there for both teams. It would have decided at least the first half of this round, and now it looks like it's decided the whole round with Cutler and Sub Rosa left alive to try and fend off against 5 Winterfox players.
Yeah, and at the moment, Winterfox playing it successfully. They don't need to rush anywhere. Just see to suss out where the CT players are and then overwhelm them. You see Sub Rosa, he's just trapped like right now like a rat. So he has to just run out as fast as possible. He does manage to get out of the rat cage. All he needs to do now is molly off the side, get a couple of kills, maybe slow down this bomb plant, just do some damage. But there's one pushing him. Does realize a great reaction coming out from Sub Rosa to get the headshot towards APOC, but the save will go through. Cutler and Sub Rosa will take the M4 to the next round, but great mid play coming out for Winterfox. And just, paying back CLG just a little bit of the pain they felt on their own safety side.
Absolutely, and having a look at their economy here, it's really not great for them. I mean, they have 2 players who have a lot of money, and it's conveniently the 2 players who are alive. So they'll be able to drop some rifles over there. They can drop the M4s they have, they can buy some more, and then maybe someone else can buy for Kusta, who is only down on $900 before the round loss bonus comes through for this one. But they're not going to get a whole lot of money for losing this one. I believe it's $1,400 for losing a round after you've won all the previous ones. So they're not going to get a lot of money. They should be able to get a serviceable buy together with the M4s that can be dropped off of Cutler and Sub Rosa. But I don't think they'll have a lot of utility to go behind it. So
I have a decent amount. I think Ethan, or I think it'll be, not sure if it was Ethan, but one of the members will have at least 2,300. So he can get a bit of utility. It's actually opted to go for the head armor. So look, he's missing maybe 1 grenade. And because Cutler as well as Sub Rosa were able to take a Molotov and a flashbang, that's a lot of money taken through the next round. That was actually critical. They saved at least 5k worth of utility as well as weaponry. And you can see it at the moment. You know, that is a serviceable, a full fighting buy you see out of CLG coming out. Winter Fox, they've done well. They've broken CLG once. They got to do it again.
They do, and I mean, that save, as you said, was very important. That was potentially the difference between two rifles trying to make a heroic play with some pistols backing them up, and this full buy, which we now have in front of us. So, excellent work out of CLG there, but some early kills going the way of Winter Fox. 2-for-1 trade there, which means we're now in a 4-on-3. The AWP on Kusta's still up. He's been very sharp with that, but he is the only player towards this B site. He's got to hold off all of Winter Fox, or at least 3 of the 4 players of Winter Fox who are here by himself until his teammates can get over and help him out. So, Kusta here could have a lot of work to do. For now, no Winter Fox players actually pushing him. He does have a second here to think about this, but Emag already in the back of Checkers. Kusta may not know he's there. Now the first peek's going to come in. Spots that Molotov coming out. He now knows there's at least one player there, but Emag, very nice shot there, taking down Kusta. The site opened up, and Sub Rosa and Ethan again left 4-on-2 this time for CLG. Still 2 players alive. They did manage to get a kill. Basically the same story as last round, but again, I wouldn't be surprised if we have a save out here again, and looking at their economy, they need to.
Yeah, and at the same time, Winter Fox, you know, they just need to save. Just play discipline. They only lost APOC, you know, not the biggest loss. You know, you lose one member, save, go forward. You know that CLG have to either, with these 2 rifles, they're probably now going to buy pistols. You can probably read that situation. Winter Fox will play accordingly around that. You know, play a lot more safe. So far, mid's working. Winter Fox will just keep going mid. Now CLG has a problem. They had 1 towards mid initially on, you know. They have 2, they had 3. Even 3 people didn't work. You had FNS try and play a bit of a cheeky spot, wasn't able to really make things work out. You know, Cutler and Ethan got caught out in the open. A bit unfortunate maybe, but unable to do it. Susie actually going on the hunt, won't be able to find anything. So, cheeky Azuzi to try to walk in, but unfortunately he's just by himself, so no trades going in the favor. I'd say CLG, you know, pick up a couple of pistols potentially. Cutler has a bit of money, which means that the AWP will come out in the next buy round, but you can afford maybe a P250 or a 5.7. Put a rifle in each site and get a couple of pistols just sitting towards tight corners. And who knows, you can reap the dividends from that. Winter Fox still has to take this very cautiously.
But it's worth noting, Winter Fox have won their last 2 rounds, both with, well, 4 players surviving for the first one, then almost 4, but 3 with Zusi dying on the hunt. But they're still keeping a lot of players and therefore a lot of guns alive, which means their economy can start to get established. They can start to make this comeback work. This is interesting, though. Towards the A site, I believe both M4s are actually going to be there, and they're going to be boosting one of them up high. So I was about to say, I wonder if Winter Fox will check that, because they did it a lot, but APOC, already ahead of me, does get the kill on the boosting Sub Rosa. Ethan will trade him back out, but that is one of those M4s taken out of this round now. Winter Fox only have 1 more big gun against them, and then just a couple pistols to clean up. So this round should be going their way now, if they play it safe, if they play it properly, and they've got 3 players together over towards A. They've got a pinch on Ethan, he's got the gun, unless he takes down all 3 of them by himself. If they can drop him, they should be okay, as sure, the pistols are starting to rotate in, but I don't think there'll be too much damage done. Winter Fox, though, looking like they're ready to push in here. Offnu still just waiting in this squeaky door, waiting for his moment to strike. And actually, there's a peek from FNS as well. Spots him out in A-main. So now the jig is up. Winter Fox have been found out. They do still have 45 seconds. They can rotate sites if they want to. But Ethan getting boosted up on top of the back of Red, trying to see if he can spot out. This is actually a very nice headshot angle from him. He does have that M4, so not going to do full instant headshots. But he jumps up high, goes for the spray. But here comes Winter Fox entering with the rifles. Ethan will find 1. He has to do more here. He has a gun. Kusta's actually found an AK of his own, but Ethan down. Now it's a 3-on-2. Kusta and Cutler with it all to do, but Kusta has an AK.
And the smoke now coming across on towards the side. So Raz, I think AWP is watching towards Squeaky, which was the correct line, but Cutler does manage to peek out. Will be able to find Emag at forklift. Kusta also makes his position. No, so Cutler. Oh, Offnu is so low at the moment, and Cutler just dancing around. Raz has switched out for the M4. Should be able to get this kill. Nope, Cutler just dancing around the door so far. Staying alive with just a P250, and Offnu changes out AK-47.
Playing with him.
Yeah, he doesn't really want to reload, so they'll back out safely. Cutler trying to find any pick he can, but they're just going to back out of sight. Raz will be able to get out. Takes a little bit of damage.
Cutler's going to die to the bomb now.
Unfortunately, so won't be able to get the chase either. Raz might peek it. Nope, doesn't peek it. Bomb does a job. Suddenly, a much tighter contest. Winter Fox bringing it back after losing the pistol in the buy rounds. And this is something we saw, I guess, CLG on the T side doing towards Winter Fox. And CLG, I think at the moment, this mid problem is not being solved by either team. This is what's been costing them so much.
Absolutely, and Cache is a map where mid is so important because you can get to both sides from mid. You can take them entirely from mid, but it also gives you such a powerful way to split. You can get through into CT spawn, try and flank them going through Z. You can go in through vent, split B. You can go, up highway, get into A. It's such a powerful position, and for neither of these teams to really be exploiting it to full effect is definitely going to hurt them. But Winterfox here, definitely in the driving seat. I mean, they are 3 rounds behind, but they've got themselves a full buy. Their economy is going to be set for them to buy again in the next round, and potentially even the one after that if they do lose it. So they're set for now. The other issue is, though, CLG are already at 12, and while Winterfox are in a bit of a comeback here, they don't really have many rounds they can afford to lose, and especially as I think losing 2, that'll shatter their economy. If they lose another one, they'll be facing down map point anyway. So every round, at least until they tie it up, is going to be very, very important here for Winterfox.
That's it, though. Winterfox have snuck in towards Checkers. And there is no one except for Kuster at Tree at B-side. So, CLG, they're still stacking towards that mid area, but they don't gain anything out of it. There's no territory gain. There's no information gain. No boost being deployed. No pushes at A-side. And this is the problem. They have no read on what Winterfox is doing at the moment. They have to wait for smokes. And the first thing they'll know is that the T's already on the B-side. Kuster has to nail so many people through the smoke. There's the first one. APOC just rushing once again, which is a little bit not disciplined from him. We saw that from the previous round, where APOC was pushing a highway. Sure, he got the kill on Sub Rosa, but he got punished for it because all of a sudden, Raz actually under a lot of pressure. Raz decides to pull out the P250 as Cutler will be able to get that kill. This is going terribly wrong for Winterfox, unable to get the flank kills, and as a result, they should be able to bust in through Tree as well as the rear. 2 AWPs out. This is not really the ideal retake, but sure, why not? Let's go for it.
Yeah, they've got the player advantage, so as you said, why not? I mean, there's Sub Rosa finding the first kill on the entry onto Zeusy. Off nuke, trying to get it done, but not going to be able to do so. Now EMAG has it all to play for. I'm not even sure the bomb is planted for him. There's going to be a smoke on that as well. The defuse is already coming in. He must know it. He's just got to back away at this point, try and keep that rifle alive, and he's not even peeking here. It's going to be a full 10-second defuse as well, as there was no kits on the CLG side, but that won't stop, and they will get it across the line anyway. And now EMAG, having got himself the first kill, trying to stay alive, he will keep that AK up. The economy is set for Winterfox. They can buy again here, but if they lose this one, I think they will just about be out of money.
That was really... That problem with that B hold was really, firstly, APOC, crossing early. You have to wait for your smoke. Doesn't matter if you think, you can out-jump an AWPer. At this stage where Akusta is playing, you need to give him so much respect. You need to give him respect and think he's going to hit that shot. Smoke it up, wait for the shot before you cross. There's no point trying to risk it, trying to cross early. You shouldn't know at this stage. They've got a full buy, they're established. And at the same time, Raz missing a shot towards that lurk player just cost them ultimately because they had no territory to hold with anymore. Before they could have played back B and gone, you know what, you come in, you have to check 3 angles. All of a sudden, back B is clean. There's only going to be 2 angles. They're only going to be a side, or they're going to be checkers. Easy angles for the CTs to check, especially with numbers. Now, they were trying to utilize a vent play, but not going to work out. A lot of numbers at mid, and APOC going to at least apply some revenge on towards FNS.
Yes, we'll get that kill at least. Sub Rosa here still trying to get it done. Knows there's multiple players around him. Goes for the spray. Not going to find it. Zeusy will pick that one up. It's a 5-on-3 now. Winterfox with the early advantage here after shutting down the vent play with that Molotov. Stopping the boost meant that there could be no real mid-check done by CLG up until they lost a player, really. So already 2 guys down. The bomb actually looking to go over towards A. Maybe a split through highway on the way. Looks like APOC is moving that way now to try and help it out. Moving up behind the shed, behind the smoke there. Trying to see if he can sneak his way in, but there's still 2 AWPs on this site. Cutler and Kuster going to be the guys with those, but look at that position for APOC. He actually takes that Cutler without checking behind him, so Kuster will drop him, but a 2-on-4. Kuster here looking to go for a bit of a hero play, just moving behind this smoke bomb already down. Kuster might have just spotted the elbow there, will do it, takes down EMAG with a shot to the arm. Still a 3-on-2. T's already backing off. Offnu with a perfectly timed push past the smoke, takes out Ethan. Kuster still getting work done though, finds 3! He could actually do this. That's his 4th kill of the round even. He's on for the ace right now if he kills Raz. Raz going to be playing inside A main. Going to get faked out. Kuster, this could be huge if he finds it. Will miss that shot. He's still another chance here. Trying to get it done. Raz moving around, just taking his time. Kuster 2 HP. Still trying to hit Raz. He has so little time here. Has to do this one. Might get the shot here. Still missing. Unfortunate for Kuster. He's going to have to back out of this one now. 2 HP. Has to run away. So close though. A 4K. Nearly an ace. He had a couple of opportunities. And he will die to the bomb in the end. Kuster, what an attempt, but just not able to get it offline.
Huge 2 shots to open up just even into that one-on-one opportunity, but couldn't hit Raz. Well played by Raz, just dancing around. Knew that all he had to do was just draw out the shot, and sure, it was a bit unfortunate, but the parachute was now on Kuster to land those, and Winterfox now hitting double digits. CLG has not won a round in a while, and this is a bit of an issue, or one consecutive round, should I say. And that's seriously becoming an issue because this just demonstrates that Winterfox actually has such a great control of the T side. They're just gaining that map control. CLG is paralyzed. I have not seen an aggressive play attempt at mid, neither at B. They're playing way too passive and allowing Winterfox to gain the control. You see APOC kind of messing up there, messing up severely. Does get punished for that eventually. And Sub Rosa also putting in the pain as well. Often though does get at least one trade. So now 3-on-3, a lot messier than it should have been. APOC just caking that slightly.
Just a little bit. I mean, he did eventually get a kill out of it, but then got taken down. And now, I nearly said Ret like Cutler, gonna go down to EMAG there on the B hole, which means the bomb getting thrown towards the site will now be planted. And you'd think that's the end of it, but definitely good damage here out of CLG with the option to do more. They both have AK-47s here. Raz going to be entirely caught out, but hits the shot on Sub Rosa somehow. I don't know if that was a no-scope, but it was very, very quick indeed.
It was a quick scope.
And now Ethan left all alone to try and do this one. Does have his AK-47, but having lost his teammate, going forward isn't really an option anymore. And Offnu with the perfect read will take him down. No weapon saved for CLG. And really, we've seen both of these guys have such a dominant T-half and not much showing on the CT.
Yeah, and so far CLG, I mean, they're, I think, lacking a lot more so far. Only picking up 4 rounds compared to Winterfox's 6. And that was with an extra eco win as well. I mean, that they had 3 rounds after the pistol as opposed to was it 2, which Winterfox had. And right now, CLG, they didn't have enough cash to really invest fully into this round. So you can see a bunch of pistols. Raz actually missing the first AWP shot. Asia grenade will do a huge chunk of damage. Raz just eats that fully for dinner. And right now, CLG, you know, they're trying to find opportunities with the pistol much better. You know, get some map territory, hold patiently, and wait for Winterfox to come and clear out these lines. But they need to do this on the buy round as well, because something needs to change. Passive's not working for them so far.
Absolutely. I mean, we've seen, to their credit on both sides, this very calculated play, I suppose. They're taking it very slowly. Then on the T side as well, to great effect, just taking it slowly, being patient, figuring out what's happening on the map. But they're doing a bit less of that, figuring out what's happening on the map in this side. I mean, sure, you can take it slowly, you can play passively all you like, but if you're going to go for that very passive style where you just hold your bomb sites, you've got to be 110% confident that your crossfires will work out for you, because you know that what you're giving up is the ability to have any really forewarning, spare about 5 seconds of where T's going to be coming. And now Zuzi's going to find the first pick. FNS will take out APOC with that CZ. So good damage done. Sub Rosa trying to find the 5-7 kill through the smoke. But now all 4 CT is going to come at this one from pretty much the same angle here. Often if he goes through the smoke, actually just avoiding the spray of the 5-7 there. That was a bit close, but will manage to just sneak by that one unharmed. And now the CT is really just looking to do damage here. But the T's have got their post plants set now in the site and around the site. Out in B main, out in Sunroom, out in Squeaky. They're really set. And this one will borderline be impossible here for CLG, but Ethan's going to hit a nice shot onto Offnu. I spoke too soon. They really don't have the time to go for this one now. Bomb ticking down, but they might be able to keep these Winterfox players on the site. They might get taken out by the bomb. Kusta still trying to do just that, trying to do damage as these guys leave. Wants this bomb to go off and take them down. Doesn't care if he goes down first. He has only a pistol. He doesn't mind at all, but they will just manage to escape. That was a really nice attempt out of CLG, and I like what they were doing there. They wanted to try and get the kills, whether they got them themselves or not. But not going to do it in the end. Heavy tag by the bomb to Winterfox, but not enough to get any more kills.
Kusta able actually to, I think it was either Kusta or Sub Rosa, able to actually retrieve an AK-47, which is absolutely critical because, yes, even though they have enough money to buy, still getting the AK-47, which is so much potent defensive ability.
Free gun is a free gun.
If free gun's a free gun, not only that, AK-47, you know, 1 bullet headshot. Why wouldn't you take that as a CT, holding on towards a site? Now, the only issue that I guess at the moment that's coming out for CLG right now is, what do? They've given up mid. Okay, that's okay. You have to give up mid at the stage, but you got to make things work out. This is exactly what you want to do. Get Kusta in there with it all. We've seen it's effective. He gets the first pick on towards APOC, who I think had an AWP as well. I'm not exactly sure. Very unique double AWP setup if it was on Winterfox otherwise. But now they're a member up, you know, they can play passive. Get the first pick playing aggressive, get some information, and then towards the latter half, get some more.
Absolutely, and that's what we saw. That's what we saw so much from them on their T side as well. They were so good at finishing off first pick situations without getting too hasty about it, without pushing, without being impatient. So we'll have to see if they can now capitalize on this first pick here. I mean, in theory, if they can set their crossfires from this point forwards, they should have more guns to be able to shoot at the Ts and the Ts can shoot back with. I mean, it's just mathematically how it works when you're in a 5-on-4, and they're going to be trying to make that one work out for them. But Winterfox here looking like they're setting up for this A take now. Raz suddenly aware that an A push might be a possibility, but CLG, again, showing this patience they've showed pretty consistently so far in using this first pick by we'll let it give us an advantage later, rather than trying to take advantage of it now.
Trying to figure out where Zuzi is, because Zuzi looks like he's in A main or Squeaky. So there we have it. Execute on towards the A side. Not 100% sure if it's a fake yet or not, but it looks like no, it is just going to be executed straight on. Emag is out towards Fork. Zuzi does fall, trying to come onto the side. Emag out, gets the trade. Emag goes for Ethan, but can't get the spray transfer working in the favor. Offnoot, though, gets that one. Kusta looking around, gets the second AWP kill of this round. Bomb plant going down now. 1 and 3. Offnoot now coming across, is surrounded by enemies from all sides. FNS should spot him out, but Kusta misses the shot uncharacteristically, and Offnoot will punish him for that. Now 1 and 2. FNS slowly crawling to the side. Does have Cutler support, but he's fine at the right timing. He doesn't know where Cutler is, though. And Cutler will be able to take that out. Bringing back another round for CLG. 14-12. Such a tight game. And this is a really surprising thing so far I've found. I mean, all the games have been so tight. You think that, you know, with coming on towards your own CT side, it'd be good.
Yeah, I mean, you'd think so. But, I mean, a good game, a tight game is a good game, really. A fast game is also a good game. But really, I mean, we're in the Pro League. Every game is a good game. All of these teams are here because they deserve to be here. They have the skill. They have the capability of winning. And that's what's so exciting to see. And Winterfox, I mean, losing that round, that's a little bit heartbreaking because that right there was their opportunity to tie it up finally, to bring it back to 13-13. They had an opportunity to tie it up in this half, but they lost the pistol round, couldn't equalize easily with those anti-ecos, and they've been chasing ever since. That right there was their opportunity to get it across the line, and they got so close, but now they're down again, and CLG only need 1 more to get onto map point. So Winterfox here, they're not out. They're only down by 2 rounds. They're only 3 away from securing their own map point, and therefore overtime, if not the win. But they've got to try. It's so hard to work here, and they're not going to check under the boost there, where Cutler's going to be waiting. It's now a 3-on-5 already. We do have a player here in Squeaky just trying to move by. He's actually made his way to Emag, making his way into the back there. They've done this a few times now, have Winterfox just moving their way into Squeaky without being spotted by the B players. But now the rest of their side has been spotted out. And Emag, he knows that Kusta has been playing in the back of the side, but not going to find the first pick. Kusta's going to find it onto Offnu. Now, 5-on-2. Raz, he ready for this one, but Emag's going to already do it. There's a player up in heaven. There's a player in tree. And there's actually some flanks coming in too by looks. It's going to be coming in through vents, or at least considering it from mid. There's 2 players there. But still 50 seconds to play with here for Winterfox. Emag considering going out into tree to take the fight, but not going to do it. FNS holding the angle in towards the side. Going to fall off that one for now. 40 seconds left. Bomb shortly going down. There it is for Winterfox. But a 2-on-4. Raz has to hit this shot in vents if he has any chance of helping his teammates stay alive here.
Raz of mid-2016 will be able to hit pretty much all of these. Emag, once again, another crucial role for him to play, but he's going to fall immediately. Won't be able to do enough damage. His position's now known, and he's just swarmed all over by CLG members. Raz cannot do anything between the bolting action, and CLG now on match point. This is so similar. Once again, a late resurgence coming in towards the half. And what's really working so far is just they're able to get the picks now, and mid was just a little bit more poorly taken by Winterfox.
It was. I mean, we've seen, as you said, pretty much mirror halves here. I mean, one team takes early advantage, it's clawed back a little bit, but then the other team winds up ahead by 3, which is where we are, like, right now. I mean, admittedly, if Winterfox want to mirror the first half, they'll win this next round and, you know, try and do what they can. But it's just been so very close out of these guys. Just one team looking strong, the other one fighting back, and it's worth noting that in case normally you wouldn't think, perhaps not this T-sided, but between these 2 teams, they're both so much better in their T halves. I mean, the CTs is now making a resurgence, which again we saw in last half. It was Winterfox last time, it's CLG now. The problem for Winterfox is, though, they were 3 rounds down at the start of this, so they don't really have these rounds to play with. They can't really let CLG make this resurgence, and now Winterfox need to win the next 3 in a row to secure themselves overtime, then win 4 out of the 6 rounds after that to take this map out, and they've still got another map to play here. Long road yet for Winterfox.
Absolutely. They still need to... Look, they have to hold off this one to even just, I guess, go forward. And they don't have the money for it. They have a Tech-9, a couple of Deagles at most, you know. They have to try to make that work out. And I believe it is a Winterfox tactical pause. Because, I mean, it's 15-12. If you're down 15-12, you're going to have to make a call on what to do to try to bring it back into overtime.
Yeah, I mean, very possibly. It's like they want to have a shot to think about this and just slow it down and be like, all right, guys, if nothing else, we just need to take a second and chill. Even if we don't have any amazing strategies on the board, you can take these things as mental pauses as well. Just have a second to mentally reset and be like, okay, what can we do here? But game now on pause, going live again here. CLG versus Winterfox. CLG on map point, which is perhaps not the result we would have expected, but only 3 rounds behind is Winterfox here. The buy is not great for them, and that's not going to help either. That's one of their, I believe, bigger guns down on Emag, so they've got to try and capitalize or, I suppose, account for that loss. and it's not looking good. They are moving towards the A side here. There's 3 players over towards Squeaky, and they're actually out already. But Ethan could kill them all here. He does do a lot of damage, but cannot get kills off. And Winterfox can get the kills. Surprisingly, I thought that one was all going to be CLG's way, but that position there from CLG, not quite good enough. Heavy damage done. Zusi and Apoc both dinked, both below 15 HP, but no kill, which means this 4-on-2 will be, ideally, and it looks like it will be won by Winterfox here. CLG don't really have, well, they don't really need to go for this one. They've still got 2 map points after this one. They can afford to sit here, save these guns, not potentially put themselves in a dangerous situation later.
Problem with going to the next round, CLG is not very rich. They are very poor. It's because of the damage done by Winterfox time after time. Even though they won, even with this open M4, what are they going to do in the next round? Do they force up? If they force up, it'll be 15-14. And then they're potentially going into the final one, if they do lose the next one, obviously. They can only buy 5.7s. And sure, 5.7's a great gun, but you still want an M4. You want that AWP in your hand. So how are they going to mitigate this danger? Okay, so it looks like Sub Rose actually has a bit of cash, and so will Cutler, so they should be actually able to force up into this one. Maybe a UMP, maybe a 5.7 on one of the players. But it'll be interesting to see whether or not this AWP goes in the hand of anyone. It looks like they're actually going on a eco for the poorer players. So
yeah,
they're putting all their money into the next round as opposed to this one. They want to win this one, but they're not setting themselves up for a victory in this one. They're setting themselves up for a victory in the final round. And what a match that would be if it goes down to the wire.
I mean, it's already pretty much going to go down to the wire. I don't really see CLG winning this. I mean, Cutler has the AWP. I would have thought he maybe should have thrown that thing over to coStar, who is, I think skill-wise, the better AWP out of the 2 of them. But Cutler known to pick this thing up on the CT side. I mean, T side, I think he usually leaves it more over to coStar, but he's definitely, they throw the AWP between them, depending on side, depending on map. And Cutler, definitely capable. I mean, he's been around this CLG team, this CLG brand for a very long time, and definitely an established player, so not really a problem to see him with that, but that's going to be a problem, though. Now coStar will have the AWP after Raz drops Cutler, but he's got to do a lot of work here with it. All of Winterfox taking this mid position. Nice quick shot there onto Apoc, looking to get more done now. coStar will find the second as well. Now going to be falling back. There is players so close to him, just avoids that flashbang, but cannot get down quickly enough. EMAG will drop him, which means a 3-on-3. A very good attempt at a heroic play from coStar, and indeed getting 2 is a heroic play, but maybe you'd think with the AWP, as the AWP, you know, the star player effectively of this CLG lineup when he has that thing, potentially could have been looking to get more done, but Ethan could punish EMAG here. Going to take his time, hit that shot, there we go. Not going to go for the gun. Actually, he's already got himself an M4, but now Sub Rosa left on the A side. Both players are here. He's got to do this pretty much by himself, and this could, if Winterfox are caught out by this pistol close to them, it looks like Offner was aware of it. Checking round this smoke. This one's going to be so close. Sub Rosa, he could actually capitalize, get the punishment onto Raz. Not going to do it, and now the bomb is down, and at least for now, safe. But, oh, that's very close. Ethan did have the gun there. Now Sub Rosa left in the 1-on-2. We'll be throwing that smoke off to try and isolate the angle, but a nice shot out of Raz will finish up that one, and all of a sudden, we're on 30th round. Winterfox bring it back, now playing for overtime.
Yeah, and FNS does not have that much cash either. Winterfox with all the utility in the world to work for. CLG just going for the single AWP this time in coStar. And he almost got the 3rd kill. If it wasn't for the flashbang and EMAG getting at least 2 kills in that round, just maybe CLG would have pulled a rabbit out of the hat. But as it is, down to the wire, when the half switched, I was expecting CLG, you know, especially up 12-6. Easy victory, you know.
You'd think
They've
so.
traded out 8 rounds to 3. Winterfox have struggled. They have sweated it out, and they've brought it back towards the hair's breadth. And they are about to take it out as well, because the trades are now working in the favor of Winterfox. We will be possibly going towards overtime. Not saying it potentially yet, but this B site's going to be so hard to assault. No Molotovs for the CTs to work with. Only smoker ends a flashbang. coStar through the wall. You can't do that towards the final round. coStar, a man on a mission.
Not FPL coStar.
He wants to just demolish the entire Winterfox lineup by himself, and that's the exact way to start it. Actually equalize the situation. All of a sudden, made so much more doable. Offnu on the side. Raz playing very, very far back. coStar coming through. Doesn't check through. Ethan though coming out through heaven. Takes him out. coStar gets another shot through the smoke. Edge of the smoke. Now it's all to Raz. 1-on-3. The bomb plan is good for him, but there's so many CTs there. What a shot through the edge of the flash.
Already happening.
But coStar will get the trade. Defuse will go through, and CLG out of nowhere, we'll get the defuse, we'll get the victory, 16-14, a 3-on-4 successful retake on towards the B side. Huge plays.
Massive plays, as you said. I mean, that was down to the wire, which is perhaps not what we would have expected given that first half, given CLG winning the pistol round, given CLG getting up to 12-6, doubling Winterfox's score. But in the end, we go all the way, but CLG do take it out before we get into overtime.
I think with CLG, you can take the CLG out of man, but you can never take the man out of CLG. Or the other way around, because that was true. That's the only way Counter Logic Gaming would win, right? You know, go up 12-6, give false hope towards Winter Fox, and then take him to the final one.
Absolutely.
That is a CLG method.
Classic CLG, isn't it?
But well played by both sides. That was legitimately a charged match with Million 2, and I cannot wait for the next one on Mirage.
Absolutely. That was amazing plays out of both teams, really. I mean, we definitely saw Kusa stepping up towards the end there, but Raz started to have a bit of an impact with the AWP later in that game as he started to be more comfortable. I mean, of course, Winter Fox had a rough start to that one, going down on their CT side, but they brought it back and they took it all the way so close to overtime. But in the end, I mean, Kusta really, I think he got 2 or 3 kills in that final round, just being too strong individually for Winter Fox to deal with.
Just banging people through the walls, going through the edge of the smoke, and just the confidence and looking at those angles to be able to get the kills. Huge stuff. So now we're just going to go for a short break because we need to all recharge after that match. But stay tuned, because if that match was any indication of what's going to happen on Mirage, we could be absolutely seeing fireworks coming up. So stay tuned for the next match for the ESL Pro League Season 5 NA Division.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to ESL One coL! 2 headshots in a row, and Phoenix about to bring it back now, all on Nico. Trying to see if they can get the defuse, and Nico, oh no, Phoenix! Has to keep Virtus Pro alive, Taco once closer, AW getting done! He's looking for third, he's gonna get a hit by headshot again! Oh my god!
By Logitech G. Pay safe. Logitech G. Pay Safeguard. Mountain Dew League. and ESEA.
Hello everyone and welcome back to Matchday number 3 of the ESL Pro League Season 5 NA Division. And we are on towards map 2 shortly, but what a great first map that was between CLG and Winterfox.
Absolutely. I mean, the only word I have to describe that was electric. I mean, there was massive leads, there was massive comebacks, and in the end to go to all 30 rounds, like that's pretty much everything you want in a game of Counter-Strike. You want the tension, you want, massive displays of skill, and eventually, someone has to take it out in the nail-biter finish, and that is exactly what we had. So CLG and Winterfox really delivering on map 1 today.
Absolutely. I mean, for Winterfox, I'd probably feel a little bit disappointed, especially considering that, they had the B site in the final round. They had the numerical advantage as well, but then Kusta decided to pull some ridiculous things out of the hat and just completely ripped apart Winterfox with his bare hands.
CLG pulled a Kusa out of the hat, really. That's all that happened there. And I mean, he was strong for a lot of that matchup. We saw on T side, there was that one round. I mean, there was a lot of rounds, but one in particular that sticks out to me was he ran in towards the A side, hit a wallbang headshot for his first entry kill, got the second entry for his team, and then allowed them to take the site. And it was very well played by him all through that. His AWP was very dominant.
All right, no worries. Let's take a look at what happened on towards the mainstream as well. If you were unable to catch that, CLG did take the victory in the final round against Winterfox, 16-14 on the mainstream. Looks like Team Liquid took a victory over the Misfits, 16-11. So pretty much, I'd say it would have been a comfortable victory for Team Liquid on coL. Maybe, a couple of rounds that went, awry, but overall a comfortable victory.
Yeah, I mean, I would say so. And Liquid versus Misfits, that's definitely a good matchup. A lot of those guys, I think, have been on the same teams before. They've played together and against each other an awful lot because both of their rosters, apart with the exception of maybe Pimp on Team Liquid, have been around the NA scene for a very long time. And that's just the thing with NA, really, isn't it? At the top tier, they just shuffle their players around. So a lot of these guys end up on teams and playing against teams that they've been on and played against before.
Absolutely. So now going, I guess, back on towards CLG versus Winterfox. So Winterfox, they're down one map right now. What's going on through their mind? They knew they should have been able to bring it to overtime. Maybe not take the victory, but bring it back into overtime. What do they need to do going on towards Mirage?
I mean, they still looked good in the later stages of that. Like, they were down by a lot. They brought it back. They made it really competitive. So if I were Winterfox, I mean, yeah, a loss, a bit disappointing, but not as bad as it could have been. I mean, they could have easily gone down 16-6 at one stage, and they managed to fight back and take it to a 16-14. I mean, yes, a loss, but not a bad one. Either way, though, we're going to get a chance to change that here on Mirage. They're going to be starting on the CT side. CLG on the T. Pistol round already underway here. And so far, not really a lot going on. Early underpass control from the Ts. CT's not actually choosing to fight that. Their window player has just fallen back. That's going to be Raz moving over towards Connector and actually pushing in too. He got the first engagement here. Offnu going to find a kill though. And here we go. It's actually Raz getting traded out eventually after getting one. The T's even wrapping through, getting onto that A site, and more kills going their way now. 3-on-3 still with Emag on the site though. He's going to be biding his time, waiting to fight that kill. And so far, not going to be able to do it. Will get a kill. APOC will pick one up as well. And now Sub Rosa, the only player left here in a 1-on-3.
Emag was just waiting for his teammates to rotate across. That is a great final towards Zuzi. That means that he's going to pick up a USP. This will make his job just a little bit easier. But Emag and APOC just going to be playing crossfire. Sub Rosa just trying to spot towards Firebox. And there's the first HE grenade flying out. It just barely tags Sub Rosa. Just lighting up a little bit. But otherwise, not too much. Emag just stopping up and down to see if we can find any information. He may be tempted to peek out soon, but Sub Rosa does need to get a move on. He needs to still find these two CTs, and no, they're just playing patiently right now. Sub Rosa will make noise if he falls down, so he has to jump across, spotted out by APOC. Great reactions coming out from APOC to clutch out the round for his team.
Yeah, nice shot there from APOC to finish that one up. So a nice round out of Winterfox actually there in the end. They did get those kills across the board. I mean, there was a lot of aggression early, especially from the Ts, wrapping through Connector, boosting into window to pinch onto that position, get themselves the kills, get onto the side as well. But Emag, able to stay alive on that A site for so long, doing the extra bit of damage and allowing his team time to rotate was really the linchpin in their sort of recovery, I guess, when they were down in that round.
And not only, to also mention that, we didn't mention this earlier, but the synchronized B push coming out from the two B players, I believe it was Zuzi as well as APOC, allowed them to get in towards not only that underpass position to get more kills going on, as Raz will fall towards a great deagle shot coming from coL. Emag does manage to find Ethan, but otherwise, still a 4-on-4 in this A side, looking a little bit weak, often playing very, very far back. needs to be cautious because there is a CLG that are forced up into this round, and they are very committed towards taking this A side.
Absolutely, and I mean, he's playing the long ranges with a UMP as well, which is not the greatest gun to have. He's now going to be pushed to the close range as well. We'll find one kill, trying to find more. Not going to get it across the line, but does get his 1-for-1 done at least, which means it's still an even situation here. Sub Rosa in CT pushing, trying to get some aggression going, but will go down to Imagine. Nice shot from coL, taking down APOC, and now 2-on-2 again here. SMGs versus a FAMAS recovered onto Kusta and a pistol of coL, but a smoke on the bomb now. They can actually stick this, but no kit for EMAG. He's got 10-second defuse to deal with here. He's lost his teammate as well. We'll take down coL. Could actually get the second kill. Has to pull out the pistol. Kusta so close in this smoke. How missing that? It goes for the knife kill as well. I have no idea what is going on right now. Surely one of them has to find this kill. This smoke is just concealing everything. But EMAG gets the 4K and no time to make the defuse. Has to run away.
Yeah, that was a little bit messy towards the end. EMAG is going to be shaking his head because he knew that he should have had that. Well, that was a smart play coming out of EMAG, but just costing him with a kit. And really, coL doing so much damage with that Deagle of his. Not only getting the mid pick, but rotating over towards Palace. And I think Kusta, with the FAMAS just pitting across that cross, was able to take down the second final Winterfox player. And that really set up CLG's success. And now you can see Winterfox, they are forcing up into this. You have EMAG with the M4. He managed to retrieve it earlier on. And he's, you know, racing off to a great start, but his team needs to be a little bit cautious because Ethan does manage to take down Raz. EMAG, see if he can find something late, but won't be able to pin up against anything at this time.
And that's going to be a man advantage for CLG off really early as well. So, wow, heavy damage there. I believe that was from HEs into Offnu. 5 HP remaining on him. That is not a good start for him in this round as well. He's got a lot of work to do and almost no HP to do it, but APOC looking to take matters into his own hands. Could have gone for the shot there. Not going to do it, but now knows where coL is. Goes for the pre-fire. Just misses it. Does tag up Sub Rosa, but now it's going to get Molotov out of position. He'll have to fall back there. That was almost dangerous. Almost some kills for him, but 2 for Zeusy. My goodness, dropping Ethan and Kusta on short. Now it's a man advantage. APOC cannot get away. FNS will take him back into a 3-on-3, but the HP so low on Offnu and Zeusy, who actually still will get a kill though somehow, and a second. What is going on with these pistols? coL will finally take one back, but he's in a 1-on-2. 5 HP on Offnu. Not going to make it easy. Heavy damage done onto EMAG, but coL, 50 seconds, has to get that bomb. 23 HP. All of a sudden, not looking winnable at all here for CLG.
And coL has been spotted out dropping towards Manning. EMAG's going to clean up that great work coming up from Zeusy. Zeusy, 4 kills with the P250. Just dink, 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 dink. Just
Dink,
dinks
dink.
everywhere. Just close range to the P250. And the trade is just not working for CLG. This is such it's such a yo-yo game so far that's working out. I mean, you see CLG, you know, able to take the eco, and the Winterfox take the eco. It wasn't even EMAG's M4 that did the majority of the work. It was just the P250.
So the conclusion we can draw from this, obviously analytically, is that both of these teams should just no longer buy guns because the pistols are working out for them. It's just infinitely better. We'll have to see if they can continue that, though, as coL going to be towards the top of mid with his Deagle, once again going to be going for that pick. EMAG checking underpass under the cover from a smoke. I do like that from Winterfox. It's simple, but it means he's not exposed to any peek from top mid while he goes for that one. So
And it gives him some map control as well. It looks like it's going to be a water
Whoa.
fly at Palace.
What, pistols? What?
Pistols, falling accuracy, why not? It works out. Ethan just close towards the smoke.
Whoa, Raz!
You can't do that through smoke. He is going to get punished for that while EMAG picks up a double from CT. There wasn't smoke there, and the bomb's been lost. So it's reset towards a 2-on-2 after Ethan does get that pick on towards Raz. But otherwise, the bomb's been lost, so CLG just rotating around. Ethan's coming in through CT to see what opportunities he can find. Needs to wait for his teammate. Ethan doesn't really want to give his life away because, oh no, he gets the angle on towards EMAG. EMAG a little bit late to react, and now it's all up to Zeusy. 1-on-2. And he is pincered. This is a great position for CLG to be playing on. Once again, pistols.
Pistols, man. Pistols in Counter-Strike Global Offensive. They're a thing and they're weird. But admittedly, for Zeusy, he does at least have bomb control. He's got himself an M4. And both of these CLG players are tagged down below the threshold of him being able to get a one-shot on them. So 2 bullets, really, if he can hit them both in the head, can do this for him. But a 1-on-2, they're moving together so well. They're pincering in, and Ethan will take him out. So almost a dangerous situation for CLG, but they recover. And pistols, man. Pistols.
Well, Winterfox are going to force straight back into this. They have the double eco regardless. They're just going to fully force up Raz with that scout alongside with Offnu's UMP. So let's see how this goes around this time around. Zeusy still has that P250. Let's see if he can replicate his heroics towards the B site in the round 2 rounds ago. Otherwise, for CLG, you know, I think they're just going to slow things down. You know, Ethan should be able to get this pick on towards EMAG. There you have it. So the push is mitigated. APOC just thinking about when to push him towards B aspect. He doesn't really have the support. He will be able to dink out FNS though, but he's just going to hightail out of there, and he really doesn't have support towards mid, so he's in for a world of hurt because there's a lot of things being flung in his way.
Absolutely. Lots of bullets, lots of grenades, lots of players, just as you said, lots of things really, and not an easy situation to deal with in that position. Now, looking at Zuzi, he's actually pushing in towards B-Apps there, trying to get aggressive. APOC trying to help him out from underpass. Will go down. Subrosa getting a double kill there. We also lost a player over in T-Spawn who had his back turned. Now Raz with a scout. 1-on-5 with a scout in this sort of situation would be one of the most ridiculous things I've seen, but in order for, you know, the story of this map to continue, the eco needs to be won by Winterfox. So Raz, I'm expecting an ace.
To all the American viewers who may have not watched Raz play before, I mean, he was part of the Legacy lineup a long time ago. Looking just, you know, to find a couple of picks right now. He was part of the Legacy lineup that went towards DreamHack. That was about maybe a year and a half ago. Such how Counter-Strike flies in terms of time. He will be taken out by Cutler in the end, doesn't get the headshot. But there was a time in the middle of 2016 where he was unstoppable. So the now Tane and Mines lineup that's gone over for the, you know, the ECA Global as well as, you know, multiple other numerous competitions in 2016 when they were part of Atletico. They got demolished by Raz. You have to
Pretty
understand
much single-handedly.
that in that mid half, he couldn't do anything wrong. Now, if Raz ever hits that form again, I would love to see that against, like, you know, a top-tier American team. As, you know, they're now on a full eco. You're going to try and pressure in a couple of positions. Only 1 P to 50 on off-no, but otherwise this should be an easy round for CLG to clean up.
EMAG could actually get the better of this fight here. He seems to be out-strafing FNS at the moment, and he's got a teammate there as well, but FNS with the Glock gets 2. All right, the Glock winning out against the USP, that's something you don't normally see, especially on, well, you know, pistol round doesn't normally happen. Definitely not in buy rounds, but CLG now cleaning it up. It's only APOC left. His teammates trying to get the pincer there, trying to make it competitive, but it took 3 of them to take down FNS, and he took out 2. So that's unfortunately not the greatest situations for them. APOC now over towards the B market here, trying to do what he can. If he goes through that motor hole, he'll be heard, but he's already getting peeked by Kusta as well. Kusta already here doing the damage, crashing, committing to the spray, not going to land it, as APOC will at least finish him off, but 46 HP. Make that no HP, I can't even finish my sentence. Very little HP to try and do that with, and not going to get it done. So CLG up by 2 rounds.
Yeah, this is much better coming out from CLG as well. I mean, they lost a couple of SMGs, not the biggest deal in the world, once again. You know, you lose a bunch of SMGs, that's all right. Otherwise, for Winterfox, they need to make things change now. They don't have the AWP on Raz, which is kind of okay, because as CLG, you're going to smoke up mid if you can take control of it. And that's what the crucial part of Mirage is. You have to take control of mid. So Ku's actually just going to go for the dry peek on towards CD connector. Not sure if he wants to peek window yet. He might be able to make this work out, but he doesn't know Winterfox do not have an AWP. And that is the difference right now. If CLG knew the economical situation of Winterfox, Kusta would be charging in right now.
Very possibly, and I mean, he can still do that. It's Kusta. We know he's got the guts for it. We've seen the confidence that he can have when he's hitting his shots, and right now he is hitting his shots, so he has every reason, if he wanted to get aggressive. I mean, I also like that he's going to be playing with his team and not just solo committing, doing a simple type of, I'm going to kill them all myself, but still, he could easily do that, and it'll be up to Winterfox to shut him down. That said, though, this peak from mid from Kusta will eventually come in, aided by his teammates with smokes and flashbangs and multiple people moving across, but no one challenging at window, no AWP or otherwise, at least. And Raz is going to be playing passive in there, but not going to get the kill as of yet. Ethan has found himself over towards A main, could potentially pressure this A side. He's going to have off-new there to deal with, but at this point, he's a lurk, he's a distraction, or he's the latest part of the push, because with 3 teammates in mid, 1 player towards A and 1 player sort of towards B, looks like they could go towards either side, but with Subrosa joining his teammates in mid, looks like it will be an A take here.
Yeah, it is an A side take. EMAG just making a little bit of noise. He uses a very, very, I guess, needed utility, because they are just busting straight out through jungle. EMAG's just going to be swarmed by team members. Raz goes for the open deal, won't be able to find anything. Often has been found out. Just clean entries coming out from CLG. APOC going to hop away out of the Molotov. Should have been spotted. Definitely heard out dropping. He is making a lot of noise. And Kusta is just a man on fire. Just the audacity to go make that play as Ethan just closes out the procedures on towards Zuzi. So just make that play. No, he's coming in through CD connector.
I'm going to slow peek him.
I don't miss him. He just gets the kill.
Easy. Easy for Kusta there. As, he's actually sitting 5-5 right now. Maybe not keeping up with the frags as much as his teammates are. Ethan leading the scoreboard for CLG on 9-3, but Kusta certainly having an impact in this one. On the CT side, it's EMAG up at 8-4, leading the charge for his teammates, trying to get them to catch up to him. But for now, CLG do have this early advantage again.
Yeah, and they just need to capitalize on this, you know, do as much damage, roll forward. This mid control, you can see CLG, you know, they use their utility wisely. They identify that Winterfox do not have enough utility to maneuver around on towards either side. Raz is just going to be roasted. You know, a nice welcome on towards NA. Or the first official NA match he's played, should I say, for Winterfox, says CLG, you know, just playing patiently. They don't need to do anything. They're just waiting.
Again, I mean, this patient play from CLG, we saw it last map on their T side as well. They're actually doing very, very well with this slower play. They're showing they're not really a rushing team. Nice shot there from Cutler. Sub Rosa gets one onto Zuzi as well, and now Emag, the only player left, will go down. But as I was saying, CLG, they've got the patience, and it's good. I mean, of course, patience is always a good thing when you're at a disadvantage. If you lose a man early on, you've got to try and have the discipline to work something out of it. But what I'm really liking from CLG is they're having that same discipline when they get a first pick early on. You know, they take the man advantage, and they don't immediately push to where they got that kill because, I mean, as a potential scenario, so they get an early pick towards B and then rush it, the rest of Winterfox is stacked there, they could all die. They don't do that. They get that first pick, and they still play the round like they normally would in an even situation. They just work it out. They go for map control. They figure out what they want to do, and it's really working for them now. Oh, Raz fires a fraction too early towards Kusta and can't quite land the shot. I would have thought that would have been at least been a wallbang, but no damage done. And see, this is what I was just discussing. CLG now have the first pick, but they're still going to take their time here, wait, get themselves some map control. You can see they're already setting up in mid to do just that. They're just going to take this one slowly, and that's what I'm really liking from their T side.
Yeah, and this is what CLG need to do as well, because as soon as they freeze the map, Winterfox, either they have to go find something, which Zuzi makes a play, gets a kill, and that's rewarded with equalizing the situation. But he still needs to figure out exactly what to do. And APOC just towards ladder was trying to find someone there. We'll be able to back out as four Molotovs coming out. APOC will be able to get back safely though. And the bomb looks like it wants to commit towards that B site. So Counter Logic Gaming, still a little work for them to do after their first pick was neutralized. Now APOC can hear these guys in ladder, and he might be able to find Ethan finds one, but can't transfer to Kusta. So sharp with the AWP, but Zuzi, even sharper, drops a bomb for the second kill of the round. All up to Kusta now.
Gonna need
an ace. One shot.
He's already got himself 2 kills in this round. He's going to need to finish off the entire Winterfox side by himself to do this. Now, if there's any player on CLG that you would want in this situation, or indeed, I think any player in the server based on form right now to be in a 1-on-3 going for the ace, it'd be Kusta. He has a chance in this one, but it looks like with 20 seconds left, he's going to be sitting in mid-window. He's just going to be saving here. He wants to keep his AWP alive. That doesn't believe in the fact that he can go and get that thing, doesn't think he has the time, and indeed, he doesn't. As the clock ticks now to 10 seconds, the bomb is way up in B up, so it would have been hard for him no matter what. He will get the kill, though, with the Tech-9, taking out Ofnu, but now they know where he is. And he's going to have to try very hard to keep this one alive.
If he dies now, this would be absolutely devastating for, I guess, him. And Emag is going for the hunt, can't get it. Also retrieves the AWP at the last second.
Gives up on the kill and takes the AWP for himself instead. That was sharp thinking there out of Emag. He decided that the kill wasn't worth his life, or kill wasn't worth as much as getting an AWP for his team. And I suppose, really, they could have taken an AWP away, or they could have directly gained an AWP themselves. It's still a good outcome for them.
I mean, that was like, the plan B outcome. Plan A, was get the kill on towards Kusta, pick up the AWP, and feel pretty good about yourself.
But look what Raz is doing with it.
He is... Oh, what aggression coming out from Ofnu. Kusta's completely blinded out. AWP's been lost. Raz finds that pick on towards FNS close range. We'll also spot the bomb dropping down, so they should be aware, CLG were trying to set up for some A default execute. Now there won't be an APOC. I don't think he may be able to spot Ethan coming in towards that city connector. Emag just dancing around right now. Just, buying time. He's aware that that position is a little bit contaminated, even though he has APOC watching it. It wasn't a fully committed watch because he knew the smoke was there. So you can see Emag just dancing around, seeing what he can find. Ethan similarly just waiting for opportunity as well. Raz, this Molotov will flush him out.
So smart. And there we go. Raz will get the kill off the back of that as well. This is such good heads-up play from Winterfox we're seeing at the moment. Yeah, they're down a couple rounds, but this round alone is very smart from them. And we've already seen Raz, that stolen AWP we were talking about. All right, Sub Rosa. Guess I shouldn't say anything about AWPs because Sub Rosa rips it away. Very nice shot, but now he's the only player remaining. 1-on-4. That AWP is in a retrievable place for Winterfox, so it's not the end, but Sub Rosa has an AWP of his own here to try and do this with. Emag up on the stairs, looks like he's going to be the first point of contact if he peeks out. Sub Rosa taking this one slowly, and he's only got 33 seconds here. He has to get in towards this site right now, has just started running away, made a bit of noise, going to throw the AWP away as well. Doesn't want them to find it. If at all, he can avoid it, and that's a smart move as well, because unless they push right now and find that thing, they're not going to be able to retrieve it, but the AWP is still CT is still there for them to get, and now Sub Rosa, 16 seconds on the clock. He's just looking for damage at this point.
Yeah, and he won't be able to get the damage. Emag playing first contact. Ofnu was always ready to trade. After Ofnu heard him trying to make that move towards A ramp, they knew save or push in. So as soon as Sub Rosa threw the flashing, they knew exactly where it was, and that was just a matter of time. You know, even if EMAG died, they would trade an M4 for, I guess, Offnu was able to get the trade in the end. So Winterfox bring the last two back. It's a solid start. They've got that Orb and Raz once again, and he's going to be looking to make his mark on towards the A site instead of mid. It looks like EMAG's got the hard work this time, trying to hold mid. Not really Molotoving top mid this time, so looking like he wants to hold his utility, and that may be great for the late round, because he knows he's got support from APOC closer towards, I guess, that short position. FNS, close towards taps, not spotted out though.
That was very close though. I thought he might have got spotted out, and now he is. APOC going for that kill, will not get it though. FNS will actually pull that one across the line, so a nice shot there to start us off in this round. Sub Rosa coming up from the underpass, looking towards window. EMAG going to be in there, trying to spot it out, but no such doing. Grenade is thrown past him though, not much damage done. In fact, very little. But the smoke is thrown into the mid window, which means now mid is compromised, and Winterfox know it. The question is, how do they adapt to this situation? Because right now they have players taking jungle and taking their A site. Nice spray from EMAG, almost gets it done, but only going to get himself the one kill of the two players that picked him. Jungle taken from CLG as well now. They're map control at this point. They've got Connector, they've got Jungle, and they've got the bomb down on the A side, but Offnu coming through behind will not get the shot on Ethan, who will finish him off, which means now Raz and Zuzi left all alone, and they're almost shut in here.
Yeah, Sub Rosa, I think, is aware of this fact, and Raz just trying to see what he can find. Oh, nearly lands the flick. Sub Rosa does get tagged down, and now he's going for more. Can he get the second headshot towards Raz? Does draw out one shot. And, well, Raz is in a world of trouble right now. I don't think there's any way he can get out of here alive. That's a little bit cheeky, but the HE grenade will clean up towards the end of CLG. Forcing, I think, Winterfox onto a very awkward situation. That money is not good enough to buy weapons or a great arsenal of weapons.
Offnu could maybe drop some pistols, but definitely no buy coming into this round.
Probably pistols as well as aggression towards mid. I would say that that's probably the correct call as of this time. Maybe even an A-site push, because that's where you want to get your guns from. Towards mid and CLG, how they're going to counteract that is they're just going to sit back, or instead of sitting back, Kusta's just going to charge straight out because it's Kusta and he's feeling very confident right now.
Absolutely. I mean, what do you do if you're worried they might take mid? You take mid first, obviously, when you're the T side, and that is exactly what they've done. Ethan already finding a kill here. Offnu trying to get done what he can, but no such thing. Cutler, that was a nice angle there, just chasing down APOC. Raz trying to get this shot across the line. So much damage done. Will eventually get the headshot onto Ethan. So there's an AK he can go and get right now. No one on the T side can stop him. So if Raz can get that and save that, that's a win really for Winterfox. They can get away with a rifle. That's a good thing for a pistol-only round. But the question will be if they let him save that, or if they try and chase him down, because they know roughly where he has to be based on where he got that kill. They know he will now have the AK, or at least very likely will have the AK, as is the logical choice. So CLG might go for him, might not, but either way, the bomb is down. They will be getting this round, and hunting or not, they've just won the half.
Yeah, and Raz has switched out the P250 towards a Glock, decides to pick up the P250 again, realizes a mistake, and it's going to be hunting for more. You know, sure, you can save the Molotov, but that's going to save you probably about 600 in the next round. Not really the biggest save. It's the AK-47 they want to keep. And there is a little bit of pressure coming on towards Raz right now. They are boxing the A-ramp, and EMAG is not really watching that line for his compatriot. So Raz is in a world of hurt right now. They're chasing him. He is going to collapse and fall underneath the pressure. And EMAG just has to dance around now. There's so much pressure coming at him from all angles. And nice beautiful read coming out actually from EMAG, realizing that Sub Rosa wants to go for that, but can't win the aim deal. Sub Rosa locks on and rips his head off. So they can still buy, but the loss of an AK-47 means that they won't be able to pick up as much utility as they wanted to.
Of course, and CLG, on both maps we've seen from them so far, their T side has been very, very impressive. I mean, they're playing their trades, they're playing their map control, they're doing pretty much everything right here, with the only things that aren't going their way are occasionally the aim duels not quite working out. But in theory, really, they're doing most things right, which is very good for them. That was incredibly close, that shot. Thought it was on, but not quite found through the smoke. But CLG again looking so good. APOC going to be caught with a grenade out. Will go down instantly. Offnu meets the same fate, as well as EMAG. And now Zuzi trying to trade. Ethan on fire with the 3K. My goodness, 6 HP remaining, but picks up the triple entry. And now Raz, his teammates have melted around him like, well, I suppose, snow in summer. It's not Winterfox anymore. It's Summer Fox, and they're not having a good time.
Oh, it is summer over here at the moment. We're definitely feeling the heat, and Winterfox will be feeling the heat as well. Finally, someone does shut down Ethan, but the damage has been done. And, well, they're all going to be hunting for Raz right now. And, ooh, that is a sharp shot on towards Kustar. So he's just doing some economical damage right now. He could absolutely still go huge and do more damage. FNS going to be jumping on top of the box. He was spotted out. Raz still dancing around, coming back towards CT. Has this utility to use. We'll be able to use it. Oh, what a flick on towards Sub Rosa. He's still alive through the edge of the flashbang. Still pressure coming out from Cutler. Raz.
No way.
I think he's aware of this. He is aware of this. Goes for the no-scope, but misses, unfortunately.
Oh, that was unfortunate.
Huge damage done, but couldn't really complete it. And that's just a glimpse of, I guess, the potential
The
of
old
Raz, you know?
Raz.
The potential of what he could do. But as of this time, CLG is just shining that potential and go, you know what? We just want to take this map cleanly. Once again, a great lead onto this T half. But they need to make sure they just keep the pressure on when they go towards the CT half. This is nearly exact identical to what it was towards Cache. Winterfox were down so much they were able to clutch back a couple of final rounds. They need to take at least one more. This should be CLG's, barring a severe misplay. CLG should have learned from the previous lesson. Sub Rosa. You can't challenge Sub Rosas on those angles because he practiced those flicks. And with those robotic-like movements, will shut all of your members down. 3 kills for each, just like that. Ethan joins in the fun as well. And APOC, last man standing, wants to at least try to find something, but there's nothing he can find. Sub Rosa, 4 kills on the anti-eco. Makes it very easy as CLG hit double digits.
Man, CLG looking so good as well. I mean, we thought going into this before, I mean, we haven't seen Winterfox play in the ESL Pro League Season 5 and A yet. I mean, this is their first game in this league, but we were thinking, you know, we were discussing this, and we thought that this would be a much more even game. And indeed, it might be when the half switch, because we've seen that both of these teams are much happier on their T side. But CLG looking even better than they did on Cache so far. That they've only, like, they've 1 round left to go. They could get themselves the 11-4 here. And even a 10-5 for Winterfox, that is so far to come. And if pistol round goes anything like it did, their T-pistol round did on Cache, then they're just going to get shut down.
All right, now, it looks like it's a bit of a split A take. APOC is aware of the potential of unders, so he is going to run straight in towards Sub Rosa and Cutler, who have an absolute meal of him. And now the A execute begins in earnest. As Offnu is able to get 1, EMAG can't get the shots. Offnu, absolutely huge, gets 3, can't get the 4th round out of bullet. Sub Rosa, don't look towards CT, you didn't finish off your opponent yet, but regardless, he does manage to lock on, and Kurtza gets the final pick. 11-4. And CLG, quick bust on towards the site. They're going to take the 11-4 lead in towards the half, but we're going for a short break. We'll be right back to see if CLG can take it out.
I can't understand people watching somebody play a computer game.
It's still not a sport. It shouldn't be on a sports network.
But I don't know if athlete is the right word.
Hi everyone, and welcome back towards match day number 3 of the ESL Pro League Season 5 NA Division. We are currently in the halftime break between Winterfox as well as CLG. CLG taking an 11-4 lead from their T half in towards their CT half, which is the preferred side of Mirage. Brainstorm, Winter Fox now have their backs against the wall once again. Can they mitigate their way out?
Well, see, the problem for Winter Fox is now they're even further down than they were at the end of the last map. So, I mean, at the end of the first half on Cage, they were down 9-6 then. They're now 11-4 against them. And this is their T-side pistol round now. They've got to try and make something happen here. But Kusta, too smart for that, is going to be holding the passive angle towards Underpars, actually waiting for that peek, and nails the shot onto Emag to start us off here. So already Winter Fox at a disadvantage. But CLG, so far we've seen their T-side is much stronger than their CT. So we'll have to see if they've got what it takes here to finish this one out. And while I think they do, we'll have to see if they have what it takes to finish it out relatively quickly.
The difference this time around is that they've carried their momentum forward from the T half to the CT half. Towards the end, they didn't allow Winter Fox a single glimpse. Not even a look. They were just, Winter Fox, you're completely out of our league right now. That cash game, they just CLG completely forgot about it. And now they're just putting their mind completely onto this. Akusa, great start once again. He's got the confidence. We saw that from his AWP players early on. He has the confidence right now, and it is showing in his aim. Winter Fox now have to execute towards his A site with 2 members with no armor, no mid control whatsoever, and just the rest of CLG playing passive. So here are the smokes. They should be able to see this in Ethan. If he gets a couple of shots through smokes, it will be ridiculous.
Well, neither of those smokes are covering CT, so Ethan can just sit here and play the long-range shooting game with his USP all day. This is exactly what you want on CT Pistol. You love these long-range engagements. He is going to be wisely backing off from that now, though, as the T's are starting to push into his area, into CT, but he's still here waiting. It's actually going to be 2 players here. It's going to be Ethan, and I believe FNS it is waiting here. Kusta, still on point, already finding himself another kill here. 2 for him in the round so far. And now, well, burst fire there for Zuzi, not going to get it across the line. APOC will go down as well, and an entirely clean pistol round for CLG. 12-4, not even losing a single player.
Yeah, I mean, Kusta was the only one close to dying, and that's just one ding. Cutler took 1 bullet, that's about it. CLG, clean retake. You can see the play from Ethan just to mitigate. Okay, oh, they haven't smoked off CT. The ability to read that and go, okay, Winter Fox want this CT control, play close with Glocks. I'm not going to give them that territory. I'm just going to fall back, away from my teammates. We can play this retake, it's a 5-on-4. That earlier pick on towards Emag meant that Winter Fox had no mid-control to shut down any rotation whatsoever and slow down CLG. And you can see the effect after that. They got the kills and snowballed that lead. P250 is on the side of Winter Fox because they did manage to get the bomb plant down. They want to go for the buy to at least have a chance of going back. And Kusta, that's not really a rifle.
Whoa, okay.
They're just getting gunned down towards top mid. Cutler and Kusta making, you know, just a demonstration of how to do the A4 recoil control. Mowing down everything in their path. CLG 13-4, Winter Fox will be able to buy into this one, but it has to be a relatively fast execute. They don't have many grenades to work with. Make that they have 1 smoke grenade to work with. They have to
5 flashbangs.
They have to do absolutely huge work with these AK-47s, as well as good communication to make these flashbangs work, and that's going to be difficult to do.
It is, and unfortunately for them, CLG aren't going to be going for, you know, the SMG buys, because for all they know, CLG only had 2 M4s and 3 SMGs in that last round, because they only met the 2 M4s, but CLG actually have 4 M4s and only 1 UMP here, so the AK is not going to be perhaps as big of an advantage as they could have been against SMGs, but for now, actually FNS going to get away with the first kill with that UMP as well, and Cutler looking to trade it out, trying to get that frag onto Zuzi, who is a bit too low down for him. Molotov in to save his teammate though. Ethan picking up Emag elsewhere on the map, and 3 on 5 already. Zuzi trying to get it done, but again, it's going to be Cutler and Kusta getting some kills. Sabrosa shutting down the final one, and 14-4. Winter Fox, there's really nothing to do. There's nothing they can really do to stop map point, at least, for CLG, and I don't think there's too much they can do to forestall the map ending.
They're losing the aim deals. It's pure and simple as that. The fact that Cutler was able to pick mid multiple times, and that just shows the weakness of not having utility, because suddenly you don't have mid control, even with the AKs. It's just very hard to trade out the angle. And now, you know, they're just running on towards the slaughter. APOC gets the kill, gets 2 as a matter of fact, does take down Kusta. But, you know, Cutler, once again, more than happy to take the deals off. It doesn't manage to get a pick on towards FNS.
Flying Sabrosa.
Flying down with the AK-47, does get the kill at the end of the day. And well, CLG on match point after a electrically charged, I'd say that this one has definitely slowed down a lot more. And CLG really asserting their dominance. I mean, Winter Fox in the previous season with Dexter showed they were about a mid-tier NA team. I'm not sure if Winter Fox may be a little bit weaker on Ranch because, you know, once again, haven't really been able to show as much in their T side due to the economic situation. But CLG looking quite good so far.
Now, interestingly, statistically, Cage and Mirage are Winter Fox's best maps, I believe, and that. Whoa, that's a nice shot. I really shouldn't say things because the team's proved me wrong. Emag nailing that shot onto Kusta. But yeah, Cage and Mirage, statistically, Winter Fox's best maps. They got so close on Cage, but this one, they're down by 11 rounds. They need to bring it all the way back with 11 straight to even get to overtime, and then they have to win overtime. So it's not looking that great for them. I mean, first pick in this round, absolutely great. But you've got to capitalize on that. They are looking good to do this, though, because if you have a look at the map, they have players all around this A site. Going to be able to pinch here, and there we go. They'll get the kills, but Sub Rosa over on short, charming in will take out the connector player. And perhaps not as even as it could have been, but they will get the 2 for 2, which is good with a man advantage, which means it's now a 3-on-2. Bomb going down. Better play out of Winterfox, but they've still got to hold this off.
Wonder if CLG will go for this. They've got a lot of money to work with, and you see coL rotating behind, Sub Rosa. Okay, I think they'll go for this. Try to do as much damage as possible and make their job easier for the next one, because Winterfox have fully invested in this one. Even if the bomb plant explodes, I think Winterfox will get about 3.5k, and it's not enough to repurchase up multiple utilities. So this is really up to coL to do the damage, because Sub Rosa, there's no easy way for him to cross. Slowly clear up lines. A majority of the Ts are towards this A ramp area, and Raz has not been spotted out. EMAG will fall, but they know where the CLG members are. And wow, through the flashbang, doing quite a lot of damage. We'll be able to retrieve the AWP. Sub Rosa just firing a couple of parting shots. coL, just making sure he's not flanked fast, so he's not going to go commit towards that. Winterfox do pick up a round, but once again, I think it's just a little bit too late.
Yeah, I mean, we'll have to see. It's not. It may be too little. It's not yet too late, but we've got to be close, you would think. And 10 map points here for Winterfox to stave off somehow. It's not going to be easy, but then none of this map has been easy for them. Really, none of this series has been easy for them. They did have that epic comeback last map up against CLG. Sorry, which they almost brought back. Couldn't quite get across the line. This game, this map, not even that close. Go for the execute into A here. Ethan in a great position to shut this all down. Waiting for the picks. There they go. APOC will get the first kill. Ethan going to get 2 though. Looking to do more. Nearly gets that final kill. FNS gets a Molotov kill in the meantime. And now 2-on-3 here for CLG. The CLG in the advantage as well.
Yeah, Kusu is playing very patiently, very, very smart, as often as managed to sneak his way on towards CT. EMAG does throw a flashbang, but he eats so much damage, and now with the Molotov, he's being spammed through. He is so low, but somehow still holding on. Not anymore. He's going to burn to death, and CLG, easy clutch victory towards the end. They had all the utility all the time. It's going to be 16-5. Winterfox, I think this is a good first showing on Cage, but
All right, it is time for the second match day here of Week 8 at ESL Pro League North American region, I guess would be the proper terminology. Anyway, I'm your host, Stunna. This is Vendetta, and we're here to lock this one in, or at least walk you into it, I suppose. We've got some good matches for you tonight. One a little bit more of a heavier one-sided bout than the other. But I believe we're going to see some good Counter-Strike.
Yeah, there's still plenty of storylines to go around as well. We're going to see the return of a player we haven't seen in too long in Ruru. And obviously, as you mentioned, the Battle of Complexity versus CLG, which is obviously of great importance for both teams going this late into the regular seasons.
You know, you say importance. Let's actually take a look at those standings now to see where these teams are in this sort of playoff race that we find ourselves. We see Immortals jumping up 2 spot as of yesterday after securing 2 Ws over Complexity. And then I think even at this point, we've got a 4-way tie throughout the middle pack here.
Yeah, that 5th to 8th spot right now, heavily contested. As you can see, Energy sitting in a tight, slightly better spot in that sense. They could actually, get away from that pack today with their matches against Rush. So, it's on them really to kind of separate themselves from the pack. Otherwise, it's still a very hot contest as to who's going to get those final 6 spots for Dallas.
Now, in case you didn't know, those 6 spots are going towards the the finals in Dallas of this Pro League. We've got $1 million prize purse encompassing 28 teams across the globe. And, well, to be fair, you got to be top 6 to get down there and play the big games with the big boys.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you only have to be top 6 if you actually want to play there. But if you want to watch, then you can actually, you can
get do that. Tickets. You can buy your tickets, or you can actually buy them from Vendetta on the side. He has quite a few stacked up. I don't know what he was thinking when he did all that, but hey, you know what? That's not my problem.
Investment, man.
I suppose you're right.
Yeah.
Let's take a look at today's matchups, though, because we do have some pretty good ones here, and that Complexity CLG should pan out to be at least a pretty even strength game. Maybe CLG with a little bit more of an advantage. And then we're also going to see Rush and Energy as our first matchup of the day.
Yeah, CLG versus Complexity, I guess the closest teams to each other in that sense out of the matchups we have today. Would favor CLG slightly given the fact that they've had really solid form as of late. They're also one of the teams who are still in contention for that playoff spot, that 6th spot, so we have to keep that in mind as well. As for Rush Energy, obviously a bit of a bigger gap in terms of where they sit on the tables or the standings, but I still think that there should be, some hope for Rush, given the fact that, both teams are playing with new players. Not necessarily going to be the most, coordinated game in that sense from both of the sides, and I think that's going to favor the underdog.
Well, our second game of the night is actually what we're going to discuss first. We're going to have Complexity and CLG facing off over coL and Cash.
Yeah.
And the North American Classic is what we're going to call it. Anytime you've got that duo, it's the North American Classic. And I'm not talking about the 2 teams playing. I'm talking about the map selection.
Yeah, no, that's we've seen a lot of coL and Cash over the season. And I guess, that's just going to lead you into, higher probability of a good match between the two because it's not going to be unknown territory by any means.
Absolutely. Let's take a look now at that Counterlogic Gaming roster. We're going to see Cutler, Ethan, Ricky, Kusta, and Mr. Pujan himself calling the shots over there on this side. Now, the CLG lineup looking considerably better than we thought they would at the beginning of the season. I do believe that they're coming in with that sort of wild card feel that even Energy has now. But this Counterlogic Gaming lineup able to find some success at Star Ladder, coming out over Immortals 16-8. Says a lot about where this team's going in the direction they're heading.
Yeah, no, headed in the right direction. Very much different kind of trajectory from what we saw them before they made the lineup change and brought Ricky into it. They managed to work around the fact that Ricky's, not just an operator, but he can also be a very proficient rifler as well. So I think FNS has done a really good job of that, making that team actually work together and mold them into a solid roster.
No, absolutely. And we have a player here I think we're going to highlight that definitely he's been through a few things.
Yeah,
he's seen some things in his day. Let's talk about New Kusta.
Yeah, so New Kusta pretty much, he's seen the the highest of highs, lows of lows pretty much. Came out from Enemy, making the move over to Team Liquid. Obviously, massive move for him in terms of career perspective and so on. That didn't quite pan out, as we know. And oftentimes when you hit that kind of a rough patch, when you're playing, especially when it's your first step into the pro leagues in that sense, at that level, you wouldn't be too surprised if never heard of Kusta again. But he's just shown so much mental fortitude to come back into it, and now being kind of the guy who's leading the forefront for CLG in many ways. Best performing player in terms of both impact and obviously just general rating. But he's kind of getting back to his old groove, and that's super fun to see because you can tell how skilled of a player he is. And he's not one of those guys who's only efficient if he has an op in hand. Obviously, that's when he's at his best, but you can see by the from the highlights, he's also able to do stuff with a rifle in hand too.
Well, the versatility of Kusta, I mean, for me, it speaks volumes of his perseverance to come from, say, where he was at within this Liquid team prior to joining CounterLogic Gaming. Even before that, to the enemy days, where he was actually slaying it. I do believe they played a lot more around him, like the decisions he wanted to make on a map or in a match, and they really catered to his play style, which I think is a situation and a setup where Kusta can thrive.
Oh, it definitely is. And we've talked about it. We touched on the fact that, what some of the aspects of his game that makes him so good. The fact that he's able to work with close range battles, even with an op. The fact that he's very common in hectic situations, and you'll see him actually take his time. Instead of being the guy who goes for the, 0.millisecond shot, he's going to take that extra little bit of time to actually make sure he hits.
The methodical approach.
Yeah, methodical, wild, in all sorts of chaos around him. Just very calmly, seems like a very calm player in that sense.
A calm player indeed. One of the coolest cats I know, one of the calmest ones actually, is Slimmy, as we're going to look up Complexity right now. Desi, Android, Depp, and Surreal at his side. Now, this lineup had quite a turbulent season. Saw not as much success. Now we bring Slimmy on board. They're looking a little bit better. There's a little bit more promise within this lineup. What's going on in this Complexity camp?
I mean, there's signs of hope, at least, sense of promise for Complexity. But as of right now, after bringing in Slummy, what we saw yesterday versus Immortals was actually pretty positive in that sense, at least with their T sides in mind. Their CT sides obviously could still use quite a bit of work considering how the game's played out. But I think this is a step in the right direction for the team. They're getting a guy who's known for bringing structure and set execution and that kind of thing, and having very defined roles within the team to them. So I think that's only going to be beneficial for them, considering how much of a mess, honestly, they were.
Yes.
Leading up to this, up to the roster move so far in Pro League.
Well, we did see them play coB last night against Immortals. We know the outcome there. Immortals walks away with a W, but a considerable amount of more fight than I think we anticipated from the Complexity side of things here.
Definitely so, and if it hadn't been for their own CT side kind of faltering on coB, it actually could have been a pretty competitive game in the sense that Complexity had such a big mountain to climb, as you can see in their score, obviously being 12-4 and 12-3, etc. But they wrecked, a number of rounds together in a row here, and they were doing it in, a pretty convincing manner as well. It's not just fluke rounds where one guy goes off and that's all they have to base things off of. But it's, the expected approach where they do it slowly, they do it methodically, and they even throw in a couple of fakes there, showcasing that they actually understand what's going on in terms of, the rotation that Immortals were making, the kind of advantages that they're sitting with when they're getting an opening pick and so on. So for the better part, just very promising signs coming out of Complexity yesterday.
Absolutely a lot more to look forward to with this team, at least. I mean, we do know they have the veterancy in a coach, which is Warden. And then even Slimmy's been around for a while.
Yeah.
So it's kind of a situation where you would like to see this one kind of come together and blossom, because there have been many iterations of this roster.
Yeah, actually so many iterations that I think if this doesn't pan out for you, you probably have to hit a reset button if you're Complexity. I think they've had plenty of chances, and again, you got to give credit for them to actually, sticking with that team and giving them opportunities to improve. But I think if this doesn't work out, then you kind of need to look elsewhere.
Well, definitely something to note here, at least on the other side of the equation, is CounterLogic Gaming's current situation. If they 4-0 tonight, they find themselves tying or moving up to the 5th spot, I believe.
Yeah, and obviously we do have that 11-win club kind of duking out from 5th to 8th spot as of right now, and CLG do have the opportunity to actually basically skip rope past all of that and establish themselves in the top 6 and that playoff spot on their own, which is not inconceivable either. They have the matchups today, obviously, versus Complexity, and then they play Renegades tomorrow, and I think that's 2 matchups that they definitely can get away with 2 wins in.
No, absolutely. We're going to note that they're playing coB and Cash.
Yeah.
That is our second matchup, but we're going to walk you into the first matchup now. And I believe this one's slightly more one-sided in the Energy and Rush equation.
Yeah, obviously Energy kind of being the dark horse of the season so far, and the wildcard that's been performing above expectations in many ways. And even though they've had a couple of lackluster qualifiers and offline tournaments, they're still doing really well in Pro League.
Well, let's take a look at Energy right now. Daps, PTR, Fugly, Breeze, and you're going to note Lil Man in there in this lineup now.
Yep.
In the door, Marky's out the door. And I believe Little Man has, in case you're just now hearing his name for the first time, I believe he's ranked for several teams. I do know that he was playing over at Rush. He's definitely filled in for CounterLogic Gaming before. I think at a LAN. It was probably Northern Arena several iterations ago.
Yeah. No, Little Man's definitely been around the top scene of NACS for quite some time, and he was also the best performer on Rush. So, it's kind of funny that the first match he has to play, the debut for Energy is going to be against his old teammates.
It wouldn't be North American Counter-Strike if we didn't have those sort of perplexity, weird situations going on anyway.
Yeah. No, that's definitely true. But it's still not going to be necessarily too beneficial for either side, obviously, because both have gone through roster changes. But in the end, regardless of how the surroundings are for this matchup, I think you have to favor Energy going into it.
Well, definitely. Do we see Low Man as an upgrade to Marky? Or, I mean, Marky's on his way out the door right now. Actually, we do have a little bit of stats here on Marky.
Yeah.
In comparison, at least. I believe Copenhagen Games was a rough time for him.
Yeah, he did not have a great time at Copenhagen Games. You could tell he did not, first off, he's not, sitting at a positive KD ratio. And given the kind of role he has within the team, that's something he probably should be able to do. Also consider the fact that they're not necessarily going through the toughest of opponents throughout that tournament as well. It's a BYOC lane. You can qualify in, you can basically show up with your PC and 4 friends and qualify into the tournament and end up playing Energy. That is actually how it works. So, without going through the hardest of opponents, you definitely would have expected a bigger impact from him as well. So it's a bit of a shame to see, but I don't think you can blame Energy for making that kind of a roster move as they did, because if they obviously they know what kind of situation they find themselves in sitting at 11-5. That's a brilliant spot to be in right now. So if they want to make a roster move, things had to be pretty dire within the group chemistry if they wanted to make a roster change. And I think at that point you kind of have to do it sooner rather than later.
Exactly what I'm thinking as well. I mean, we have a team that's a potential playoff contender.
Yeah.
And for them to make the roster move now might be smarter, provided they qualify for the LAN. Gives them a lot more prep time, a lot more load in. But in the same fashion, I mean, they are sitting 11-5. So we talk about things behind the scenes and that sort of stuff, but you kind of got to wonder what was going on that side.
It's curious, and obviously we can only speculate. The closest thing to any insight we can get is Dap's statement. He was talking about players, not necessarily being able to communicate that well and so on. And I think obviously that's a necessity for a player to be able to well-rounded enough to actually have proper comms if you're going to play at the top level.
Well, we talked about Lil Man coming into NRG. Let's talk a little bit about the team that he's coming from. Let's take a look now at Team Rush. Blade, Toy, Silent, Poyo. I mean, I guess Alabama and me wants to say Polo, but it is what it is. Poyo, and then we're going to see Ruru up here slothing it up at the top.
Yeah, Ruru, it's a name that we haven't seen in quite some time, actually. Fun to see him being brought back with his Rush lineup and the 4 other, I guess, usual customers in that sense in the lineup. But yeah, no, it should be interesting to see. One of the big things that we highlighted about Rush whenever we saw them play previously was the fact that they actually hadn't changed lineup this season, and they actually showcased, even though they didn't necessarily stack up individually versus a lot of the teams, they had the benefit of actually being working well as a unit. That it's going to be interesting to see how that pans out now with Ruru back in the lineup.
Well, we talk about Ruru joining this lineup, coming back into play. Let's kind of touch on the reason why he wasn't there to begin with. So I believe it was last year, 2016.
August,
Yeah, there was a considerable amount of flooding there in that southern region. Primarily a lot of damage done in Louisiana. I'm actually from Alabama, and it gets a little wild down there when it starts raining. We're talking biblical proportions in terms of rain sometimes. Anyway, so the news breaks. I think there's a post on ESEA by Few stating that, there had been some flooding and, just an insane amount of damage. So they come together, they build a GoFundMe, they rally around this idea to helping Ruru and getting him back on track to coming back to play. And I believe they raised $12,000. The goal was $10,000 initially. So, I don't always have faith in the community around us. I don't. But, as of late, it's stories like this. It's stories like Loop, which has been in the news a lot lately.
Yeah.
The top of Reddit and whatnot. It kind of restores a little bit of faith.
It does.
In ye old Counter-Strike community. It's not all toxic out there in matchmaking land.
Warms up that cool heart.
Yeah,
it does.
I was trying to have a heart-to-heart with my matchmaking fellow companions out there. But yeah, nonetheless, we do see Ruru back into play now. And, it's funny because we're going to kind of compare him now, I think, to Stewie 2K head-to-head. These guys used to play on a team together.
Yeah, SKDC, right?
Yeah.
So, as you would expect, Ruru outshining Stewie in every facet of the game. No, yeah, this is actually how it looked. I think this is roughly a year and a half ago.
Yeah, sounds about
something
right.
around that area of time. And you can see Ruru was doing pretty well for himself. He was balling out, and Stewie, still kind of learning the ropes at that point. But it's kind of fun to see how, obviously, 1.5 year can do a lot in terms of your improvement as a player. That's obviously evident by how Stewie's doing in Cloud9 right now. But for Ruru, he kind of showcased that he already had talent back then, and obviously we don't know where he would be if he hadn't have to take that extended break from competitive play. But he's got it in him to be a pretty good CS player.
He definitely has the fight in him. He's definitely a player that we could see sort of re-blossom here.
Yeah.
Provided the situation's right within the team. I say there's serious chance for growth there. Now, another player with a very explosive potential. We got to talk about PTR.
Yeah, Peter, for the better part of the season, has been the best performing AWPer in all of Pro League, really. And yeah, as you can see in the lower third there, he leads the entire league actually in AWP kills. He's been pretty much the biggest reason as to why Energy are doing so well as they are, sitting in that 5th spot with an 11-5 record. And the cool thing about him is that he has in the past been extremely inconsistent. We've seen him have very high highs where he can drop 30+ frags, being dominant with the AWP, and then completely disappear for the next game as well. But for the better part of this season, he's just been on point the entire time. And one of the things where they've actually, Energy have been remarkably consistent is in Pro League as well, because they've faltered a couple of offline qualifiers here and there, and then obviously didn't have the greatest tournament in Copenhagen last week. But in Pro League, that's where they've found their footing in so many ways, and Peter is probably the biggest reason for that.
Absolutely. PTR, a player that often stays off the radar. He was, I think X Games several years ago was really his breakout tournament, and then a PTR now, definitely a stat leader, a leader amongst his team in general.
Yeah, no, he's basically topping every side in terms of, if it's damage, if it's not only the fact that he's topping in AWP kills, but it's also the fact that he's doing it so much more than any opposing AWPer that they're facing against, and that's a massive advantage to have if you're Energy.
It's funny you say opposing AWPer they're facing against, because we actually have it pulled up now. Tonight he's going to be going head-to-head with Silent. Now Silent, not on the same caliber as a PTR in this equation as the numbers are told. But you can see right there, PTR slinging the Lapua around.
The Lapua, yeah.
If you understand that, then
kudos. No, you can definitely, obviously, there's a disparity of 21 ADR. Pretty much, that something's gone either horribly right for someone or horribly wrong for the other guy. And I think it's a bit of a mixture. Peter obviously having a great season overall, but Rush haven't really had too much to really show for so far, and obviously it's going to be tough to be an AWPer in Silent's position when your team is not necessarily able to win that many rounds. It's also going to affect your economy long term, but I don't think there's any doubt that Peter's going to outclass Silent in a head-to-head matchup.
Most definitely. Do we think now, though, if we're looking at this, do we think the Energy has the potential to lock in a top 6 at this point with these wins this week?
I mean, it definitely goes a long way, but they can still mess things up. They can still stumble because, they have fewer games played, which if you want to look positively at it, it just is, more room to climb. But it could also be their downfall in the sense that, they could go on a losing spree. I don't think that's going to necessarily happen today versus Rush. So they're already going to have a chance to break out of that 11-win club and kind of solidify themselves as one of the top 6 teams.
Yeah, at this point, none of these teams in this middle pack, in this tie, even at the very top rung, can afford to catch too many L's, if any, at that point, because they all count at this point.
Yeah.
We're going to see Mirage and Inferno tonight between these two teams. Is there anything that stands out to you looking at Mirage?
Not necessarily. Obviously, you'd like to think that one of these maps is going to favor Rush, but obviously because that would be their map pick and so on. But for the better part, Energy just a tiny bit stronger on every map pool or every map in the pool. Really, I think it's fair to say. Only thing I would have hoped to see really from Rush coming into this would have been Overpass, but then again, they make a lineup change. That team synergy that we've seen them have previously in Pro League on that map might not be there anymore. So yeah, overall, it's just a pretty rough matchup going into this for Rush. And on Mirage, I think we're going to see a lot of the standardized play on the T side. It's going to be about mid control, and on CT side, I think we're going to see a lot of fun times for Peter actually just being able to roam around with that op.
Well, let's take a look now at Mirage. From the Rush perspective, but we have DeBears bringing it to you.
Hey, what's up, everybody? I'm here to take a look at Well, guess stronger strategies. We're going to take a look at Rush on Mirage. Lil Man, I'm sorry that you had to leave your team, but you know what? You guys had some good things going right here. I like taking this pistol. I like new innovations on pistols, guys. This isn't completely new, but it's a little twist on it. I like the timing. I like the cojones that they bring. You see Silent and Blade. They're faking the A. They're nading the ticket booth. I love the nades on ticket booth. It got them to 10 HP BSA, and they had to fall back. But Lil Man, in this time, they're rushing up cat already. Thug Waffle, he's like, wait, they're up here? I'm dead. Whoopsies. And so now Lil Man's being just crazy, hopping and having some kills. Now it's a 2-on-3 situation, but the position advantage is so strong for Team Rush. They're able to take over the market area, and now they took a 5-on-3 situation. It's now a 2-on-1 in favor of Rush. They're playing it smart. They're baiting each other. They're not over peeking. You can see a little elbow peeking from the toy, but you know what? That's okay. It's as long as you play it safe, play it cool. And right now, they're shooting around, having a little gallery, having a little fun. Eventually, they win the round. Good job on them. You just see from VSA's point of view, you know, this is a very common spot in pistol, guys. This is a very common spot. So a nice thought-out plan by Rush. As the nades right there, 10 HP, he's not peeking again. So he's out of the equation. Ace, though, and Moose kind of like sandwich series. So by the time they call out, they're not A. It's too late for Thug Waffle. He's in a very bad spot. He gets ran over. Buju didn't even expect them to push that either. And from Lil Man's point of view and the rest in Catwalk, they're smoking A right now. It pulls the guy from window. Look at this, all the way up. And there's already smoke on the other side of the connector, so they can't be seen and spotted. Thug Waffle, no, really bad spot. Easy cheesy. And as you saw, Lil Man doing pretty awesome, and it kind of upsets me, guys. It kind of upsets me because Rush, they got in the big league, but you know what? Instead of trying to work it and make it happen, they just get their players poached, you know, just like Self. It's just people just... You have to start practicing. It's long nights of crying and yelling at each other to get better. You can't just throw out players and get new ones and expect to be as good. It doesn't work that way. That's why NA scene, you're kind of behind. You have to work together. You have to work on problems, overcome each other. Otherwise, it's not going to work, as is shown in over the years. Back to you, Stunna.
All right. So
there we have it.
I mean, he's getting a little more spicy with the things over there. Ever since we get him out of the tracksuit, I think he's starting to.
I think we're hitting a lot of like his passion projects. Like we're like his passion's right there. And then talking about roster changes in NA, that really gets him going.
It really does get them going. Yeah. You know, I think at this point it's fair we can bring our commentators in. You know, they're standing by, eagerly awaiting to have some input. How you guys doing over there?
Doing pretty good. Ready for another great day of games over here?
A great day of games. Well, is that what we're going to have kicking off right here, Sam? Are we going to see a Rush come out with any sort of tenacity here, or is this a one-sided affair?
I like how that we had to dig very deep in the archives to find those Lil Man highlights. Was that like a ESEA scrim and they left the demo on or something? Like, not sure who they were playing there. So maybe an ESEA pug. They were all queued up together. You guys were like, this guy, let's get a clip from here.
You might as well, right?
So in other words, you have high hopes.
Very high hopes.
Okay.
No, I think Lil Man is, I think he's very talented, but he's just, and he kind of fits the mold of what they need, right? Almost all NA teams need these players that can kind of go in first and attack and be the point of entry and whatnot. Like, there's very few players in NA that want to sacrifice statistically, especially, in order to do that and put themselves in uncomfortable situations like we see Taco do, where a lot of the time Taco's just dying without getting a kill, but he's creating space for everyone else and allowing his teammates to trade. We don't have that many players, and Lil Man will definitely take it upon himself to do that. The problem is that you don't want to look through that throughout the entire round, which is kind of what I get from when I play against and when I see Lil Man play, is too much of that. So if he tones it down and he does it in a type of aspect within the system that Daps has, and when Daps wants him to do that, then all of a sudden it's going to probably make the team better. Although, I mean, Marky, you know, for all the drama around him, like, he was insanely talented. And honestly, a lot better of like an individual than Lil Man. But in regards to what the team needs, not Markey doesn't fit that bill.
Yeah, and I think finding that middle ground for this team is definitely something they've been searching to do. They've had a decent season up to this point. And then hopefully with the addition of Little Man, they will be able to take that next step if they can, train him right, get him in there through the system right. We're going to go to a break. When we come back, we're jumping right into the action. We've got Rush and we've got Energy, so don't go anywhere.
This is your chance to actually make it into the Pro League, be a professional Counter-Strike player.
That's the thing that Mountain Dew League provides.
Penguin, you know what? If anybody has a shot at 2-0, it's Penguin. Beautiful Counter-Strike. You usually only see that into the professional level of things.
We are one of the youngest team in top 20. Many teams can underestimate us and we can surprise them with our tactics, show our Polish power.
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
Counter-Strike is sharing incredible moments with us and will return to a memorable place. Get your tickets now at proleague.com/Dallas.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for our first map of the evening here on Mirage. We're going to be going into Rush versus NRG. Kind of like yesterday, in terms of the overall expectations here, should be pretty straightforward. Energy has been looking hot. They've got a nice core of players. Little Man, interestingly, being hot swapped over from the Rush roster as of yesterday. So a bit of an interesting turnout there. But overall, still leaving Energy as the stronger team overall here, right?
I mean, that's what you think. Don't put words in my mouth.
Well, elaborate then.
Well, Rush players are going to be coming out with fire. All right? Fire? Man left them playing with NRG. I mean, they're going to be pissed.
They won't
They're going to know his every move. They're going to come out swinging, man. Doesn't matter
it's
if they're...
going to read them like a book. Just it's a little bit
doesn't matter if they're 2-98. All right?
Wow, I didn't even know it could get that bad. Well, we are live now, folks, and Energy's going to be starting off on the CT side here with Rush jumping onto the T side. Let's take a look at how their pistol is going to be working out here for the first map. Pretty standard buys. No utility for Rush at all. Just buys.
Do you know if Rush is an org, by the way?
I've always been really confused about this because I heard from one of them, I think I heard this properly, that they are an org, but they're not like really active at all. And then I heard from someone else that they're not an org. So I honestly have no clue.
That makes two of us.
Just what I've heard.
Just a straight contact. B, Dabs gets the spot. He's going to drop an HE grenade, but he's out, like, so out of position right now.
Yeah, now we can see Dabs actually escaping in there for way longer than I expected. Little Man trading out at least one of them, so down to a 4v4 very quickly. And the pinch is coming in from not only on Cat, but also is going to be in for Market here in a moment. They don't have anybody going through Underpass, and actually both the Cat players have been dinked. 13 and 1 HP sitting on Little Man and Peter there. Fugly going down. These are good positions from the Rush guys. Now they just need to not get boxed out of them. Nice shot from Breezy, though, to be able to find Silent, but Ruro and Akis bouncing back. Breeze is still in this one, however, and is now brought it down to a 1v1 where he's going to push forward. He's got Ruro edged back out, pushing him back down below, but he's got to find him as he retreats over to Get Right. Can't hit the shot, though. Ruro clutches it out, and we'll see Rush take control of the pistol.
Yeah, straight off that contact V play, Dabs really misplayed it. If he would have gotten into that back pillar and just stayed alive, they would not have been able to push him since they had two players on Catwalk. The players pushing him probably would have just died to the players on Catwalk. Instead, just kind of running around the, the boost box there, doesn't get anything done, and it's tough to play retake on that site.
Well, now we are going to see Rush splitting their players up here now into the second round with the victory. In their hands, we can see Energy, again, also doing something fairly standard as they go for the second round force. They are trying to center the pressure around mid currently.
Nobody towards B, though, and it's just going to be an absolute free site. I don't know if I necessarily agree with that. I think especially if you just have like a Deagle or any of these angles, you could usually get a kill, like just a freebie against someone like this, kind of scouting it like so. So they're going to be able to just take the site for free.
Yeah, and we're going to see Rush starting to deploy out here in a moment now. Still no signs of anyone from Energy going for the rotate over towards B, so this is still going to be just at an open site. Easy to take control of. The mollies or smokes might have been heard by Little Man, and they'll start to move over now, but they're still, much like the pistol round, they're kind of going to be late to the party here, and unfortunately, by the time they actually are in positions to retake, Energy, or excuse me, Rush will already be posted up in their post-plant positions there, so it's pretty much impossible.
Just don't go for the round win. Try to get exits, maybe get a couple guns, and play for the next round. And that's exactly what they should do. And then all of a sudden, even though you stacked the site and you guessed wrong, you could salvage something and still have a chance to win the next round.
So Ruru actually finding quite a few of these players in the back B halls early on as he tries to kind of escape from outside. He's not going to pressure it, though, for good reasoning. Obviously, quite a few of them stacked up there. And now we can see the rest of the team just trying to slowly retreat back out. Peter trying to push his way back in. See if he can knock any of them out, but he's the one with no buy into this round at all, so unfortunately he's going to be the easiest to take down. Everybody else does escape successfully over here into this into the back portion of the B halls there, and I don't think we're going to see any more contact made. So all the 4 remaining players from Energy do manage to save those pistol armor force up buys.
Yeah, now here's the question: if you're Rush, do you do the same thing, or do you kind of switch it up, or maybe fake it? We usually see people when they do the anti-eco and it works. I want to say it's like pretty 50-50, man, whether they do the same thing. A lot of people just do the same thing if it worked. So Energy, they do it a little bit differently this time. They have 2 towards connector, 1 catwalk, and 1 towards B. So they're actually playing pretty much as a default setup, although PTR is kind of running back and forth.
And Ruru trying to sneak his way forward here up the ramp now as he wraps into it. There's actually nobody paying attention to this at all, and Breeze is not really paying attention, to a sandwich push either. So unless Peter spots him, if Ruru was to go for that cross and check on it, then it could go bad pretty quickly. Thankfully, Breeze is the one that checks for it. However, Ruru is still given time to react. Literally none of those CZ bullets end up connecting on him, so he's still got 100 HP. Good trade coming out from Fugly at the very least to take him back down. So we're into the 4v4, and there's still a lot of players from Energy stacked into this site yet to reveal themselves. You still have Dap sitting on the steps over there, along with another player by his ticket booth over here, which can spring back out and really make things interesting. But the bulk of the players from Energy are still playing over here around the jungle steps in connector area. Peter did try to swing back out, not a whole lot of success being found. Little Man trading out for one more kill, but that's all they're going to get. And Rush do indeed clean up onto the third round here as we push into the first gun round now.
Yeah, pretty clean anti-ecos for them. It's going to allow them to have a couple buys here before they do get resets, depending on if they get the bomb down, how much money they actually save, like if they keep a couple umps here. So they all upgrade, actually. So 4 AKs, 1 ump on silence, all but 1. And now it looks like it's 3 towards B halls, 1 towards middle, and 1 outside of A. No, 2 towards middle now.
Yeah, and Rush taking that first push over there towards mid, has the safety smoke to allow him to cross over to behind the boxes. He'll hold that position probably for a few more seconds before he does go out to investigate a little bit further. A few other players in those back B halls could lead itself into an underpass play, or another crunch into mid, depending on how they want to play this. That drop down from Ruru should have just been heard, however, by Little Man, so they're going to know that there's presence in these back halls and probably leading into underpass in a moment. So he's going to re-smoke off connector, prevent them from going in for a quick push there. Toy just trying to pre-fire into the position in connector, but not going to be hitting the mark, unfortunately. Molotov actually getting wasted as there's a little bit of smoke, it looks like, that spread up onto that top part of the platform. So it ends up going into that, and the whole molly just wastes itself away. Not that it would have hit a player anyway, but still. Peter actually the first to strike this time, though, as he does catch one from the connector, taking down Blade. Still really waiting to see if Rush are actually going to be able to make a move here now. They've got mid control, but they're really struggling, it seems like, to figure out a path which they can take onto one of the sites. As time is getting lower, down to 45 now, they're going to decide to execute instead over towards Cat and bring the bomb along with Ruru inside of the halls to execute out through the apartments instead. A very slow process for the Cat players to move up here and take control. And again, continuing to run that timer down. In the meantime, though, Energy, they haven't seen anything on A, so they have started to send a few more players over towards the B-bomb site. So they've got 2 on site, 2 more waiting inside of the market, and 1 more on A that can very quickly rotate over. So he's already over at Ticket right now. Dab striking first, picks up a kill, does lose a teammate, however, just a moment later, and it's 2 for 2 traded back out. Akis taking heavy damage, however, and this combined with the earlier kill from Peter leaves the guys on Energy with an advantage, and not only that, but the bomb just went down. There's only 7 seconds remaining. There's no way Rush is going to be able to pull this one back off. Peter seals the deal, and it's Energy to claim the first gun round.
Yeah, still those 2 kills were pretty big. They're going to have another crack at it here in order to reset their economy. They might even have another one after this, as again those anti-ecos went pretty well. So they might even buy after this. Even if they lose this round, they'll still be able to have a pretty decent buy, maybe with a couple AKs if they want it.
Well, now we are going to see Rush going for that same style of top mid control probably early on here after they get the smoke out. Peter is available on Cat to challenge it, and he has the ability to peek through this smoke a little bit because he take the position on Cat. However, he was spotted apparently, so Akis is going to spray into that. Find Peter. Won't get the full kill, but he does bring him down to 16 HP, and that should pretty much isolate most of the mid pressure for right now, allowing again for Rush to get really early control of it. Now beyond that, just
this round's going much smoother for Rush. They already have connector control. They have full mid control, 4 in mid, 1 towards A. Bomb's kind of out there though, but they have, again, like, they're just running all across the map. NRG is like, PTR goes now to spawn, another player goes towards catwalk. Like, they're just all over the place on the mini map. So a little bit of confusion on NRG, but they do get into their setup, and Rush isn't able to take advantage of that confusion.
Yeah, and Dap's even pushing into the apartments a little bit there now, so he's going to be able
I would be amazed, though, if Blade doesn't molly under Belk, so this could be problematic for Breeze.
As he's going to be waiting it out now for the rest of his team to get in position to execute here. Rush is getting prepared for it. Blade still looking right to that ladder to see if anyone from Energy is going to pop back up and check for it before he himself does start to move back in, but it's not looking like we've seen that Molotov get deployed just yet. He's jiggling out, not so much so into the op, but there's the molly going down below, the nade as well, but Breezy already moved outside of it, and he's now just outside of Firebox. Peter's supporting him too. Problem is both of them are looking over here towards Palace. Peter's gonna get that first shot. Breezy there after Akis trades onto one, but then he also goes down to Ruru, pushing in for the connector here. Now, Peter's the only one stuck here, but he's only got 16 HP, and a Molotov is easily gonna send him out. Little man back into the fray though, trades out 2 more kills, and again, I think they're out of time. They're not gonna be able to plant the bomb. It's way too far away from Akis. He's just gonna have to pick up the op, sit in a corner, and try to save it. His energy are gonna win this one out, and Akis just runs away from nades. He does survive the round though.
That was just absolutely perfect positionally from Rush. They had a player ladder, they had a player connector, 2 players A ramp and 1 A halls with a molly underneath bow. They had everything positionally speaking that you want to win that round. The lurk though doesn't do great. Fugly jumps out of window. They get 1 kill on the lurk from the ladder room player. The connector player comes up and gets 1 kill, but they should have won that round positionally speaking. Like that's exactly what you want on Rush.
Peter as well taking an early battle here on Cat. Finds quite a few players, but just can't hit the mark. He's tagged slightly through a wall down to 66. And after that, backs himself away from it. So again, we're going to see that mid-control rolling in from the Rush squad here as they take it just within the first 15-20 seconds of the round. And they're not just doing damage to Peter either. Little man's been dropped out 80 of his health and now down at 20.
Yeah, and I mean, energy doesn't have much utility. I mean, Rush, if they could just like do what they did last round, they could very easily win this round. A big problem the round before, if you notice, Blade actually went out of the halls and died. If he would have just kept jiggle peeking and showing his gun, I bet they win the round. That's a big deal because Breeze and PTR were both watching, just sitting there at the A halls.
Well, we have Rush trying to sneak their way in through connector again. There's going to be no ramp presence this time. Fugly spots the play over from mid, and is really just going to back away from the site for right now, actually.
Yeah, Breeze went aggressive into A halls, so they're going to think it's B, and they're all rotating out, and Bomb's just coming up towards connector.
So the bomb itself is yet to move in. We are seeing the rest of Rush try to move in towards jungle in the window room to take control there to prevent any early flanks to shut down their attempt to plant before they go for this.
It just doesn't... I don't know why they take such a massive risk like this, though. Like, if they just had 3 towards B, you don't trust your teammates enough to hold that, you really need that 4th player there? It doesn't... It's ridiculous.
Yeah, so now Fugly, in an attempt to rotate back early, he already got smoked back out. Can't really do much until Rush themselves get aggressive, which they did, granted, to Energy's own credit there. They're going to find 1 kill. Unfortunately, it means very little when Toy is able to just trade another one back out, down to a 4v4, and they're set up for the rest of these players. They're trying to move into retake here, so there's not really going to be much of a successful effort from the Energy side of things. Even these last 2 attempting to retreat, they're very low. Silent wants to take the risk. He can more than likely get the kills. There's 1 retrieving it up now. Little Man, I think, crept through without being realized, so he's probably going to make it out alive. And same for Dops, but the round itself very much goes into Rush, and they don't even have to do much.
Yeah, I mean, you have a 3rd player towards B in PTR who could also watch the window and CT spawn flank. There's no reason to have Fugly there as well. Like, I understand sending the 3rd person there. You do not need to send the 4th person there. PTR could watch double duty. You don't need, like, just because somebody pushes halls doesn't mean that A all of a sudden cannot be taken or anything like that. There's a connector and there's also an A ramp, and they could easily, throw a fake towards B and go towards A. Like, you don't need to take those type of risks. And quite frankly, Energy has good enough players where if they have 3B, they should be able to hold it against anybody. They do not need that 4th player there.
Well, Energy are going to be back to a more default setup, a 3-2 split. They are keeping only 1 in B and 1 in the window room for right now, and it's none of them the first kill. In fact, Breezy, nice angle here to pick up a kill. Just a little bit of sight while inside of that underpass area there, and he's able to catch 1 on top of Tetris. Unfortunately, massive trades roll in from the Rush players as both Ruru and Toy pick up 3 kills combined. Toy getting himself the 4th now out here in mid as he eliminates Peter. So it's just going to be Daps trying to clutch this, but he gets himself a double. So now we're in a 1v1. Minute and 10 left. Toy has all the time in the world to play with this. And he is just going to be slowly creeping up towards A to look to find that plant. Well, Daps looks for another flank over here towards the murder hole. We'll have to wait and see. I'm not sure if there was a whole lot of action over here, so I'm not really sure if he's going to be able to find an upgraded gun or anything by going through that path, but we'll find out in a moment as he does creep into it. And there's going to be an M4 on the ground, but finds himself in the battle, and Toy will end up winning it out.
Yeah, huge lurk, ends up with 2 kills on the lurk in that 3v4 situation with Ruru dinked as well. Ruru somehow gets another kill from under Balk, but this is a mistake by Rush. Whenever you're in situations like this, you never want to force the plant. They force that plant. Toy can't watch jungle and connector from his position, So that player on default, yeah, he only has to watch CT spawn. But again, like, a flash happens, anything could happen, and the round could happen like that, where it plays out and forcing energy on a save now. But what you want to do there, Blue, is you want to kind of just jiggle peek and get the information and just kind of hold a little bit. Don't force the plant. He could be flanking. He could be kind of anywhere. Hold a bit, get the information, and then once you find him out, as long as you play smart like that, then it's really easy to plant, and you're going to be in a 3v1.
Now we do have Rush trying to go for much faster control here towards B, at least distracting it with Blade, while the rest of the team swings into A. And while Energy, they had a big stack at B, but now they've got to roll it over to the other side as Rush are once again walking into A to take free control. This is like the third time in this half we've seen them do that. Toy, a little bit of lag there, like for a second, allows Daps to get that kill, so...
Oh, no.
Oh, now they're going to be able to move back in to cut site control, but Rush is still trying to hold this off a little bit. Down will go silent, though, and Angus as well.
Are you kidding me?
Oh, my goodness. A near team ace from Energy on what was just upgraded pistols for the most part. And they'll win it out.
Oh, there were some USPs in there.
Yeah.
They just won a 4... They have 4 alive at the end there.
Yeah. I have no clue what happened either.
Wow.
So, big mistake from Rush. Multiple mistakes, actually.
Yeah. That's that is a giant swing.
And that's going to give Energy a huge advantage, assuming they can carry it through a Rush. Still has the cash flow to buy back into it, but Energy...
After a round like that, Lowman's like, thank God I'm not on that team.
Yeah, and Energy basically get a free gun run out of it. I'm pretty sure 4 to 5 of their guns are coming from the last round after they killed players. So they're going to try to swing now over here towards B. Defenses are somewhat light, but rotations are going to be quick. In comes Little... Oh! Great swing kill from Toy. Little Man was right in his face at a 90-degree angle, but Toy still finds his mark and gets that kill. 5v3, early advantage to Rusher, and they're continuing to get aggressive here. More damage done to Peter now as he's dropped down to 18 and a slight peek towards window. Rush should have this held. And I'm pretty sure Energy aren't even going to attempt to move outside of the market now. They're already falling back into window and whatnot. They'll be saving, and this is going to be a 6th Rush as they recover off that last loss there.
Yeah, and Daps at B just having troubles kind of as the hunt is going on. And Breeze and Fugler are just going to try to save these guns. We'll see if Silent kind of gives them this free kill in the murder hole. But you know, Daps is kind of letting him run up on him, and he's not getting into like a back left pillar or back right pillar or something like that, and that's really where the troubles are coming from.
Well, off of that Rush, still getting to hold the advantage here on T side now. With Energy falling behind, they are thankfully going to have enough cash to be able to buy into this next round. Keep in mind, again, their last buy round was essentially for free. I think everybody except for Little Man managed to get themselves a free AK, or the op in the case of Peter, off of killing Rush in that huge eco upset. So they can still actually buy into it themselves. But, you know, Rush also back into the fray now, so this match continues to have quite a few gun runs in it because of slip-up mistakes in the economies from both teams here. And now Rush back to their old tricks, essentially prioritizing top mid control early on. They've got a few players in the back B halls that can go through underpass, take the control there, you know, within just a few seconds notice if needed. And for the most part, Rush have not really struggled with getting this control, so I doubt they're going to be worried about this in the early round. It's transitioning it onto a site where things have sometimes been a little bit rocky. It's actually been Energy that have over-rotated off the sites, which have given them the ability to push through and win out rounds more times than not here. But we're going to see in a second as they do swing up towards Cat to take a tad of control. Little Man spotting it on the jump, and Fugly, along with Peter, and then Fugly again. 3 quick kills. That entire squad that was moving together in a bulk just gets completely destroyed by Energy. And Daps already hears them coming out from the apartments, so the guys on Rush need to move quickly. Thankfully, they catch the first 2 kills here on the B bomb site. So an attempt to swing back is now alive, forcing the plant quickly so that they can try to get, at the very least, that bonus cash now. As Energy themselves move in for the retake really quickly, and Fugly is going to be lurking on a flank here. Peter and Breeze really patiently waiting for Fugly to get into a position, but it is going to be slightly suspicious now. As Blade also starts to look in the other direction, he'll be mollied out from the completely safe position over here on the bench. The timing on this one, well, we'll see in a moment here, but he does check back for Fugly. Fugly still wins it out. There'll be a trade from Toy, but now he's got to pick up 2 more here. Thankfully, it's planted for him. He can stay in this position, but he remains in the open, so Peter just peeks him with an op, knocks him out, and it's a round for Energy as they go up to 4 now.
Yeah, and I believe Rush is going to be able to buy here. So this is going to be one of those rounds where whoever's going to win this is going to reset the other team. Rush should buy here. I know their buy isn't great, But this is one of the rounds where if they could win this round, like they will be hugely favored for this game as long as they don't get, you know, ecoed in a terrible fashion like before.
Okay. Well, now Rush do indeed buy into it.
But again, I mean, that's just the problems on the B side. That was 2v5, wasn't it? 2v5, and they got it down to a 2v1 post-plant.
Peter striking first in this round here as he eliminates Silent right at the beginning. And the rest of Rush stacked on the B halls. Probably going to go for quick contact out onto B. Smokes and whatnot being deployed here now. And for the most part, Energy, I mean, they're going to be ready for this one. Daps getting himself huge damage. Only gets 1 kill. Blade apparently just takes down Akis in the process. And then Daps as well. Will catch 1 more kill with his USP at the end of it. Pretty casual round. Unfortunately, Rush trying to sort of rush their way and doesn't really work out.
Yeah, just trying to bulldoze through that smoke for upper B, but without any type of middle presence, that catwalk player is going to be towards B as well. So you're going to have 2 players just holding strong on that site. Daps playing behind the smoke. You're not giving yourself much of a chance to win that round unless you kind of miracle like a Tech 9 kill right off the bat through like on Daps. And even then, Lil Man's going to know you're coming. So they're just going to set up for A smokes. I do think, though, that if you want to beat this NRG team, from what I have seen, as they're really just trying to get the bomb down here. I mean, Glocks and P250s. That's their most. That's what they're planning on for this round. I think you want to just keep taking mid control and just waiting, because they just use all their smokes around middle right away.
Well, now Breezy is going to catch the first kill. Oh, nice shot. Little Man as well. Catches the plant. The spotting is going to get a second player attempting to plant. And again, the round for Rush just goes absolutely nowhere. Energy barely even take any damage.
Yeah, I mean, they didn't spend much money, you know, maybe 600 apiece. Just really hoping to get that money back in the bomb down, maybe get 1 or 2 kills. But yeah, so Energy at middle, what they're doing a lot on their CD side is they're even re-smoking connector from catwalk. So they're using most of their utility at middle essentially just to delay the other team. If Rush could kind of understand that's what's happening and go back to what they were doing before, where they just, as BTR jumps on catwalk for the 3rd round now, always toy behind the box, gets just spammed through, straight through the screen.
Not only that, but Breezy's gone out fragging here. He's got himself a shooting gallery from behind Ticket Booth. Fugly wants a piece of it, so he swings in for 1 more kill, but it's Breeze that ends up with the 3K there and stops the forced attempt to push into A, where Energy now are starting to solidify a lead for themselves, taking it away from Rush.
Energy got a good pickup in Breeze. This guy is going to be everything that I know about him. He's going to be like a rising star. I mean, not only is he very mechanically gifted, but he's not like toxic. He's like a really good teammate. He's like a nice, humble kid, you know? He's like the exact type of player that if you're going to pick somebody up and like he's like that type of a teammate, you know? Like that's the type of player personality-wise that you want to play with. Somebody completely opposite of me. Just like, what are you doing?
Well, now onto an eco again, which for Rush have been rather unsuccessful. We do have Rush trying to go back to the mid control, but it's been very easily read. However, first kill goes by the way of Rush. Little Man, though, chuming back in from the cap position and playing around that smoke attack. He's still cautious of them playing from top mid. However, fails to account for a second player that'd be close to the connector. So, 2-for-1 trades. Now, though, they've got to get into the site, and this is where the problem areas are going to start to show. Breezy still holds Firebox, even though Daps is getting all the kills right now. Daps again steals 1 from Breeze. Sees the 3. Finally, Breeze will get 1 on his own, however, as they do close out on the round with only losing those 2 at mid.
Yeah, America, I don't know. NA actually has a lot of like really good young talent. I mean, you talk about like Twist is going to be really, really good. I think Breeze is going to end up being really, really good. You know, obviously we have like Stewie and whatnot as well. But there's a lot of really good up-and-coming players. Ocean.
You never know.
Ocean's just hitting his prime. Oh, too. They're hitting their prime right now.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah. Sleeping on them.
Invest now.
Yeah, invest now.
Before he commits the chance.
Org needs to sign him to like a 10-year deal right now, like off this broadcast. They're like, what? Ocean.
It's the first we're hearing of it.
Yeah.
Well, now we do have Rush trying to go again back for mid-control. They do have Blade lurking in Palace as well. So, again, probably going to be per the status quo, just another like attempt to pinch through through the connector once more, while having Blade probably coming a little bit late on the lurk there, but we do have the players on Rush pretty much taking free mid control. There was 0 resistance on it from Energy this time. They all moved.
And look, there's a minute left in the round. No smokes on NRG. Like, this is how you beat them.
They're going to have nothing left to hold it, so they try to get aggressive instead to hunt for intel. Enough of that. Aegis is going to catch a first kill on Peter. Not only that, but Blade finds Breeze, who's been incredibly crucial to the defense of the A-bomb side. Fugly now sitting over here. It was Daps in the previous few rounds that was actually assisting Breeze, and now you've got Fugly here who's going to try to do some work himself. Unfortunately, they lose Daps on a rotate. I mean, either site is really open now. Like, even the guys on A are held back past behind Ticket, so they can just play on the other side of the trip stack and be relatively safe. But they have full control of B and A, so they can really go either direction here. And it is looking like they're finally going to decide to send the bomb into the apartments instead. But Little Man now rotating into B. He's going to catch one on Toy. That's going to be able to take him down. All of a sudden, Energy may have a route back into this game. They've got to be really careful of that lurk from Ruru, though. As he's moving in through the crawl space, now catches Fugly looking in the wrong direction. And this will pretty much seal the deal. Little Man holds for one more, but he's still got 2 more kills to get here. They know exactly where he's at. He's down at 46 HP. He has no additional utility to play with. Well, the bomb was just planted. He has a kit. Time is one of the few things that Little Man has on his side. As he moves in, they can hear him. They now know he's out. And eventually, they just double peek him to close out the round and bring Rush back into it. And off of that, ladies and gentlemen, that is going to indeed close out the half. Much closer than I, at the very least, expect, with Rush picking up 7 rounds, including the pistol, in the first 2 there. So we'll see in a few minutes if they can keep it close, or if Energy are going to kick it into high gear to try and shut things down in the second half of Mirage.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, PaySafeCard, Legion Lenovo, Mountain Dew League, and ESEA.
Well, we are back again, folks, here into a close match between Rush and NRG. Energy have the lead, but it's only slight, 8-7. Here as we're about to jump into the second half of Mirage, and Energy are about to take on the T side here now. So things overall, I mean, impressions on the first half here, Rush actually looking pretty good for quite a few of those runs, but also some massive slip-ups that allowed Energy to get back into the game, like that eco round.
Yeah, I mean, overall, I think if Rush, obviously they blew that one round where they basically lost to like USPs and a couple CZs and P250s. But as far as like just round to round is concerned, if they would have just taken a default, taken mid control, let NRG burn all their smokes and utility, so they were just using like everything just to delay them in the middle, which is, in my opinion, just like not a good way to play. I think they would have won that half really easily. You know, they were able to get ladder room control, they were able to get connector control, they were able to do whatever they wanted. And even the, and I mean, like the round that they lost when they did that, when they had a guy ladder, you know, and ended up in that, I think it was a 1v1?
Yeah.
Or maybe a 2v2. It was a round that they should have won. But, you know, they all just kind of like didn't execute properly. But positionally speaking, like, and utility-wise speaking, they were winning that type of battles. They just needed to, you know, Blade needs to just stay alive in the A halls. He needs to just molly under Balk, show his gun, and then come out at the right time. He cannot be the first death. And then you could, you know, win that round a lot easier.
Well, as you can see, the live on 3 is starting now, folks. So we are going to be getting live right a moment here, as Energy once again do have the lead for anyone that is just joining us. It's 8-7. Rush now having to jump onto the CT side. We'll see if their consistency fares any better, and they'll have the ability to not only try and close out this second pistol, but follow through with it. Be able to take control of the map, or if we can see Energy come back in full swing on their T side and see them leading the charge here. 3-1-1 split initially from the Energy camp, but those players in the B hall is moving fast up towards Underpass. Little Man going to make a little bit of noise here inside of the apartments. Just to try and throw off the B players a little bit here, but for the most part, the goal is mid control, and they have succeeded in it, as Rush did not even really look to defend it. They do have a 2-man defense set up over here towards A, I believe. And we can already see one of them on the other side getting into some trouble. And Silent brought down to 14 HP, nice and early in the round here, trying to play towards the bench spot. You have to hope now that if he gets eliminated, Toy is going to be able to bring it back. And while originally, again, that mid control may have swung itself in the other direction towards A, now it is possibly seeming likely to go towards B, but hold on, the options are again shifting in the Energy camp, as they are once again changing up their dynamic and sending it over into the A site instead. Once more, this is actually the better choice. You've only got 2 players here to hold it currently, and one of them is occupied over in Palace. So really just Ruru here underneath of the balcony that's going to be able to try and hold off, but he doesn't get anything done at all. Daps immediately takes him down. Akis is going to hope the surprise, but nope. Fugly's there. Gets the instant headshot against Akis to knock him back out, and it's just Toy, Blade, and Silent having to rotate over from the other side. Now granted, 2 of them already sitting over here at ticket booths, so they can try to find an impact quickly, but with basically 0 damage done, all they're doing is giving away their position. Daps and Peter knocking out those 2 ticket players just one by one, not struggling with it at all. There's basically no hope for Toy. This is going to be Energy claiming their T-side pistol.
Yeah, and Energy's plan was to send Breeze up jungle and then hit B. But because Breeze was just sitting in the window and the window was closed, and he was like, wait a sec, let's just kind of chill out on this. Guys, can you just come back to A maybe? And they canceled, you know, what their initial strategy was, which was him go through jungle and then forego towards B. So that was a really good adjustment by them. They didn't force anything. They kind of played to what their teammates communicated to each other, and then adjusted and won that round really easily because of it.
Well, now Rush are going to go for a bit more of a gamble stack over here towards A. They've got 4 players situated in the site. Note they did not go for the full-on force-up for the second round here. They do only have the pistols. There's no armor or utility being brought up behind it, and Akis not purchasing anything at all. They've already eliminated Ruru, trying to peek towards the ramp. And on B, if we do see Energy starting to follow through with that, it would only end up finding Silent positioned here. But again, change-ups on the Energy decision here, as they instead pull their players back from the B halls and are going to just swing it into just a pretty much direct A play. Few splitting into the Palace, but beyond that, the other remaining 3 are more than likely going to end up going in through ramp. Now, with the lack of pressure being thrown against them, Rush have gotten a little bit more aggressive in posting up here. Buckley's going to check for this. He's dinked to the first one. Toy's going to trade, and they trade it right back. Blade holds on his own. Same problem, though, as the trades continue to roll out in the favor of Energy. And at the end of the engagement, it is left into a 3-on-1 with Silent. Does the last man standing. Trying to pull off a flank, but I imagine by the time he gets into a position where he can even really do anything, Energy are already going to be posted up, and there won't be much that he can accomplish. The round itself should go into Energy's hands. We'll see happening right about now.
Yeah, it's still not bad. I mean, you get 2 kills. You didn't really invest anything, right? Nobody even had half armor. So a very conservative second round buy coming out from Rush, and we'll see if they want to end up doing, like, I don't know if they do a double up on this team, though. Because I think Akis, Blade, Ruru, and Toy are like straight riflers. Well, Silent again. I mean, sometimes Silent, one of the most inconsistent players. He really is.
Silent's not doing too hot in this match either.
Pretty silent.
Hey, yeah, he's down at like 4 and 14 at this point. Next teammate is Blade at 8, so he's having a bit of a rough one.
He's just so good sometimes and so bad other times.
Yeah.
just being honest.
To his credit,
I tell him that. He agrees with me when I play like Rank S. I'm like, Silent, why are you so good sometimes? And then sometimes you just can't kill anything.
To his credit, he was tweeting earlier about like a sound issue or something with his computer, so I don't know if he's still having that problem, but he might be dealing with that tonight and just decided to play with it and see how bad it was going to be. But for the most part, Energy executing through this round without too much of an issue here. Toy picking up the AK, trying to do some work with it, but doesn't end up getting much done. It's actually Ruru that finds a kill with the USP. Energy only lose Fugly that time, so much cleaner than the previous round. And now we get into the first gun round.
Yeah, NRG takes an 11-7 lead. They do have full utility, though, on the CT side.
The op is going to roll in for Silent now, so we'll see if he's hopefully able to get a little bit more work done with this. I think in most, I don't even remember seeing the op too much on the T side, to be completely honest with you. But most of the times we did, I think, for the most part, Peter winning out the op v op battles here in mid. Where Silent's going to be restricted nice and early here as he's pushed back.
Yeah, I can't recall Silent up another.
And with smokes being deployed into both the connector and reapplied into the window there, we're actually going to see Energy get pretty easy control in mid. Fugly knows Akis is sitting in that corner, so he can just walk right up and take him down. Easy start to it for the Energy camp. Ruru, however, waiting inside of the ladder room is available for a response. So he's going to be able to pick one more up. Dab's just slowly creeping out, and no punishment on that one until he goes and swings wide. It's where Silent is going to pick up the additional kill here and is ready for more should the guys from Energy decide to swing into the connector here. Peter is hoping that Silent creeps up and overpeaks so he can punish him, but I think he's chilling, happy to just hang out over here by Ticket Booth right now. And no real progress being made on Energy besides that, as Peter just pulls back entirely from mid to regroup with a bomb carrier, and they are going to have Little Man hang out over by the chair spot, probably to act as a sort of late entry into connector and punish anyone that would try to chase Rush back up through mid there. Rush themselves are pretty spread out. The only defenses they have ready on A is still going to be just Silent, but they've got one in the market. Ruru is pretty far back behind that cash register, so we should be able to rotate in just within a moment's notice. However, Silent, the timing on him changing out this position is not really going to work out too well for him. They're flooding into the site. Not sure if he's able to hear them walking around just yet, but they're going to be moving up in a moment. And as he looks for it, the shot from Peter actually misses, so he's alerted to their presence, but all of a sudden the bomb's on the ground, so he's going to call for reinforcements really quickly. They've only just realized this, so in a second, Ruru, he's going to be grouping up with Silent. Molly in the way, though, so they can't start the retake anytime soon unless they want to try to pressure through that. Toy is also making his way over here. All three try to push back in. Peter, though, wins out the op battles. He takes down Silent, and now the last two, again, not with a whole lot to really work with here. They are just essentially going to walk into their own death. Peter killing one, does have to back away because of the Molotov here, but Toy, even though he's in the site, it's going to be tough to get anything done. Little Man with a nice shot closes out the first gun round for NRG.
Yeah, and I think if you're Silent there, because after you killed Daps, it was so disconnected, it might be a good idea in that scenario to actually get out of CT since they knew he was there. That's like you saw PTR just sat there the entire time looking at CT. Sometimes it's better to relocate in that situation. You know, even if you take the risk, right? You go up towards like under Balk or something, maybe go up the ladder, walk into halls, pick up Dap's AK maybe, and hold it from there and show him something, you know, different and a different type of look.
And we did get a stat from the production room, and that was actually in that last round there. That was the first kill Silent actually got with an op so far in the game. So that was hold true with what we were talking about in the last round there, with him barely being able to pick it up on the T side. So now Energy having an absolute advantage here. In theory, should have a pretty easy time of walking through this round. You are going to note that there's a bit of aggression coming out from Rush to the T ramp there. This could trip up potentially a few players if Breezy's caught on bad timing, but I think the guys over here on Rush end up just slightly missing the note. As they creep through T-spawn, they're not going to be able to catch. I think it's Breeze in mid just yet, but the question is he going to go back and check it, and is he going to be ready for it? He does take the engagement, but he ends up going down to Akis. So there's one small little victory for Rush that they can use to try and swing this round in their favor. As just a moment ago, Energy, we're getting ready to deploy basically everyone except for Daps into the site. Now, though, the problem is Daps, he got free A control, but these guys really can't safely fall back. They are going to have to battle it up. They get those kills so quickly, though. Blade and Akis go down immediately in that battle. They don't even do any damage at all to the members of Energy leaping out from the B halls. So now Daps can patiently wait, and anyone that crosses out from Market is also going to be dead meat here, as Daps picks up Toy, goes out towards mid, finds another one that's Silent down on the ground now, and Ruru's still stuck in the B site, can't really get much done. The round will go into the favor of Energy once more as they push on 13, just 3 away, and really only 1 or 2 more gun rounds away from claiming this map in their favor.
Yeah, it's looking very good for Energy right now. They have a lot of money. They have a good round lead. They're the better team. So everything's going pretty well for them.
Yeah, I think we're back.
They have more than one op kill.
I think we're back on track in terms of what we expected from this match now at this point. As Energy pushed ahead, and they've got a pretty solid lead now once they jumped on a T side here. Well, Rush is going to look to respond to it, of course, here now, as I believe they've just bought into this one. This is also what we should note, too. The perfect half so far from Energy. Have yet to lose it. But, granted, they won the pistol. Next 2 rounds after that are relatively easy, and then we've had only 1 gun round. So this is going to be another test to make sure they can remain consistent, and we don't see Rush just bouncing back into it. This is actually going to be one of their only real chances, especially with this kind of drastic scoreline now. Obviously, having to save after this one, unless they want to force to try and play for the outright win in regulation. They'll have 1 more gun round when Energy gets up to 15, but Still, then that's asking for 8 rounds straight, and I am pretty sure that a team like Rush is not going to be able to accomplish something like that. It's going to be a little bit too far in the realm of fantasy. Energy taking their time though on this gun round. See Fugly pretty late to move in for early mid control here. A minute left on the clock when he finally gets himself up on top of the mid box there. The rest of the team is kind of hanging out just outside of the apartments over there towards B.
They still have so much utility onto Rush, and this is something that I don't think NRG did properly, but Rush is doing it better.
Yeah, and Rush are still kind of waiting this one out. 4 Molotovs deployed. Most of their smokes are gone. Silence still has 1, but everyone except for Silence still has a molly to try and toss back out. Energy themselves are looking to get into this site. There's no response phase being tossed in from the CTs. They're just relying on their rifles. 2 for 1 to start it off as Ruru gets a double. Unfortunately gets pushed by Fugly in mid. Silent getting caught out there, trying to duck and weave from behind over here at the bench position, but he's slowly going to end up getting pushed. Tries to go for that no-scope. Not going to happen. It's Akis that trades out the next kill from within side of Market, but now they're not going to be able to stop the plant any further. Peter, though, being caught at an interesting angle, actually, down at 4 HP. I don't even know if he was aware of where he was being shot from now. He's been knocked out by Akis, and Daps has just gotten into this site. Thankfully, his first kill's for free. He's not really looking towards that. They do have to throw the nade back in, but Blade just goes looking for that kill. And off of that, Daps is going to be able to clutch it out and bring Energy yet another round.
Yeah, you know, Silent again. I mean, not to harp on the guy, but he's at bench. He lets his teammate die while they're coming up catwalk. He doesn't get any kills when they're coming out of B. The timings were off when he was speaking things. Didn't protect his teammate. And even after that, wasn't even able to connect on that frag onto PTR. So Silent not really showing up here in these crucial moments for Rush.
Yeah, now we do have, actually what's going to be a bit of an interesting battle here at mid. Akis completely blinded out. I don't know if Fugly saw him though, so he can re-peek after the flash is gone. Fugly did pick up another kill before going down further up on the catwalk, however, and with Daps taking out Blade, now they've opened Pandora's box in the A-bomb site. This is going to lead the bomb back through T-spawn, over into the site itself. Daps taking even steps control now, completely restricting the Rush players. They did attempt to try and get themselves back into the game on this round. Keep that in mind as well. They forced themselves into it. They're probably going to do so in the next round here, but Akis going down. Toy, the last man standing. Yes, he can trade onto Daps, but getting more than that done is going to be trouble. And even he knows now the drastic reality of their economy. And as he tries to retreat back out through the underpass, Peter takes him down before he can even get outside of the window.
Yeah, and Rush, you know, they have money bonus, so they're going to be able to get a little bit of a buy here. But, you know, game point for NRG, and it was looking good for Rush, and then they lost that crucial round, and their T side so far has just been pretty CT side has been pretty abysmal, but they had a solid T half.
Yeah. Like I said, if they didn't lose that round, and there was, like I said, you were mentioning they were not really punishing the overuse of the utility from Energy. If they caught onto that, they could have had a much more advantageous scoreline coming out of the first half. Well, Toy, though, is going to catch Peter, kind of just waltzing through a smoke over here early on. He's going to move to try and pick up the op. Little man does respond to that, actually. It was looking like he wouldn't take the hint for a second, but he does end up going back in. And not only that, but Breezy finding a kill. And
did we just witness?
I even had to look at that for a moment, as Akis takes him a moment, but he does catch the T under the platform there. And now Ruru is going to be waiting from in front of the van, taking out one more. Fugly looking to trade onto Ruru, but not going to happen. Ruru holds strong at this van position, and Akis closes out, finally ending the flawless streak up to that point that Energy had going on their T side. Back to much slower play for this round, as I imagine they do want to try to close this out before Rush are given an opportunity to close the gap and take this into OT. Breezy of the already remain 5 more damage, knocking HP that was on in there, brings him down incredibly low, but he does just barely escape, and will now move away to regroup with the rest of his teammates, who are going to attempt to make a push over here into the B site instead. Flash is going into the apartments first off, but that acts as a sort of warning signal for the CTs on the site. They know something is going to be rolling in here now. Little man hunting, can't catch the position of Toy just yet, but Fugly takes direct contact, and he does win it out. So now a 4v2, now, excuse me, a 4v1 after Ruru does get eliminated trying to flank. It's all on Silent here. He's remained relatively quiet throughout most of this map, but he could be the hero to keep his team in the game if he can clutch this out somehow. 2 of their players are low, but he's not going to do it. Little man holds close contact at the window and closes out for NRG as they'll claim map number 1 here on Mirage and start their night off 1-0.
Yeah, and Ruru with a giant flank. I'm surprised he wasn't, like, he read that they were going B. 3 guys were going through those halls. He was already through underpass, just was unable to connect on any kills in that last round. But NRG's T side almost flawless, and Rush on that CT side just they gave him a huge economical boom. They didn't buy like second round or anything. It was very conservative. And then on those fully bought rounds, Silent kind of messing up a couple of those rounds when he definitely was in position and had chances to win it.
All right, well, let's bring the analysts into the conversation now, get their thoughts on Rush. Again, showing some good stuff on their T side, but really, for the most part, falling flat on their second half.
For sure, a lot closer in the first half than I would have said it was going to be. But Rush coming out swinging really had something in their favor for momentum on the first half.
Yeah, actually, again, it kind of leads back to what we've been talking about, Rush, the fact that they kind of work well doing the basics, the cookie cutter stuff. And that was, taking mid control for the better part of that T side. And it was working really well because, as Dace mentioned multiple times, Energy for some reason decided to spend the most part of the utility to actually just delay whatever Rush were setting up in mid, which doesn't really make a lot of sense. It doesn't really do anything for you for your Energy if you're not planning to do anything behind it. And they didn't really do that for a lot of their CT side. So, Rush, doing a pretty good job of actually taking advantage of that, being able to grab a couple of rounds on the board. I think they probably should have been able to win that T side, in all honesty.
Well, let's take a look now at some. We do see them up and score, but walk us through what's going on here.
Yeah, so they've been doing really well for themselves up until this point, and honestly, I think it's perfectly fine what they do here. They send a Mac.
I think Rush does really well. Let's take a look at round 8 here in the first half.
Guy out, they know they're up against an eco, so to kind of gaze what's going on, and they find out that it's a pretty significant stack over on the B bomb site, so they do the correct thing of actually going straight for A. It's a pretty quick rotation as well. The problem here is Toy's decision to actually decide to run into the CT spawn all by his lonesome, whether or not that's the decision he makes on his own, or whether or not somebody was supposed to be with him. Obviously, impossible for us to tell, but if you're going to go dive into CT spawn like that, in any sort of situation, you need to have a second guy there so you can get the trade frags in and not allow Energy to actually get anything out of it. They end up finding a weapon off of it. Peter is able to take out the guy who's playing A-halls. The guy who's planning is obviously not in a position to actually deal with the fact that there's 3 people from Energy coming in as well, and it just ends up being a completely unnecessary round that Rush lose with a ton of utility left as well. They could see a bunch of smokes, mollies, and so on that they had at the ready that they just didn't utilize properly. And obviously, swing rounds like that is what allows Energy to actually get somewhat back into the game on the first half and allow them to actually get back to 8 rounds. And if that doesn't happen, all of a sudden you could be looking at a pretty significant advantage for Rush.
Yeah, definitely the swing either way of those rounds is something that can kill or make a team's momentum in terms of even taking the match later on. Yeah. We did see good eco plays, I think, from Rush, and they were able to do that over on their CT side, I believe. Was it CT side?
No, yeah. On their CT side, not a lot went their way.
Well, I mean, okay, so I'm thinking T side. Yeah. So we saw a lot of good eco plays come out that way.
Yeah, normally it was pretty solid, yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, it just never seemed to be in a situation where they were going to fully capitalize on it and really walk away from it.
Yeah, no, that's definitely the case. And things kind of normalized in many ways when you got on within that second half, and we got the game we expected to see. But it's still early days for Rush. I think Ruber actually had a pretty respectable, start to his comeback in that sense as well. He did pretty well for himself. I think he ended up on 16 frags. But it's still a working project, and I think they kind of have to brace themselves for the thought of having to play relegation matches.
Exactly. But we did compare Silent and PTR pregame. I do think that I've seen better games from Silent than what we saw here.
Yeah, no, definitely have. And I think we've seen better games from Peter as well. Peter didn't really do all that much on that CT side, which is actually kind of surprising because he's been their heavy hitter for the better part of the season. And still he outshined Silent in a big way. And I think Sam, again, pointed out pretty nicely, when they got over to that CT side, Silent had multiple opportunities to actually have a bigger impact that could, swing rounds in the favor of Rush, limit the economy of Energy early on and not let them get on that 7-round run. But just not stepping up to the plate in time. And, obviously, loss is not on him. You win and lose as a team, but he definitely didn't have anywhere near enough impact.
A big impact that you need an AWP to have.
Yeah.
Basically, in most all maps at this point, especially in Mirage, when we look at locking down the extremities of these sites.
Absolutely, and you could tell that Energy were trying to do that as well, like over on their CT side, by having Peter either push up Cat, getting boosted up, or because Rush was doing such a good job of taking mid control, but he was still being active around the map in that sense, trying to get stuff done. And Silent doesn't really seem like a player who's going to be able to actually do that for you in a lot of ways. Yeah, no, I'm not really sure if he's the right guy to go with in terms of sticking with the AWP for Rush. Maybe they have some other options in terms of players they can try to make into a primary, but I haven't seen really anything from Silent this season that kind of makes me think he's going to be a sufficient offer.
Both of these teams undergoing roster changes. We're getting our first taste of both here across Mirage. We're going to move into Inferno as our next map. What can we expect to see from either side of the equation?
I mean, again, newer map, so it's a bit of it is left up to chance. Obviously, I haven't seen Rush at all from memory, actually, on Inferno at all. We have seen Energy play a couple of times, and again, Peter's going to be very active with that op in hand over towards that B-bomb side, playing aggressively towards Card, taking aggressive peeks, and seeing if he can find early banana control and so on for his team on the CT side. Otherwise, on T side, it's pretty cookie cutter stuff, spreading out and defaults, seeing where, first off, where the CTs are going to be over eager and use too much utility. That, that's the kind of stuff you can take advantage of. And outside of that, I'm hoping that we'll see something innovative in terms of new executes and whatnot, but I'm not too hopeful just yet.
There is a chance, though.
There is a chance.
And just in case, I think there's a real chance for Rush to come out here and put the hammer down. Maybe. When I said real chance, I meant that's a possibility.
Yeah.
Break it down in the numbers. I'm saying like a 33% chance that they walk away with a close bout here.
Yeah, no, I can get on board with that.
I like that.
Yeah.
Because I don't even know that my math was great there. Nonetheless, we're going to go a quick commercial break. When we come back, we've got Energy, we've got Rush, and we're going to Inferno. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
This is your chance to actually make it into the Pro League, be a professional Counter-Strike player.
That's the thing that Mountain Dew League provides.
Kinguin, you know what? If anybody has a shot at 2-0, it's Kinguin. Beautiful Counter-Strike. You usually only see that into the professional level of things.
We are one of the youngest team in top 20. Many teams can underestimate us, and we can surprise them with our tactics, show our Polish power.
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
We're back here. We just watched Rush lose to Energy, but we're going to see them go to a second map here, and that second map is going to be Inferno.
Inferno, that's correct. You're not wrong.
I'm not wrong.
And,
Imagine that.
Actually, Rush has played this map a couple of times, not on the main stream, but over on the B stream a couple of times this season. And it hasn't really panned out too well for them, to be honest. They've had losses versus Winterfox. That said, Winterfox was in NA at the time. So, they do have that kind
They
of...
already had that sort of one-up from their situation they're currently in.
Exactly. But, Rush, I think their best claim to fame really on that map is actually playing Luminosity close last time around they played them. And I'm not really sure that's what you want to go into this matchup with, considering you're going up against Energy, who've actually had, again, a fair amount of practice on the map and have actually been looking pretty good at it. They only suffered their first loss on it in Copenhagen this last week.
Well, let's kind of touch on something we talked about in the wrap-up of the last game was the AWP usage across the board. PTR Silent being those two players on both sides of the fence here. How important is it for them to have an impact on a map like Mirage, and likely where are we to see them?
Well, I mean, on a map like Inferno.
Excuse me,
yeah,
Inferno.
exactly.
That's the map.
I think more and more teams have started reverting back to what we saw in the old Inferno as well. We saw a couple of teams experimenting with having their upper towards mid, but most of them are falling back to just having that standard position on Banana, really.
Okay, well, standing by are Blue and Dazed, who are frantically getting their stuff together so we can throw to them. How you guys doing over there?
Hey, how's it hanging?
No DeBear segment. I don't know what to do with my life out here.
Gotcha.
How's there no DeBear segment?
We're just going to be lost going into this.
Vendetta, can you replicate the DeBear segment for us?
I mean, it'd be hard, man.
Maybe?
No, here we go. Hey, guys. Welcome back to Stromberg Strategies.
But we'd have to throw back to ourselves, which is weird.
Thanks, Donna.
You already doing it.
It's weird how it works. But you guys can take it from here. Inferno.
That's
what do we
the
got?
voice of a man that wants to sit down on the couch.
All right, well, the match is already starting, folks. The pistol round is going live in about 5 seconds here. So let's jump into it. Energy will start up this time on the T side with Rush jumping over to the CT side. Let's take a look and see who will get the advantage early on now as we go to what is probably going to be a much tougher match for both teams. I should say for both teams, actually. Rush specifically here, not having the out presence from the last one as the analysts were talking about. That's going to be something that'll hurt them a lot. But to start things off on the pistol, trading 1 for 1, now 2 for 1 in the favor of NRG. We're trying to hold it, not checking for him. So he trades out one more kill, looking for multiple, but he cannot do it. Breezy is going to take him down directly afterwards, giving them a 3v2 advantage here, and probably starting to smoke off the B-bomb site to allow them to plant and try to secure this round. There'll be a flank in from Peter, which if he's successful, will pretty much seal the deal here, but he's got to be a little bit quicker about it as both Silent and Toy are very quickly moving into the church to try and retake here. And well, Energy, they take the battle, and that could prove problematic. Toy catches that first kill here. Now Peter works around the flank, but he's unsuccessful in catching the shot, so he's just going to have to route back up, group with his teammates, gets that Bryce's first headshot though, and the second one to close out for Energy.
Yeah, Blade. I mean, they had the triple B stack. They had a good setup. Rush did, and Blade just kind of just charges them like a delayed charge right there with the CZ. Doesn't even. What was that, Blade? You didn't even shoot a bullet. Not one bullet.
I don't know. It's an honor push.
Just
wanted to fight.
Just don't. Oh, they had a truce.
Just jumping,
you don't shoot me, I don't shoot you.
Jumping into the arena.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that's going to leave Rush. And they go for very similar buys to what they were doing back over on Mirage 2. Not.
Yeah, this time with 4 smokes.
I'm curious to see what the plan with these smokes is going to be.
Probably to smoke something out.
Well, yeah, that would be most of the intended goal of that
I would
grenade.
think.
But yeah, Energy themselves are still holding back for right now and playing into the opening default here.
Just messing around, Blue.
Oh no. After some delay, it is looking like
It's actually good. I mean, if Energy is going to take this long, they might be able to smoke trap them and force them to come through. You know, one of them, maybe these P250s could do work.
Yeah, and some of those smokes starting to be deployed right now, as we do see two of the players from Energy pushing through the hall still to add a little bit of pressure, but the main push is definitely going to be heading its way up Banana, and Breeze leads the charge here, now armed with an AK. CT's just smoked it off, though, so that's going to be even more delay. Good thing that those purchases did come in. Now they have to hope they can impact and forcing Energy to go through those, but actually not necessarily the case, as they're making another change up here. The bomb back at Crossroads, working its way up mid through the choke point here, but here's the problem. Ruru is going to have himself a nice position in Boiler where he can try to script some players. He gets close, gets the headshot against Fugly, but is unable to get the kill. Now it's up to Silent to chase at least one of these players down. Finds that kill, and Daps really wants the Mac 10, but apparently not that badly, as he's finally going to be able to push in forward, but he was flanked out by Little Man just seconds later, and now it's left it down to only 2 from Rush, who are rotating over from B, and probably won't be able to get much done, so you are going to be looking at a second round from NRG in a second.
Yeah, that's pretty unfortunate for Rush. But NRG, as soon as that smoke went down, they just booked it back to A immediately. And that player in Boiler, you know, Lil Man jumps across, and then Fugly still checks it, right? So he gets the dink, but he's not able to get that kill. Coulda went poorly, though, for NRG if that happened a little bit differently. Because Silent got that kill at Arch. If he would have got that kill and stayed alive, we could have been seeing, you know, a possible rush round win, or maybe at least 3-4 deaths.
So NRG remaining consistent here and only losing one player along the way too, which is going to be good for the money build up early on here, but buying into a lot more nades than whatnot for this third round, where for the most part Rush are only going to have their default pistols. Some may buy into P250s or, you know, random like $500 pistol here or there, but that's going to be it. In fact, we don't see any of those 500 pistols. It's all just P250s and defaults, as they're going to be even more preservatively saving into this third round here to look for probably just the fullest buy possible in that first gun round, where they can really make hopefully a bit more of a landfall against Energy here. Once again, Energy par of the course as for the usual T-side opener here. They've already moved in and found Akis investigating into the halls, so easy punishment of that kill there. And now the rest of the team starting to move out towards Boiler and whatnot. We got the porch control coming back in a second from Little Man. They're ready to bust out through the long wall over here on the balcony as well to take pit control. Ruru is going to be resisting from there, but actually he was spotted. Nice spot by Little Man, actually taking him down before he can have any impact whatsoever. And Daps continues that rampage off the balcony down into the pit, where he'll eliminate Blade. And similar story to the last round, Toy and Silent, the B players, are the only ones left alive, but the round is very much already in full control for Energy.
Yep, easy cleanup for NRG, and again, they're going to have a huge bankroll going into this fourth round. So it's going to take probably, I would think they're going to have to win 2 gun rounds in a row if you're Rush in order to break NRG's economy. Maybe even 3 rounds, because they might buy that third round depending if they get the bomb down. So this is like, it's just not a good start for Rush. They're still going to keep 3 SMGs with 2 umps and a Mac 10. Push back B right away is Breeze, and he might come into confrontation right here. Silent holding with the op, and he needs to make an impact.
You're not going to see Energy push past it just yet. There's still a lot of CT smokes and whatnot moving in, so they're going to hold it for a moment to see if they do deploy smokes into that half or any Molotovs or anything. But out they go. Silent hitting the first shot and quickly ducking away. Toy, he's going to be caught here as well, as Little Man takes out Toy, and Silent, re-peeking into it, is going to allow Peter to pick up an additional kill. Just like that, 4v3. No, Peter almost hits that shot as well. But he shot out like a second later. He might have been able to catch it. That guy jumping over towards CT, and Blade would have been a dead man. But for now, he holds. Akis also killing one that tried to lurk in towards A, so re-evening out the player count here across the map. Still, Peter, along with quite a few more, holding some deadly angles, and it's going to take Rush some effort to get back into it. They're not using any of their utility either. They've got smokes, they've got Molotovs, they've got flashbangs, they've got an HE grenade sitting on Ruru. Moment, never really being utilized properly. Molotov finally going to force Fugly out over here towards Emo corner, where they also do have a Little Man kind of hanging out, but Ruru catching that kill there. Does start their push back in. Peter still restricted over here towards the Garden too, which is now actually going to put a lot of pressure on Little Man with only 5 HP. It's going to be tough, but he gets an angled bitch to start off. However, the Fountain gets in the way, throws the molly out instead. Peter missing a shot, and there you have it. Rush, they're going to be able to work their way back in, just barely defuse this bomb, and pick up the first gun round.
Yeah, I think if Little Man hides there, they actually have a perfect setup to win that round. PTR could watch his cross, make sure nobody pushes him. They could wait until that player defuses the bomb, and then they could, you know, just kind of peek him together if Lil Man just doesn't peek at all and PTR watches back. But PTR was just very worried about that smoke grenade, so they couldn't get that crossfire going. And it's not a bad round, though, for NRG at all. You see, they still have some money left over. I think they would buy even if they, yeah, so they'll buy even if they lose this round, and they got 3 kills. So it's another possible, you know, reset round for Rush. Silent just trying to get super aggressive with the AWP. Doesn't do anything but take 66 damage, so not a good start for Rush already. Fugly already with boiler control.
The rest of NRG holding back over here towards Banana as well. Not wanting to push past or even close to the half wall just yet. Little Man's only gotten himself just up to the right side equivalent of the log spot, where he's now going to fall back, completely giving up on Banana pressure and working with the rest of his team to push back up through the mid choke point. More than likely, Fugly's ready to bust out boilers, so they'll have that angle working for them too. Akis is trying to get up close, the flashbang hitting him, but there's not a lot of follow-up coming in from NRG. The smoke obviously still in the way. They've got defenses set up on both sides. The Molly is going to send Blade out, but he was also smoked off, so NRG, they're going to be able to move in towards mid-choke, but unless they want to take a risk in pushing through these smokes here, they're not going to be able to move out to the site just yet until right now. We do start to see these fading away. No moves being made to actually get into the site, and time is getting quite low. Not only this, but you've got the rotates coming over from the B site too. Blade holding at a sort of halfway point, and Silent halfway up CT just past the doorway leading into church. So he's also going to be in a pretty quick rotate position compared to where he would normally hide back out. The CTs, they're ready to defend this now, and NRG, for the most part, seem to be walking into a trap, but a lot of missed shots from Rush, and that is going to end up costing them now. As they move in, Ruru and Akis so far the only ones able to hold, but NRG winning out in a lot of these trades. It's down to 2 now for Rush, both of which are stuck in library. They will try to send one over towards Archers, but with both being heavily lit, this is going to be rough. Silent's got a Molotov.
Do not go for this round.
I think they're going to go for it.
It's a huge mistake.
Blade's got an AK now. The Molly going in, trying to force someone out. The positioning on it actually does work out, so they burn out Peter at the very least. But even going in here, Daps has yet to reveal himself there in pit, and if he peeks up, unless someone's looking directly at him there, it is basically going to be a free kill, and indeed, he gets it, and Fugly closes out on the last one.
That death was, for NRG, was a blessing in disguise, because there's no way they're going to lose that round, and all of a sudden, if they don't do that, Silent could drop an M4, you could have 2 M4s, an AWP, and 2 umps. Easily a round that you could win. Now you're just stuck with a force buy and ump and pistols, and that's it. It's just, you got to save in those scenarios. It's ridiculous that they didn't, to be honest. It really is.
Well, this is now giving a huge advantage to NRG, assuming they don't get tripped up by this force. By some miracle for Rush's players here, and they are moving up a bit more aggressively this time. Specifically, Akis could have a chance to take down their Daps or Little Man as they push forward. It's actually Ruru that gets the kill. I wasn't even realizing that he was also positioned by the boilers, so they both stack it up, but 1-to-1 trade. Little Man moves in, and it's not looking like that Ruru actually picked up the gun off of his fallen teammate either. Nade goes out there, and Ruru almost caught by it, so he wasn't looking like he might have re-peeked into it, but as soon as he saw the nade, he did have to completely back out of there to prevent his own death. Now we have the rest of the guys from NRG getting ready to once again throw a bit of pressure towards mid, but that would be the fake, as most of them are going to head back over here towards Banana instead and send themselves over to the B site. It's been about 2 or 3 rounds since we've actually seen some real pressure being thrown in that direction. They do have a bit of defense set up for it. Silent sitting over here with the UMP and quite a bit of utility. Smokes and flashbangs also prep to toss their way out here too. Silent tanking first contact. Only gets 1 kill, however. Toy picking up a second before he's also trading back out. Blade swinging in, finding one, knows the location of a second, but is unable to capitalize upon it. And now the plant coming in, but Ruru is here on a flank. Oh, he misses his opportunity for the free kill though, and Peter just escapes. Now Ruru's at 9 HP. He's going to have to try and flashbang past this, but he can't run through that Molly right now, as the flash is essentially wasted. Peter gets the bomb on the ground. He can head directly over towards Nubox where he'll be safe. Flashing back out himself, and Ruru still thinking he's going to be back by Emo somewhere, but that's not the case. He just wasted one of his last nades here. That should confirm, of course, since he definitely hit a few of those bullets, that he is going to be back over here by Nubox. Now, armed with an AK, he'll look for the clutch, and he's being sneaky about this too. The smoke comes out, missing another volley of bullets here, as Peter's just wasting so much time, and he ends up closing out with the P250 and giving yet another round to NRG.
Yeah, a round that I think Rush obviously should have won. Just again, a couple failed shots so far that we've seen. The rap side, like you talked about, when Toy peeked Arch, he should have had a double or a triple kill when him and Blade were both watching that. There, Ruru had essentially a free kill onto PTR, not able to land the remaining CZ bullets. I think he missed like maybe 6 or 7 shots there on a guy trying to plant. So a couple rounds that definitely, oh, and even the pistol round, right? 3 towards B. Blade just kind of charges them with a CZ and doesn't even get a bullet off. So a lot of just missed shots from Rush, quite frankly. Great analysis, right, Blue?
Absolutely. Good stuff.
Some good stuff, right?
Yeah.
No, but really, I mean, they're missing, they're in decent positions, and just whiffing.
Yeah, Ruru is going to end up getting chunked down nice and early as he tries to aggress through the long haul over towards the CT apartments. Down to 23 HP right at the beginning of the round for the most part. Obviously, Rush not really being able to invest even towards anything big into this round either. For the biggest buy they have is a P250 sitting on Aikens. I think it was actually Ruru that purchased it. So that's going to roll right out. He's actually doesn't really realize where Ruru is shooting at him from, however. So Ruru is able to escape with that kill. Aikens, of course, helping out too. But the actual swing is on its way towards B right now. And what's even worse is that single player going out towards balcony bit the second player off of this site. Silent's going to be smoked back out. He'll even be smoked out from the garden position he's trying to retake towards right now. So that's full control from Energy. And obviously, let's be a little bit careful of Rush trying to get aggressive here and pushing their way back in, or at the very least hunting for those exit kills. But the round should almost for sure go into Energy as they pick up 2 more kills there, bringing it just down to Silent and Blade.
Just flying out there. Seeing that there is at least 2 players, so they just go into Rush B. Silent gets a nice kill on the Breeze. But round will go Energy's way nonetheless, so we'll see 6-1. Energy has a ton of money.
Yeah, Peter over 10k now. He's only really going to have to reinvest into nades this time. It actually looks like he's dropping, so he does end up buying down a little bit more. I think Breeze is still running a bit low in cash in some of these rounds, so it's actually, excuse me, it's Daps that ends up getting the drop this time. But right back into it, however, and coming off of that save round, Rush are also going to be able to rebuy. You'll note again, though, the lack of an op that seems to be coming in a lot from the Rush side on both their T and CT sides. Silent just going to be working with a rifle, same as the rest of his teammates here. Ake is taking a big risk, though, in going for the window positioning. It's a good thing that nobody's waiting for him out on that T deck over there. Little Man also catching the first kill here on Banana as Little Silent just found out in the open, it seems. Fugly as well taking out Akis. Toy is going to take a battle, wins it, but now he's got to run quickly back onto the site as Breeze is also chasing him down. And he's got him locked over here towards 4 Starges. However, he's kind of tunnel vision into that, doesn't check towards CT, where Blade also rotated back in and is able to once again re-equalize the player count down to a 3-on-3 situation here. However,
Blade should have just ran to A right away. I mean, NRG isn't stupid. They know there's 2 towards B.
And Ruru is caught as well, trying to re-navigate over towards Pit. Not really going to cause a huge delay, but in their haste of trying to get out and kill Ruru to take A site control, Ruru actually picks up that first kill. Now he's got support from Blade, but Blade has to come out huge here. Picks up 1, and there's only 1 more to go with that ceiling kill onto Fugly. They might have this secured, but we'll see as Peter's been hitting some shots nicely tonight. And there's the first of 1 that can clutch out again. Toy trying to wrap back just the direct way through Library, and with that, he will have a relatively easy kill to close out on this one and finally give Rush a second round.
Yeah, but, I mean, it's pretty much a perfect round to lose, right? It's 6-2. If you just win this round, you're going to reset their economy. You're going to have a couple tries to do it. So NRG losing their rounds in the best possible way, and Rush winning their rounds in the worst possible way with just 1 alive. And the other round that they won before was just with 2 alive.
So the possibility for a reset is going to come directly alive again.
Yeah, as soon as Blade gets that kill, he should rotate though. Like as soon as he got
1 on B.
He should just he should just run towards A right away because they know 2 are towards B. And more often than not, they're just going to run towards A.
So more than likely, Rush are going to be brought down to just no economy at all here, as they do have to rebuy pretty much everyone back into it. And then NRG, we talked about it a few rounds back, about how much money they had built back up. It is going to actually reduce down pretty quickly. I'm thinking at most 1 or 2 buys max if Rush can keep it consistent here. But the real thing is Rush having to worry about not losing this one. Energy can obviously kind of deal with it if they end up dropping 1 or 2 rounds here. I'll have to obviously work off of a much closer scoreline. But we can see, once again, Energy splitting their players up, probably going to throw in the direct smokes really early on here going into the B bomb site. And they do have a 2-man hold, but nobody's on the site. Everybody's sitting back over here for CTs. They have a player boosted up into the flower. Toy, did he actually see this player go beneath him? I'm not sure if he did. I think he just crept past him. So Breeze
24/7.
Breeze is going to waltz right in, take down Toy. And now Now there's only one more remaining as they've smoked it back off. And in the meanwhile, the team is going to execute it here towards A as well. They had a rotate bit over towards B. Blade's going to be caught at an in-between point, and there's now nothing he can do as he's the last man standing in a 1v5. Best hope for him is a trade on Breeze, but he's not even going to get that. Breeze just gets that final kill, lurking into a nice 3K there, and Energy pick up a 7th, resetting Rush's money.
NRG secret plays. Breeze kill everyone at this site.
The secret play was just Breeze.
Yeah.
Going out on his own. Yeah, that was. It looked like Toy just had him completely.
Well, it's a good play. You get underneath that guy and you go through the smoke behind him. I mean, Phelps has been doing that constantly. It's very successful for him, and we see Breeze do it there.
So no aggression rolling out from Rush on the B-bomb set. They actually did force into this round too, it should be noted. They shouldn't have that much money left over anyway here. Yeah, they all pretty much buy out down to 100 or less. As they're just going to have CZ's armor with slight amounts of smokes and flashbangs. And that is going to be it. So Energy, in theory, should have a very easy time closing out here, assuming they don't get a little bit over-aggressive and go into those stacked-up positions from Rush, as they're just playing it really far back, probably holding a lot of close corners where they can hopefully punish close combined plays from Energy. And that may be what they get this time, as Energy are starting to pull back on the mid-pressure, throwing a lot of their players up banana, and are probably going to end up executing in one big group again. However, the snack over here on the site is not necessarily so well conjoined, but the second they hear trouble, rotate's already on the way. Toy also catching a first kill here, holding the line on his own, now with an AK. Not going to get much else done, however, besides another 25 damage off onto Fugly here. Silent looking to hold, but they also going to have a new player by the crypt. Silent caught out, though, isn't able to realize his target quickly enough, so Daps will take him down. Peter finding AK's running in. Looked like he whiffed again, but he does connect onto the kill at the last second, but it's of little consequence, as Breezy and Daps both pick up kills.
Yeah, I mean, hiding first oranges just, it kind of sucks now. In the old Inferno, you used to be able to hide first oranges, and then they would jump up, like going towards Spindle, and that's when they would see you. But now, you know, you could just see the person first oranges from water, so it's just really not a good position. And Silent knows that, and he felt pressured to just kind of run out because he felt they were going to check it. Now we see a full eco for Rush. It's probably going to be 9-2. Breeze just destroying them at banana. Take a look at the scoreboard real quick. Staffs gets taken down in halls.
And the rest of Energy are just going to go for another banana push, it seems, after losing him. But again, they've got early rotations moving over. The timing on these is not necessarily bad from Rush. It's just actually figuring out what is right and what is going to be a fake, since Energy have been deploying a lot of successful ones throughout this half. Breezy sneaking back in. Toy doesn't even seem to be really worried about this push. Silent trying to surprise. He had free positioning onto what should have been an easy headshot, but...
Yeah, he does have a P2000.
Yeah, that's true. So he's going to end up getting knocked back out. Blade still holding the position on the sandbags, which...
Use your blade.
I think he's hoping someone checks it. It's gonna creep out now.
Please.
Crazy to check it a second ago. He's got it. He's just gonna go for the USP kill. He gets it, but yeah, it's not gonna matter too much, as AK's already found an AK, so he's looking for the save now, and I imagine Blade is gonna try to do something similar. Not necessarily saving the AK, but at the very least trying to do some economical damage to Energy here. As he just creep back out over here towards CT. But actually, he's going to end up escaping. I thought Energy were going to try to box him back in, but they're worried about saving their guns as well, so they do end up running away from that. And they'll let 2 AKs get out from the CT side there.
Yeah, but it's pretty dominant so far for Energy. I'm telling you, that Breeze is going to be very, very good for a very long time.
He fell off, actually. It was interesting. He kind of went off the radar a little bit for a few weeks in Pro League. He wasn't having himself a couple good games, but it seems like he's...
Yeah, I mean, I don't really care about stats that much. Like, I think just the way Breeze aims, the way he plays.
The overall play style.
Yeah, the play style. He plays winning Counter-Strike. And from what I understand is he's also a really good teammate. So he's going to be like... He's going to be a very good player for a very long time, and he's going to be in the top of NA for a long time.
Well, again, Rush obviously back onto another gun round here. The problem is they did basically go back to only having one on B, and it's going to be Silent. He's behind the...
Look at this guy.
just walks right in. Silent doesn't even get to move, let alone fire a bullet, so he's given zero chance to react to that situation.
Just having a rough day.
Yeah. You can't even blame him for that one. That was good shots from Breeze there. So Blade trading out 1 kill here. Oh, Ruru actually getting a nice spray trap. Blade gets a 3rd kill. All of a sudden, all that's left is Daps, and he was rotating over from A.
I bet you he mollies the bomb.
Let's see if he's going to try to toss it back out. They haven't actually gone onto the bomb just yet, so he's going to push back into it, finding 1 kill. And the last player is extremely low. Ruru down at 15 HP. Here's the molly coming on top of the bomb now. Vision isn't its greatest. And at the moment, Ruru can't actually push toward, but he just goes into the molly anyway and kills himself. So Taps will win out the round in the 1v2 clutch. And Energy get to keep their lead secure. 10-2 now.
It's a quick game so far.
I mean, yeah. A little bit of a closer round there, but interesting end to it. Is Energy, well, apparently still winning it out. And this will take Rush onto pretty much an eco for most players. Some obviously having a bit of extra cash. Ruru and Blade able to go for armor.
Ryu say that Breeze cheated and then picked him up.
What? Wait.
Wasn't that Ryu?
Yeah, where did this come from?
I was just thinking about it.
Yeah. Yeah, that was
that's actually hilarious.
That was the thing everybody pointed out when because he had to like make a whole statement about that.
Yeah.
He like apologized. For
Even though Selfless is no more Ryu, we can still bash you. All right. You can't escape it.
So Energy are gonna end up moving in to the B bomb site and trying to go for another just pretty direct execute, as we've been seeing many times on this half so far. Rush for the most part of the full save. Toy trying to go for the position that Blade took, where he was able to pick up a kill before. And Breeze.
Look at his crosshair control and placement, though. It's like just so on point.
And off of Breeze, just pushing CT. That's it. That's the round right there. I don't even think Ruru and Akis are going to be able to do much.
He's the bully, man. He's just bowling.
I know.
Messed up.
Push hard. Even now, look at how aggressive he's being. Moves in. He's probably going to get this last kill, too, unless his teammate steals it. Yeah, Daps is going to steal it, but he pretty much got the kill for him. And Energy going to 11 here now. At the end of the last 2 rounds of the half. I think the funny thing when he got picked up for Selfless is everybody was saying like that Ryu had complete evidence that he was cheating, and he said, as long as you play for my team, I won't put it out into the open. It was like an attempt at some extreme next level blackmail or something like that. But wow. Just a joke, of course.
Silent again going for an aggro pick. Takes like 40 damage and gets nothing going his way.
Yeah.
It's a rough one for Silent. His combined stats this series are like 7 and 30.
I think he's got a little more than that. He's got like, I think he's got like 10 or 11. Which is not much better, granted, but true. We do end up seeing Energy again. Very slow on the opener. This time finally putting a bit more pressure back over here towards A into this next gun round. Obviously, as we saw earlier there, the damage from Silent going to send him back and restrict a lot of the B pressure, but they are rotating into it early, and while they catch that first kill again, not making a whole lot of presence onto the site just yet. Molly's going into the cubby there. Little Man going to smoke things up. I don't actually think he noticed Blade this close up here, so he may find it surprising. Moves into it. Blade catching that first kill. Toy trying to swing back in. He's unsuccessful, however, and now Breeze leads the charge as he takes down Ruru. That clears out the site and leaves Silent as the last man standing in a 1v4. Might just decide to save this here, as again, they still have to go for one more round, but Breeze actually moving in. I don't think he's realized that Silent's all the way over here on the highway. So he's going to just walk right past him.
How does Silent not hear him?
There we go. He saw him now.
What, Silent? Oh, because of the sound.
The sound, I told you. He
and his teammates don't hear him either.
I told you how it sounded.
Why aren't his teammates telling him?
I don't know.
Maybe they're just not mumble together.
They're only using in-game chat.
Yeah, they're using
dead talk.
I mean, he ran that whole way.
He threw a flashbang as well.
He couldn't have been less stealthy.
So, Pretty solid half from Energy, and we're going to see if they can solidify it with one more round here. A lot of nades going out actually against Breezy, but he doesn't care. Moving in, he actually won't catch a kill this time. Silent getting his revenge from the last round there. Trades him back out. The round is still very much in the favor of NRG, though. And Bururu swinging over here, trying to pick up one more kill. He'll find it, but a repeat from Peter out into mid. Takes him right back down to the ground. A 3v1. Blade at the helm for Rush. Let's see if he can actually make an impact here and be able to try and clutch this one back out, or if it's going to be an easy 13th from Energy, the first one, but the immediate trade from Peter once again, and Energy do seal the deal, ending up with a 13-2 half in their favor. Not much going for Rush there, unfortunately, so stick with us to see if they can get anything going in the second half, or if it's going to be domination from Energy here on Inferno.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, Legion Lenovo, Mountain Dew League, and ESEA.
Well, Rush putting up a good fight back over on Mirage. We're not going to see the same thing here on Inferno. Unfortunately, they have a huge deficit to work against coming off of their own first half now on Inferno. 2-13, and it's just been Energy, specifically Breezy, dominating things there in the first half for the Energy T side.
Yeah. Silent. Can't catch a break, man. Even production roasting the guy. Silent 3M. The 3 stands for $30.
I guess so. It's actually that's a really good equation there.
No, I'm not even kidding. I called him 0.3.
Did you?
Yeah. We got in an argument once, and I'm like, shut up, Silent. The 3 stands for 0.3, because that's the FPRU average in league play.
So yeah, Silent not having the hottest game right now.
I actually called him 0.3 for like months.
Did you really?
Yes. All I referred to him as. But we made up since then, so you guys are jerks now. And
okay.
I'm not.
Got it. But yeah, just waiting for the players as they're warming up still on the server, and as soon as they do hit that ready button, I'll be jumping back into it here. Rush obviously needing a moment to figure out, okay guys, how do we get back into this game? Is there any way we can even do that? And if so, what's going to be the winning strat for us here? Because we need to run just 11 straight in order to tie it.
Get SK to play on your computers and ring for you.
Just call them over real quick.
Yeah. Maybe play NRG on LAN. Might be a little closer. Judging by the Copenhagen Games tournament that I watched.
Yeah. That's gonna be the interesting thing with Energy if they actually do end up following through and making it into the top 6 for the season. Seeing
how they play on LAN.
Yeah, seeing how they do on LAN. They're pretty, with the exception of like that one victory they got over Envy at Counter Pit, I think it was last year. That was like the only real impact they ever made on LAN, and that was with the old roster.
Yeah, I mean, that was with Gabi, Legia, Silent. I think they had a ringer playing because Pete broke his leg.
They had Tabson, I think it was.
Tabson, yeah. So it's literally like not one person from this roster. Actually, on my Twitter, PTR posted a pic on his Twitter, and he posted his leg. He's like, didn't break my leg this time on the way there. And then I replied to it, and I said, getting better on land already.
Well,
that's a good one, right?
Yeah, well, we are.
I thought it was funny. I should have done the dot thing so everybody could have saw it.
Yeah. No, you can't do that anymore. What? Changed it. Yeah, you can't do the dot thing on Twitter anymore. Because you have to like go to the replying to thing and like select people, so you can't dot people anymore.
Twitter sucks. That was like my favorite part about Twitter.
I know, dude. It was great. Well, Energy coming back into this now on the pistol round. They do catch the first kill, actually. Rush does, excuse me. Catches the first kill from Toy onto Daps as he gets really aggressive down those T steps, hunting for intel. And while he does find it, he also finds his own death. So they're going to have to be a little bit careful. Off of that, however, it does allow for Peter to push really aggressively down Banana, restrict that presence, and open up the possibility for a really early flank here. Now, as Rush are going to start to move back out. Silent hopping back from behind. We've seen no trades yet from Energy at all. Breeze is about to get knocked out here, too. Rush looking really good. The last two from B going to start rotating back in. Peter hitting a nice first shot. Almost getting the second one, too. Takes him a minute, but he does follow through with it. So they're back into this one. It is going to be Rush. It is going to be hard to rush their way through this gauntlet, however, now that's set up for them by the hay barrels. As we can see, Rush themselves have a pretty nice setup to counteract this. Peter, though, still fragging out. He's up to 3 now in this round. Little man yet to find one himself. They've got Toy restricted a little bit here. Ruru holds for 1. Peter trading it. Is he going to ace this now and bring Energy back into the lead? As we can see, creeping up, and he gets the angle. So it's an ace clutch possibility from Peter. This timer is going to be a little bit close, but I'm pretty sure he has it. So Energy should be able to win out the pistol round, and they will push up to 14 with Peter having the ace.
Wow. Porch aces in a 2v5 post-plant situation.
Yep.
Nobody could hit him.
Even when he got close up there, Ruru got that first kill too. They only did like another 20-30 damage to him.
Yeah, Toy might as well have had a BB gun in that pit. Yeah. He could not hit a shot. Might as well have been a decoy grenade. Like, he couldn't hit anything. He was... Poor guy.
So
I mean, just the way that it's going for Rush right now.
Yeah.
It's not pretty.
That's going to be essentially the kick in the bucket for Rush here now. As well, they do get the plan, of course. They decided to just force into it now for very obvious reasons. When you look at the scoreline here, they can't save this one, let it go to 15, and then try to go for the full gun round. They need to.
Do they change the pictures? Because I know like that's not any other scene pics. So does ESL put like an overlay over it?
Yeah, they do.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because Toy's picture is actually me in a very unflattering pose.
I know, yeah. That happened here like 3 weeks ago, didn't it?
Maybe production could bring it up because it's pretty funny.
Little man actually catching a first kill out here, but trades rolling in actually from Rush. They get really aggressive. They really aggressively peek into that area over there. And again, another kill going to roll out from Akis this time. It's down to 2 all of a sudden. They do have Silent Lit, but he's in a pretty safe position, so not worried about him just going down easily. Akis, good reactions there as well, catching up Peter. Now it's all on Fugly to get a 4K here if they want to keep this going. Obviously, you know, no huge precedent. They're like, oh, Rush is back into this game all of a sudden if they win this round. They're still 12 rounds behind. But at the very least, they can try to keep themselves alive for a little bit longer. As it is looking like Fugly's not even going to go for this, he'll just make the decision to fall back, save the rifle, and wait for the next round.
Yeah, smart decision by him. Not gonna lie, wasn't watching too closely. Blue, kind of almost.
You're trying to figure out the logos.
Yeah, almost checked out of this game when it was 14-2 and they won the pistol round.
Yeah, Rush will end up winning it out here, and Fugly successfully able to save the M4. Unfortunately, actually, Peter can probably buy in like if Philosophy wants to. It looks like they were going to decide to force into it here now. M4, however, does not go into the hands of Peter, who had the extra money. It's going to go over towards Breezy instead, who currently sits on a 20-10 kill record. Massive in the second map for Energy, as we very much saw back over in the first half here. Rush, though, just going to take it nice and slow. Big stack of 4 players leading up very early to the mid choke point. The bomb's still sitting directly behind them as well. So this could just lead itself into be another pretty quick hit onto the A site. And Energy, at the moment, having positions that sort of contested at the mid choke point, but they're giving those up pretty quickly. Daps already swinging over through arches to rotate fully, at least over towards highway, but he can get back in pretty quickly. So really just kind of shifting himself around a little bit there. And obviously 2 more waiting within the A site itself. As they move in, nicely found. Silent going to be able to eliminate Daps there. That is control pretty quickly being taken by them. The bomb swings back over towards Banana too, so they are going for the pinch in the direction. And we see the battle being taken by the little man, Ruru, getting caught out awkwardly there, a tad, and now Fugly holding for 1. Keep in mind, that was one of the few rifles they had, but 2 more now being picked back up as we do see Rush going in. They'll get full control of the B bomb site, and it is not going to look like Breezy and Little Man will make an attempt at this again. They've got those rifles. They have positioning way over here where they can pretty much confirm that they'll stay alive into the next round, so they are going to save it and let Rush get a 4th round.
Yeah, they're going to save it and still have an opportunity to win the next round, but Rush going with a B split there. They get the kills at A, go towards B. Is actually a little bit dangerous. Fugly definitely could have got that 2nd kill and then put it into a 2v2, and they would have to get the bomb all the way towards B. Instead, we're going to see Rush live to fight another round. Blue.
So they'll push out from it. And again, not really going to see much contest between the remaining 5 players here. Everybody on Rush makes it out past the bomb explosion and energy. As we mentioned before, very far away from the combat zone there, so they end up getting out. The problem is this time, obviously, it is a bit rough to try and get Daps, Fugly, and Peter anything significant. Daps,
I would buy here.
Daps got dropped to 5-7, I think. The rest, I think, are just going for pistols still. Yeah, they just get donated pistols, it looks like, and they did themselves.
I mean, there's no real wrong way to play this, to be honest. Like, you're up so many rounds.
And Little Man takes an early aggressive push, but Ruru is ready for that one. Loses about half of his HP in the process, but still much better engagement overall there for Rush, considering they lose one of their rifles right at the beginning of the round. Now Breezy, again, is going to be your point man to hold most of this. And he is the solo B defender at this point. Fugly as well, having to play so many different positions himself from within the halls here. Gets inside, retrieves the rifle, obviously, which is the main goal of his positioning there. And thankfully for him, Ruru did not actually push into those halls. The rest of the team, for the most part, is already up Banana, trying to go back inside. And Breezy waits up on top of the flower pot with the 2nd player rotating through garden over towards the crypts right now. They do move into it. Silent, not checking for this flower pot just yet. Creeping underneath of it, though, so he gets undetected all the way up to the grill. Is now going to hop onto the site. Daps creeping in there. Lane catching the 1st kill, but now a trade out from Breeze. And flashbangs to try and send Breeze back. It'll work. Pushes him over to the church, but a response also in just as strong of a way. Moves in from the guys over on Energy. And with this kill found in mid against Peter, they're going to push over back towards A. Fugly just actually being kind of randomly hit as Ruru swings out there. Drops him down to 66 HP. Remember, he doesn't actually have armor behind his buy at all. So it's going to be rough for him to take an open contest against these players. Try to find some headshots as Rush 2 push past the porch and up onto the bomb site here, but just ends up getting smoked back off. And that was going to be pushed away from this one. As I think, again, they'll make the decision to save once more.
Man, it's the right decision. I mean, they're definitely playing to win. They're still trying to close this out as quickly as possible. And that's something Rush could learn from. I mean, there's a lot of teams like that literally just saving your gun can win you so many more rounds in the long run on CT side. I mean, it's such a basic and easy decision to make to me. And time after time again, we see so many teams struggle with that.
So Rush coming out on top once more. Off to a good start, of course, in the second half, but Energy, after saving in that last round, and keep in mind that essentially in terms of the money actually spent was pretty much a full save, so I think now they can actually buy into this next one here. Or at the very least go for half buys is what it's going to appear to be now. It's looking like upgraded pistols with armor again.
It's playing it pretty conservative, but still have a good chance to win this round. Probably would have sprung for the umps, just because you still have like a pretty good amount of money bonus.
Well, slow opener actually this time from Rush, as I think they may be expecting a bit more aggression from the Energy camp. But they're taking it pretty cautiously too. So they kind of hold themselves back into just a default 3-2 split. Nobody from B moving out to take aggressive banana control. Nobody from within A really playing close-up angles, with the exception of Daps, who is going to be over there just wrapped around the cubby spot, but no one else really pushed out into the open right now. They are just kind of sitting back and waiting to see what Rush is going to deploy towards them, as they themselves have been rather slow about the way that they open up a lot of these rounds. We've already got one pushed up in towards B, but he's a solo player and is really just going to try and make some noise here. I doubt he's actually going to make a full move into the site, especially with smoke still being a real thing for the energy players as they re-smoke back off the banana push one more time. The bomb, however, regrouping with the rest of them as Rush does prepare to toss in their utility, probably just a few seconds before that smoke fades away, so they can get it set up in time and then push right past it. Energy should be out of smokes here, I believe, as they've used 2 of them now, so it is going to be an open site. And in will come Rush's own utility to try to take it. But in the meanwhile, Daps also rotated over here, so they've got a 3rd man on deck. Unfortunately, he's been smoked back off. Fugly finds the first contact from up on the site there. Ruru trading with Fugly, again striking, and he even gets a 3rd kill too, before finally being eliminated by Silent. So he gets a 2nd one, actually, pretty up close on Daps too, but Peter swinging out, picks up the additional kill, and now it's just Ruru, who is completely detached from this. Bombs on the ground. They just re-smoked Banana, I think. Ruru missed his own smoke, as I think he wasn't expecting to find that balcony there. So a bit of a mishap as he does push his way in, hunting for that kill against Peter. He gets it. Now 1 more to go. Taking the battle. Little Man finds him in the open. Little Man doesn't know what to think of it either, but he's out of time. Little Man just ran away from it. And because of that, Energy will finally get that round, push them up to 15.
Yeah, and remember, that was a pretty light investment from NRG, so they're going to be fully bought up here at 15.
Good stuff from Fugly, who opens up this possible win for Energy right at the start of it as he gets the triple kill. But thankfully, Rush had built up enough money here now, so they are going to be able to buy back into it, including the op on the side, including full utility for all the players with AKs. So it is a full gun round to potentially decide this map now. A lot of utility coming down Banana as well, and Toy is going to be at the front of it here. Oh, oh, it's so unfortunate too, as the smoke does end up bouncing over the Molotov, so he takes a little bit of extra damage. Thankfully, it's nothing too major. He only ends up losing about 30 HP overall. And now the rest of the team, once again, just hanging out by the crossroads, waiting to make a decision whether they're going to swing this up directly towards A or B. They do try to push back into B, but Toy's caught out this time by Peter. And happy with that, just 1 pickup, they fall back, and they'll play within the site now. Peter actually just swung out a little bit aggressively, but I think this is just a check to see if anyone was going to go for more of an aggressive repeat, which at the moment they're not doing. Kind of throwing in utility to hopefully keep these players on B, and it is working. In fact, it's even sending another guy temporarily. At least Daps was starting to rotate past the arches over towards the site, but he changes his tune pretty fast. And now Rush themselves in through the mid choke. They will try to swing this pretty quickly around over here onto the porch side. Nobody taking library side, which means Daps' focus can be entirely on the other end of that one, but that, again, also gets changed up. Rush just seemed to not be able to make up their mind here as they were just mauling back out. Daps knows there's going to be pressure coming from their direction. He's watching out in the event. They do try to split this, but he takes a very open battle here is going to be the problem. So he goes down, but the other issue for Rush is, okay, they get that kill, but now they're low on time. Little Man picking up a first one. Breezy moving in to save his teammate as he drops the bomb. Peter up close. I think he saw Akis cross. The timing just wasn't really too good. Still, though, it's down to Akis, and he cannot get anything done. So it's NRG that claim the second map in a dominating fashion, and they will indeed end 2-0 for the evening.
Yeah, I mean, Breeze just an absolute animal in that game. I mean, just looks so much better than everybody else on Rush, to be honest. I mean, he just ran in and entry uncontested, not just getting the first one, but getting the second and third round after round. It was just a completely outmatched team, Rush was.
Yeah, essentially, we saw some good stuff in the first map, but just falling completely flat here on Inferno. So let's bring the analysts back into the conversation now and kind of get staying on the note of Breezy here for a second. Ven, just getting your thoughts on how Breezy was able to be so successful, specifically on the T side.
I mean, well, I think what Sam mentioned, the fact that it's just straight up better individually than everyone he weighs up against on that Rush side is pretty beneficial when you go into a game like that. And Breezy is, at least in my opinion, one of we all talk about many big talents in NA. Out of the ones who've been playing in Pro League this season, I've been most impressed by Breeze, honestly.
Absolutely. I mean, this is a player that came up, I believe, through Selfless. Actually, would have been War with Slimmy, believe it or not. So it's been like War. I think it was like, I don't even know what the acronym stood for. Anyway, so you see him come up through multiple different systems, and now he's kind of coming into his own as a player, and he definitely has something to show for it. Let's take a look now at Breeze in this replay.
Yeah, so this is round 9, and this is something that caught many people off guard, especially Toy, as Breeze sneaks through the smoke there. And it's a pretty cool setup from Energy. They do the classic Fnatic smokes, which is to block off the front part of the site. which allows for Beast to actually sneak through this. This is something we've seen SK do a couple of times with Phelps, though Phelps does it without the benefits of actually having any smokes other than his own, so a bit more risky in that sense. But it's very cool to see that being brought back. It's something we saw more on the old version of Inferno, but I think it's even better now because so many CT side teams use that boost to kind of negate the fact that people are throwing the spawn smoke.
I think the first time I even saw that boost was the Iniki match between CLG Red and Secret. What was that? It wasn't San Jose. It was... No, wait. I am Oakland. There we go.
There we go, yeah.
Yeah, so that was the Iniki show match, and that was the first time we saw that sort of flower pot boost.
Yeah, we saw it taken to a completely different level, though. I think that was someone like a 3-man thing going on.
3-woman thing.
Yeah,
it works out like that. You know, it's a female match, so yeah.
It's true.
Nonetheless, it's pretty much a domination here on the second map. Any sort of gas that they might have had in that first half of the first map,
they ran out. Yeah, no, they ran out after that first performance, and it's a bit of a shame. But you could definitely see that there's, this is kind of what we alluded to in the pregame going into this, that there is a reason why Energy are amongst the top 6 as of right now, and Rush is fighting to stay out of automatic relegation.
Right.
And I think that kind of came to play really on the second map.
I mean, those guys fought pretty hard coming up through the Mountain Dew League to secure their spot in the Pro League. So it would be a real shame to watch them just turn
go straight down.
You're in. You're up.
Yeah, a bit of a U-turn there. No, obviously, you hope that they can actually muster some strength together. I don't think the fact that they're going to have to go through another lineup change is going to do any benefits for them. But Rura in himself, like individually, didn't do shame to his name by any sense of the word. But Rush's biggest strength leading up to this point of the season was their team play. So I think they still need a little bit of time.
Well, no shame at all is Dirty Peak Pete. Let's talk about PTR's influence in this matchup. I think he had just an excellent pistol round. That's exactly what we're going to look at right now.
Yeah.
So he gets one right here up towards the porch side. He goes to grab the second one there. In the cemetery area. But the cool part about this is it's oh, by the way, those stats at the bottom here are over the course of the series. He didn't just go completely berserk on Inferno.
I mean, yeah, I was about to say, did they even play 19 rounds? I was curious. I'm thinking about his deaths because this was a pretty swift one. But yeah, no, and also have to consider the fact that this was a 2v5. It was not even keel going into it. So he hadn't picked up, too early frags in Banana or something like that. No, this is just straight up retake. Peter going nuts. And I think, we talked about it multiple times. And it kind of rings true for most toppers. They're really solid pistolers. And you kind of see what happens when you unleash Peter. Mm-hmm. So it's really cool to see. And again, I think not necessarily needed in this game, given how well the first half panned out, but definitely cool to see.
It would definitely even be cooler to see. You're talking about oppers with that sort of pistol girth.
Yeah,
and I like to call it pistol girth, so don't think I'm weird or anything. But it would be kind of a cool study to see just why it is that these oppers. I think it would have to do with the quick movement of the hand at a very fast paced precision.
That partly also survival instinct, because the second you mess up as an opper, you only have one go-to move, and that's bringing up the pistol. So you better be accurate with it, because otherwise you're literally just going to be firing BB pellets into another guy with the body armor. Not going to do a whole lot for you. So you're going to have to aim for the head.
You got to aim small, miss small. Or wait, you aim small, miss small. What does they say in The Patriot? Mel Gibson. Anyway, we're going to go into the second doubleheader of the night. We've got Complexity. We've got CLG. We're going to be kicking that bad boy off on coL here in just a moment. But we're going to go to a quick break. And when we come back, it's going to be showtime.
is your chance to actually make it into the Pro League, be a professional Counter-Strike player.
That's the thing that Mountain Dew League provides.
Penguin, you know what? If anybody has a shot at 2-0, it's Penguin. Beautiful Counter-Strike. You usually only see that into the professional level of things.
We are one of the youngest team in top 20. Many teams can underestimate us, and we can surprise them with our tactics, show our Polish power.
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
Counter-Strike is sharing incredible moments with us and will return to a memorable place. Get your tickets now at proleague.com/Dallas.
This is your chance to actually make it into the Pro League, be a professional Counter-Strike player.
That's the thing that Mountain Dew League provides.
Penguin, you know what? If anybody has a shot at 2-0, it's Penguin. Beautiful Counter-Strike. You usually only see that into the professional level of things.
We are one of the youngest team in top 20. Many teams can underestimate us, and we can surprise them with our tactics, show our Polish power.
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
All right, we're back here for the second doubleheader of the night. My name is Stunna. I'm your host here at the ESL Pro League North American region. I'm actually going to introduce you to Vendetta now. What's going on, Vendetta?
I'm doing good, man.
Yeah, I think it's time for our almost even bout of the night. We've got Complexity and we've got CounterLogic Gaming.
Yeah, and on pretty solid maps for both teams, I'd say. We saw some promising signs from Complexity yesterday, which obviously bodes well for them going into this one. But, you know, that said, CLG have been looking pretty impressive as of late.
Absolutely. Both teams seem to trying to find that rhythm. CounterLogic Gaming having found just a little bit more of that success.
Yeah.
It's just a little bit sweeter on the CLG side, I guess you could say. Let's take a look at that roster now as we do talk about it. We've got coL, Ethan, Ricky, Kusta, and Mr. Pujan himself representing that CLG brand.
Yeah, so again, FNS and coL being the old school or old heads in CLG right now, but as we've seen as of late, not necessarily them have to carry the heavy load of that team. Kusa doing exceptionally well for himself so far in the season, and we saw over in Kiev, Ethan just having a wonderful tournament overall, and Ricky being an excellent addition really to this lineup just across the board.
Well, he adds a certain bit of versatility to this lineup, right? Now,
yeah.
In addition to him coming on board as an AWPer,
yeah,
we got Kusta.
Yeah, and it's kind of funny actually because normally you'd think if you add someone who's previously played a similar role to something you already have covered on your team, that wouldn't necessarily add something to your team. It would just kind of stagnate what you're able to do. But Ricky's shown to be a proficient rifler as well, and the fact that they're able to change between themselves who's going to take the reins with the op at any given time, and they've found that nice balance between themselves actually adds a lot to their play.
There's no way that this could have worked, nor would they have probably agreed to it had they not believed in the proficiency of the rifles of either of those players.
Exactly. I think that's a massive part of it. And also you have to have confidence in FNS to actually be able to make those decisions game time when it comes down to it, round by round and et cetera. And having the ability to put a system where this could actually work as well. So, just really fun to see that CLG are kind of coming together on their own and doing pretty well for themselves.
100%. This CLG lineup has not always yielded success. in previous iterations. It seems though now they say it, they're having fun playing. These guys are getting in their own personal rhythms, it seems, which when you have them doing that and then clicking together as a unit, I honestly think that this guy could be the limit. But it's about the path they're going to take to get there.
No, it definitely is. But it's a pretty good start. We're starting off where they already are at, which is with Kusta, and he's just been playing out of his mind so far this season. We talked about how important Peter's been for energy in the previous matchup. Kusta's been in a similar vein, really, for CLG as well, and he's done so. Coming off the back of a pretty rough entry or rough first experience with pro level CS and Liquid. So that makes it all the more impressive, really.
That's an interesting way to put it there, Vendetta.
I mean, it was it's probably not the honeymoon ride that that you were hoping for, really, if you're Kusta. But
welcome to professional Counter-Strike.
Get absolutely
do not
smashed.
Have fun. Do not enjoy yourself. Do not pass go.
Do not play to your strength.
$200.
Exactly.
But
He got it. Yeah, he managed to survive. He got through it, and that's really what matters.
He did. And we touched on the idea of his perseverance, having to play through things like that, and even now we see him kind of finding himself in the same rhythm that made him really successful to begin with enemy.
No, absolutely, and I think that's only going to be something that kind of makes him play with a chip on his shoulder for the rest of his career in that sense. And it can only be beneficial. You see it so many times with people who've gone through diversity. They're able to handle future potential down periods a lot better than what they would have done otherwise.
100% something to look out for on that CounterLogic Gaming side. Let's take a look now at the complexity side of things here as we have Surreal, Depp, Android, Slimmy, and Mr. Desi over on this side. Now, a couple different things we could talk about here to sort of kick this one off. I think the best way to do that would be to talk about this leadership coming in and sort of taking on that task of really, hey, are we going to move these chess pieces around? Are we going to make this work this time?
Yeah, and obviously bringing Slimmy into the picture is a big step in the right direction, I think, for complexity, and they've had enough chances really so far with the core of this lineup, Surreal, Def, them being brought over from the UK, etc., to just get a somewhat stable roster that should be able to compete at least, and they haven't been able to find the right recipe as of this point. But what we saw with Slimmy yesterday and how they were playing, especially on that T side versus Immortals, that was definitely impressive and something that allows you to be positive looking forward. If you're a complexity fan.
Well, even this complexity lineup here, being able to put that sort of fight out there it's a feel-good thing for the fans, like you're saying.
Yeah.
But it's got to give them a little bit more confidence than they've probably been operating with under that banner.
Honestly, it's probably pretty fun for the rest of the players to kind of feel like you have a plan, past the minute point of the round. It's nice to know what you're doing, or at least have a guy taking charge and being like, okay, guys, we're actually going to head towards here, doing it this and this way. And then that's obviously, first off, it allows you to be more freely or think more freely and just focus on more in your own game. You don't have to get weighed down by the fact that nobody's stepping up to the plate and actually leading.
No, absolutely, and I think leadership has been something this team has lacked. I mean, we're talking about an organization here that has been the pinnacle of all of North American Counter-Strike at one point.
Yep.
Winning tournaments in previous versions of the game. Now we even see one of those players coming out as a coach within this lineup.
Yeah.
But what's really interesting to think about is why isn't it working, or why hasn't it worked to this point? And then we do see Slimmy come into it. And hopefully bring that fresh breath of air.
Yeah, no, I think that's partly why, because you haven't had that kind of guy who's able to put the players into a system, right, or utilize them in proper roles really up to that point. I think it was all too kind of fleety from what we saw from Complexity, not enough structured. And sometimes, yeah, it's perfectly fine that you play a loose style of CS, but some players or some, at a certain time, you might need structure more than anything else to actually be able to benefit anything from it and actually progress.
Now, the first map we're going to see tonight is coB, and then we're going to have Cash following that. But the first one's going to be coB. What is there to say about the strengths of either side of this on coB?
I mean, what we saw yesterday, obviously, the big strength from Complexity was their T side. The fact that they had a very methodical approach, slow and steady wins the race in a lot of ways, really, for them. On that T side, the biggest worry is obviously the CT side. We didn't see them mount really a lot of a defense at all. Oftentimes, they seemed way too fond of actually stacking up towards that A-bomb site, not ever taking the chance of actually stacking up with 4 players towards B, even though there was no real indication that Immortals ever wanted to do anything else. So they're able to, or their ability to read the map, obviously with limited information that you can get as a CT on coB, even though it's hard, was still, not very impressed by what Complexity were able to show there.
Well, I mean, Immortals on coB already a tall task.
Yeah, no,
and we saw them last night.
Pretty tough.
They were able to put up a significant number of rounds.
Yeah.
More than we gave them credit for initially. Tonight, are we expecting a fight?
That should definitely be a fight because, with the T side like that, if Complexity can start off on the T side, for instance, and not have to work back from a 12-3 deficit, that can also, do wonders for your mentality going further. But I also think, even though CLG are one of the few teams that actually beaten Gambit, for instance, on coB, we haven't seen, them do that time and time again. Hasn't necessarily been too consistent on coB, and I think that's also to the benefit of Complexity in that sense. They're not necessarily as strong on an average day as Immortals are on coB.
Now, we did just talk about Complexity versus Immortals, and actually to talk about that a little bit further, we've got Eric de Beer Stromberg standing by to go over Complexity's Cobblestone.
How's it going, guys? Thank you, and welcome back to Stromberg Strategies. I wish I had nice hair like Stunna, but that's another story. We're going to take a look at Complexity Android on coB, and I like to spot, I like to watch people in the drop area, because if you lose the drop, you're going to have a very hard time holding A and B, because it's just, there's so much room presence you have to have in the connector. Right here, he gets 1 kill. He picks up a Molotov and gets 2 more. Complexity's losing 6-1 to Miami Flamingos. Who? Is that an open team, I believe? But you know what? That round sparked a comeback for Android and the team. He gets those kills. Now they're on a roll. Now there is a point of view from him taking A. He flashes out. He's trying to rotate fast. I love this move. He smokes the Molotov, because why wait an extra 3 seconds? If he did not do that, those terrorists right there would have gotten great positioning and got under tower, and it'd be a lot harder for him to have those kills. But him smoking it that fast, it's a run through, great spot. Got him 2 kills. Smart play by Android, who is, when he first joined Complexity, was a little iffy, but now he's the stat leader of the team. He has a lot of frags, just a lot of firepower, and has been really blossoming into a great professional player. Back to you guys.
Thank you, de Bears. Appreciated as usual. Now, we're going in Cobblestone first map, and I'm thinking at this point, CounterLogic Gaming has to be the favorite going into it.
I'm also leaning that way. Obviously, they've had the stronger form as of late. They've also had good showings offline, which is something that I value a lot, at least. And if you can take Gambit down on coB, you're doing something right. So that in itself should just be enough for anyone really to look at CLG as favorites.
Okay, fair enough. We're going to bring the commentators in now and kind of welcome them into our conversation. It's the honor's really all of yours to be in our presence. But nonetheless, Sam, if you look at both these teams right now, it's easy to say CounterLogic Gaming is on the up and up. Is it a real clear trajectory of which team is in the better path?
Well, the problem I have with CLG is that they're not quite good enough to just guarantee a win against anybody. When they're playing against like a team like Complexity, like even I right now, if I had to predict, I would say they would split. So they don't have like surefire wins where they're going to win, and that kind of hurts them when it comes to making playoffs and whatnot, since they can drop maps to almost any team in Pro League, right? Especially if they just have those like mental errors and blunders like we've seen them have before. But yeah, I do think they're slightly better than Complexity. But, I mean, we're talking like a 60-40, 55-45, just a little bit better.
Just a little bit better. What, in terms of strengths here, is either one of these teams strategically more sound than the other?
Well, I think you definitely give the edge to CLG. CLG practices like one of the most practiced teams in North America. Complexity, they still, they just got Slemmy, right? They're not going to be super, prepared when it comes to having, strategies and whatnot. He really hasn't much time to work with them. And CLG, they play a lot, and they really do try to play with good teamwork and, have plans and whatnot. So I think CLG definitely wins when it comes to like strategy-wise, chemistry-wise, and having been together for longer.
Yeah, and outside of the strategy going in their favor, if you rank, go pound for pound in terms of players individually, because you do say that, CLG are not necessarily guaranteed to get a W really off.
Yeah, that's a good question. Like you're saying, like who has the better like individually talented players?
So, pound for pound. Because there has to be somewhere, if Complexity were to grab a map, they have to have an edge somewhere. And if it's not going to be strategy, then it probably is somewhere towards the individual aspect of it. So who do you see from Complexity kind of ranking up towards the players of CLG?
Well, I think when it comes to just straight killing people, actually Android might be the most talented player in the server. Having said that, you know, I think the op battle goes so heavily CLG's way. I mean, Kusta and Ricky are like miles ahead op-wise, in my opinion, than the complexity oppers. So you have a giant gap there, right? But then, like, when it comes to individual skill, despite that, you know, I kind of lean complexity's way, actually. But even having said that, the op is so favored in the other way that you give it to them. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, I get what you mean. I mean, I think that's fair as well, given, you know, what kind of impact we've seen the oppers have pretty much for any team that's doing well in Pro League right now. The fact that primary oppers just make your life a lot easier.
But I mean, for sure, dedicated to that craft. I mean, that could go for just about any role, so to say. But we did see rather an impact of an opper. Like, you can tell when their presence is not there.
Yeah. So, okay, so going further into this, obviously we saw that complexity on their end had quite some struggles really on that CT side versus Immortals. Do you think that's something that they will have had the opportunity to kind of address going into this? Or do you think we might see an issue where it's similar to the fact that they're not able to read what the T sides are doing? They're not, you know, willing to actually take chances pretty much and actually stack bomb sites to a certain degree? Because we didn't really see a whole lot of that versus Immortals.
Well, versus Immortals, Immortals kind of ran them over. They did a much different type of strategy than I think we will see from CLG. I think CLG is going to be a lot more, you know, laid back. They're going to see what the CTs give them, and then they're going to kind of work from there. With Immortals versus Complexity, a lot of Immortals was like really fast strats, going very quickly, kind of just bulldozing them over. I remember when I believe it was FNX jumps down drop, kills 3 players in the back that were pushing towards Broken Wall, like things like that. I don't think we're going to see. I think we're going to see a very different game, more slowed down from CLG. And because of that, that's going to allow the complexity players to maybe be a bit more comfortable and kind of, you know, read the situation differently.
Oh, well, and just to update the audience at home, we're waiting on the last player to get in and do what he's supposed to do today, which is get in and ready up in the server so we can get the match underway.
Tough life being a professional Counter-Strike player.
It's hard, man.
Please. It's real tough. I know. I've seen it. But no, these guys put a real dedication to their craft. And a lot of time, a lot of hours spent into the game. So I more than appreciate all that. Blue, I tell you what, man.
What's up?
I know you're there.
You got to get Blue in the conversation.
I know you're there. Blue, who you taking in this one, Blue?
I'm actually disagreeing with Sam a little bit. I'd say this is a straight 2-0 for coL, or excuse me, 2-0 for CLG. I still think that they're like on the up and up, but overall, I feel like they're the overall better team, and that they're going to be able. I don't think they're going to struggle too much in this matchup at all. To be completely honest, I feel like this is one that will go pretty strongly in their favor.
They only have a divide.
I know
on the
house divided. The Blaze combo isn't coming to an end, but there's definitely some a picket line right down the middle, huh?
Yeah, no, it's interesting. I'm actually kind of leaning towards Blue as well. I think it's instead of a split series, I think it's going to be 2 maps going in CLG's favor, which again, you know, starts them off well and potentially getting a top 6 spot as well, which is a big fighting cause for them right now. And yeah,
they're not making top 6 Vendetta.
You got to keep hope alive.
SK, Renegades, and Optic.
And
yeah, that's true, but they also have to play Rush.
Yeah, but still, that's going to be like at least 4 losses.
Well, I mean, wait, okay. So who's the guaranteed losses in this? I mean, I can agree with SK.
Yeah.
I can agree with SK. Yeah, but
I think split maps these days.
I think Renegades will either split or 2-0 them, and I think Optic will either split or 2-0 them.
Yeah, but even if they split on both of those, they could off of those wins push into the top 6 off of that.
Exactly.
With 12 losses,
would it end up being 12 losses with that?
Well, they're 8-8 right now, right?
Yeah.
So
they get 2 losses from SK and 2 from the other matches.
That's best case scenario in my opinion. That'd be 12 losses. Do they make playoffs?
They'd be close. It might come down to like a tiebreaker situation in that case.
Well,
it's usually between like 12 and 16 is where teams end up in like the sweet spot there.
And excuse me, guys. I know I'm going to let you guys talk to yourselves for at least the next hour. It is about that time, so I think the biggest loss is going to be us from the equation. I'm going to let you guys take from here. We're going to jump right into this matchup, and you guys can have it.
All right, thank you very much. Yep, we're getting prepped now as we do have all 10 players in the server, so just waiting for them to ready up, and then we can get started with the first map here on Cobblestone between Complexity and CLG, a team that has been on the upswing as of late, but has yet to prove themselves in terms of consistency here now. And in this matchup, it'll be a good place to do it. Complexity, still a new leader jumping into the fray for them, and struggling overall throughout the course of this season. If we could see Complexity dominate this one, they'll certainly be looking strong for those remaining matchups, including tomorrow's game versus the Renegades, which is probably going to be one of their tougher remaining maps. But it is looking like now that the players have readied up, so it is time to jump into it. CLG will be starting off on the T side, and Complexity will jump into the CT side. Let's get into it and take a look at who's going to win this. So you say split, right? So this first map here, do you see CLG taking this one or Complexity more taking this one?
What's the second map, actually?
Off the top of my head, I don't have that info in front of me, actually. You caught me.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know either.
Yeah, I'd have to go check it out real quick. I'll get it in a minute, but we do have CLG probably going to go for a pretty... Well, just overall, assuming this is like a best of one or whatever, who would you say takes this one?
Honestly, I don't know why, but I'm leaning Complexity's way.
Complexity.
Even though they got destroyed by Immortals.
Well, that's certainly a good start. Oh, Desi gets a third. Def is okay. 4 kills out of nowhere from Complexity. And all of a sudden, it's down to Ricky to trade. He can only get 1. Yeah. And just like that.
The play style is going to be so much different than what they saw from Immortals. Like, CLG doesn't have those type of players that Immortals has, where they could just say, hey, run out B, run out here and just kill people. They don't have an FNX. They don't have a Henny to make like shots like that and whatnot. They just don't have those type of players. And I think Complexity is just going to be so much more comfortable playing on that CT side versus how CLG is going to play. That I think there's going to be a lot of potential for coL to make it 4v5 and kind of break that type of play style from CLG and kind of leverage that into a victory. We'll see though.
Yeah, into the second round, CLG have forced into it since they kind of got wrecked in the pistol there. They are just going to be limited with everybody except for Kusta, obviously, due to the upgraded pistols and armor. And we do see them pretty much everybody except for 2 that I imagine are going to go for a drop split, pushing in towards A-Long early on here. Very minimal resistance on A-Long in itself. Slemmy's here, just tossing out a smoke, as you can see. I doubt it's really going to hold back CLG for too long, though. Plenty of time left to actually make their execute go. And for both Ethan and Ricky, they wait patiently on top of drop, where there, I think, is actually some active presence from the coL camp, as you do have Def sitting inside of there, wanting to counter that back out. So that is going to send both Ricky and Ethan back over to regroup with the main push over at A-Long right now, as they will end up just kind of grouping up and playing it together to swing into that site. Problem is going to be his rotates for over towards that A site, even though it is just 1 in the site right now. They are going to be able to very quickly make it 2 and even 3, as I think even from his position now, Android can probably spray them on the cross from the door. Slemmy gets dinked right at the start, though, so that's not necessarily the best way to end up in this matchup right now, as Kusta will catch the first kill. No trades against them as of yet. Android and Def both together now over here on the balcony, as Android catching 1, Desi with a second. They are bringing it back. Still going to have to eliminate Cutler. That's a great nade. That should do good damage to him, but actually it bounces back out, so it's not necessarily going to be the case. FNS and Kusta finding 2 more pickups. We're going to be even back out, and his teammate trying to assist now as FNS does swing out looking for 1 more addition. Kusta getting his 3rd kill, but Def trading back onto FNS leaves this down to a 1v1, but Kusta gets greedy, goes into the open, and that's where Def will shut it down and give Complexity their 2nd round.
Wow. I don't know why coL is playing with 2 players towards drop when they haven't even come close to getting down drop, and just leaving Slemmy alone on the site all by himself to just get overwhelmed and swarmed. Like, they don't need to take those type of risks on a round like this. And it almost comes to just really, really hurt them. And it really does. CLG should buy this round. They didn't invest anything in that 2nd round, really. So they're going to buy up. They're going to get AKs, umps, and a Tech 9. So they could definitely contest and win this round. Complexity, Slemmy, and Surreal on umps. The rest on M4s.
Yeah, and pretty quickly just leading this into their default playstyle now, since there's obviously, if they can break Complexity out here just on a normal gun round strat, then they're going to start off with the advantage. More than likely that'll break coL, allow them to immediately tie up the matchup and keep this close right from the get-go of things. Slemmy as well being challenged once again. And tagged down, just like the last round here, to 50 HP. Thankfully, he does have some assistance this time. I think it's Surreal playing inside of the suicide steps that's going to be able to help him out a little bit. But coL, not even, getting close to a real commitment over towards A-Long yet. Really just a couple players poking in, looking to see if they can get some intel or find out if the CTs had pushed back out. They didn't really find a player there, but they lit him for half HP. And off of that, now the rest in those B-halls are going to start to swing back over to regroup. And again, deploy this push, probably at the ramp and through A-Long into the site.
Yeah, and they should win this round. I mean, Complexity's setup is, I don't agree with how they're playing at all. I think they should have taken some map control somewhere, taken some type of a risk. Instead, they're just letting CLG do whatever they want.
Yeah, Ricky swinging up really quickly. All the attention for the CTs is over here at A-Long, where Kusta just destroys both
now
of them.
They need to save. Do not go for the trap.
Android at the very least gets 1 kill, but that may spur them on now into trying to pursue this, even though it is going to be a 4v3. Smoke back out. Most of their players, I mean, even smoked out towards heaven right now. The only way they have back into the site without having to go through a smoke is going to be inside of that shed. But finally, CLG pushing forward, getting up onto the site as they do clear it back out. They'll be safe to go for the plant. They are working this back, however, now evening it up as Def picks up a kill on Kusta, and Def even being out on the site. If he can find an additional pickup here onto Ethan, that's going to be their way back in. Ethan catches that kill, Desi with a trade, and he gets the second. Now it's on FNS, but he's found one, and he knows that Desi's up close here. He hasn't jumped on the bomb just yet, but FNS is unsure of this, so he has to peek it to confirm that, and now the stick has come back in, but FNS, where's the peek? He is going to go for it, and he clutches it out, so CLG seal that round away, and we go 2 for 1 at the start of the map.
Yeah, and now Complexity is going to be on a save. I mean, that's a 3v5 retake scenario on the A site. They're very fortunate that they were even able to make it into a 1v1. Like, generally speaking, they're just going to get destroyed when they try to actually retake that site. The post plant wasn't very good on CLG. They win the round regardless, and now Complexity, they could have got exits. They could have, you know, possibly won this round and rebroke CLG's economy. And instead, that poor decision to go for it puts them in, you know, a bind.
Yeah, now we do have Kusta stuck behind the rock here. Actually, is Complexity just going to get aggressive this time, but it doesn't matter. CLG are able to hold it back out, just completely destroying the defenses here. And now all you have left is the one player that was assigned to watch for B. It's Desi, stuck in drop, maybe able to surprise one. In fact, he does catch that kill into Ethan, but now running out. If he just goes for it blindly here, Ricky's going to be able to catch him. And actually, no, misses the opportunity, but Desi actually getting way farther than I would have expected he would have got. Smokes out the other direction, knows he's being chased by someone on the other side, catches that kill on Ricky. All of a sudden, this is back down to a 1v3. Finds himself a different SMG with a little bit more ammo to play off of, and re-smokes himself off here to stay alive. CLG, though, just focusing on the objective now as they do run away from this one, and they'll leave FNS to try and battle out if necessary, but the other two back up to the A side where they're going to plant, and at most, Desi is just going to end up probably saving over here on this site now.
Yeah, I mean, good job getting these 2 kills, an ump kill as well. So making something and getting a couple kills out of basically nothing. Takes out both their SMGers, keeps CLG's economy a little bit low, but I mean, it's crazy to me, man. We watch, you know, SK, we watch Cloud9, and they save in these situations where they're supposed to. And it's not a difficult concept to grasp. It's very basic. And we just see time and time and time again. These players go for these 2v4s, these 3v5s, and just end up really just hurting their economy to the point where they're doing so much more harm than good. And with how strong the ump is, and with how strong the Mag 7 is, you could save these guns and put together a great round in the upcoming round, you know, where you give yourself a good chance to win.
But Complexity do end up just bringing out the one rifle from the previous round there. May be enough, however, to push them over the brink to try and buy into it. Look at the replay there onto the utter domination against Complexity. The only player that makes an impact that time is Desi. And it is going to look like that the gun will just get tossed over to Def now as the rest of the team buys back in with just light pistols for this round. CLG obviously still rolling with a full buy here and pretty directly already moving themselves out, but they will be smoked on their approach to the B platform. They're going to have to hold themselves for a few extra moments before they do go for it. Overall, won't be too worried about that, though, as, once again, with the exception of Def, the most expressive buy they're working against is P250s, and, or excuse me, is going to be the UMP. They're sitting now on Android as Def has lost himself and is trying to pick a target, but CLG actually making quick work of him as well. So they down that up for the second time. Ethan just follows through with the elimination of Desi. This should be the site going under their control. Unless they slip up against these rock players, Slimy kind of rolling out there, catches one trade, but that's it. Ricky takes him down afterwards, and CLG now take the lead.
Yeah, and Complexity not inspiring too much hope so far, Blue. Their decision-making, how they almost lost to Glocks, essentially, and a couple, like a Deagle and a Tech 9, and then not saving those guns in that round. It's not doesn't inspire too much confidence.
So we've got ourselves into another gun round, however, and this does include an op for Surreal, or CLG have not even really had to go for theirs just yet. Fast play again out towards the platform. Complexity are going to respond to that in kind as they do back away over behind the boost-up box. Ricky even getting himself all the way towards Broken too. Flexity re-aggress a little bit, pushing their players forward up towards the steps and whatnot. Def just holding in that cubby instead. And Def completely, or excuse me, not Def, Slemmy completely blinded back out. Def is actually the only one that's able to frag out here. Desi helping out too. Unfortunately, Desi has to save the day again as he gets his second kill on the round here, bringing it into a 1v2. That 1v2 may be entirely impossible for Cutler to pull back off. He is going to attempt to, I imagine, swing over through A and see if he can flank these guys through the main doorway. But if that fails, he'll be dead quickly, and it'll be Complexity claiming this round.
Yeah, it's very difficult for him to take any, engagement where he's not flanking somebody. So he's going to flank and hope he can just hit somebody in the back of the head and then make it a manageable situation. Because if he just goes out upper with 20 health, his odds are pretty low of being successful.
Surreal. He's actually looking towards drop room right now, so he's not going to be paying full attention to this lurk over here. And so long as Cutler remains quiet and he checks this corner, he may be able to get this first kill for free. Walking into it, though, Surreal does check for the door push. And off of that, Complexity do close out.
Yeah, so good sight hold from Desi, and he's really improved on what we saw last night, where he was having a really, really rough game. I believe this might be his own smoke that he's actually sitting in. I think it's a one-way. I think I've seen him throw it in rank S before. So you can kind of, pop that down when an execute happens. There might have been CLG smoke, but I do think it's his own.
Well, now we do have, again, the rebuy rolling out for Complexity, and it includes an op sitting onto Kusta, so we may see that up-on-up battle come into play a little bit more actively, but probably later on in the round is where you are going to see that, as in the opener here. Just a bit of a in contest between both teams. We have some players on Complexity pushing out towards A-Long to hold control there. Doubt CLG are actually going to push for it, though. This is just sort of like a default opener to make sure they can punish any CT aggression. Cutler looking like he may creep up towards it here, but we're going to wait and see in a moment as the other two players on the team are stuck in those B halls that potentially go towards either site. Molotovs and everything being pushed in from A-Long, and we do actually see a peek coming out from Kusta now. Fortunately, smokes, flashbangs that get in the way, but Kusta gets tagged, but he reads into it and hits the shot, and now just barely going to be able to escape with 6 HP. Hitting that first kill, though, is now going to initiate the drop play from the other two on CLG here, as at least one of them moves towards it, and that is going to be Ricky, I do believe. The other is pushing out towards Broken Wall, but Surreal is here, and he can see over that smoke just slightly. I think they do realize that there was FNS also moving past it. Make sure that he will not be spotted out. And as the smoke starts to fade away, Surreal having no choice but to back out himself and prepare for what could be an incoming hit onto this site. Is, keep in mind, Complexity also re-aggressed that through A-Long, so they know for sure it's not coming to A. The remaining other 3 players are going to be set on this site to defend it, and all the possibility of a flank on its way. Surreal, though, hitting that first shot. That's Ethan gone down. The response is so far behind. They do flash out the shotgun player at Broken Wall, but they can't actually get it onto the platform. Slemmy now initiating the flank, picks up 1 kill. It's down really to just Kusta here after Android just snipes out FNS with the shotgun. Kusta stuck as well with only 8 seconds remaining. I think they are going to try to run on the timer a little bit, but no, Android again. Pretty long range for the shotgun, but it gets him the kill with a headshot. And Complexity close out the round.
Yeah, only 6 HP on Kusta there at the end, and that 4v5, Complexity doesn't rotate at all towards A. Slemmy tells them to hold their ground, and I think they even got a quick flank. So good sight hold by them. Android playing up close to the Broken Walls. That first kill that Surreal got was extremely important. They threw good counter nades to delay them, and everybody reacted appropriately.
Now, Slemmy rolling back up here. FNS just walking in through mid-connector and taking down Slemmy, however.
Why was he so late?
I don't know.
By the time he got to long A, there were 4 people in the halls.
Mm-hmm. So that will give a free rifle over to the CLG side, along with free A long control, which is now really going to send things up in the air for coL here. Thankfully, we would hope anyway, that because of the fact that it's still a P250 round, it's going to be easily recoverable for Complexity, but we've also seen rounds like this lost as well today. So we don't want to count CLG out just off of their bye. They do decide, it looks like, to follow through with this aggression, and more than likely they're going to end up executing into A, but that will be after quite a bit of delay, it seems, as they're still taking quite a long time to have everyone sort of group up. Kusta hiding within his own smoke here to see if any one of the CTs wants to move back out and him being able to punish that. Def, really curious here, but that could lead to his own death, as keep in mind, they have that rifle now, and there you go. Cutler catching a kill. Surreal missing the first stop shot, does pick up the second, but now he's restricted a little bit. Thankfully, Android also being able to exchange from the doorway here and get aggressive to pick up a second, going for the 30. Knows there's one in the alleyway, but that is where he's going to meet his match. Cutler continuing to pick up kills with the M4, brings us back down to another 2 versus 2. Surreal Still trying to hold from the safe plant position. It's CLG that really need to make this next move here. They've only got 20 seconds left, and as they go for it, Desi and Surreal shut them both down, trying to push out of the alley.
Yeah, but again, on their full eco round, essentially, I mean, only one person even had half armor there in coL. They end up getting 3 kills and just crushing the economy of coL. So COG having a lot of success on these rounds where they're not even investing anything and just kind of attacking Slemmy at long A. And now look at coL's money. It's just, if they would have won that round clean, they would have been able to buy even if they lose this round. And now, if they buy after, the buy is going to be terrible.
Surreal getting tagged up quite a bit here too, as now CLG are going to push their way in. coL taking a big risk and down to 30 HP after he pushed the Molotov, but it's not only him they got to kill. Ricky picked one up too, and they've got another CT currently restricted to the alleyway. And look at this Ricky, just dropping his way in, third drop, continuing to wreak some havoc here. Finesse finds Slemmy, that's it. coL completely dead on the ground here. All they have left is Def and Drop, and that's CLG right back into the fray of things, as they're going to be able to fight back and realistically try to tie this game up more than like in the next round.
I mean, that was like really bad by Slemmy. I know we weren't watching a screen, but that should have, he shot probably 20 bullets into coL, who had like 30 HP, and then just started running away from him for some reason. It should have been a couple kills for him, to be honest.
But not panning out so well for Slemmy at this point. As now we do end up seeing Complexity having to go on to a full save here. CLG more than likely going to end up having an easier time with it. Still a usual split as well from coL. They haven't tried to gamble it or anything like that. They're not even really trying to play close contact. That's going to change up a little bit now, as you can see Def trying to keep over towards the steps. Ethan's watching out for that though, so if he continues forward for too long here, he's just going to walk right into the crosshair of Ethan, give him a nice early kill. But the guys on CLG, coL also finding himself one on the other side of the map there, eliminating Slemmy. Once again, now the 5v3, really the world is CLG's oyster at this point, as they can go anywhere, and it's going to be relatively easy to take control of the site, lock it down, and win out the round from that point forward. They find another player drop. Android actually does sneak in a kill there. Short-lived, however, as Ricky, again, much like we've seen on these eco rounds in the past, immediately trading it back out. And now just leaving 2 up and rolling. They already know where one of them is positioned at. They're struggling a little bit there, but he does get the kill on Surreal. So now it's just going back over towards Drop, just general B area, and trying to eliminate Desi, which isn't even really going to be a priority. They know how well he was able to hold off last time. It is just solo FNS trying to creep towards it right now. And actually, they're both going to walk past each other without seeing it. FNS in 4x3 a little bit there, but he spotted him now. I was thinking about knifing him for a second, but thought better of it. Now it's having to pay the consequences for that delay, which is really just an extra like 3 seconds wait there. As he still gets the kill, and indeed we do end up in a tied situation, 5-5 for both teams.
Yeah, and I mean, Complexity's money still sucks, and I think they would have won this half like already with like, you know, 7 rounds, and if they could have just not lost so many people on these full ecos by COG. But COG just goes A, and they just, you know, kill Slemmy with just Glocks and P250s.
Yeah, we can see CLG are once again going to try to go for a pretty quick deployment out on B. The players outside really just trying to toss in smokes and whatnot. And here we go. Molotov's up on top of Boost. Desi going to try to play close. His Complexity again really probably not going to be able to hold off too much here. Desi just starts blind firing into the smoke, but actually getting a pretty good amount of damage out there. Tagging a few players for about 20 and then bringing Ethan down to do 26 overall. It's enough to hold CLG back after they just deployed all that utility. So now this is actually going to leave the site relatively open for Complexity to respond to these pushes. When CLG finally do decide to re-aggress, they're definitely still going for a B hit. They've showed no signs of rotating off of it anytime soon. So in they will go in a moment. They do catch the first kill there. They'll have to take it just a tad more slowly now. Still working out in their favor, however, as they systematically clear out the drop room. And in a moment, I'm sure the platform's going to get pushed. They can kind of wean out here and eliminate players that are on the site. coL getting caught out a tad. One of the players pushing in for the doorway, but that's the site player gone down. Surreal, as expected, sort of will trade out one player there against coL, but again, just instantly goes back down afterwards, and CLG now take the lead.
They take the lead. They have a ton of money in the bank, too. Complexity gets on their full buy. It's a pretty good one at that. But, I mean, we'll see if I'm CLG, I just keep attacking A, though. Like, Slemmy's 3 and 10. I've been P215 them. You know, I'm saying, like, I'm at least sending 1 to 2 players here every single round. That's what I'd be saying right now.
Well, for the moment, they're going to be keeping their pressure towards B early on in these rounds here. Ricky, first up to bat, even inside of a Molotov, just goes for it. Oh, he catches players boosting too, so he's got that intel. Can look for that player, easily isolate him. Nicely played by Ricky. They know they got more drop. They don't even think they realized how far Ricky's pushed back in yet either, so he escapes with a third one as well. There you go, Ricky dominating again, just like one of the last gun runs, and that's it. Surreal and Slimmy aren't even going to attempt this. They're just going to save.
I mean, the way Complexity like loses rounds on coL is just a lot of the time, like somebody just goes and flanks everybody. Somebody just gets a 3K, somebody gets a 4K. Like somebody just jumps out through B and does that, or somebody jumps down drop and kills 3 people in the back.
Ricky literally did that same thing on drop like 3 rounds ago.
Yeah, and it's just like that's not how you should be losing rounds. But Complexity just. Maybe they should start redoing this map. Their CT side is rough.
It's NA though. It's just like the.
You can't veto coL.
No, you can't.
No, it's actually against the ESL rules.
This is the one map that must be played once a night.
Yes.
You either have to play it yourself or convince the other 2 teams to play it for you.
Valve has them contracted.
They're actually they're not only playing in the league, they're play testing the map as well. Well, it looks like there is going to be a pause call from the Complexity side. Somewhat expected at this point as CLG have come up in huge fashion to take the lead. And actually, excuse me, it's a CLG pause, tactical pause being taken at this point. So, oh, sorry, nope, wrong again. It was Complexity, indeed, as I said originally, that ended up taking the pause here. So they're going to be needing a timeout, taking a seat back to figure things out. As clearly the defenses on really both sides now are just not working out in their favor.
Yeah, I mean, what have we seen from Complexity, though? Like, besides just playing a complete default, what have we seen?
Nothing.
Nothing, right?
Yep. I think they 1 or 2 rounds they like flanked through like you go pushing out A long and then going through the B halls. But that was it. That was the only other thing I saw from them.
Nothing clever. No B smoke to push. And it's like Slimmy's supposed to be their in-game leader and you know, whip these guys into shape and get them playing like a brand of CS, right? Where it's not just everybody doing their own thing. But then we see it CT side coL, which is a map where you could do a lot of clever things on CT side. And we see nothing. It's just a complete default every single round.
And it's going to be that same thing again, another 3-2 split. They do abandon A long a little bit more and are instead going to put much earlier pressure onto the mid connector. So again, that flank that I just mentioned before is another possibility that they could open up here. But no, both are going to abandon. It's a real good shot, but again, traded back out. That's been the systematic problem here so far, because they're unable to stop themselves from being traded after every single kill happens. Smoke wall as well. Should allow Ricky to go for this play, but that's actually a bit risky when you consider how close Desi is to that situation. Thankfully, doesn't get a good read as to where exactly the bomb's being planted. And not only that, but coL going to get killed. So will FNS and Ricky working together here on the sidewalk. They'll be able to isolate another one. Rotations have already arrived, but everyone's being eliminated here. Android wraps himself into a kill, but he's got 2 more to go. There's the second, however. 1 more to eliminate against FNS, but he's caught pushing to the bomb, and that's where FNS is going to clutch out that last 1v1 and continue the rampage for CLG as they push up on 8 now.
Yeah, just a B smoke wall. They flash over, they get in their faces quick, force the bomb down. Android gets a nice couple kills here, but I mean, at the end of the day, it's a 3v1, and it's planted for FNS, who smartly runs through drop and flanks connector.
Well, now CLG sending their players, again, over here towards A long. They're actually going to be probably pretty fast about this, too, moving in. Molly's in the way. Cutler doesn't seem to matter too much. He can still peek into it, partially past the smoke. The thing they are going to have to be careful of, though, as you can see, is that 4-man stack, both in the suicide and right outside on the ramp there. Granted, it's with pistols, as Complexity did have to buy down this time around. But that can still be dangerous if you underestimate the situation there. And you're definitely not, most of the time, going to be expecting to find 2 players stacked up inside of the suicide steps. There you go. Ethan doesn't even check it, so Slimmy escapes with that first kill. They'll respond with a nade toss in. Actually, really decent damage done to both Android, a little bit onto Slimmy. Elsewhere on the map, Ricky eliminating Desi. So they'll have open B control in a second. More than likely, they're going to end up backing away from this A long pressure and mid pressure point and just end up going into the B site. As we can see, Kusta catching another kill here too. They are slowly sort of just locking things down in the B site and making sure they have it fully secured before they do decide to make that decision and swing the bomb over in that direction as well. Def, in the meanwhile, did find himself an AK pickup, so he's armed a little bit better here. Maybe one of the few things that can actually save out Complexity now. Their strat was figured out. They didn't really catch it early enough, but Surreal goes down here. Close battle. Ricky is caught peeking into the open, but the door itself is still smoked off a little bit. Now with the illusion of death, you're looking at Slemmy trying to pull off a 1v4 clutch, armed only with a Deagle currently. He's probably going to be able to pick up that AK, but at this point, it might be better worth falling back to save it, to save his team a little bit of money in the long run. And that seems to be the choice he is taking now. He's going to get pushed around the corner here. Good pop flash, works out, then timing at the very least in a really great way for him. So secures that kill into FNS, gets a second one now. At the very least doing some good damage, but unfortunately we're on the 14th round, so that's really not going to matter that much.
Yeah, so Slemmy will save this AK. I'm thinking, I mean, I don't understand why. Like, for instance, that round when they had 2 umps today, right? Yeah. It's like, why do you just basically play a default setup when you know they're buying AKs? I would have assumed if I was them that they had 5 AKs on the T side, and they just play like 2 umps a day and they don't do anything clever or anything like that. Or why would you even have 2 umps a day in that situation? Why don't you put one of them in drop? You know, give yourself the best possible chance just positionally to win the round, even if that means like taking a risk or, you know, pushing somewhere like upper B and getting B plat control and, you know, smoking deep and mauling deep and stuff like that. Like, we're seeing none of that from Complexity. Yes. Finally, we're seeing something where they do something clever, where they smoke B deep, they molly it, and look at how much space that's creating. You give Ethan down to 23 health. You're delaying their strat, right? You're like putting pressure on them. This is what you need to see.
The pressure is indeed going to lead to a lot of delay in the overall CLG strat. They are looking for other options over towards A long too, and Kusta going to go for the early peek over towards the drop room. He'll have to find himself in a battle versus Android and Desi possibly as well pretty quickly here. Both are sitting on the precipice of being able to push back in. They look away for the flash, losing Kusta in the process. Ricky is able to trade, and I think he realizes that the second player is here as well. We're looking at it from Peter's perspective, so we don't know if both peeked in directly, but I think they did. As we can see, Android taking a little bit of damage, so Ricky paying attention to that. Obviously just trying to make sure he didn't get flanked from the window position either. Now he's going to go for the reapplication of the smoke, but Android decides to push past it. Or at least pushes directly into it to try and pre-fire into the position from Ricky. Unsuccessful, however, as Ricky has now fallen back, and the remaining 4 from CLG are going to make a bid for A. Most of them going through the mid-connector. We have seen coL already work his way all the way up A long, though, so he's cleared that out. He's able to call the positioning. Molotov goes inside against Slemmy, forcing him out. Basically the free kill against Slemmy there, as there's not much he can do against that. Good trade from Surreal. Android finding not 1 but 2 as well. It's coL trying to clutch. He gets 1. He should know the general position of Android based on the kills from before, but he's still going to have to actually hunt down the kill, and now he's got to be careful of this. The Heaven guy wraps in, gets that kill. Can he actually get back up on the site? It's not going to matter. Tagged by Def, which is actually really cheeky when you think about the situation we're in right now. So it's probably going to trigger coL a little bit, because he probably could have won that if he went for the kill instead. But regardless, we end up in a 9-6 situation here with CLG having a lead. Stick with us, guys, and the second half is going to be coming up in just a moment right here at the ESL Pro League.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, Legion Lenovo, Mountain Dew League, and ESEA.
And we're back again, folks, with CLG having a lead here on Cobblestone, a 9-6 advantage. Still room for Complexity to bounce back. Unfortunately, with a pretty lackluster CT side there, it is going to be tough to see that happen, especially now with them going on a T side where, you know, with creativity being not essentially their strong suit on the CT side, I imagine it may become a problem on the T side too.
I mean, there's just, I was talking about it during the break, like there's zero adjustment. Just zero adjustment. Even going back to yesterday, like Vendetta was talking about after the, you know, during the analysis segment yesterday versus Immortals. Immortals went B like every single gun round. And they never adjusted. They never did anything clever. They never made the round easier on themselves by taking a risk or anything. You know, forcing the T's to do anything. And it's like, I mean, you have Slemmy, who's supposed to be like this really smart in-game leader. You know, he was on Cloud9 in-game lead. All this stuff, right? Like, everybody praises him. But then there's zero adjustment. I mean, it's ridiculous to me. Like, you just have 2 umps a day that one round. Why don't you put one in drop or something like that? Give yourself a good chance to win the round. Instead, no adjustments, no movement, just a default every single round on CT side, where like the biggest risk they took is, you know, sending an A player more towards drop and leaving Slemmy alone. It's like, and that was against anti-eco, so it made no sense. It's just insane to me.
Well, we're into the next round, or the next half, excuse me, now, with Complexity jumping onto the T side, and pretty directly going to be leading this into probably just direct B play. They've got 2 drop, 3 pushing onto the platform, essentially as straightforward as you can get here now. They're going to go for a quick control, but FNS, nice shots. 2 headshots against both of the drop players, Desi and Android going down. Ricky on the transition room catches a 3rd. Finally a pickup for coL here, as Surreal is going to be able to catch Cutler, but Ricky trading it right back, and now it's just Surreal stuck at the statue. It's not going to last very long either. CLG claim the pistol, and with that, assuming they don't get ecoed here in this next round, we'll be able to secure their lead.
Yeah, so CLG looking good for the CT side of Cobble. Nice shots going out. FNS. Those are tough shots to hit. Makes it look easy. His pistol has gotten a lot better. Every time we're watching him, he has like good pistol rounds for them. He's really improved that aspect of his game.
And Complexity do decide to just go for the usual second round force up here now. And sending, again, another 3-2 split, much more spread out this time, however, as they do send the bomb way over towards A-Long to take control here, and a few more are going to be playing around with B. Possibility for this to turn into a 3-man drop play, but more likely than not, we're going to see 1 or 2 of them splitting away to regroup in that mid connector in a moment here. But okay, Def peeks out for a moment. Costa just destroys him at range with a UMP. Nicely shot by him. And we are going to see those 3 actually fully committing to drop, but FNS should have been able to detect at least like 2 or 3 of them based on the sound cues. So he's going to call for that. CLG is going to be ready for that, more importantly, when they do swing out the window. And now Desi left alone in the B halls. Not a whole lot that he can do. More than likely, we are expecting a quick closeout here for CLG to take control of the 11th round.
Rotation, though, by CLG. They kind of give up B. The B guy goes to drop. I believe FNS had his teammate there with him. They send another player towards A because they think they're hitting A. So essentially, they could stomp on drop and then stomp on A and then kind of play reactionary towards B. Hey, yeah, maybe they could take B, maybe they could get to the statue, but we have a lot of utility. You know, we got like maybe some Molotovs. We could retake that if that's the case. But you know, that's like a good rotation. If that's the thought process there. It's like, oh, they showed this guy towards A. There's probably going to be more A. Let's send 3 there. If it's going to be any type of split, they're probably going to come down drop 2. So we shut down those 2 spots and we play reactionary if they come out B. So I really like that by CLG.
It is a team ace from them as well as they pick that round up, and now Complexity go into the full save here. Not going to be expecting anything super crazy from them. And we can expect this one to be a pretty easy 12th from the CLG guys here. They're even getting aggressive with it too, so maybe not necessarily a clean round. As we can see, regardless of the amount of players you just spotted, Cutler still re-peeks into it just to confirm their positions before smoking it back out. And thus seeing Complexity kind of wait things out before they do redeploy into that position. Slemmy down at 19 HP as well here. being tagged out overall. Really just going to be trying to brute force their way into A, more than likely maybe sending 1 or 2 down drop again. But the strat, for the most part, has already been realized now. As we can see in a moment, there's going to be players on the CT side rotating in. Kusta just not as on point with the headshots as we saw in the last round there, but definitely doing some decent damage, lighting the players up at the very least. The combined HP, I think, of the remaining 4 is less than 100 altogether. And overall, while Desi and Surreal are able to trade out a few kills, it is overall still around with CLG control without too much pressure against them. And they bring it up to 12-6 in their favor as we head into the first gun round.
Yeah, and if I'm CLG, the main thing I was paying attention to for those 2 rounds was seeing, you know, what Surreal bought. And if I'm them, I would know that Surreal doesn't have an op. And I think, like, those are, like, the very small cues that you could use to win rounds with, right? Where if you're Kusta in the situation, I know he has an ump, but maybe he drops the ump and he opts upper B and just plays it super aggressive, you know? And then if you do something like that and you have that control, you can leverage that into a round victory. Ricky gets boosted up into drop. We got 2 players around danger. They push back B a bit, so they're going to try to make it 4v5 up here in drop room. Ricky really feeling it right now. I think he's like 24-10 right now.
Yeah, and trying to make this counter boost still work. Despite him being pre-fired back at, he's still going to be sitting here waiting in this position. I mean, just a little bit too low there, so Def is going to get the better of him.
Placement was very off.
So he'll end up getting knocked out first this time, but did 75 damage to Def before going down. So Def is going to be a little bit low out here, and instead it goes over towards the platform. Android, though, finding another entry here, and Ethan taking close contact is able to trade out 2 more kills, but leaves himself in the open on the sidewalk, where Surreal is going to be able to pick up another kill. That actually might just secure the round in itself for Complexity.
So what CLG should do here is, I believe they're going to be able to buy next round. They should just, literally, like, they should just get exits. And then just win the next round and they win the game. That is what they should do.
Well, it is looking like they're not going to be listening too much to you there.
No, because nobody wants to play intelligently, Lou, all right? That's what they should do. They should get up drop room. You'll kill anybody coming out upper B easy. You have a guy, you know, maybe in connector or whatever. You're going to get 2 kills, most likely. You're going to get 2 exits that way.
Because then you bring it down to like 1 player most
and then
alive.
You buy, and you get an op. You know they don't have an op. You get a double op set up with Kusta and Ricky, and you just dominate the round. You make it 3v5 right off the bat. You win the round, and you win the entire game. It's going to be 7-13. Complexity will be on a double eco or a Tech 9 round and then an eco. That's how you should play that.
All right.
It's just frustrating. We see it every, like, it's so simple, right? That's simple, right?
Seems like it, yes.
Look,
I've been here for 5 seasons. This is not surprising to me anymore.
I know you're not a baseball fan, but it's like they're like going like they're just these huge home run hitters who hit like 35 home runs a year, but they bat like 100 and 110, which is terrible. Like you would never want that player on your team, you know? It's way better to bat like 300 or 330 with a high on-base percentage and hit 15 home runs, you know? Any idea what I'm talking about?
I had producer talking over your part of that. So,
okay.
So I heard scattered parts of that conversation. I think I got the gist of it though.
Yeah.
I don't know what I know how stat heavy baseball is. I just don't know what the stats mean.
So average is just how often you get on base based off hitting the ball. On base percentage is how often you get on base from hitting the ball, and also how often you get walked and hit by pitch.
Yeah.
Or intentionally walked.
Some of them are pretty straightforward, but there's the ones like
oh, there's some
like I don't know, like RBI.
Runs about it in. Yeah. That's just if you hit the ball and somebody rounds the bases and scores, you get an RBI.
Oh, okay. Yeah. There's a lot of stats in baseball.
There is.
Well, back into Counter-Strike now, as we do end up with CLG having the full buy here. They do manage to get themselves not only a double op setup, but a scout as well. Interestingly, comes out onto FNS this time. Kusta challenging early on. He does hit Desi through a wall a little bit, and is going to get the finishing blow with the nade, taking down Desi. Not only this, but Ricky found an additional kill against Def early on here. So fast, 5v3 advantage going by the way of CLG. And now Complexity going to have to make up for it. They do get free drop control and are going to try to move out. The problem is they've sort of trapped themselves now inside of this connector. And they're going to have to try to find a way to battle back out at it. Nade goes in.
Never mind.
Okay. What?
Nade goes in,
Wait,
Nade
what
comes
did
back.
Hit? Oh, I guess it hit that wood thing there. That really messed with my head for a second. I guess that makes sense. As Ricky is going to be creeping back up towards the area right below Heaven there. and trying to see if he can catch them trying to push towards it. But Complexity, like I said before, they did find themselves kind of trapped. So now they're going to have to leap back in. Ricky with one, really only going to be able to get one there.
It's good enough. He spotted both players. Cutler's already here. If Cutler plays this right, it's going to be a very easy round for CLG.
So
and he is. He has them contained. He's waiting for his player at middle. If they just wait, they take their time, they have 2 kits, it's going to be very easy for them to close this out.
coL just trying to make sure that none of them push back out before he initiates the retake. Same thing for Ethan over here. Heaven was smoked back off, so that is not going to be an option right now for the other 2 rotating in from B. But look at how much free room FNS is getting. Just flicks onto a headshot against Android. Slemmy, though, keeping himself in this. That missed shot will spell his doom, however. And Ethan closes out for CLG as they push up 13. What?
Somehow we killed FNS too.
Did he?
Yeah.
Well, I know he got 2, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he got 2.
But yeah, so that was very nicely played from CLG. Not panicking, understanding they know where both players are, waiting their smoke out in Heaven so that they have to watch it, waiting their Molotovs out from Complexity, and then they just pinch on them together, and they really gave no chance for Complexity to pull out a miracle and win that round. Now Complexity, they have 2 AKs, 3 Tech 9s. If CLG would have got a couple exits, we'd probably see just all Tech 9s, but...
But yeah, CLG are going to try to force into this round now, as obviously they're kind of up against the wall, down by 6 rounds. CLG really only needing 1 or 2 more to seal the deal here, make it impossible for Complexity to come back. It is looking like, well, they will deploy a lot of utility early on into the B-bomb site. This is going to be an elaborate attempt at a fake. Everybody else already backing out outside of the mid connector, and are going to try to redeploy pretty quickly towards A. That was smoked out, though, so they've got to wait a few more seconds. And more than likely, CLG may just send someone aggressively up on a platform to read into this, or at the very least, Kusta is going to be able to hear all this noise about to work its way up ramp. He spotted those heads. Rotations are on the way, but he's got to be careful himself now. Swinging out, missing the shot. He is trapped, missing a second shot up in his face. Takes way longer to see him killed, but immediately now FNS out into the open, but he only gets 1 as well. Ethan, he's got a frag out here without getting traded. They find 1. They got to back up, though, as Complexity are sending a lot of pressure in this direction. They've scavenged the op, which Surreal's already using to pick up additional kills here now. That's going to be leading to the drop of Ricky. Now 2 left alive. Both trying to push their way out of the door. Def trading out into one of them. It's all on Cutler. Out of ammo, but he found another M4 on the ground, so he's still got some to play with here. As he creeps up, still looking to try and take down Surreal. The observers almost scared me for a moment when they turned off the X-ray. I thought he got the kill for the tree. But no, it is Surreal that gets the final kill there. So Complexity win it out and get to stay alive for a little bit longer, as CLG will be forced onto a save here.
Yeah, Kusta kind of failing a bit there. I usually expect him to connect on a couple kills there, and honestly, if you get that first one and then that guy pushes you and you kill him and you probably stay alive, I mean, it's going to be an easy CLG round win. But once he gets overwhelmed and dies, that site is just so difficult to retake, especially when they're up close, underneath Heaven and whatnot, that, you know, you don't have much chance. So CLG kind of force buys here. They got double scout, FNS pushing up pretty close. Flash bails out, you know, I believe that was Surreal.
Complexity just basically sitting here and holding out inside of those B halls. The way to try and appropriately apply pressure to drop, which they're going to be able to do now after they catch Ricky in a position tossing out a nade. So drop is open for them, just waiting a few moments here before they do move in towards it. And the rest of the team probably going to follow suit onto the platform in a second. They still have a guy over towards mid-connector. I think it's Def trying to lurk. That doesn't go so well, however. Kusta eliminates him. So everybody else that's still up and running for CLG, already having positions in the B-bomb site, they're going to know for sure, obviously, that the play is coming here. They can just have that CT player on A push directly back out. Nice shot up close from FNS there to pick up that first kill against Android. There's a lot more to be done, however, and Surreal trading out into 1. The same problem for FNS is Surreal finds a nice double kill. Kusta's left as the last man standing, but with an AK, it is going to be better for him to fall back and save.
The scout E-box hold. FNS makes it work.
Apparently.
Yeah, I think this game would be over, though, if they would have, you know, like done that thing and then... Well, I mean, they did lose it to the Tech 9s and the AK. But CLG, after forcing there, their economy is going to be reset, so they should be saving this round, and then we'll see if they decide to buy the next round. I'm assuming they will. See how much FNS purchases as well. Because if they want an op in that round, he's going to have to save.
Yeah, but Complexity not moving out here to hunt down Kusta at all. They are just going to sit in the site, sort of expecting him to make a move, but
Yeah, but again, I mean, if you're gonna buy that round that they just bought at, they should have saved the 2 M4s when it was a 2v3, in my opinion. They should have.
Well, now they have kind of put themselves into a sour situation, as it has opened up a possibility for Complexity to get back into this game. Yeah. We'll need to see at least 1 or 2 more gun rounds go their way for that to become a reality. But 4 rounds is certainly something that Complexity can very easily accomplish here if CLG continue to overplay some of these situations. And again, we can see the nice shots from Surreal. Getting a nice little double dip there right at the end. But into the next round we go. And for the most part, CLG is going to end up full saving here. 1 Deagle comes out for FNS. Ethan gets his gun donated over by Kusta that he saved in the last round. And Kusta obviously having the AK, which he saved.
Well, Kusta can just glass cannon on off next round if he wants, actually. I believe so, at least. I think they get 2,400 if they lose this round.
Well, we've got Ethan playing up closer. It's dropped. Def already took control of it. Unfortunately, overpeaks slightly. Mac-10 finds its target and finds the first kill of the round here at the hands of Def. He's actually going to look for 1 more as well. Finesse sitting outside behind the rock. Maybe a little bit too risky. Kusta really hunting for some heads here, having some trouble tracking down Desi, but finally gets his mark, knocks out Desi, brings us back down to a 4v4, drawing in as well the aggression from the remaining A players on CLG's side. They're not going to push in just yet, because there is reason to believe that Complexity may actually fall back from these B hulls and try to swing out the other direction here. FNS, okay, just walks into a kill there through drop somehow. Def trading out 1 more. Now the CTs did push back in, but that could prove to be a fatal mistake, as all of a sudden coL has to hold off this flank with just a measly little USP, but he is holding a position which they might not check for. There's one, tries to go for the second, but doesn't work out, and now Kusta's left with a 1v2 to deal with, and he is chasing down this flank right now, trying to pursue them through that mid connector, which is not going to work out so quickly for him. This is going to have to be a much more long and drawn out play, and hope that Complexity don't position players to watch out for this sort of a flank. But with 2 players already being found out there before, there is suspect to believe now that Kusta would take the same route. He pushes back in. Def is certainly watching for this, and as he moves up top in a moment, if he doesn't check for it, the door may be his death if he chooses to push past this without looking towards it. And there you go. Down at 54 HP. He does get the kill. 27 as well. Time running low. He does not have a kit to play with. He does just have to go directly towards this. The smoke is also being deployed. Slemmy not really playing the game to win this out in the 1v1, but to waste enough time to disallow for the defuse. He may get this kill, but he doesn't even get that, unfortunately. Slemmy wins it out, and with that, Complexity take this round.
Yeah, so I have no idea how that developed. How did Ricky and coL, I believe it was, just get behind them and wait for them like that? Did they just flank A, I guess?
They just pushed A.
Yeah, nobody's watching.
Nobody's watching the flanks.
That's
They posted up like the area to the left of here right now, like that upper area, because they were expecting, since Kusta was getting a couple of kills on B, that they might have fallen back.
Yeah, but then how did FNS flank the guy and drop
They moved. I think they tried to go out the window and around to the door, and they didn't have anybody watching the window in case FNS wanted to make a move.
They have 5 people live. What were they all watching?
I don't know.
They don't watch
Apparently not drop.
They don't watch flank.
I think that was partially timing. I think timing.
They didn't even have anybody watching upper B because Desi went out there by himself.
Slemmy's gonna find the first kills. We are back into another gun round here. It all goes quiet after that, though. Complexity holding for right now.
Just had their monitors turned off that round.
Kusta's gonna catch an additional kill here too, taking down Def this time. And Desi still creeping up as well. I think the smoke is full coverage. He might be able to lurk around it a bit. No, it looks like it is full coverage. So he'll have to wait on that one for a moment, as the rest of the players from Complexity are going to be looking to redeploy out towards B in a second here. But if we can see Desi causing some havoc here, it may help to keep, at the very least, keep Kusta deployed over there onto the A bomb site. And we can now see the smoke starting to roll out onto B. Players themselves just now pushing past the broken wall, firing off. So I'm a little bit curious as to what Desi's going to be trying to do here, as he still has to kill that player over on the other side. But within the B bomb site itself, a 1-to-1 trade going down pretty quickly, and that's where Desi strikes. Eliminates FNS, prevents the A player from lurking back in, and now he himself can have a chance to flank this back out. However, Kusta, thinking he has a chance there, tries to go for the shot, missing out on that opportunity. Desi finding one. Kusta's able to react to that. He didn't mind the bomb just now going down as well. He still has plenty of time to play this out. He knows the upper miss, so he's going to get aggressive up on the statue. Slemmy sitting just on the other end of it. He really needs to catch a good angle here, because if he peeks Surreal, he might find himself dead. Another missed shot takes the shot. It's surreal, but that is going to be his death as Slemmy is finally able to take him down. And all of a sudden, Complexity back into this game, 11-13, with CLG going on to another eco.
Yeah, and Slemmy and Surreal played that very, very well. Even if he kills Surreal with that op shot, like, he literally cannot kill Surreal first, or else he's going to lose the round, because Slemmy's just going to, you know, chase him with the AK, and he's going to be reloading, or, you know, he has an op, so. What's the word I'm looking for after he shoots and he can't shoot again?
Like the cooldown or recovery time?
No, not reload. It's like the recovery time, yeah.
Yeah.
Do we not have like a proper name for that?
What, when on the op, right?
Yeah.
He's like re-bolted or whatever?
Yeah.
I guess re-bolting. That doesn't sound catchy.
No, that sounds terrible.
Sounds terrible. I don't know what the actual term is. This is my best guess. Well, Ricky somehow swings out for mid-connector again. They keep leaving these areas of the map open, so Ricky's going to sneak in a kill. Shouldn't really mean too much, though, as obviously the rest of Complexity rolling back in here. Ethan, unless he can pick up some headshots from all the way back at the door, more than likely Complexity are still going to win out this round. They may suffer a few extra losses on exits, but I am not personally expecting for CLG to upset here.
No, they had an opportunity, but he needed to get a kill on B, not just the guy. And Ethan probably needed to get a 1-dig on Surreal, or the other player, in sight. Now it is a 2v2. They have a small chance, but with no kit and such low health, pretty easy for Complexity guys to win this one.
Yeah, so that puts it within one round of tying things up. Now CLG, their worst fear is being realized. Thankfully, they have one more chance to stop it. It is going to be on a gun round, and it is looking as though that they'll call for a pause here in order to play this round out and figure out how exactly they are going to come out successful.
Yeah, and I mean, if Complexity didn't just lose that round when, actually no, they won it, but you know, it was one alive on that CT side. There was another round that they won when they just like overwhelmed Kusta. Sorry, that was for CLG. But I mean, if Complexity didn't just get so economically like beat on their T side, you know, they probably would have won this game by now. And CLG at the same notion, if they would have played their economy better on the CT side, they'd probably have a bigger lead. So both teams, I think, you know, a close game, but if one of the other teams, like if one of the two teams kind of fix those small mistakes, they'd probably win this game by now.
Well, we've got Complexity pushing their players pretty quickly over here towards the platform again, but this is just the early aggression. Oh, probably going to get boosted up on top of the box. Not looking like CLG's going to send anyone here, however. Maybe having a guy just, you know, you got Ethan up close to Broken Wall, but this is relatively expected. FNS playing behind the boost-up box in a closer position, but Ethan actually does swing up over here behind the box through the steps. So with the smoke in play, the double-up stack has already gone away here now. Surreal is no longer going to be able to spot that player moving into position.
Yeah, and CLG just opting kind of like a default here, but the thing is, it's fine when you do a default. When you have like a full bot and you have like two ops like this, you know, I don't have a problem with it. But when you have two umps, you know, and like an op and an M4 and like a Mag 7, don't just play a default. You have to do something clever. You have to maybe make it 4v5. You have to give yourself an advantage somewhere. If you just play a default on all those rounds, your chances of winning are so low.
Well, Surreal is going to catch the first kill this round, eliminating Ethan, just burning him out of his position. And he attempts to really commit himself to the kill against Surreal. Unfortunately, is not able to catch him in time, so it's a lost kill, and at the moment remains untraded. coL trying to swing it back, but again, same story, only able to get one. And then we'll be done respectively after that one. Def, though, seemed like he had that position on Kusta, but a great reaction from Kusta. He battles it back, picks up one of his own. He does have to be very careful moving out from this doorway, though. Andrew's waiting on the other side. Kusta's smart, though. He's checking for this, but didn't check the far right side. FNS getting another kill, but also losing a teammate. Now he's got to do double duty, checking behind him, but it works out. And not only does FNS close out onto Android, but we saw Ricky flanking in to take down Surreal. So there's CLG winning up that gun round, and they just barely keep their lead preserved for right now.
Yeah, in this round, if Complexity wins it, they'll be on a tie most likely. And depending on how CLG buys, I mean, they could, this round could, you know, put them at 15 even.
Well, Complexity are also going to actually...
I'm wondering why they didn't pick up that second op. I thought that would be around there. No, I guess not, because Kusa died in connector.
Yeah, that was probably way too far off to be off treatment time.
Oh, it was. I was thinking Surreal's op, but I'm not sure where he died.
He was up on like Broken Wall. I don't think FNS would have been able to get in time because Ricky already had the other up.
Probably didn't have enough time for either.
So interestingly,
Ethan goes there again, but this time he does have a smoke. Yeah. So if he gets burned out, he could, He'll obviously save himself.
But Complexity...
He's just like, what are the chances they do it twice in a row?
And there it is. Throws it out, saves himself. Loses about 40 HP there, so a little over a third.
Why would they throw a broken wall smoke before that, though?
I don't know.
Good question, huh?
Yeah.
Probably get that kill.
They just redeployed it as well. So now it's serving a purpose to try and sell the fact that they're still maybe pushing out towards B. But in reality, as you can see, all 4 players, except for I think Desi, have rotated over to the A site. And Kusta going to buy himself a little bit more maneuvering room here with the smoke, hopefully allowing him just to change up his position a bit more from up on the A platform. The rest of the team following through. We do have quick rotations on the way from CLG, but it's not a full commitment. And what's even worse is Android immediately knocking out Kusta. Surreal taking down coL here. Finesse trying to battle his way back in, but it's way too aggressive. Just leaves himself in the open. Def's going to get a kill. A 4v2. There's no way Ethan and Ricky are able to do that, especially with one of them still holding a position on B and having to deal with Desi, who's already hunting down the last 2 players as well. Whoa! Amazing shot from Desi to knock out Ethan. He's only got 1 more to go now, and it's against Ricky. Ricky basically doesn't want any part of this. He's trying to sneak away, but he's got players coming through Broken Wall as well. Peeks into it, gets that kill, and now he's got his path out, but he's got to hug the right side as in a moment. He's going to be re-peeked by a Broken Wall player, gets that frag against Desi. coL left up and running with 2 players at the end of it, but it is appearing as though Ricky's going to be able to escape with the op again.
Yeah, but Complexity, I mean, as long as they don't let Ricky just, you know, win the round for him. He is 33-17 at the moment, so he definitely could for CLG. But if they don't let him beat them, you know, they should at least tie this up.
Yeah, we are going to end up going into. Yeah, we are going to end up going into another CLG pause here. Obviously, some strategizing needed, as their money is in the toilet again. So Complexity does have a pretty big advantage here and could potentially actually just swing this out with 1 more gun round and close out entirely with a 16-14 victory.
Not many umps this game.
No.
And you know, that is a result. I know I was talking about it a lot, but it's a lot of a result of people just not saving. Because that's what you get when you save like an off. What does SK do? You know, they'll be in a 2v3, they'll get like 1 exit, and then they'll save. And they have that op, and then they have an M4 and op, like 2 umps and full utility, and then the opper will make it 4v5, and they'll win the round from there. You know, like that's how you win those rounds. But because these people, you know, just never save their guns, they just, you know, they just get these fully bought rounds every time, and that's really why you don't see them very often.
Well, relatively quick pause again from CLG as they do decide not to force into this round behind the op. They are just going to go for P250s, and for Kusta and Ethan, they don't buy anything at all. They're just going to stick with the default pistols. So Ricky, a lot of pressure on him to make an impact here, and at the very least, if not outright, trying to bring them a victory. Should Complexity, obviously, the fact that they would have to go for B in the first place. But at the very least, being able to knock out a few players here to keep the money a bit lower on the Complexity side. Out they will go. Finesse just can't see anything at all, so not a whole lot that he can do in that situation. Kusta probably going to be suffering from the same fate. coL gets a tad of a warning, though, so he at the very least trades in for 1 kill, but everybody else is just getting completely destroyed. The same situation in the last round. The last 2 players alive are restricted to these B halls, and with the elimination of Ethan, Ricky's already halfway through the B halls over there trying to save towards T-spawn, so he's going to be running out of here. He doesn't want any part of this. They need to carry this one into the next round. Complexity is going to be tying it up a 14-14.
Yeah, I mean, CLG's money isn't even going to be great for this next round as well, so Ricky really needs to save this op. Should be getting 1900 here, so it's not going to be that much.
And Ricky not even going to be posting up in like one of the usual spots over here. He doesn't go for the tower, doesn't go inside of the truck, doesn't try to hide over in the garden near the bathrooms or anything like that. He's actually going to take this left side because he knows that they're going to go hunting for him. And this is actually a spot that isn't usually checked out too well, so he hides within it, peeking out to get that kill. However, he's still going to be challenged by Def. He's got to be careful. Jumps up as well, and they kill him in the last second.
You got to just hide, Ricky.
Def takes him down, and now the op is gone.
That was a crucial mistake.
They're not going to have an op now either. They can't rebuy it. Not even 1. So that's a huge loss there, and it's going to make it all the tougher to allow CLG to once again hold on to that lead.
Yeah, but CLG has 2 umps, so they'll win this round.
Wow, is that
It's a guarantee.
You calling that right now?
It's a guarantee.
Is that a call?
Yep.
All right, let's see. they don't have a whole lot of utility to play with here either. They've already
Two Famasas bring it down, the odds down a lot.
Do they?
That would have been 4 umps. Easy round win. Easy.
Yeah, they needed some long range capability, I guess, even though the ump still works pretty well at long range if you control it.
You just got to burst with it. Can't get in love with Marionette from long range.
Well, Kusta first up the bat here against Def, swinging in, good damage, doesn't get the kill. And in order to preserve his own life, he does decide to molly it back out.
That should have been an easy one for Kusta. Should have been 4v5 and the ump reigns supreme right there.
Well, not the case just yet. He does knock off 2/3 of his health. So having that to play with at the very least, but this is just going to send the rest of coL over towards B. Hopefully now, CLG, the problem is CLG, you know, with that molly, they seem like scared to peek into that, so they're not really going to read this too well. They still these 2 guys fully committed to A long, so rotation.
All 5 towards B plat.
So rotations for the CTs is actually going to be quite a lengthy process, which means Ethan and FNS on top of the boost up rock need to do some serious work here, and Ricky needs to realize what's happening and rotate out as well. CLG's A long player still not figuring this out. They're just now sending Kusta back. FNS whipping big time on the initial spray. Ethan getting 2, 3, and 4 from Ethan as he goes massive here. Desi trades out, but now he's against a 1v3 disadvantage here. And as we do see him trying to push forward, Molly into the drop room, that's not going to restrict much. I think they're trying to boost a player up on top of the pizza box too, but no, just stacked on each other's heads right now. As Desi does peek out, they find him out, and indeed, he will not claim any more of the members of CLG. coL closes out the round, and just like that, it's CLG preserving their lead once again.
It's a guarantee. I mean,
I guess so, we called it, yeah.
Still, it was a guarantee.
A step of the M4s did most of the work there. But yeah, another pause rolling in here, this time from the complexity side. They're still going to have, I think they can all buy pretty confidently, actually. Except for, actually, no, some of them were pretty low on money, if I'm looking at this right. So we'll see in a second. At the very least, going to get 2 AKs and ump sitting on one of their players, and I'm not sure how they're going to buy for the last 2 just yet, but we'll see in a second. And there we go. Yeah, so Slemmy's going to be good to buy on his own. I think it's just Surreal that probably has to have a gun drop for him. But I don't think they can actually afford that, so he's going to just get a Tech 9 instead.
Yeah, I mean, CLG, Ricky just dominating. Destiny really improving on yesterday's performance. He was struggling a lot there yesterday, and playing very well today. Hitting some really nice shots today, actually.
A lot of really good individual performances overall here. Obviously, Ethan in that last round, something to remark on, but Ricky throughout the course of this map overall, dropping a 30 bomb like as of 3 or 4 rounds ago within regulation, being able to pull it off. Currently sitting at 34 overall. So really good performance from him. FNS has had his moments as well. He's over 20 currently. Good stuff here. Now we need to see if this will lead itself into overtime or if it's going to be CLG closing out this map finally, where we thought this was going to be closed out a long time ago, but Complexity were able to battle back into it. They brought it to round number 30. Now they just need one more gun round to push it over the edge. And actually, they don't have a whole lot of utility to try and do this here. So this is going to be, you know, a few Molotovs to try and toss back out here, along with a couple smokes. But for the most part, this is going to have to be a pretty raw take out on the B site. Again, though, the problem is the A site rotator is going to be far away. But Ricky hitting that first kill certainly going to help their case a little bit. FNS is also going to be swinging in from outside, and Ricky trying to call it out. He definitely knows his presence. And Desi, nice shot again. Destroy, just deletes Ricky from the map there, bringing us back down into a 4v4. The rest trying to swing up. They're not expecting the second player. It's messy from FNS, but hey, it gets the job done. The problem is he's going to be chased from the sidewalk. Now it's Ethan's turn to go up again. He gets one down to 88 HP as they try to trade out to him, but he hugs the wall, jumps into it. Surreal will get the kill there. Now we go down to a 2v2, but keep in mind, Surreal heavily injured.
Rotate, though. It's so
That's
slow.
what I was saying, yeah. Those A-long players, they keep thinking it's coming in that direction, and it takes them a long time to rotate over when they finally do realize it. But thankfully, they had Surreal low. They're able to get that kill, and now Kusta and coL just have to eliminate Slemmy. He's trying to go for the plan. That's not really going to be possible, though. You've got to get these last 2 kills in the 20 seconds remaining, and he cannot do it. Kusta will close out on the map for CLG, and they'll take it 16-14.
Yeah, I mean, 2 pretty evenly matched teams, I really think. CLG just a tiny bit better. Finally able to close it out after, you know, a pretty good first half. Just Complexity on that last round. I mean, a big deal was that they just, you know, we thought their money was going to be so good, right? And turned out just a Galil, couple Tech 9s, and it was a really, they went through drop and they went through sidewalk together like that, and nobody pinched on the other side, and that allowed like Ethan to just kind of sit at statue, buy a lot of time, get a couple kills that way. So CLG in the end winning, and hopefully my 1-to-1 prediction can
Still comes
ring
true
true
on
on
the next
cash. Yeah.
Well, let's get the analysts back into the talk now and see what their thoughts were on this first map, guys.
A pretty close one there down to the end. I mean, some of these players showing up a lot bigger than I believe we've seen them to show before.
I mean, Ricky especially. I think you just start right off the bat with him. If you drop a 30 bomb, you're doing something right, and I think that was the case for CLG as well. Massive part as to why they had ended up with a W in the end. I think is fair to say. Still though, I'm kind of disappointed in seeing these CT sides happening over and over again. This time, Complexity not being the only culprit, but CLG doing kind of a same kind of mistake as well. They're not necessarily adapting too much to what their opponent is doing. Like for instance, if you take the very last round there you had, the rotation over from that A bomb side on CLG side is so late. It's probably because Desi's been doing a good job of lurking for the better part of the T side on Complexity's end. But if Desi's already dead, you kind of have to assume that there's very unlikely that Complexity in the last round of the game are throwing out a different lurker at you. And, with everything that's going on, you have to kind of step up your rotations, especially when you're playing with two players towards that A-bomb site.
Well, definitely certain teams have certain approaches to this map. I mean, each team is going to have its own variance of an approach. But when I think about this, I mean, we've talked about how the Brazilians approach coL.
Yeah.
And even so, North American teams, what is the difference there? What is the main difference?
Well, honestly, if you want to go, roll back to Immortals, for instance, that we saw yesterday, they had just this constant aggression on their T side, just never really being afraid or shy of taking aim duels to find openings or, walking past smokes to find their edge. Even on CT sides, you see that commonly used smoke down in A mid, just referred to as the first smoke, where you throw a deep smoke into into doors and just kind of sneak past it to find that first frag. Stuff like that happens over and over again. And for North American teams, they're more slow-paced, more methodical in that sense, really, as to their approach, especially on the T side, as to how they want to execute things. I think there's obviously like pros and cons to both sides, but if you can find that balance of the two, obviously, then you have something really good cooking.
Yeah, it's a really good mixture right there in terms of this map, because it's played like we're saying with a few different variances. Some things that turn out to be detrimental, and we're actually going to load up a clip here, round 28 with Ricky, where he's going to save the AWP.
He's trying his best. All right, well.
And then it just, it doesn't happen.
I guess, already he's in a pretty decent position to actually save it. And he hasn't given up his position, but this is where he gets, a tiny bit too greedy.
And the jump dead.
Yeah. Again, that jump, I think, is just like a natural reaction that everybody has.
You kind of wonder, did he even mean to jump right there, too? Because you know how sometimes
I think I would do that immediately, just like, because you feel like, oh, well, if I'm moving in the air, I'm more evasive, right? Obviously, he's just giving up his position behind the wooden crate, but I think that actually, highlights nicely one of the issues CLG had on their CT side, which is economy management. And you saw a different situation where they were in a 2v3 situation. People are tagged up, and they decided to go for it instead of going with the route that Daze mentioned, which is basically boosting someone up from drop and basically sitting around at the extremities of the bomb site to pick off exits. And that way, obviously, you put a dent into the economy of Complexity, but you also hold on to two coLs, combine with UMPs the round after, maybe a Mag 7 if you're playing drop. There's a lot of opportunities you can go, or a lot of routes you can take, and CLG definitely have some work to be done there.
Well, even switching over to the Complexity side of things, it did seem like they were just a little bit more put together today, albeit a lesser opponent than Immortals. But they definitely came out swinging, and I think it's something to say there that maybe there's a seed growing.
I think that's fair to say, definitely. And what they show on their T sides again, I don't think their CT side is necessarily that great. They're pretty much running a default regardless of what their opponent is doing 99.9% of the time, which is not going to do a lot for you over the long term. But I think their T sides are coming really nicely together again. It's well thought out rounds and executes and whatnot, but they're also throwing in like quite a few more fakes and having Desi being a fairly active lurker as well, which you can definitely take look or see that it affects the rotations that CLG wants to put out as well. They're much more adamant about actually moving away from that A bomb site because Complexity have shown the opportunity that they can swing around the entire team at times, and also, Desi kind of just shows up even if the actual execute is coming towards speed. So that's, just well done from Complexity, well rounded out.
Interesting stuff going on in that camp, and as we do see that team develop, it's going to be exciting to see how much better they get. We're going to be going into Cash next.
Yeah.
That's our next map. And in all reality, is this going to be even tougher setup for Complexity, or are we going to walk into a better situation for them?
I think this is going to be tougher for them. I think Complexity is on average, better team on Cash than they are on coL. And we haven't really seen too much out of Complexity on Cash. Obviously, with Slummy, we saw them in their debut game, but obviously things could have happened since then. But I think it's easier to play off of and have strong T sides on a map like coL, where there's very tough, or it's very tough for CTs to actually get information that you can, make plays off of. You're not going to have that liberty as Complexity on your T side on Cash.
So the interesting thing here to also point out, we see coL going the way of CLG. We're going to go into Cash. Is going to be the second map of 4 they're going to play this week. Now, if they do secure all 4, they slingshot up to 5th place.
Yeah.
So every map, every round,
games.
everything counts for CounterLogic Gaming at this point. It's definitely something where they need to continue on this path. They need to get 4-0, and they need to see themselves in Dallas. But we're not going to Dallas right now. We are going to a commercial break. When we come back, we've got Complexity, and we've got CounterLogic Gaming. We'll be right back.
This is your chance to actually make it into the Pro League, be a professional Counter-Strike player.
That's the thing that Mountain Dew League provides.
Kinguin, you know what? If anybody has a shot at 2-0, it's Kinguin. Beautiful Counter-Strike. You usually only see that into the professional level of things.
We are one of the youngest team in top 20. Many teams can underestimate us, and we can surprise them with our tactics, show our Polish power.
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
We're coming back. It's Complexity and Counter Logic Gaming here, about to face off on Cash, and a big game for Counter Logic Gaming, who need to secure the next 3 victories to include this one in order to secure their 5th place going forward. And since we're going forward, we're going to bring Vendetta into the conversation. Now, Vendetta, going into Cash, I don't think I can personally say that there's a real clear favorite going into this one.
Okay, I'm going to do that for you. I think I think there's a clear favorite in CLG going into Cash. Well, a clear favorite might be a bit of a stretch, but I do think you have to favor them.
He thought about it. Yeah. What happened right there was he was real confident. He was real sure of himself.
And then I thought of Moses, and then confidence just shredded immediately, and now I'm back to sitting on the fence. No, but I'm still favoring CLG into this match, and I do expect them to pick up the W.
Absolutely. I mean, they know what's on the line. I think most of them do,
and I think that's that actually plays into it. The fact that they have something to play for at this point. Complexity are at the space or at the spot where they can't really make it to playoffs, but they're not really in danger of actually facing relegation either. So they're they're safe in that sense, but
they're in limbo.
Yeah, but they don't have that urge really that pressure on them to perform necessarily.
Speaking of urge, I have an urge to throw it over to Eric Bear Stromberg, who's standing by to go over Counter Logic Gaming's Cash.
Hey guys, welcome back to another Stromberg Strategies. We're going to look at CLG and take a gander at their teamwork from 3 different point of views on how they make this first go around work in the way. Okay, so as you see right here, they have very low utility. Smoke, flash from CLG, Optic, plenty of nades. As you see, Kusta and Nadi were kind of boosted up in middle. They didn't see anyone middle, guys. That means they're playing heavy bomb site. B, A, maybe one CT spawn, who knows. The point being, with low utility, they're leading with Kusta's ult. He's peeking first, he's taking the long range, and they're slowly creeping up. Nadi's already in middle. His job's done. He has to just wait and flank. And so FNS opens door. They toss what little utility they got. FNS being the man he is, saying, come shoot me, I'm in the open, come over here. Nadi, after the couple kills in A, this encourages Nadi to peek in the middle. He gets the Z and the highway person. Great comms right there. So here's Kusta, all right? He lined up, he got boosted middle, and on the original peak, he lined it up to where he aimed right at the line and then popped up and shot almost instantly. But since there was no one there, no one died. So anyways, he gets Nadi in spot. He falls down. He's going to wait out the smoke. He knows that probably there could be a guy pushed up. We don't know, so he's going to play it safe. Wait for your team to make some moves. Elbow peek in. Nice shot by Kusta, taking out Mixwell. And now this encourages CLG to kind of creep up. They're not making noise. They're not making footsteps, guys. They're just trying to creep up. As soon as Kusta tosses the smokes, they're opening the doors. He's going to check up on top of the Shroud spot, very common spot. And he guesses right. Fortunate for him, he gets taken out by Tarek. But you know what? Cutler. Here's from Cutler's point of view. He's checking his forklift as Kusta's checking up top. He checks there to clean it. But luckily for Cutler, Tarek misses him. Cutler gets the kill. And it looks pretty easy. CLG making it work with teamwork. Teamwork makes everything work. No, that's not how it goes. But you know what? CLG's been showing that they've been doing a lot. Even without utility, they still somehow managed to really clear, methodically take over the bomb site. Good for them. Good for you. Back to you guys.
No, good for you, Eric. Good for you, my man. Now, look, going into cash, you think it's going to be Counter Logic Gaming. Yep. I'm not going to say you're wrong, but I'm not also going to dismiss the chance that an online Counter-Strike on a map of such popularity as cash, that it's not possible.
Yeah, no, there's a chance. There's a chance. I'll go that far, but part of me just wants to see Sam not get his 1-for-1 prediction correct. That's probably actually the biggest part of it. But also, I do think CLG they have to get this win, and I think it's going to be easier now than obviously when you're going up against SK.
Something about Sam being wrong does intrigue me as well. Exactly. And speaking of that guy, let's go ahead and throw it over to the commentators now. We're standing by ever so eagerly, waiting to bring you all of the action. What's up, Blue?
Nothing much. What's up, Stunna?
What's going on, man? We're just trying to watch a little Counter-Strike.
Yeah, same, dude.
About your turn, huh?
Waiting for the match to start. Well, apparently it's starting now. We're getting ready to jump into it. It's going to be over on Cash, ladies and gentlemen. Complexity versus CLG. And we are live indeed with the pistol. So Complexity starting off on the T side and CLG jumping onto the CT side. Let's jump directly into it and take a look at what Complexity is going to do for their opening pistol round. Pretty straightforward, to be completely honest. A few players being boosted up into mid, potentially. Actually, no, I don't think anyone gets boosted up into mid. They're all just going to go straight forward into A main. A few more following suit over here into the squeaky hallway, and they're going to go out pretty quickly. Now, usually you'd expect there to be like an A retake set up here, but it's not the case, actually. CLG have players out on site. Ethan having the position, but just can't hit anything at all, so he goes down. Now Kusta's got to save the day. There's 1 and 2. Looking for the 3rd now as he swings out for it. Finally hits that shot, and a 4th from Kusta. 1 more to go. He's going to go for it out of ammo, but there's another gun on the ground. Oh, finally ends up getting knocked out there, so we'll be denied the ace, but coL comes in and saves the round.
Kusta. What a gamer, man. That was sick.
So casually getting those headshots as well. Didn't seem to panic at all in the situation. So Ethan flubs up a bit there first at NBK, but Kusta, beautiful control with this. Out to the left, 1, out to the right, another 1. Swings in, grabs Slemmy, and then back over for the 4th and final kill. Really good stuff from him, and that's going to set CLG ablaze at the beginning of this match here, as they'll be able to hold a strong advantage right at the start of it, and Complexity will have to work from the bottom back, as they are going to be forced to just, force into this next round here. For those who are going to be a deco armor round here.
Yeah, Kusta called a timeout after that, just let it sink in a little bit.
Had to pop off a little bit after that one to celebrate. But Complexity are going to look for revenge here. Actually, nades tossed out early on, along with, I think, a few bullets from coL.
Dangerous by coL. I would not be messing around with Android's Deeg like that.
It brings Slemmy down to 11 HP, as he's the one that takes most of the contact there. The rest of coL, though, abandoning those B halls, except for Android, and they are going to lead themselves after retrieving the bomb, probably into the same thing they've done the pistol round here. Everybody going into A main, they're not going to boost anyone up over mid. Actually, I think this time they did boost someone up. It's hard to tell from the minimap, unfortunately. I think they sent Def over at the top, so he should be playing out towards mid. It's Surreal looking for another shot as well, but he missed the opportunity there. He knows he's got one up on top of the big red box, and Kusta's attempt to defend mid unfortunately doesn't go so well. Def, player that was boosted over top a moment ago, picks up the kill against him, knocking him out of the equation. Bringing this back down into a 5v4 here now. Android also hunting for kills too against Ricky. 40 seconds remaining now for these guys to get into the site. Android found out. Ricky, well, he doesn't kill Android. He does do great damage over on the Slemmy, but Def trading it back, and now going to look for another headshot as well if he can hit it. But does end up having to back away into the vents, hold a little bit of a better position. 30 seconds remaining now. Complexity have control of the site though, so planting shouldn't necessarily be an issue. Now this is coming down to if CLG can pull off the actual retake here, as all their players stuck in the tree room and up on heaven there. This is going to be a little bit rough with all Deagles that they're working against here now. Moving back in, there's the first kill, and they catch the players trying to move out for the trade. There's Surreal tagging for some good damage onto Ricky, but he can hold in a relatively safe corner, at the very least act as bait for his teammates. Ethan secures the frag onto Surreal, and Def's not going to get much further either. Plenty of time to defuse that bomb. CLG secure themselves the second.
Yeah, 5 Deagles, 0 utility or anything like that, so even planting the bomb is very difficult in that situation because you can't smoke heaven or spawn or anything like that. Ethan kind of messes up his Molotov, actually landed inside heaven, so he had to just back out towards spawn. All 3 players, that was his Molotov you just saw on the top left. So all 3 players just going towards spawn. Still able to retake successfully in that 3v4 situation. So Complexity, 4 flashbangs. So what are they going to do here?
probably just try to overwhelm B, it looks like, as they've got everybody going through the halls. Nades going in just a little bit too far to the right to make massive impact here. Ricky, I think... Oh, all right. He does end up finding the smoke on a repeat there, so catches Android this time. coL also getting a piece of it from Checkers. And the flashes, well, they don't do much, as we're just going to see.
What was that? They all just threw all 4 of them at once off the wall?
I don't know.
What was that?
I don't know, man. Your guess is as good as mine.
Let's all throw the same flashbang? I have no idea what just occurred. But that was hilarious.
They can't dodge them all.
No, they can't dodge. If all 4 of our flashbangs are 1, it's like a super flash. It's like, did they find a bug in the game where if you all throw a flashbang at once, it's just like,
you can.
Yeah, I don't know.
It just combines. It just goes through walls and everything.
It goes through walls.
Doesn't matter if players are looking at it or not. It's just like
reminds me of like a television show where the Captain Planet,
our powers
combined.
Well, into the gun round now. We do actually see coL getting off to a pretty good start. Surreal and Slemmy catching a few CLG players getting a tad over aggressive. So that's going to be coST and cutler going down at the beginning of the round here. Chances for revenge, still a large possibility though. Ricky right outside of mid. Should we see Complexity try to move in for control over there? And then, well, actually, never mind on that. Ricky just actually get taken down pretty quickly. Again, tad over aggressive. Not patient enough to wait that one out. Finally, some aggression pays off here with Ethan swinging into it. He finds the kill into Def, but it's going to matter very little at this point, since now they're at a 2v4 disadvantage, and Android's still playing with this. He was actually caught trading out a gun, so FNS is going to be able to capitalize upon that and get the kill. Slemmy just barely is able to plan outside of this Molotov, so the good attempt from CLG to delay it, but doesn't really work out, and now with Desi eliminating Finesse, there's not a whole lot of hope for Ethan to clutch this one, so he's going to fall back and save with an AK.
Yeah, and I mean, that's actually enough because CLG, again, you know, they kept a lot of their umps. They tried to get aggressive there. I believe there might have been a player in A main who heard the guy pushing door or something like that, because usually you don't have that opper watching it from, you know, obviously mid-garage. So their aggression doesn't pay off, but they do end up getting 2 kills. They do end up saving most likely an AK, and that's enough. I mean, they could, you know, win this next round. They could... You know, I don't think it would force Complexity onto an eco, but, you know, it'll make him have that. This next round would be a pretty bad and poor buy for Complexity if CLG does win this round. So they get a double up setup on coST and Ricky. Very common on Cash, very strong, very tough to deal with.
Now we're going to see, excuse me, now we're going to see Complexity just going for another default split more than likely. They may have a bit more of active presence leading up to B early on here. However, we can already see their players trying to push up to the halls. Molotov deployed. Ricky throws the smoke just a tad to the right, as you notice, so we can try to peek through it slightly in that jump up position. But the other smoke that was deployed further into the hallway still blocks his vision anyway, so it's not going to matter all that much. Now all goes quiet here, since Complexity, after deploying the utility, do end up falling back. What's important to note here is I think both the players on B ended up using their smokes in that situation, so they're not going to have anything else to hold off Complexity if they send pressure back in that direction, or to use more importantly on a retake should the actual defenders of the A site end up failing, as it is looking like coL may try to go back out for control in mid and then try to sequence that into A again. But we'll see in a few moments here how they're going to decide to do that as we're going under the 1 minute mark. This is going to be the common execution point for them. And indeed, Def starts us off moving out for mid control here now. Everybody pushing towards it, leading into the vents. Nobody trying to go directly to the B hall, so probably going to lead this into another A hit. And over on A, defenses are actually, you know, relatively centered in that one position. I think they only have those 2 guys. Yeah, I think they're stacked on top of each other.
On, you know, fork and above catwalk, so... Not the most ideal A setup, in my opinion, but they could make it work, especially with that smoke.
They're going to have to support each other, though, in a lot of ways. FNS has got to keep Ethan alive, and the same as the reverse is going to be true here as well. But they start to roll back out. FNS is actually caught without a gun, but Ethan saves himself. Through with a quick trade. coST is also in that mix as well somewhere. But FNS still alive up on top, and they're going to have to hunt him down. But he's the one who's hunting them down and taking off heads at the moment, as he'll find one more before being traded out by Def. Now he's alone with only 7 seconds left as well, and he's wasting time trading out guns. Goes up, finds the kill, but Ricky, there's no reason for him to peek. He'll wait down the timer. Just stay up on top there. Let it minute run out, and what's even better, he kills Def after the timer.
Yeah, and that comes down to a lot of communication from FNS and Ethan to know who's going to look where, to know who's going to get which kills and watch what. And it works out very nicely for them. They each go 1 for 1. They know where the play is going. FNS stays alive just long enough to get that kill onto Desi. So they get 3 between the two, and then by the time they hit the site, the rotate's already there in an impossible situation for Def to really clutch that round. Now, again, just like I said, they force complexity onto a save. That's exactly how you want to, you know, not 100% ideal, but you want to win that following round. You put complexity in a really bad situation. And, really nice job by CLG. I was pretty skeptical that setup was going to work. It worked out very nicely. They saved the smoke. That's like the most important thing. They saved that smoke for the very last second.
Well, now coL onto an eco here, and they're gonna have to try to. They're gonna try to do like a waterfall out through the door here. I promise this nade should just destroy them, and there you go. 3. Oh, actually, that should have had that kill for sure. Just whiffed a bit on the USP at the end there. Thankfully, Ethan is still sitting in BK corner.
Aced.
Oh, he did ace. Look at that.
Ooh, where's the hype?
I didn't even realize.
Ace.
I was stealing all those kills for FNS. FNS was the one out in the open taking battles there.
I know. I thought he got like 2 of them too.
Yeah. Was taking all the risks. But yeah, nicely done there from Ethan. Pretty quick shutdown.
A lot of whiffs.
Overall, still a good job with the tag team duo of FNS and Ethan working together to pull off those kills. So now it is going to be complexity working their way through the B halls here. Trying to go for another hit over towards B. Ricky again using the smoke. And oh, he almost got a kill with it that time too. He's really trying to make it work, and it's actually not a bad idea.
Ooh, just straight spam.
So that's going to take him down in his attempt to cross back out onto the site all of a sudden. Looking at a slight advantage for coL. Still, this is just a few rogue players sneaking their way over towards B. They have to get everybody else grouped up, possibly through vents. But they're smoked off here still. Kusta can just walk back. He's got to be careful, though. There's a player watching for him. He goes back into there. Yeah, Kusta realizes it and kind of bails out on this for right now. So he's going to hold. I think I'll just back up towards sandbags instead. And coL still haven't actually taken B site control. They've only really got checkers in the hallway. There's another player waiting on the site. That's, I believe, Cutler. He's going to be checking out for them in that position. But still trying to sell this, and they're selling it really well right now. As long as they check Shroud and they can, like trade Ethan out 1 for 1, they're going to be in good hands to try and bring that back. But also, I think they've realized what's going on now and killing Android. There's going to be other players rotating back in. The first player doesn't check for it. Ethan gets that kill, gets the second one, finally pushed out by the highway player, but still 2 for 1 trade is perfect for him. Now, the guys from CLG still have a man advantage. FNS is creeping in. If Def backs up a little bit too far here, he's going to get the kill. And there you have it. Now it's just Slummy trying to defend this one with a UMP and a 1v3. Basically an impossible round, and oh no. Oh no.
Oh man, we need Shaq and a fool. We need Shaq and a foo for CSGO. Shaq and a fool, man.
Oh. Where did he think there was a gun at, though? I guess he was looking for that M4? I don't even... That just sucks. So, overall, CLG still winning it out quite dominantly with a 6-1 advantage now, and then just sending coL onto another half by.
Wow.
Still.
NACS.
Pretty much, man. Pretty much. And now CLG are going to try to amplify this even more. Ricky might actually get like bulldozed again here. Misses the shot. He's back in the corner. Can't even get to the corner. Cutler's got to save the B site now if they want to prevent a plant, but even he doesn't want to take contests now. But he peeks out while he's still reloading. So Android catches the kill. We've got an AUG as well in the play. Currently in the hands of Ethan. Trying to find some impact with it from heaven right now, but actually struggling. There's a real chance the complexity could actually win this one back out. Thankfully, the remaining 3 on CLG have a boatload of utility to try and use, but they've got to be really careful because with these pistols, at least 3 out of the 4 remaining coL players can be extremely mobile. Nicely found from Ethan, though, on the way back in. Not even using the scope, just drops down. FNS also contributing. That's clear to back out. The 2 smokes obviously used to box up the site. And nice, they don't really have to kill these last 2 players. They can just defuse it right there. Ethan just finding more than to try to peek into it. Def was hoping for a lucky shot on the op. He's not going to get it. Def, oh, nicely found actually on the no-scope there. Should be able to save the gun, but overall, still a nice round from CLG as they pull off the retake.
Great retake. You see those double, they deploy both smokes. Beautiful by them. Great retake by CLG. Depth, the only one that can get kills, though, on Complexity. He has 11 frags, and then everybody else is on 1, 1, 3, and 2. 7 frags combined for everyone else.
That's crazy. That's insane, actually. Well, okay, there's someone else finding another frag. Surreal picking up an additional kill at the very least against Ricky here this time. But yeah, the only one that can even make any big plays, it seems, at this point. Whereas CLG is just stomping on them besides that. 7-1, continuing to push it forward. And, you know, even a lot of the times ending up in the situation where they're, like, down at the start, either ending up, like, in a 5v4 or something like that, and they still almost always bring it back a lot of these times, too.
Yeah.
So the early man advantages that coL seem to be consistently getting in a lot of these rounds don't seem to matter too much.
Well, I think it's been twice at B, right?
Mm-hmm. It just happened again.
No, I mean that, that they've retook the site, though.
Oh, yeah.
Because they retook it when they had Deagles, and then they retook it that round.
It starts off like Ricky's actually having a pretty tough time finding impact with the op from Checkers right now, so he usually ends up getting knocked out early in the round, like right here, and then also coL got eliminated without any trade this time. So FNS is at the very least going to work his way over there on the counter boost spot and find Death. So a 3v4 retake that they'll have to pull off. Last round was a little bit easier, obviously. Complexity just having pistols for the most part. This time, it's going to be a much tougher sell. As not only do they have to work against rifles from the coL side, but they don't have nearly as much utility to retake the site with as they did before.
You know what I would do in this situation? Contain, get 2 kills, and save. That's what I would do.
There you go. Android, though, finds FNS as it does appear CLG. At least at the start, we're going to go for it with FNS still alive, but now that he's dead, they are going to fall back and save.
Yeah, let's see what CLG's money is at. Yeah, see, it's not great.
They should still be able to buy in the next round, though.
No, they will.
Yeah.
But, I mean, obviously, that third gun would be great, and if you could get 2 more kills while saving the guns, you get that op and T-spawn, easy. Easy kills.
7-2 now. Cyril finds himself a little bit of action in that round that adds a few more kills to the counter for coL. But overall, that rebuy is still going to be rolling in for CLG. And it is going to lead to everyone having guns. So there was enough cash flow left over to donate for coL, Ricky, and as well Kusta getting himself the op into this next round here. So they'll still be at full firepower for at least this one round before they are forced to save. And that is where Complexity will finally open up the real opportunity for them to get back into the match. Early boost up coming into the vents this time too to hopefully add a little bit more defense over towards mid. And coL is instead going to take up the positioning early, at the very least inside of Checkers before crossing back to site. And it's looking like Ricky is going to try to defend a little bit more from the vents instead of trying to use the smoke to play out and try to go for these peaks like he has been in some of these past rounds.
Yeah, I mean, Complexity's entire T side right now is just dependent on depth, kind of just working picks and doing whatever he wants to do, and everybody kind of playing around it.
About a minute remaining, so we should start to see Complexity moving into positions to move towards the site in a second here. And Ricky, I think, is probably going to end up getting challenged as well. Ricky needs to move back into that site, or they need to get a better read on this one. It's not coming towards mid. This is 4 men pushing into the B halls in a second, and that's going to be a tall task for coL, especially with the site getting double mollied. He's going to be pushed into the close corner, where it's essentially going to turn into like a one-and-done spot, unless their positioning ends up being bad.
What a shot.
Android just deletes coL. Ricky did catch the kill out in mid, and he gets a second one, too, as Def kind of moves back into Hunt. But Android trading it back now after being
great stuff by Ricky, though, to get those 2 frags.
And now they've got this into a 3v3. Android's been dinked down to 11. Ricky still has a molly as well. But Kusta, he's the one looking at this point. And a little bit of an opportunity to push through that smoke. There's nothing being found with the off, so he trades out for the M4 instead. And now they're going to start to move back in. Ricky's still hunting for the backside. Kusta and Ethan both go down without a fight. This is all Ricky here now if he is going to commit himself to it, but not looking like the case. With their round set against him, he is just going to post up in these halls. Hope that they evacuate in that direction, but they don't even do that. They're actually pretty smart about the way that they read into this one. They all just go out towards CT instead. Ricky's going to be able to save the AK, but it's a small victory, as his team will still more than likely end up broke in this next round. And Complexity should be able to start to run the comeback a bit more fluently.
Yeah, and that should be a round win for CLG with Ricky getting those 2 kills. If coL gets 1, FNS probably doesn't feel forced to try to make a play out heaven. So he's alive, and you're in a 4v2 with basically somebody already around vents. So you probably win that round. But coL going down 0 for 1 kind of sets a little bit of a chain reaction. So he dies, FNS feels pressured to make a play to try to kill him before they really enter the site and get set up. He does without getting a kill, and then you're in that post-plant situation where the T's are going to be very favored.
So Complexity now are going to try to really just brute force into the A bomb sites as they have the advantage here. And Ricky, the only player with a real gun this round, goes down within the first 15 seconds of the round just starting. So into A they go. They'll have full A control, just mauling off truck as well. That's pretty much it. This is going to be the 4th round for coL. There's not a whole lot that CLG can do now. Trying to post up for exits will be their best bet, but with these guns, even that's going to be a bit tough to work towards here. 4-7 will be the scoreline as coL, or excuse me, as CLG pretty much just full saved into this one here. Didn't really try to put up too much of a fight as their remaining players slowly get picked off one by one, and coL is not afraid to hunt them down. Desi to Def contribute to the last 3 kills, and there you have it. Nice clean round from Complexity, and that's what they need to get back into this match. However, off that one single full save from CLG, they themselves are right back into the bye, but we'll be doing that after this pause.
Yeah, so CLG getting the op onto Kusta, but this B site has been, although they've retaken it a couple times on those ecos when coL took it, I mean, it's been very problematic for them. Complexity's hitting that pretty much, almost every single round these past, I don't know, 4 or 5 rounds or something like that. They just go there every time. And even when they didn't actually hit the site, they still took checkers control, boosted vent, and was in like a 4v5 and then hit A.
The only area they've really been having trouble to consistently get is actually the A bomb, so that's where they've got the most resistance. Getting mid.
Yeah, pissed around. Kusta owned them when Ethan was on the boost. When they did the double, head stack setup. It's been every round has come from B.
Yep. But getting either the, as you mentioned, the early pick or just moving out to mid, there's been, from CLG for the most part, okay, except for right now. I was about to say, there's been basically 0 resistance to mid control, but Kusta just goes forward, takes the op battle right at the start, and gets that early kill. Not only this, but I think Android got hit by a nade as well, so he's going to be down to 51, trying to push forward here now into those B halls. It has left B slightly open, though, because they stacked on A a tad more this round. So once again, you are going to be looking to coL to pull off most of the defense there. Thankfully, Ricky already rotating up towards Heaven. He's going to be able to offer additional assistance, and FNS have really needed. He can swing into the vents quickly too and try to help out with this one. But these are only just players posting up outside of the T main entryway. We still have the rest of the team kind of stacked outside of A main as well, so the options are remaining open. Molotov goes to the back, but Ricky's not back there this time, so you're not going to burn him out so easily. He's waiting safely below Heaven. And that Molotov from the T side will essentially get wasted as they are trying to sell the fake now. And it may have worked out if not for the smoke in A main, as they can confirm pretty quickly where this hit is going to come from and see that it's instead going to go through the vents. Good flashbang out, but coL is not hitting the spray. And with Surreal having the repeat, he is going to be able to take coL down. That's the site open back up, and CLG put into another B retake scenario where in a lot of these situations, depending on their utility, it has been quite hit or miss. And this time, they don't have a whole lot of it. Kusta carries most of it, rotating over on the other side. A Molotov and 2 flashbangs. The other 3 are completely empty on utility, and that Molotov, they're not going to waste any time deploying it. Ethan, in on a flank, is going to have a big responsibility, but he just got a huge advantage in his favor, and that Surreal went back to check that and found nothing. The problem is he's got to move out quickly here as he just took that teammate. There's one pickup for Ethan. He knows he's got Def stuck to a corner. Def swings out though, gets the trade. Now Kusta moving back in. Thankfully Ricky got that kill. That miss could have been huge. Now they're gonna have to push back against this. Def is solo alone here, swinging back forward. He looks the wrong way. Ricky's gonna be able to get the final kill, but there's not enough time, or actually I'm not sure if there's enough time or not here. I think they've got enough of it, but yeah, Kusta should be able to defuse that bomb, and we will indeed see another round go up on the board for CLG.
That was really smart by Ricky to just go back and just kill him before they defuse. Nicely played in that 2v1 by Kusta and Ricky. Ethan gets great timing on the flank. Surreal doesn't check the the left side of it, and just allows Ethan to get that kill on the flank, kind of open things up for his team.
And so just like that, CLG back at the driver's seat here. Not going to be able to break Complexity so quickly, however, as they're back into the buy as well. But they've got double op set up. They've got full utility to work with. So it's certainly going to be the hardest sort of round to play against here if you're Complexity, as they just go right back into setting up for a default. Early mid utility being used a lot here on the T side. And Surreal did spot, I think it's coL now out over here in mid by the white box, and they instead just have Ricky kind of solo defending in B with additional assistance available to be deployed by Ethan in the vents there. So a slight change up to the defenses being deployed by CLG here, but for the most part still leaving FNS as the main A defender. And then Kusta kind of as a swing player for mid and any of the other sites that need his assistance. Molly just goes up on a boost after he himself gets smoked back out in Z. Ethan also being forced back into the B-bomb site. But Complexity not anywhere closer to really getting a consistent amount of map control here, even just team flashing one of their own players and trying to go out towards mid. Certainly not helping their own case. Thankfully, again, CLG have always had a pretty light hand about the way that they've tried to control mid, and it's going to be the same thing here. They don't focus on mid itself, they focus on the outskirts instead, like vents and up on top of the highway. But they have not been able to spot a lot of the pressure from coL, so they themselves are still trying to figure out where exactly this hit is going to swing itself towards. And it is going to end up being another attempt to play this into vents, but they're certainly trying to sell it over towards A. Android going into the site. Nobody checks over here in checkers, though, so Ethan escapes with the first kill on Surreal. Thankfully, Android quick on the trade, but Kusta also finding the last of the players alone in mid there. Ricky is forced out of heaven by the Molotov, so there should be just enough time for coL to get up and plant this exactly where they want it to, but again, they're dealing with such huge numbers working against them. A 2v4 retake. Android, if he can solidify this kill into FNS, there is still a real chance at this one, but Def taking a huge risk and boosting up there. We'll have to hope it pays off with an early kill, and it does. He takes down Ricky. Now Android up the bat here against FNS as he's lost Def. Android hits his mark, and it's planted for him, so he can waste a lot of time. Now bringing it down to a 1v1. Android, one more kill to go, but he's reloading up close, tries to recover the gun in time, but not going to happen. So we see CLG just barely escaping with another round again as they push up on 9 rounds overall.
Yeah, again, they just opt to just chase that player down checkers in that 2v4 Complexity. Able to bring into a 1v1. The reason that actually did turn into 1v1, though, is because FNS started peeking way too early. If he just stays alive there and he just kind of shows his shoulder a little bit, Android really can't look back towards site and do anything. So a little bit more patience on FNX's part, and I think that round is a lot easier won. I like what Kusta was doing, though. He was kind of jumping around the E-box, kind of spotting highway. They see him, then they peek, he gets the kill. That was pretty nice.
So Complexity continues to buy into these situations as it's brought down so close, and they continue to have the money to do so as well here.
Yeah, the reason I like that on E-box, though, is because it's like a little bit of mind games, right? If the guy has an op, you expect him to be posted up. You don't expect him to be jump spotting, and then when he sees you, peek with an op. Because as soon as you see that and you're an AKer, you're thinking, oh, sweet, I could just kind of go up highway and challenge this guy because he probably has an M4.
Complexity changing up their tune a little bit from what we saw in the last round here as they send most of their players inside of A main to deploy out here. But there's also a 3-man defense already set up from CLG. They completely abandoned mid. Ricky obviously watching for highway pressure to account for mid. But he's going to be able to change his up his zone tune pretty quickly here when we do finally start to see Complexity moving out from A main. And they're going to have to want to do this pretty quickly here as they don't know intel. They don't have a really good idea about what's going on the sites. They're going to have to play this out. Molotovs are great, though. Sends Ethan right into the open. Now they're down to 2. They didn't really trade out good damage at all. Ricky gets dinked or something. Gets hit with something weird. But at the end of it there, I think he got hit by a teammate, actually, it looks like. Overall, though, CLG able to respond to this a little bit, but control does go over to the side of Complexity. As they take the site, there's still another player at Sandbags, too, so they got to account for highway as well when they push out in. This is a really tough retake situation. Desi's low, so if they can get him peeking, they can knock him back out. They had him in the open, but Kusta just missed his chance, and now moving out onto highway, there's going to be Def striking from the white box. No hope for Cutler. This is going to be a 5th round for Complexity.
Yeah, and even though CLG, already has 9 rounds this half, it's actually been like a pretty contested half. They definitely could have lost this half here and been down. But they are going to be guaranteed to at least win the half with 9 rounds. Next round is going to be a very poor buy for them. So just going to have that M4. Maybe if I was him, I'd probably drop 2 bombs. Let's see what they're out for, though.
We do get to see this now. Indeed, it was one of his, he did swing over here and accidentally hit his teammate right in the head, so not the best situation that they could have played against there, but still, as we get into our next round, the last round on the half as well, Complexity still full buying into these situations. They had.
That's what he did, drop 2 arms, that's good.
Oh, you're going to see Complexity is remaining split up here on the opener, much like many.
So they showed B presence. They saw that they were pushed and could be sunroom, and they just immediately fall back.
Now CLG are going to, excuse me. Now CLG are going to be holding inside of checkers for the most part, just waiting this one out. Still kind of moving FNS around a little bit, I believe around the heaven area, down below it. But as we do start to see more of coL pushing in, it is going to lead itself to more than likely just be a direct push. This means the A players need to get themselves either towards mid or over to this B side very quickly. Smoke deployed out to delay this. FNS is going to take up the box spot. This has actually really not been used in this half. I don't really think CLG used this at all.
The double.
So they're going to take a risk on it and hope it plays off big time here. However,
they just saw where the smoke came from.
I was about to say, Def should have just spotted that smoke pop off. So Ethan's going to go back out. They may not know about the second player. Regardless, though, Ethan gets that first kill. Nades going in, as we can see. Massive damage done to both of them. FNS at 42, Ethan at 17. They're going to call this off and swing it the other way.
Yeah, but they should have heard like all of them and know that this is a possibility, but nobody gets the fallback at all. Kusta's in a decent spot at Toxic, though, to maybe do something, but he has a scout.
He doesn't hear them moving into the site either. He's going to hear him now, but swings out. Should look like it was a headshot. Well, regardless, he peeks it, gets another hit anyway. Afterwards, though, not only does Surreal knock out FNS elsewhere on the map, but Slemmy indeed takes down Kusta. So even 3v3, they still hold highway presence. Oh, nice swing from Surreal. It seemed like coL had that kill dead to rights, but no. Now Desi's eliminated Ricky, so Ethan's still stuck in Z right now. He's going to be able to swing out. Takes him a moment, but he finally gets that finalization on Surreal there to take him out of the picture. Now Ethan, though, still extremely low, is going to have to try and clutch this out by some miracle if he wants to secure the double digits for CLG coming out of the half. Pushing towards it, tries to go for that kill, but it's not going to happen. So coL is on the comeback path, trying to stop CLG from pushing forward into what could be a 5th place position overall in the North American League at the end of this season. Come back in just a few moments, folks, and we'll have the second half to see if CLG can indeed close up with a 2-0, or if coL is going to come back and split it 1-1.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, Legion Lenovo, Mountain Dew League, and ESEA.
For the last time tonight, folks, welcome back to the ESL Pro League. It's still Complexity versus CLG, and CLG holds the advantage here on Cash for their second map. It's a slight advantage, though, much like our previous map. It's only 9-6 in CLG's favor, so plenty of room for CLG to bounce back into it and still try to split this set 1-1 for the night. And CLG, it's certainly going to help them, as there's a few teams trying to chase their win record to be able to try to put CLG back down in the relegation position and keep themselves safe for the next season of Pro League. Right now, CLG has that spot, but they're going to want to try and secure a few more wins themselves, make sure that they're out of the clear. Whereas CLG also trying to push themselves forward enough to be in the top 6, so they really want that 2-0. Anyway, we're live with it. Complexity now jumping over to the CT side, and CLG on the T side. I keep getting confused. They both start with a C.
Yeah, Slemmy having a rough one again, 3-10. But like I said, Complexity could have won a lot more rounds. They just didn't capitalize on a lot of their opportunities. A lot of nice retakes occurred for CLG on that B site. Slemmy and Depp getting the aggro A main, and then the door push is going to come.
Yeah, CLG going to be trying to push out pretty quickly here, not wasting any time with it. And there is, much like what we saw from CLG in the first half, there is presence from coL on this site. 1-to-1 trades, heavy damage onto Ethan, though, to be able to pick up that trade. But the same is true for some of the guys on coL right now. FNS capitalizing another kill. Kusta keeping his planter alive as Ethan is able to put that on the ground, and they continue to play aggressively here. Kusta swinging out a little bit more as he tries to look for a few more kills, but it's actually Ethan that claims the next one. Nice shots from Desi, hunting for FNS's head as well, but now he's been surrounded. Thankfully, Surreal bails Desi out a bit there. He's able to pick up one more kill. Unfortunately, Cyril's gone down, so it's just Desi left alive. They've restricted it to a 1v1 here. Desi's going to have the 3K to close out, but it won't happen. It's Ethan with a 4K that brings CLG back into the fold with the lead here as they secure another pistol.
Yeah, Ethan with a great round. I mean, that's both pistols for CLG. Ethan gets the 4K on the T-side pistol. Acoustic gets the 4K on the CT pistol. So nice individual effort for both those players to lock down those rounds and give their team just a, I mean, it's like playing with a 6-round handicap almost, you know?
Yeah, Ethan's also going massive here too.
You know, to promote equality, maybe we should have handicaps in Counter-Strike and CSGO. What do you think?
Can you elaborate?
Well, your handicap would be like a 14. So you'd just be like, if there's 5 blues, you'd be given like 14 rounds cushion if you played against Vendetta over there.
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah, you gotta promote, it's gotta be equality, man. You know?
I could work with like a 10 round cushion maybe. You don't have to go right to 14. You can play a little bit more than that. The pistol round, you never know. It's like a roll of the dice in itself in a lot of ways. But CLG in this round are cleaning up pretty handily. The only one left alive for coL is just going to be Android over on the other site now, and obviously completely detached from this. A few nice deagle shots are still a very well possibility, but winning the round, probably not. The bomb is actually still way out towards mid, so it's going to take him a few more seconds to get that in position, but still, once he plants it, everything should be good, and Android's not really looking to lurk over to the other site or anything like that. He's more focused on saving this deagle for the next round, probably. Or at the very least, just trying to get as many kills as possible before he dies.
Clean anti-eco though. Gonna come out from CLG. Kusta with a nice 3K. Ooh. Some bit random.
Scared him, dude.
Yeah, it scared me.
He flicked towards it. So Android still hunting for heads here. Oh, all right. He gets that one too. 3 more to go now. I think he saw the shadow of the player on boost, so he might try to get tricky with this one and go out the other way to look for it. So we'll see. Yeah, he knows he's up there. He just can't find him because he's way in the back of boost up. And obviously going out the doorway is death. There's another one from Android. I think he's going to miss his other player pushing him, though. At this point, though, it doesn't really matter. He's done the damage that's necessary. If he gets a 4th one, it's just ridiculous, but he'll end up with 3 as FNS seals the deal.
Yeah, Android's Deeg is no joke, man. He has some really nice shots.
And so now this takes us into coL's full save round here. Pretty much absolute minimal investment except for Slemmy, who purchases the smoke. And it should be pretty easy sailing for CLG here, as they are... Complexity this is just going to stack over on the A-bomb site. Hope that CLG send it in that direction, but in a moment it is looking like they are going to go into B, and the only one defending there is going to be Android. You can do some work with a deagle, but with a USB, probably a much lessened effectiveness overall here. So we do start to see the executes come back out. Kusta first to strike. He also lights up another player, but he himself was brought down pretty low, so he's not going to want to re-peek that directly. Ooh, might have had a choice a second ago there, but thankfully still makes it into the vents before being scouted out by those players in mid. So CLG taking it, and Ricky should be well aware of this push that's about to work its way into the garage. Just 3 more to knock back out. Pretty straightforward here for CLG, as I said before, so they're going to be able to claim the 12th.
What was that?
With the body?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, does that sometimes. I think it's like a server thing. It's weird. But this is exactly the same situation that we found ourselves in.
Actually, it was.
Yeah.
6-12 on coL.
So now this is going to come down to coL really winning out the first gun round and being able to battle it back, as otherwise, very much so CLG will have an easy time of pushing themselves up to 16 rounds here. But coL already did it once back on Cobblestone, so we're going to have to see if they can do it again here on Cash. And that's a great start, moving in, taking the aggressive play over in Squeaky, and catching the first kill on Ethan. And that's been their big player so far, too, so eliminating a massive portion of the fragging power from CLG right off the bat is going to be able to help their case. Still have Ricky and a few of the others that we've seen some good stuff from as well, so you don't want to count them completely out just yet. But after deploying a bit of utility into the B site, we do start to see their shift happening over here towards A, where the actual hit is rolling in towards, and it didn't really seem to sell Complexity the other way, but regardless, they got the site under their control. Kusa sneaking up through mid, was able to find Slemmy out too. Unfortunately, he's going to be found by Destiny on a flank, so trade there does still leave Complexity with a man up in this situation. Everyone from CLG is positioned in this site and ready to hold it off in the post plant though, so that's the only advantage they have going in their favor. Cutler still having a Molotov to play with. He was caught jumping out. FNS was caught jumping back out, and now Ricky's going to get mollied out from his own position. Cutler just goes spraying wildly.